Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 5. The moment the announcement rang out, countless beams of black light shot into the sky across the Korea kingdom. Everyone enveloped by the black pillars of light felt an incredibly uncomfortable sensation, as if their bodies were being forcibly hollowed out. Immediately after, they watched helplessly as their levels and attributes plummeted rapidly. 2019. The national chat channel exploded instantly. Level 50. What kind of devilish punishment is this? Ace, the monster killing EXP has been reduced to 0. What are we supposed to do now? No wonder you can't see a single player from the Sakura Kingdom on the rankings. Is this what they went through? Great. Now, we won't be able to see any Korea Kingdom players on the leaderboards anymore. Wake up. That has nothing to do with it. There is no such country as the Sakura Kingdom anymore. So where would Sakura players come from? No, our team just got a gold grade boss down to a sliver of health. And because of this penalty, we were wiped out. Why did the XP become a negative value? How are we supposed to play this? Hey, if you don't want to play, you can just commit suicide. I'm going first. The Korea Kingdom players were unaware that due to a special data expansion, the Sakura Kingdom had suffered even more severe penalties than them. However, because Sumyubai's actions were too fast, many Korea players were still out in the wild leveling up or doing quests. Because of this sudden penalty, tens of millions of people died instantly, with their levels suddenly dropping to 0 and all attributes reduced by 30%. Their equipment lost all effectiveness. In such a state, they couldn't even defeat a common wild monster. How were they supposed to survive? The Korea players were already fragile. Many could not handle the blow and chose to commit suicide directly. For a time, the kingdom of Korea was filled with the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Korea royal capital, underground treasury. Sumyubai sat leisurely on the throne, waiting for the skeletons to transport the treasures from various rooms before him. Notification. You have obtained the epic grade item 10,000 beast armor. Notification. You have obtained the legendary grade item. The system notification sounds were almost incessant. Sumyubai couldn't be bothered to keep count, simply sweeping everything into his storage ring in one go. This place is too poor. There isn't even a single mythical grade piece of equipment. Sumyubai rolled his eyes, feeling quite dissatisfied with the harvest in terms of equipment, but on second thought, Korea was merely a tiny, insignificant nation, and Jinkanyan was the only tier 9 mythical grade powerhouse in the entire country. If there had been any mythical grade equipment, he certainly would have used it himself. He wouldn't have left it in the treasury for others to exchange for. Shaking his head in disappointment, the skeletons brought over the tool-type treasures. Good heavens! These items were truly bizarre and varied, covering everything imaginable. Scrolls, cards, and more, a vast array of everything one could possibly need. Sumyubai wasn't particularly interested in these items, so he simply freeloaded by upgrading them all and stashing them into his storage ring. When the time came to hand them over to Fengjia Changxia, the latter would naturally know how to sort out the tools that were useful to him. Sumyubai was quite satisfied with the professional capabilities of this chosen worker. Next were the consumables. Bottles and jars were laid out in a massive pile, the vast majority of which were two types of epic grade instant recovery potions. Red bottles and blue bottles were stacked together, to the point where almost no other colors could be seen. As Sumyubai collected them, he paid close attention to the system notifications. Notification. You have obtained the God grade Star Liquid. Star Liquid. Hearing this name, Sumyubai's eyes lit up instantly, and he took out the potion he had just placed into his storage ring. After checking its attributes, the joy on his face deepened. At a glance, one could tell this was an item 1 tier lower than the Star Source Liquid. However, Sumyubai still intended to verify it, so he focused his mind. Catastrophe target. Star Liquid notification. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to God grade consumable Star Source Liquid, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to Saint grade consumable Star Core Source Liquid, cost 5,000 soul crystals. Cancel. As expected, It was a similar type of potion. After confirming this, Sumyubai directly cancelled Catastrophe. Although in the 10,000 Worlds game, higher tier potions of the same type that permanently increase attributes would overwrite the effects of lower tier ones, this was not a problem for Sumyubai. This bottle of star liquid was only a Grandmaster grade consumable. Once he left the God-forbidden land, as long as Sumyubai possessed enough lifespan, he would be able to use Catastrophe to turn it into a potion surpassing the Saint grade. Finally, a decent harvest. Sumyubai looked at the star liquid in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and placed it separately in a corner of his storage ring, according to the ratio to Catastrophe this item into something surpassing the Saint grade. It should require 500,000 years of lifespan. In the past, this would have been a distant and reachable number, but for the current Sumyubai, he didn't feel it was particularly difficult. If all else failed, once he went to the undead realm, he could find a way to locate a few cities and trigger a few nuclear explosions. As long as he remembered to activate Death Descent, he would surely be able to absorb a massive amount of lifespan. Besides, didn't he still have the harvest from the Korea treasury? Even if there weren't many top-tier pieces of equipment, tools, or consumables, there had to be high-grade life soul stones, right? For Sumyubai, every single high-grade life soul stone represented 100 years of lifespan. Watching the last batch of skeletons emerge from the resource room carrying a pile of purple-black stones, Sumyubai couldn't help but sit up straight and rub his hands together. The time for the real harvest had finally arrived. Chapter 332. The treasure Jin Kanyang wanted to take. Bonus chapter. Let me see how much stock the Bailu Divine Sect has. Sumyubai waved his hand, collecting all the resources into his storage ring while listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears. Notification. You have obtained high-grade Life Soul Stone times 25. Notification. You have obtained Life Soul Crystal times 860. Notification. You have obtained Life Soul Essence times 27. There wasn't a single Life Soul Source Crystal in the treasury. He didn't know if they had been used by Jin Kanyang or if the Kingdom of Korea simply didn't have any at all. However, this harvest was already enough to make Sumyubai very satisfied. For anyone else, these resources combined would barely amount to over 100,000 years of lifespan. But for him, it was a full 3 million plus years of lifespan. Sumyubai suppressed the excitement in his heart and freeloaded by upgrading all these resources. Catastrophe. Notification. You have obtained Life Soul Crystal times 25. Notification. You have obtained Life Soul Essence times 860. Notification. You have obtained Life Soul Source Crystal times 27. Now, I don't have to worry about startup capital after entering the undead realm. Sumyubai's eyes held a smile. The joy in his heart was impossible to suppress. And his harvest went far beyond this. In the past, he lacked the channels. But now he could fully utilize the Divine Dragon Palace to exchange for even more high-grade Life Soul Stones. The dream of never lacking lifespan had now been realized. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his excited mood, Sumyubai continued to check the system notifications. The resources in the treasury were not just Life Soul Stones. Although there were no soul coins, there were soul crystals. It was just that the quantity was far less than Sumyubai had imagined. Notification. You have obtained soul crystal times 2. Only 2. Sumyubai shook his head in slight disappointment. This amount was truly too small. However, the overall harvest was still quite good. Just at this moment, a mental fluctuation suddenly rippled through Sumyubai's mind. It was a skeleton that had discovered something unusual. And the gist of the message was that the object could be seen, but not touched, visible but untouchable. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the sentence on Jin Kanyang's status window. The reason he appeared here was to retrieve a certain treasure within the treasury. This must be the thing. Sumyubai stood up immediately, waved his hand to disperse the throne into its most primitive frost elements, and retracted them into the ring of Dylan's frost. Following that, he focused his mind. Death domain shift. The next moment, he arrived at the entrance of the resource room and stepped inside. The room had already been emptied by the skeletons. Upon entering, Sumyubai immediately spotted the skeleton standing in the corner, staring blankly. He walked over quickly and finally saw the so-called treasure. It was a small, transparent glass bottle containing some colorless liquid. Even as Sumyubai approached, the skeleton was still struggling to grab the glass bottle, but such an effort was clearly in vain. Its hand passed directly through the object, unable to make contact with the bottle at all. Although the item was placed there, it seemed to exist in another space-time. As soon as these two words crossed his mind, Sumyubai's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately began to examine the glass bottle closely. Empty treasure bottle. Mythical grade special item. Contains a certain amount of space inside, which can be used to store special liquids. Capacity, 100 milliliters. 100 milliliters capacity. A mythical grade item. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Could this thing really be considered a mythical grade item when it had no special effects whatsoever? His pupils suddenly shimmered with a faint golden light. Eyes of the profound heaven. The hidden information of the empty treasure bottle emerged. A treasure specifically crafted at great expense by Jin Kanyang, solely for the purpose of storing the water of the river of time. Immediately after, the information regarding the liquid inside the bottle appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. Water of the river of time special item, no level, no grade. A magical water flowing in the river of time, after being refined by the master of time and space. Every drop contains a small amount of space-time power. Quantity, 100 drops. For unknown reasons, it appeared in the Forbidden Land of Gods and was obtained by Jin Kanyang as a small bottle. For many years, he had never found a way to use it, but he was well aware that this was a treasure difficult to find even in the entire Forbidden Land of Gods. Another item related to the Master of Time and Space. Sumyubai felt that he seemed to have a strong connection with the Master of Time and Space. He always ended up inexplicably obtaining treasures related to that person, but his own class was Master of Death. Just as Sumyubai was feeling puzzled, the Wheel of Time and Space suddenly appeared on its own and began to vibrate slightly. This situation was very similar to when he had absorbed the Heart of Space, though the commotion was not as intense as it had been then. Following that, the water of the river of time passed directly through the empty treasure bottle and flowed into the Wheel of Time and Space. After absorbing all the water of the river of time, there was no change to the appearance of the Wheel of Time and Space. Sumyubai quickly checked its attributes. Sure enough, a new attribute had suddenly appeared in the original information panel. Water of the river of time, 100 drops. Usage unknown. Due to the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods, it cannot be viewed. It was a pity that even with the eyes of the profound heaven, he could not see how to use the water of the river of time while inside the Forbidden Land of Gods. Sumyubai put away the Wheel of Time and Space with a sense of helplessness and turned to walk out of the treasury. Once he reached the undead realm, he would naturally be able to see it. There was no use in rushing now. With the treasury emptied, it was time to get to work. Get out of the way. Just as he stepped out of the treasury, Sumyubai heard Jin Kanyang's roar. A loud crash followed, and the entire underground space shook violently. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, blasting a massive hole through the ceiling above. Sunlight immediately spilled down through the opening. This strike had actually pierced through the underground space. Jin Kanyang flew upward without looking back. Although he feared the frost above, staying here was a guaranteed death sentence. He was already struggling to hold his own against the combined efforts of Yu Yi and Jinmi. If Bai Yu were to make a move, he would truly have no chance of leaving, rather than sitting here waiting for death. It was better to make a dash for it now. Perhaps there was still a chance to escape with his life. Since Bai Yi had sealed this space, rendering teleportation methods useless, he would simply fly out, as long as he wasn't entangled by that Annihilation Dragon Emperor immediately. His hope of survival was still high. Surely he wouldn't be unable to even fly out, right? A fierce glint flashed in Jin Kanyang's eyes, and scorching flames instantly surged over his body. The next moment, his speed increased sharply, and he instantly transformed into a streak of fire, charging out of the underground space. Yu Yi immediately summoned Xiaojin, carrying Jinmi as they pursued him. This was the master's target. He could not be allowed to escape. At the same time, Frost's voice echoed in Sumyubai's mind. Master, these guys are about to die. Wait for me. Sumyubai left the space-time mark beside the boundary protection stele outside the treasury and vanished from the spot instantly. Today's bonus chapter is here, my dear patrons. The gift ranking has dropped to 95th place. Please click for some free gifts. Chapter 333, Soul Collapse. Outside the Resurrection Hall in the royal capital of Korea, Sumyubai's figure appeared instantly atop the throne on Frost's head. At this moment, Frost's size had shrunk to 100 meters in length. Sumyubai stood before the throne located between a pair of dragon horns, his gaze cold as he looked down at the high-ranking members of the Bailu divine sect below. These nearly 100 people all possessed at least Tier 7 epic grade combat power, and among them were many top-tier Tier 8 legendary grade experts. But they had been completely broken by Frost. They no longer had any intention of resisting. What could they possibly use to resist? The royal capital was completely sealed off. Previously, they had exhausted every possible method and utilized all sorts of means. Yet they were unable to escape this area. In the end, they could only be killed by Frost time and time again. Once dead, there were only two choices left. Either immediately choose to resurrect at the Resurrection Hall, or be forcibly resurrected by Frost using a forced resurrection scroll. Even though these individuals possessed significant lifespans, they were now on the verge of permanent death. Although Frost could not see with absolute certainty whether their next death would be their final one, she could make a rough estimate based on the degree of their soul collapse. At most 2 more times, and the souls of these people would completely shatter, ceasing to exist in this world. The reason Sumyubai had asked Frost to wait was naturally for their corpses. Over 100 corpses at the Tier 7 epic level or higher, besides serving as materials for creating undead creatures. They could sometimes be used as corpse bombs. They could not be wasted. Although the volume of human corpses was too small, and the blast radius could not compare to that of massive species, this stuff dealt high damage and was quick to take effect. As for stopping Jin Kanyang from escaping, there was absolutely no need for that. Without Sumyubai's permission, no one could leave the royal capital. Even if they wanted to walk out, it was impossible. The blockade of the Wheel of Time and Space did not just prevent teleportation, it cut off all means of departure. To leave without Sumyubai's permission, one would need the strength to break through the space-time blockade. If Jin Kanyang had that kind of strength, would he even need to run away? Let the bullets fly for a while. Once he realized he couldn't escape, he would naturally crawl back and beg for mercy. Furthermore, Yue and Jinmi had already given chase. A heavily injured Jin Kanyang would not fare well against the two of them combined. The moment Sumyubai appeared, more than half of these people chose to kneel and beg for mercy. Bai, please, don't kill me. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I know Jin Kanyang's weakness. As long as you sign a contract not to kill me, I will tell you immediately. You think you're the only one. I know it too, Lord Bai. As long as you spare my life, even if it means signing a master-servant contract, I will tell you Jin Kanyang's weakness. Li Zilai, are you even human? Jin Kanyang is your own grandfather. Get lost. He was the first one to desert the battlefield. From today on, that old dog is no longer my grandfather. Ni, Lord Bai, spare my dog life. I am willing to be your slave. Outside the Resurrection Hall, these high-ranking members of the Bailu divine sect nearly came to blows in order to survive. The other ordinary people who had resurrected and witnessed this scene felt nothing but despair. A country whose very leadership had devolved into this, did it still have any reason to exist? It would be better to let the Shenlong Empire conquer them sooner. Sumyubai was not at all surprised by their dog-eat-dog behavior, nor did he care in the slightest. Did he really need to know Jin Kanyang's weakness to kill him? The information under the Mystic Heaven pupil had already made it clear. The current Jin Kanyang was nothing but weaknesses in front of him. Sit up, all of you. A sharp shout instantly rendered the scene deathly silent. Are they all here? Sumyubai glanced at the powerful members of the Bailu divine sect below, who dared not make a sound, and asked in a low voice. Frost nodded immediately. Except for the 3 who died from soul collapse. The rest are all here. Soul collapse. Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he had heard this term. After Frost's explanation, he finally understood what soul collapse meant. In the Myriad Worlds game, creatures below the Tier 9 mythical level could resurrect upon death by sacrificing a portion of their lifespan. However, if they died too many times in a short period, even if they still had a large amount of lifespan remaining, there was a certain probability of permanent death due to soul collapse. The exact number of deaths one could withstand varied from person to person. However, under normal circumstances, very few people would encounter such a situation. After all, not everyone possessed an insolvable method like space-time blockade. Among creatures capable of breaking through to Tier 7 or higher, who didn't have a few life-saving trump cards, these people were just unlucky to have encountered an unreasonable existence like samurai. Otherwise, how could they have died multiple times in such a short span? According to Frost, although players could resurrect after death, it caused irreversible damage to the soul. Of course, this damage would not have any effect before reaching the Tier 9 mythical level, but after reaching the Tier 9 mythical level, it would gradually begin to take its toll. Those who had accumulated too many deaths were almost impossible to break through to Tier 9, unless they could find treasures that repaired soul trauma. But such treasures, let alone for creatures below Tier 9, were difficult to possess even for Tier 10 Saint Extermination level beings. Looking across the entire myriad worlds, treasures that could repair the soul were extremely rare items. Sumyubai's eyes were filled with contemplation. This information was crucial. It concerned future breakthroughs. Multiple deaths would limit the height a person could reach in the future. If too many deaths prevented one from breaking through to the Tier 9 mythical level, then what about the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level? What about the Tier 11 Lawmaster? Presumably, the requirements would only get higher the further one went. To become a true sovereign, would it be possible that one could not afford even a single death? Thinking of this, Sumyubai tapped his foot and said in a deep voice, "Such important information. Why haven't you mentioned it before, Master?" It's not that I didn't want to say it. There are many things in my inherited memories that I only realize when I see them. Isn't this the first time we've encountered someone with soul collapse? Frost's voice sounded a bit aggrieved, and she then muttered in a low voice, "Besides, who could possibly kill you, Master? All right, I blamed you wrongly." Sumyubai nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the terrified crowd below, and he spoke slowly. "Take them out one by one." "You got it." Receiving the order, Frost unleashed her Dragon Emperor level dragon pressure, instantly crushing it down upon them, while simultaneously condensing a pale gray orb of death energy in her mouth. Whoosh! The orb of death energy flickered with a faint glow, and a stream of light instantly shot into the body of the man at the very front. This man was none other than Li Zilai, who had knelt at the very front in hopes of surviving. When he heard Sumyubai give the order to strike, his conditioned reflex was to try and dodge. But could the attack of Frost really be dodged so easily? As the beam of death energy entered his body, his last sliver of health was instantly wiped out, and he collapsed headlong onto the ground. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ear. Chapter 334. Frost is becoming increasingly picky. Notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points con 10. Notification. The target's corpse meets the requirements for the birth of a high-level undead creature. Do you wish to consume a certain amount of death energy to preserve the corpse? Confirm. Consume 3. 980 points of death energy. Cancel notification. You have 30 seconds left to make a choice. After the countdown ends, the target's corpse will be decomposed. The moment Li Zilai died, a faint wisp of death energy lingered on his body, temporarily preventing the world game from decomposing his corpse. Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest and directly chose to confirm. Notification. You have consumed 3. 980 points of death energy to preserve the target's corpse. Notification. You have been eroded by the deathly silence from the curse of annihilation. Death energy come 3. Current death energy 7,160. 7,160. The moment the death energy was consumed, the curse of annihilation, that superpower bank, exerted its effect, immediately restoring Sumyubai's death energy to its maximum value. At the same time, another series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. You have thoroughly killed an 8th tier professional, gaining double the XP of a level 199 legendary tier boss. Notification. According to your allocation settings, all EXP will be gained by your mount, Frost. Notification. Your mount Frost has gained 110.5 billion EXP. This was the effect of the Asura title. After Sumyubai reached the EXP cap, he had swapped Fearless Rider for Asura. However, while 110, 5 billion EXP sounded like a lot. For Frost, it wasn't even enough to level up once. After evolving into a Saint Annihilation tier creature, the EXP required for him to level up had increased from the original 100-fold to 1,000-fold. But the EXP was just a bonus. Neither Sumyubai nor Frost cared too much about it. Next, the two turned a deaf ear to the wails of the members of the Bailu Divine Sect. Frost took action, and Sumyubai collected the corpses. They worked together seamlessly. From time to time, a golden light would flash across Frost's body, even though the XP required for leveling up was massive. Since they were killing 7th and 8th tier experts this time, by the time everyone was dealt with, Frost's level had still risen to 6-7. Having finished his work, Frost didn't even glance at the remaining ordinary people. That was a job for the Scourge Legion. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these weaklings who would die at a single touch. After the final golden light of leveling up dissipated, he spoke with a hint of hesitation. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you stammering? The materials from before, they were all consumed during the evolution. Hearing this, Sumyubai waved his hand dismissively. What's so hard about saying that? I told you long ago. As long as you're with me, there will be plenty of materials. Tell me in advance next time you're running low. As he spoke, Sumyubai waved his hand and produced a large pile of materials of various types he had obtained for free. After Frost's evolution, consuming death-type materials yielded the best results. But those materials were reserved for creating undead creatures, so Sumyubai didn't bring them out. Anyway, absorbing anything would grant EXP, even if the efficiency was a bit lower. It didn't matter if the quantity was large enough. However, this time, Frost did not swallow all the materials in one gulp as he had in the past. Instead, he mobilized his death energy to pick out the mythical tier and Saint Annihilation tier materials from the pile. Only then did he swallow the selected materials, smacking his lips while saying with some embarrassment, Master, materials below the mythical tier are no longer useful to me. You're getting pickier and pickier. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. The requirements for the Saint Annihilation tier were truly high. When Frost was still a mythical tier creature, epic tier materials to tiers below him were still useful. Now, legendary tier materials, also to tiers below him, were completely useless. This guy was actually turning his nose up at legendary tier materials, which most people couldn't obtain in their entire lives. However, he still smiled and said, "Don't worry. There will still be plenty." After saying this, Sumyubai directly put the other materials away. Although these things were of no use to him, he could still sell them for a good price if he handed them over to Fujiya-chanjia. It's time to deal with that old man, Jin Kanyang. Sumyubai sat back on his throne and called out to Frost softly. The latter understood immediately and flapped his wings, flying off in a certain direction. Within the royal capital, the auras of Jin Kanyang, Yuyi, and Jinmi were as dazzling as the sun. There was no need to look to know exactly where they were. Outside the royal capital, Jin Kanyang was desperately fending off the attacks of Yuyi and Jinmi. However, compared to before, there seemed to be no hope left in his eyes now. Seeing Frost and Baiyi arrive, he immediately gave up resisting, his expression turning extremely ugly as he spoke. Baiyi, what kind of method did you use? After the underground space erupted, he had pushed his speed to the limit, leaving Xiaojin, who was carrying Yuyi and Jinmi, far behind. Especially after rushing into the royal capital, he saw that neither the Annihilation Dragon Emperor nor Baiyi had any intention of stopping him, which made him feel excited. HHHA. It seems even Baiyi can't catch up to me now. There's hope. But this hope lasted for only a very short time. After rushing not far beyond the borders of the royal capital, he found he could no longer move forward. The space ahead seemed to have completely solidified, like an indestructible invisible wall. No matter how hard Jin Kanyang tried, he could not advance even a single inch. Such a method, even for a 9th-tier mythical level powerhouse who had lived for who knows how many years, was completely incomprehensible. Could the ceiling of space truly reach such a terrifying degree? With this level of ceiling intensity, even if a 10th-tier Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse were to arrive, they might not necessarily be able to break it, right? How could Baiyi possibly possess such means? Is he truly just a descender? If he couldn't figure this out, Jin Kanyang felt he would not be able to close his eyes even in death. Facing Jin Kanyang's confusion, Sumyu-bai merely waved his hand dismissively. You can finish him off now, Frost. You join into Chapter 335. The Final Straw, Bonus Chapter. Sumyu-bai had a deep understanding of the fact that villains often die because they talk too much. Although he didn't consider himself a villain, he had never had the habit of explaining things to his enemies. As his voice fell, wings of shadow condensed behind Sumyu-bai, and his entire body levitated from the throne. At the same time, Frost also charged toward Jin Kanyang, her body rapidly shrinking in size mid-dash, forming a pincer attack alongside Yui and Jinmi. Previously, facing the combined assault of Yui and Jinmi, Jin Kanyang had already been struggling to hold on. Now, with the addition of Frost who could severely injure him single-handedly, he was plunged directly into a desperate situation, his health points plummeting uncontrollably. Hey, are you truly going to force me into a dead end? A hysterical Jin Kanyang shrieked in rage, appearing as if he had gone mad. At this moment, his health bar was already below 5%. Violent energy erupted from within him, and crimson flames surged across his body. Faintly, dazzling white light even flickered on the surface of those flames. His pupils were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Sumyu-bai. With a twist of the long blade in his hand, he actually managed to force back both Frost and Yui simultaneously. Old thing, how dare you? Dare to harm the sovereign? I will grind your bones to dust, master. Be careful. This old bastard is desperate. The three of them shouted warnings at the same time, and Frost's explanation appeared directly in Sumyu-bai's mind. It turned out that the reason Jin Kanyang could suddenly erupt with such terrifying combat power was that this old man had actively detonated his own domain. For a short period, his strength would increase significantly, and the domain after detonation would form a barrier on his body's surface, making him immune to ordinary attacks. However, the price for doing so was that once the burst ended, Jin Kanyang would completely lose his domain and would have to spend a very long time to recondense it. It was even possible that he might never be able to condense it again, because the difficulty of condensing a domain a second time was several times greater than the first. Therefore, unless it was a matter of life and death, very few mythical level powerhouses would ever use this move. Back in the Sakura Kingdom, Yamamoto Yoji had died instantly under the Yamada no Orochi nuke, leaving him no time to erupt. Of course, even if Yamamoto Yoji had erupted back then, it would have been useless. Sumyu-bai had been using Death Descent at the time, making him unkillable, and the barrier formed by detonating a domain could not have blocked the terrifying energy generated by the explosion of the Yamada no Orochi's corpse. But now, after forcing the three back with a single strike, Jin Kanyang rushed toward Bai Yi immediately. He didn't view Bai Yi as a soft target, rather, he knew that desperately killing the opponent was the only solution to this death trap. This was the final straw, and he had to grasp it. No matter how strong this method of sealing space was, as long as Bai Yi died, it would inevitably collapse. At that moment, he would be able to seize the chance to escape. Swish! In his high-speed state, Jin Kanyang transformed into a streak of crimson light, arriving before Sumyu-bai in an instant. Bai Yi died, however. Before his aggressive strike could land on Sumyu-bai, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen the most terrifying image in the depths of his soul. Sumyu-bai's pupils flickered with a ghostly light, staring coldly at the charging Jin Kanyang. Death gaze. Terrifying death energy descended instantly, awakening the fear deep within Jin Kanyang's heart. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped him as Jin Kanyang's figure jerked to a sudden halt. Although Sumyu-bai's death gaze could not forcibly reduce his total attributes due to the tier gap, the fear effect of the SSS rank skill still affected his mind. It was only for a split second, but that was enough. Gray-white flames ignited on Sumyu-bai's body in an instant and spread to the magic sword, soul controller that had suddenly appeared in his hand. Netherflame Hellfire. This time, he wasn't using Netherflame Hellfire to remotely summon the Eye of Death, but rather coding it directly onto himself for close quarters combat. The moment Jin Kanyang was disrupted by the fear state, Sumyu-bai swiftly slashed his sword forward. The magic sword, soul controller, collided instantly with the unstoppable Jin Kanyang. The moment they made contact, a surge of power was born out of thin air on Sumyu-bai's wrist. This was the additional effect of the Hellfire Burning Heaven bracers, which could double the effectiveness of his strength, layered with the terrifying power brought by the Death Sovereign body. Sumyubai's strength was now at its peak. The magic sword collided with the domain fragments on Jin Kanyang's body. Terrifying energy erupted, and a powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings. At this moment, Jin Kanyang recovered from his brief state of fear, and he let out a disdainful cold snort. HMPH, Bai, relying on just you. You still. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Kanyang's face turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFT, no, this is impossible. He saw that the barrier around him had indeed blocked the magic sword. Soul Controller, the blade was deadlocked against the barrier and could not break through. However, the gray-white flames burning on the sword were rapidly eroding a gap in the crimson flames on his body. The barrier formed by Jin Kanyang's detonated domain was completely unable to withstand Sumyubai's netherflame hellfire. Pucci, at the same time, the magic sword. Soul Controller followed the gap and slashed into Jin Kanyang's body. Sumyubai's basic attack damage was negligible, but the true damage based on maximum health dealt by Netherflame Purgatory was substantial. 48 billion. A terrifying damage figure popped up, and Jin Kanyang's already depleted health bar instantly became almost empty. This was only because he possessed 50% resistance to death-type effects. Otherwise, under the dual amplification of his skills and the cataclysm trait of his class, the burning damage from Netherflame Purgatory would have been 8% of Jin Kanyang's maximum health. 96 billion. His pupils dilated, and before he could finish his sentence, Sumyubai didn't waste any more breath, backhanding another sword strike. At the same time, with a thought, the ring on his finger flashed with a white light. You have used Goddess of Luck's favor. For the next 60 seconds, your luck stat is increased to 104 points. That wasn't all. A vast energy that made the world tremble suddenly descended, condensing into a ferocious phantom of death behind Sumyubai. Death's descent, in an instant. The barrier on Jin Kanyang's body was shattered. Pucci. This sword strike instantly pierced through Jin Kanyang's chest, and the cold Netherflame Purgatory clung to him like maggots on rotting bones, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. The space around Jin Kanyang was slightly distorted by the scorching heat, and another terrifying damage figure jumped out. 48 billion. The second strike completely emptied Jin Kanyang's health bar. He remained there with his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Sumyubai, becoming a corpse hanging from the magic sword. The strongest individual in the Koryu Kingdom, the leader of the Bailu Divine Sect, died with his eyes wide open in resentment. Sumyubai flicked his wrist, withdrawing the magic sword. Death energy lingered on Jin Kanyang's corpse, temporarily preserving it while also causing it to hover high in the air. All of this happened in a split second. The terrifying phantom condensed by Death's descent had not yet fully merged into Sumyubai's body before he cancelled the skill, causing it to dissipate instantly. A series of system notifications followed. Today's extra chapter is here, chapter 336. The first mythical grade corpse. Notification. Death rule is in effect. You have successfully absorbed 1,000 years of lifespan. Notification. Soul extraction is in effect. Soul points come 1 million. Notification. You have obtained Soul Crystal by 10. Notification. You have obtained the mythical grade item Chain of the Red Sun. The reason Sumyubai activated Death's Descent was not only to absorb lifespan but also to verify a thought he had in mind. That was, if he activated and deactivated it instantly, with a duration of less than 1 second, would it be possible to avoid consuming death energy? However, it was a pity that the moment Death's Descent was activated, the first point of death energy had already been consumed. As expected, it's not that easy to exploit a bug. He smiled and shook his head. Ever since he had successfully exploited a bug before, Sumyubai had become addicted to it and wanted to try it at every opportunity. Although he didn't get his wish this time, he wasn't too disappointed, even if he couldn't exploit the bug. The Death's Descent skill was already heaven-defying enough. Master, Overlord. The three frost creatures had only just rushed to Sumyubai's side. After their urgent voices rang out, they realized that Jin Kanyang was already dead beyond any doubt. At the same time, several golden lights flashed across Frost's body. Notification. You have completely killed a Tier 9 professional. You have gained the XP equivalent to double that of a level 269 mythical grade boss. Notification. According to your distribution settings, all EXP will be gained by your Mount Frost. Notification. Your Mount Frost has gained to 0.987387 trillion EXP, only leveled up 3 times. Looking at Frost's EXP bar, which had barely reached level 70, Sumyubai couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Although Saint Extermination grade creatures were strong, the difficulty of leveling up was truly too high. The system notifications did not end. Faint death energy lingered on Jin Kanyang's corpse, temporarily resisting the decomposition of the Myriad Worlds game. Notification. The target corpse meets the requirements for the birth of a high-tier undead creature. Do you wish to consume a certain amount of death energy to store the corpse? Confirm. Consume 350 points of death energy. Cancel notification. You have 30 seconds left to make a choice. After the countdown ends, the target corpse will be decomposed. It was a pity that even with the curse of extinction acting as an infinite supercharger, Sumyubai's death energy was still insufficient, because the upper limit of death energy he could store currently was only 160 points. Sigh. Another Tier 9 mythical grade corpse is going to be wasted. Sumyubai sighed, preparing to cancel the storage. Back in the Sakura capital, Yamamoto Yoji's body had been directly erased by the terrifying energy produced by the 8-headed serpent's explosion, leaving no corpse behind. This time, seeing that he could preserve a Tier 9 mythical grade corpse, he had to give it up because his death energy was insufficient. Just as Sumyubai was about to cancel, his gaze caught sight of the figure of extinction, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, he could try using the curse of extinction. Thinking of it, he did it. He took off the crown from his head, placed it on Jin Kanyang's corpse, and then with a thought, activated the erosion effect of the extinction death energy, precisely controlling the amount to 40,350 points. 1 second later, Sumyubai immediately deactivated the erosion effect of the curse of extinction, retrieved it, and put it back on his head. From the moment he changed his class to Death Overlord, he had been dealing with skeletons and corpses every moment. He didn't care at all about a corpse using his equipment. Compared to the value of a Tier 9 mythical grade corpse, what did that matter? Dense death energy instantly enveloped Jin Kanyang's corpse. Sumyubai couldn't help but hold his breath, his gaze becoming somewhat nervous. The next moment, Jin Kanyang's corpse began to shrivel visibly to the naked eye. It worked. A look of joy appeared on Sumyubai's face. Sure enough, the system notification rang in his ears again shortly after. System prompt. You have consumed 350 points of death chi to preserve the target corpse. Finally, I have my first Tier 9 mythical grade corpse. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes as he waved his hand, storing the corpse into his spatial ring. Although Jin Kanyang was a Tier 9 mythical grade expert, he did not possess an SSS grade talent. Therefore, if his corpse were used as the primary material for soul reconstruction, it would only be possible to create a high-tier undead creature. The greatest utility of this corpse remained its use as a consumable material or a human bomb. Seeing that Sumyubai had finished his task, Bing Xuan spoke slowly. Master, shall we raise this city to the ground now? As she spoke, a clear look of excitement flashed in her eyes. Even Yui and Jinmi, standing to the side, saw the light beneath their helmets flicker noticeably. All three were undead creatures. It seemed they were born with an inherent interest in destruction and death. However, Sumyubai shook his head. No need. The Koryu kingdom was about to be conquered. If he were to completely destroy this place, the Shenlong Empire would have to spend time and resources rebuilding it. Furthermore, the Heaven's Pride tournament was about to begin, and Sumyubai wanted to create the underworld orchard before then. Hearing this, the light in the eyes of the three dimmed, clearly showing their disappointment. Sumyubai caught their expressions and smiled, saying, "Don't be impatient. Once we go to the undead realm, you'll have plenty to play with." As he spoke, he turned to look at the Koryo capital, his gaze sweeping over the Scourge legions still wantonly destroying the city, and continued, "You go and gather the Scourge legion first, then lead them to the border closest to the Holy Empire. If anyone on the way doesn't know their place, kill them all." As his voice fell, Sumyubai's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Teleportation. The next moment, he reappeared within the underground treasury space. After looking up at the ceiling that had been pierced through by Jin Kanyang, Sumyubai turned to look at the boundary protection stele nearby. Last time in the Sakura Kingdom, he had completed the mission without even knowing where this thing was. That was mainly because the power of the Yamada brand nuke was too terrifying, directly erasing several nearby maps. A mere boundary protection stele, no matter how strong its defense, could not withstand the terrifying energy generated by that explosion. Koryo Kingdom Boundary Protection Stele System Item No Level No Tier. It is the eye of the national boundary formation. Destroy it, and the national boundary of the Koryo Kingdom will cease to exist. Note: the boundary protection stele is covered in barriers and possesses extremely strong defense. It is almost impossible to destroy it through conventional means. Looking at the information on the boundary protection stele, Sumyubai's pupils slowly turned golden. Eyes of the profound heaven. The next moment, another piece of information surfaced. Please use the Nether Hellfire. The information was simple, but it provided the best answer directly. Sumyubai had the same thought, as Nether Hellfire had a devastating effect on equipment, buildings, and barriers. Gray-White Hellfire surged up instantly. Sumyubai did not summon Demon Sword, Soul Controller, but instead reached out directly toward the boundary protection stele. An invisible barrier blocked Sumyubai's palm, but the overbearing Nether Hellfire instantly boiled, rapidly destroying the layers of barriers. Soon, Sumyubai's palm pressed against the boundary protection stele. Chapter 337. The curtain falls on the Koryo Kingdom. At this moment, the players of the Koryo Kingdom were still immersed in the despair of having their levels reset to 0. With the novice villages gone, even the lowest tier monsters in the wild were no longer something they could defeat. Moreover, even if they could defeat them, they wouldn't receive any XP. Therefore, all players were now gathered in various cities, waiting for the final outcome with a sense of hopelessness. First, the capital was breached, then the treasury was robbed, and subsequently, the royal palace was destroyed. Everyone knew clearly in their hearts that the Koryo Kingdom being conquered by the Shenlong Empire ahead of schedule was a foregone conclusion. But when this moment truly arrived, everyone still couldn't help but feel nervous. Amidst the uneasy waiting of the crowd, the national boundary of the Koryo Kingdom revealed itself for the first time. Rumble! The light curtain in the high sky trembled violently, causing the entire Koryo Kingdom to shake intensely as if a massive earthquake had occurred, including the surviving locals. Everyone looked up at the sky, involuntarily holding their breath. Is the national boundary about to be destroyed? Bai's efficiency is truly high. I wonder how we will be treated after being conquered by the Shenlong Empire. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a crisp sound suddenly came from the national boundary in the high sky. Crack! Immediately following, the national boundary that had been inverted over the Koryo Kingdom was instantly covered in dense cracks, resembling a spider web connecting heaven and earth. Then, the supposedly indestructible national boundary shattered with a roar. However, compared to the confusion of the Sakura Kingdom players at the time, the Koryo players had long been mentally prepared. Space oscillated, and the shattered national boundary turned into specks of starlight, quickly dissipating completely in the high sky. Following this came a series of system announcements. Koryo Kingdom announcement, emergency notice. Due to the boundary protection stele being destroyed by the intruder Bai, the source power of the Koryo Kingdom's national boundary has been severed. Koryo Kingdom announcement, emergency notice. The Koryo Kingdom's national boundary has been destroyed. All players, please take up your weapons and prepare to welcome the incoming enemy. Listening to the national announcement ringing in their ears, the Koryo players only felt speechless. Oral game. Do you even hear what you're saying? Aish, we've already been reduced to level 0, and you're telling us to pick up weapons to welcome the enemy. How are we supposed to do that? If I could, I'd even want to beat drums and welcome the Shenlong Empire to conquer us. At least, we wouldn't have to live in such fear anymore. Yeah, it's already like this anyway, as long as we can survive. That's all that matters. Amidst the chorus of complaints from the crowd, a system announcement rang out once again. Koryo Kingdom announcement, emergency notice. The Grand Army from the Shenlong Empire has entered the kingdom's territory. The kingdom defense war has begun. All players, please take up your weapons and defend the kingdom to the death. Hint, if the defense is successful, -1 players will receive massive rewards. Conversely, the Korea Kingdom will cease to exist. Korea Kingdom announcement. Due to the death of all high-ranking officials of the Bailu Divine Sect, the highest-ranking officials in every city have chosen to surrender. The Kingdom Defense War has ended. From this day forward, the Korea Kingdom will become history. The speed at which the Korea Kingdom surrendered far exceeded that of the Sakura Kingdom, leaving the players with no time to even complain again. Even that country on Blue Star, once known as the most romantic, could not have surrendered so quickly. Upon hearing the announcement of surrender, the Korea players were not saddened. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Since we have already surrendered, the Shenlong Empire surely won't wipe us all out, right? At least we don't have to live in fear anymore. However, they had barely caught their breath when the following system announcement made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Korea Kingdom final announcement, effective immediately. The territory of the former Korea Kingdom is annexed into the Shenlong Empire. All Korea players permanently lose their nationality and become slaves of the Shenlong Empire. ×5 click to view details. After reading the specific details regarding the slave status, many people felt their vision go black. Damn it. If I had known this, I would have committed suicide before the surrender. Great. Now I don't even have the right to commit suicide. 100. A full 100. I forget it. I have nothing left to say. If I had known it would come to this, I would have been better off dead. Is the Sakura Kingdom facing the same fate as the Shenlong Empire's armies stationed themselves in every city of the former Korea Kingdom? The players and locals who had become slaves were quickly rounded up and sent directly to various mines and plantations. Among them, those locals who possessed great strength were directly conscripted into the military to become members of the suicide squads. Under normal circumstances, they had no right to attack any target, but with the Shenlong Empire's permission, these people could inflict damage on enemies. Of course, their treatment was relatively better. At least they could eat their fill, though they no longer had access to the resources that were once within their reach. From now on, all resources of the Korea Kingdom would be used to cultivate the people of the Shenlong Empire. If these local slaves performed meritorious service on the battlefield, they would have a chance to have their slave status revoked. Compared to the weakling players, their chances of becoming fifth-class lowlives of the Shenlong Empire were much higher. Even so, they would still need to make significant contributions to the Shenlong Empire. With the existence of teleportation arrays, the Korea slaves were soon spread across mines and plantations all over the country. When they encountered the Sakura slaves who had already adapted to their current lives, the emotions in their eyes were clearly different. In the eyes of the Sakura slaves, there was a hint of schadenfreude. Finally, there are players from other countries who are just like us. Relatively speaking, we Sakura slaves are experienced veterans. In the future, we will surely become slave squad leaders faster and live a life where we can eat our fill sooner. Chapter 338, Wealthy and Overbearing, Bonus Chapter, Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire for successfully conquering the Korea Kingdom before the opening of the national borders. This is hereby announced, and we hope other nations will learn from the Shenlong Empire to receive generous rewards. Blue Star Region Announcement, effective immediately. The territory of the former Korea Kingdom is officially annexed into the Shenlong Empire. Shenlong Empire players may teleport freely. Blue Star Region Announcement. Rewarding all Shenlong Empire players with 5 years of lifespan, 50,000 gold coins, and a permanent 100% EXP gain from monster grinding stackable. The sudden region-wide announcement caused the chat channels of various countries to boil over once again. Fuck. How exactly did Baiyi do it? Weren't his summons always in our Sanctuary Empire? Could it be that so many undead creatures still aren't his limit? Is there a possibility that a tiny Korea Kingdom didn't require much effort from Baiyi at all? Just look at the panels of those undead creatures, they're all question marks. This time it's the Korea Kingdom. Which country will be the next to be conquered? Another 5 years of life and 100% EXP bonus. I hope to be a Shenlong Empire player in my next life. Amen. Wake up, buddy. Once you die completely, all your data will be erased by the Myriad Worlds game. Where would there be a next life? The Shenlong Empire is too strong. Why doesn't our country just surrender voluntarily? Exactly. Rather than waiting for an invasion in fear. It's better to just surrender early. I raise both hands in favor of the Shenlong Empire unifying the God-forbidden land. It's as if they couldn't unify it without your approval. With the national borders closed, who can single-handedly resist the Shenlong Empire's advance? I don't think even the Sanctuary Empire could do it. Sigh. The Heaven's Pride tournament might be our last chance. Look at the level rankings.isq. With such a huge lead in levels, who can be their opponent? I'll say it right here. Apart from the few remaining SSS grade talent experts, only people from the Shenlong Empire will be able to enter the intermediate tournament. Does that even need to be said? Looking at the names and levels on the leaderboard, players from various countries had absolutely no expectations for the upcoming Heaven's Pride tournament. Combined, the top one spots on the Heaven and Earth rankings were all occupied by people from the Shenlong Empire. Moreover, besides Bai Yi, who was forever in first place, the suddenly surging Fujichuanjia was also a Tier 3 level 60 existence. The rest were all uniformly level 59. And by the time it reached the 1002nd place, Harun, the level suddenly dropped to level 34. With such a massive level gap, what is there even to compete for in the world game? Equipment receives a certain attribute boost every 5 levels. The gap between equipment attributes alone is enough to make one feel despair. Although it is hard to accept, players from all countries are well aware of the truth. This time, the Heavenly Pride tournament, while called a Blue Star Region event, is more like an internal civil war for the Shenlong Empire. Perhaps only Perun of the Beiyu Empire, Ars of the Illuminating Federation, and Indra of the White Elephant Kingdom have any hope of entering the top 10. That is, provided that the 3 of them are not hunted down by Baiyu before the Heavenly Pride tournament begins. Clearly, the worries of the players from other countries were unnecessary until the moment the tournament was about to begin. None of the 3 had fallen off the Blue Star Region's Earth ranking. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the mythical grade quest Preemptive Conquest. Please contact the Shenlong Palace Librarian, Feng Yuan, to claim your reward. Since this quest was issued by Feng Yuan, he is also the one to provide the reward. Although a piece of mythical grade equipment is no longer much to Sumyu by now, he still headed straight to the Shenlong Palace headquarters after destroying the boundary protection stele of the Korya Kingdom. Feng Yuan and Xing Jun were not overly surprised by Sumyu Bai's swift actions. The 3 Saint Extinction grade creatures, even if their levels were not high with 2 of them being in their infancy, were still not something a mere Korya Kingdom could withstand. Therefore, after a few polite exchanges, Sumyu Bai entered the Shenlong Palace treasury directly, having no time to hold another auction. Sumyu Bai exchanged the vast majority of the spoils he had looted from the Korya treasury for system points right there. Of course, he kept some equipment, soul crystals, and life soul stones for himself. The soul crystals and life soul stones go without saying, while the equipment was reserved for the Dark Knight mercenary group. After clearing out the top-tier death-type materials from the Shenlong Palace treasury, combined with the materials from the Korya treasury, Sumyu Bai finally gathered everything needed to create the Underworld Sun Archer. System prompt. You have spent 46 million system points to exchange for mythical grade material Sunfire Crystal times 46. After collecting all the materials, Sumyu Bai was in no rush to create the new top-tier undead creature. Anyway, with the Curse of Annihilation cheat, it would only take half an hour to finish, so there was plenty of time. Current remaining system points, 7.836 billion. He looked at the massive amount of points he had left, couldn't help but swallow hard, and immediately clicked into the resources category. To sublime it items beyond the mythical grade, the resources consumed are almost exclusively soul crystals, so for Sumyu Bai, the more of this stuff, the better. He currently has one skill that urgently needs soul crystals for sublimation, and that is Death Absorption Feedback. This skill was a reward from when he first cleared the Disaster Grade dungeon for the entire region, and it was originally an S-grade skill. Therefore, to upgrade it to an SSS grade skill, he could only consume soul crystals. Let's start with 50,000. Sumyu Bai waved his hand and directly chose to exchange for 50,000 soul crystals. At 100,000 points each, 50,000 would only cost 5 billion points. Inside his spatial ring, he still had a large quantity of life soul crystals, life soul essences, and life soul source crystals. These were the real big-ticket items, however. This time, the exchange failed. System prompt: sorry. Your authority only allows you to exchange for 20,000 soul crystals within 10,000 years. You cannot continue the exchange at this time. Is the Vice Palace Master's authority really that low? Sumyubai frowned. A quota of only 20,000 in 10,000 years, who is that supposed to be enough for? He didn't even think twice before picking up his communicator, but Feng Yuan had already called him first. Little friend Bai, is 20,000 soul crystals not enough for you? Even our Shenlong Palace doesn't have many of these high-end resources. Feng Yuan's voice carried a hint of surprise. Calculated by the energy contained within a soul crystal, a single one could refine 10 years of lifespan. 20,000 of them would be 200,000 years of lifespan. What a massive amount of resources. And yet it's still not enough. Although the Shenlong Palace still had some inventory, it couldn't withstand this kid Baiyu being such a spendthrift. That was why he specifically contacted Sumyubai to ask about it. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai spoke without hesitation. Old man Feng, soul crystals are resources I need to consume to upgrade my items. Don't be so stingy. Let me exchange for more. I still have a batch of life soul crystals here. A batch? Just over 20,000, I suppose. Sumyubai spat out the words nonchalantly, and Feng Yuan was clearly stunned. A moment later, his voice sounded again. 50,000 soul crystals, is it? I'll change your quota right now. Today's extra update is here. My dear patrons, please send gifts. Chapter 339. Feng Yuan's request. The cost of free writing system prompt. You have spent 5 billion system points to exchange for resource type treasure soul crystal times 50. Current remaining system points to 0.836 billion. After upgrading his authority, Sumyubai successfully exchanged for 50,000 soul crystals. Just as he tucked the soul crystals into his spatial ring, his vision blurred, and he found himself in the same valley he had visited before. This time, Feng Yuan was not sitting on the stone platform but was standing right in front of Sumyubai. The expression on his face was not the excitement Sumyubai had imagined, but rather, it was very grave. Little friend Bai, this batch of life soul crystals, you must have obtained them by using your talent, right? Although he had been staying here the whole time, he knew everything about the conquest of the Korea Kingdom. The national border had shattered, and when the Shenlong Palace arrived, not a single high-ranking member of the Bailuo divine sect was left alive, and the Korea Kingdom's treasury had already been emptied. Clearly, this must have been done by Bai. Regarding this, the Shenlong Palace would not say anything. After all, those were things he had seized with his own ability. It was just that Feng Yuan knew very well that a tiny nation like Korea would not have such a massive harvest in its treasury. Now that Bai could produce over 20,000 life soul crystals at once, he must have definitely used his monstrous talent. Feng Yuan already had the answer to this question in his heart, but he still couldn't help but ask it. I'm willing to give up just yet. Yes, it was upgraded using my talent, otherwise, where would I find so many soul fate crystals? Sumyubai nodded, feeling a bit confused. He didn't understand why the old man was asking something he already knew. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what else to say. After a long while, he sighed again before speaking to Sumyubai in a grave and earnest tone. Little friend Bai, could you grant this old man a request? Old man Feng. That's not right of you, Sumyubai frowned. We agreed to be friends despite our age gap. So why be so formal? If there's something you need, just say it directly. As long as it's within my power, it's no problem. Hearing this, the solemn expression on Feng Yuan's face did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, he shook his head and said, this matter will harm your interests. So it really is just a request. If you don't agree, I won't say anything more. Sumyubai's expression faltered, and he slowly asked, what exactly is it? As he spoke, Feng Yuan looked up toward the horizon. Everything in the universe has a constant, fixed total value. If something is elevated, Something else must inevitably suffer a loss. When Sumubai heard this, he didn't show any expression on his face, but in his heart, he strongly disagreed. Who said so? My breakthroughs are completely free of charge, without any consumption at all. Moreover, the cataclysmic nature of the curse of annihilation allows it to continuously release death energy even in the event of the destruction of the myriad worlds. This clearly conflicted with Feng Yuan's theory of a constant, fixed total value. Either Feng Yuan's understanding of the universe was wrong, or his own cataclysm talent had already transcended the 3 realms and was no longer bound by the 5 elements. Thoughts flashed through his mind. But Sumubai did not interrupt Feng Yuan. Waiting quietly for what was to come, he saw Feng Yuan slowly raise his hand, and a small, complex magic ray instantly appeared in his palm. Following that, the ray expanded abruptly, and a phantom projection slowly enveloped the two of them. A macroscopic projection of the myriad worlds appeared within the valley. Of course, this was merely a projection. Sumubai had seen such a scene before in the Void Rift, but by comparison, the scene created by the old man was clearly quite blurry. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over the virtual images around him, and with a wave of his hand, the projection of the myriad worlds began to zoom in rapidly. Soon, a glowing, circular orb appeared before their eyes. Only then did he continue. This orb represents the total value of all things in the God-forbidden land. Compared to the worlds where those powerful races reside, we were already weak to begin with. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the orb. The next moment, a wisp of light escaped from the edge of the orb and floated quietly to the side. If Sumubai's base attributes hadn't been strong enough, he wouldn't even have been able to see this wisp of light. This is? Sumubai asked at the right moment, and Feng Yuan pointed to the wisp of light, saying, "This is the energy consumed by the items you upgraded." Sumubai was slightly stunned. His upgrades were freebies. Where did the consumption come from? Was the old man perhaps misunderstanding something? Just now, you mentioned having a batch of soul fate crystals, so I specifically investigated them. At this point, Feng Yuan paused, looked deeply at Sumubai, and then continued. The total value of all things in the God-forbidden land has decreased. Although the degree of the decrease is negligible, such a thing has indeed happened. Long before I knew you possessed such a talent, I told Xingjun that no matter what, there is always a price to pay. If it isn't you paying it, then it's someone else, or perhaps the entire myriad worlds. Hearing this, Sumubai's gaze sharpened. Listening to the old man, was the price for his free upgrades being borne by the entire God-forbidden land? But how could the cataclysmic nature of the curse of annihilation be explained? Or perhaps, was it only the free upgrades that worked this way? After all, whether it was the second-tier sublimation or the third-tier cataclysm, he had indeed paid a price. Thinking of this, Sumubai suddenly realized something was off. Old man Feng, that's not right. Even if there is a cost, the items I upgraded still belong to the God-forbidden land, so logically, the total value shouldn't have changed. That is not the case. Feng Yuan shook his head. No matter what kind of upgrade it is, energy cannot be converted with 100% efficiency. The wasted energy will return to the entire myriad worlds. In other words, if I spend 100 points of energy from the God-forbidden land to upgrade an item, it actually only absorbs 80 points. And the other 20 points are a processing fee extracted by the myriad worlds. Sumubai roughly understood what Feng Yuan meant. The God-forbidden land was the one paying the price, but the excess energy belonged to the entire myriad worlds. In this way, the more he freeloaded, the weaker the God-forbidden land would become. Of course, it wouldn't be noticeable in the short term, but as time went on, it would become increasingly obvious. I don't know the exact ratio, but processing fee is a very appropriate term. Feng Yuan waved his hand to disperse the projection and looked at Sumubai with a solemn expression. Therefore, the request from the Divine Dragon Palace is that you try not to use your talent on such a large scale in the future. Of course, I mean within the God-forbidden land. As for when you go outside, it doesn't matter. For example, the undead realm is countless times more powerful than the God-forbidden land, let alone upgrading 20,000 soul fate crystals. Even if it were 200,000 or 2 million, the impact on the undead realm would be almost zero. As he spoke, He looked at Sumyu-bai with a somewhat embarrassed expression and asked, "Little friend Bai, can you agree to this request?" In the end, he added, "The Divine Dragon Palace can exchange high-grade Soul Fate stones for all your Soul Fate crystals at a ratio of 120 to 1. The premise is that you must leave the God-forbidden land before upgrading them." Hearing this, Sumyu-bai nodded without a second thought. Deal. This deal held no downsides for him. In any case, he was about to head to the undead realm, so he wouldn't need to upgrade anything on a massive scale in the short term, because everything that needed to be upgraded had already been freeloaded to completion. Chapter 340. Emptying the Shenlong Palace Treasury. Respected Master of the White Knight Pavilion, welcome home. Notification. Your resurrection point has been switched to White Knight Pavilion in East Sea City. Sumyu-bai had returned to East Sea City. All the items he had upgraded in his inventory had been exchanged for high-grade soul stones with Old Man Feng. Looking at the violet-black crystals that filled nearly 1/5 of his spatial ring, even Sumyu-bai, who had seen his fair share of the world, could barely suppress the excitement in his heart. Over 3 million, a full 3 million plus stones. What kind of concept was this for the Shenlong Palace? This represented a total value of over 3 million years of lifespan. But after being freeloaded and promoted, that would be over 300 million years. A catastrophe-level item only consumed 100,000 years to create. 300 million years was enough to upgrade over 3,000 epic-grade items to the Saint Destruction grade. Having never been poor since leaving the novice village, Sumyu-bai suddenly felt the sensation of a poor man who had struck it rich overnight. However, this transaction had also emptied the Shenlong Palace's treasury. Sumyu-bai even suspected that some of these were items he had freeloaded in the past, but compared to the quantity of over 3 million, those past amounts were not worth mentioning. So Sumyu-bai didn't pay them any mind. With this batch of high-grade soul stones, once he reached the undead realm, it would be time for him to truly take flight. A Saint Destruction grade item consumed 100,000 years. Surely something beyond Saint Destruction would cost 1 million years. Even if the cost increased tenfold, what was 10 million years? With this many high-grade soul stones, it was more than enough. Sumyu-bai raised his head, feeling a surge of heroic spirit rising within his chest toward the heavens. What did it matter to be invincible in the forbidden land of gods? Even if he entered the myriad worlds, he would still be invincible. It was just that this batch of high-grade soul stones would have to wait until he reached the undead realm before he could perform the freeloading promotion. Knowing that the cost of promotion was borne by the forbidden land of gods, even if Feng Yuan hadn't mentioned it, Sumyu-bai would have exercised some restraint before leaving. In his view, this place was his rear base. It would only grow stronger in the future, so how could he let it grow weaker? By freeloading in other powerful worlds, he could upgrade himself while also upgrading people like Fujichanjia, which was equivalent to giving back to the forbidden land of gods. Only by doing this could the human race gradually grow strong. Perhaps it would take a long time, but Sumyu-bai would never be at a loss. Waving his hand to take out a pile of materials and over a dozen corpses, Sumyu-bai's gaze fell upon the corpse of the Sun Descendant. With a thought, he activated the ability of his catastrophe profession trait. The next moment, the death energy lingering on the Sun Descendant's corpse immediately formed a grayish-white cocoon of light. A powerful suction force emerged, instantly swallowing the remaining corpses and materials. Several system notifications rang in Sumyu-bai's ears. Notification: the materials required to create the top-tier undead creature Underworld Sun Archer have been gathered. Notification: current creation progress 1%. Thump thump, thump thump. The grayish-white cocoon pulsed like a heart. With every beat, the speed at which it absorbed the surrounding energy increased significantly. Soon, a visible energy vortex formed above the grayish-white cocoon. As more and more energy was swallowed, the grayish-white cocoon gradually became blurred. Sumyu-bai slowly took the curse of extinction from his head and placed it atop the grayish-white cocoon. Having had experience before, he directly controlled the erosion effect of the extinction death energy to 10,000 points per second. With a sufficient supply of death energy, the creation progress immediately began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. I wonder when I'll be able to control death energy as freely as I control frost elements. Sumyu-bai waved his hand to condense a frost throne behind him. leaning back against it as he watched the grayish-white cocoon. While waiting for the underworld sun archer to be born, he didn't stay idle, instead turning his attention to his skill bar. It was time to upgrade the death absorption feedback skill to SSS grade. Massive freeloading was indeed not suitable to be done in the forbidden land of gods, but sublimation that required consumption did not affect it. Waving his hand to take out 10,000 soul crystals, Sumyubai acted on his thought. Catastrophe, target, death absorption feedback, notification. Please select the promotion grade, first tier or second tier. Click to view details. This skill was originally S grade, so it could only be sublimated to the second tier at most within the forbidden land of gods. Although Sumyubai could wait until he reached the undead realm to catastrophe it to the third tier, he couldn't wait any longer. He was eager to see if his hypothesis was correct. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 soul crystals to overwrite the previous promotion effect and sublimate the skill death absorption feedback to a higher grade? Confirm. As Sumyubai made his choice, the 10,000 soul crystals instantly transformed into a mass of energy, surging into his skill bar. Immediately after, the icon for death absorption feedback gradually underwent some changes. A moment later, the system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Your S-grade skill death absorption feedback has successfully sublimated into the SSS grade skill extinction death energy. It really is extinction death energy. A flash of brilliance crossed Sumyubai's eyes. The gap between an SS grade skill and an SSS grade skill was immense. Ever since Sumyubai had seen that Frost could control extinction death energy, he had been obsessed with wanting to sublimate the death absorption feedback skill. He had previously suffered from a lack of soul crystals, but now he had finally achieved his wish. He couldn't wait to check the skill details. Chapter 341, Extinction Death Energy. Underworld Sun Archer. Image attached. Bonus chapter. Extinction Death Energy. SSS Max Skill Effects. 1. Creatures that die near you will all provide you with death energy. Passive effect. No cost. Absorption range 1070 for meters. Tier 6. Level times tier death chi value. 7,160 107,000 for 100 points. Original. Level times tier times 50. Doubled by the cataclysmic profession trait. 2. You can manipulate death chi at will. Upon breaking through to tier 7, you will gain the ability to manipulate nirvana death chi. 3. You possess the ability to condense nirvana death chi. Every 100 points of death chi can be condensed into 1 point of nirvana death chi. Insufficient tier can only be condensed after breaking through to tier 7. 4. You can consume death chi and nirvana death chi at any time to heal yourself or any non-life-based target. The healing effect depends on the consumption. The higher the consumption, the stronger the effect. Instant cast. Cooldown 60 seconds. Casting range is equal to visual range. 5. You can consume death chi and nirvana death chi to strengthen certain summoned creatures. The strengthening effect and quantity depend on the consumption. The higher the consumption, the stronger the effect and the greater the number of creatures strengthened at once. Instant cast. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Casting range is equal to visual range. Death chi strengthens only the main attribute. Maximum strengthening quantity 10. Maximum strengthening effect 500%. Nirvana death chi strengthens all attributes. Maximum strengthening quantity 1. 74. Maximum strengthening effect 500%. Please note, a 500% strengthening effect is not the limit of nirvana death chi, but the limit of what the summoned creature can withstand. Basic ability of the Death Sovereign. In the eyes of Sumyubai, who possessed the eyes of the profound heaven, the details of the skill were significantly more informative. After reading it, Sumyubai immediately raised his hand, and a ball of grayish-white energy condensed in his palm. After learning the skill Nirvana Death Chi, he finally possessed the ability to freely manipulate Death Chi. And this was something he achieved himself, not through equipment like when he manipulated frost elements. The Death Chi constantly changed shape in Sumyubai's hands, as if it were an extension of his own arm. With a light flick, a wisp of Death Chi shot out. As it brushed over the grass in the courtyard, the green blades instantly withered and turned yellow. A moment later, Sumyubai waved his hand to disperse the Death Chi energy. A few minutes of manipulation, while the mana cost was negligible to him, had consumed nearly 100 points of death chi, and this wasn't even used in combat. Otherwise, the consumption would certainly have been higher. For others, such consumption would surely be high. But who was Sumiubai a cheater? As long as he wore the curse of Nirvana, his death chi value would instantly reach its storage cap and would never run out. His gaze fell on the final description, and Sumiubai narrowed his eyes. A 500% strengthening is the limit that a summoned creature can withstand. But when he previously used death extraction feedback to strengthen his skeletons, he had increased their main attributes by 1000% multiple times. In other words, the cataclysmic profession trait, which doubles the effect of all my own skills, has also doubled the limit of the summoned creatures. Thinking of this, Sumiubai's pupils shrank slightly. The cataclysmic trait really could surprise him at any moment. However, for a cheat like this, the stronger, the better. Sumiubai smiled and waved his hand to take out two pieces of equipment. One was the chain of the red sun dropped by Jin Kanyang, and the other was a reward for conquering the kingdom of Korea in advance. Massive freeloading wasn't possible, but upgrading just a few pieces of equipment would have a negligible impact. Therefore, Sumiubai acted on his thought. Cataclysm, promote by 1 tier. As to 9 colored rays of light flashed. Two system notifications rang out in Sumiubai's ears in succession. Notification: you have obtained the Saint Extinction Grade Item Judgment of the Red Flame. Notification: you have obtained the Saint Extinction Grade Item Starlight Guardian Lead Guards. Sumiubai was just about to check the attribute panels of the two pieces of equipment when movement came from the grayish-white cocoon of light in front of him. Notification: current creation progress 99%. Thump, thump, thump. The sound, resembling a heartbeat, became increasingly rapid, and the grayish-white cocoon of light became almost completely transparent. Inside, the figure of the underworld Sun Archer was already clearly visible. Finally, it looks a bit like an undead creature should. Sumiubai raised an eyebrow, and like Yuan Jinmi, the underworld Sun Archer was not a warrior-class profession, so the equipment on his body was not armor that covered his entire frame. His appearance looked much simpler than those two guys. He wore a simple and neat chainmail that would not hinder his movement in the slightest, and in his hand, he held a longbow that was not ornate but radiated a dense aura of death. A quiver was slung diagonally across his waist, filled with arrows that looked extraordinary at a glance. He wore a cloak and no mask, revealing a skull face without a shred of flesh. The soul fire within his pupils was grayish-black, giving one the feeling that they would sink into an abyss if they stared too long. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of huge bone wings growing from his back, the grayish-black bones gleaming with a faint metallic luster. Ghostly blue flames lingered around his entire body, yet no energy fluctuations were emitted, suggesting a very strong concealment effect. The final energy of the grayish-white cocoon of light formed a rapidly rotating vortex, which was completely absorbed into the body of the underworld Sun Archer. The next moment, the grayish-black soul fire in his pupils was ignited and began to flicker slowly. However, the frequency at which this guy's soul fire flickered was much slower than that of Yuan Jinmi. This was not because he was less powerful than the two, but because their areas of expertise were different, and their soul characteristics also differed. Compared to the two war gods who engaged in melee combat, he clearly did not need his soul fluctuations to be too obvious. As the soul fire began to flicker, this soul, reshaped with the help of the corpse of a descendant of the sun, was officially formed. The third top-tier undead creature created by Sumiubai had descended into the world. The system notification followed. Notification: you have successfully created the top-tier undead creature Underworld Sun Archer. Notification: upon detection, this creature meets the status of a Myriad Worlds game player. The system is granting it a player panel with the same flavor and the same recipe. The Underworld Sun Archer immediately knelt on one knee before Sumiubai to pledge his loyalty. I implore the sovereign to bestow a name upon me. Sumiubai, who was terrible at naming things, continued to follow his policy of appropriation and spoke directly. From now on, you shall be called Mingri. Thank you, sovereign, for the name. Mingri shall be loyal to the sovereign for all eternity and is ready to become your avatar at any moment. Notification: the player panel for the creature you created, Mingri, has been generated. He belongs to the Shenlong Empire. Notification. As the creator of Mingri, your commands are everything to him. He will execute all your orders without hesitation. Notification. Detected that player Bai's soul strength meets the requirements. As the creator of Mingri, you may invoke his talent at any time. Notification. Detected that player Bai's soul strength meets the requirements. As the creator of Mingri, you may take over his body anytime, anywhere, without affecting your use of talents or soulbound items. Following a series of system prompts, a new Saint Extermination grade creature appeared on Sumyubai's creator panel. At the same time, the number of SSS grade talents he could invoke had increased to 3. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to examine Mingri's panel, another series of system prompts rang out. Sumyubai immediately curled the corners of his lips. It's finally starting. Today's extra update is here. The image is attached. Mingri, the Archer God. Chapter 342 Mingri's Judgment. Blue Star Region Announcement. The Heaven's Pride Tournament will officially begin in 5 minutes. All players who meet the eligibility requirements, please prepare in advance. After the countdown ends, you will be randomly teleported to one of the top 100 competition zones for the preliminary rounds. Notification. Once the Heaven's Pride Tournament officially begins, the Myriad Worlds game will be broadcast across all regions. Blue Star Region Announcement. According to current data statistics, a total of 835,917 players are eligible to participate in the preliminary rounds. Notification: the 10 players ranked on the Heaven and Earth leaderboards will be exempt from these preliminary rounds and will advance directly to the primary tournament. Countdown for 59. Countdown for 58. This series of system announcements immediately caused the players throughout the Forbidden Land of the Gods to boil over. What? Only 5 minutes left. I haven't finished fighting my boss yet. Who told you not to pay attention to the time? The start time was announced 3 days ago. In the last 5 minutes, I'm only 0.1% away from reaching level 20. I wonder if I can make it. Seriously, what can someone who just reached level 20 do other than go to their death? What if they just want to show their face? Besides, maybe all participating players get a consolation prize. With nearly 10 million people participating, it seems almost everyone above level 20 is a great talent player. With so many people, only 10,000 can enter the primary tournament. I wonder how the preliminaries will be conducted. We'll know in 4 minutes. I suspect that apart from the 3 people like Pelan, everyone who makes it to the high-level tournament will be players from the Shenlong Empire. I wonder if anyone will open a betting pool. If I just bet on all the Shenlong Empire players to win, I'd definitely make a fortune. Do you think you're the only smart one? That group of people dominating the leaderboards from the Shenlong Empire are all level 59. In this situation, even a fool knows who to bet on. I doubt any smart guy would open a betting pool. Amidst the discussions of players from various countries, the countdown gradually drew to an end. Inside the Bai courtyard, Sumyubai took advantage of the few minutes before the Heaven's Pride tournament began to check Mingri's attribute panel. Attribute panel: simplified player, Mingri creator, Bai level 20 for 0%. Race: top tier undead Mingri, the Archer God. Saint Extermination grade creature, juvenile stage nation, Shenlong Empire faction. Title: non-Mingri power, 240,000 HP, 288 billion mana, 288 billion physical attack, 240 million magic power, 240 million critical hit rate, critical hit damage, critical hit resistance, extra critical hit damage reduction, elemental resistance, shadow 90%, death 90%, fire 90%, others 50%. Exclusive talent: Mingri's Judgment. SSS skills: Soul Eroding Arrow, Dark Sun Arrow Explosion, Nether Void Splitting Arrow. Will comprehend more skills as the level grows. Equipment: Mingri Archer God set fully integrated. Lifespan: over 10,000 years. Mingri the Archer God's HP was lower than Jinmi's, but since he was a ranged class, this was within Sumyubai's expectations. Judging by Bing Xuan's attributes, Saint Extermination grade creatures would receive a massive boost once they entered the growth stage. By then, even if their HP couldn't compare to thick-skinned races like Bing Xuan's, the gap wouldn't be too large. Scanning through Mingri's 3 skills, Sumyubai directly used his privilege to upgrade them to SSS grade before carefully examining his talent. Mingri's Judgment. SSS grade exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Mingri's Protection. When receiving fatal damage, immediately enter the Mingri's Protection state, forced to retain 1 HP, and become immune to all damage received for the next 3 seconds. Highest low grade. Cooldown is 10 minutes. If resurrected after death, the cooldown ends instantly. Immunity duration is related to rank and growth status. Saint Extermination grade creature. Juvenile stage 3 seconds, growth stage 6 seconds, adult stage 10 seconds. 2. Mingri's Embrace. All your arrow damage is increased by 100% and possesses a guaranteed hit effect. Your presence is extremely difficult to detect. 3. Mingri's Judgment. Condense the power of Mingri to fire an arrow containing destructive energy. You can infuse up to 15 marks of the same rank into it. Saint Extermination grade creature, juvenile stage 15 marks, growth stage 30 marks, adult stage 60 marks. The specific range and damage depend on one's own strength. Range 0, cooldown 1 hour for every judgment mark integrated. The cooldown increases by 1 hour. 4. Judgment mark. Every time you kill a creature no lower than your own level, you can obtain a judgment mark corresponding to that creature's rank. By integrating a judgment mark into an arrow, you will obtain a judgment arrow of the corresponding rank. Each mark grants the judgment arrow 1% instant death judgment. The number of marks an arrow can integrate depends on the strength of the material. Elemental arrows can integrate a maximum of 3 marks. The instant death judgment of the judgment arrow cannot be negated by instant death resistance and is only effective against creatures not higher than the rank of the mark. 5. Path of the Underworld God. Integrated into the race itself, creating a unique top-tier undead creature, the Underworld Sun Arrow God. An instant death judgment that cannot be negated by resistance. Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. Although this thing couldn't grow infinitely, once Mingri entered adulthood, his Underworld Sun judgment would be able to integrate 60 marks. That would be a 60% instant death judgment. If the enemy were a common monster, this thing would naturally be useless. But what if the opponent were a peak existence at the 10th rank Saint Extermination level? A 60% chance of immediate death. It was nothing short of monstrous. Of course, obtaining 60 Saint Extermination level marks was no easy task. The upgrade requirement for use Waning Moon Death only required killing creatures with an SSS rank talent, but Mingri required killing Saint Extermination level creatures. The difficulty of the two was simply not on the same level. After all, even a weak race like humans could produce professionals with SSS rank talents. But among Saint Extermination level creatures, there was not a single weakling. Having witnessed the power of an SSS rank talent once again, Sumyubai closed Mingri's status window. He could now freely summon 3 such powerful SSS rank talents. Not to mention the even more monstrous Cataclysm, although this unique forbidden level talent could not directly increase his combat power. It possessed infinite possibilities. Glancing at the countdown that was about to end, Sumyubai waved his hand at Mingri and spoke slowly. He had dominated the top of the heavenly ranking until now and could enter the final tournament directly. But Mingri was different. Having just been created, he was only level 24, and he still needed to participate starting from the preliminary rounds. The 2 great war gods, Yuyi and Jinmi, also needed to participate in the preliminaries. The players assigned to the same division as them were clearly in for a stroke of terrible luck. Yes, master. Mingri slowly stood up, and as the countdown ended, he transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared from the White Night courtyard. Sumyubai flashed back to his bedroom, took out a source crystal of life soul that had undergone cataclysm, and began to absorb it while watching the full region broadcast. Chapter 343. The Heavenly Pride Tournament begins. Blue Star Region announcement. The Blue Star Region Heavenly Pride Tournament has officially begun, and the live broadcast is now synchronized. Tip: all players can input a target's name to lock the camera view and watch the live broadcast of their division. Or they can enter a specific division directly, or follow the rhythm of the big screen to view highlights from various divisions. As the full region announcement sounded, nearly 10 million beams of white light flashed across the God-forbidden land. All players who had reached level 20 were randomly divided into one of the 100 major divisions. Those who were not qualified to compete had also found safe locations in advance to start watching the broadcast. After all, these players who hadn't even reached level 20 were either not suited for combat or simply didn't like leveling up. They didn't want to miss the first grand event of the Blue Star region, although they knew it would eventually evolve into a civil war within the Shenlong Empire. The vast majority of people still wanted to see how strong the top experts were. Moreover, they also wanted to know how far the 3 non-Shenlong Empire players with SSS-ranked talents Brune, Ars, and Indra could go. Was there any hope for them to enter the top 4? Most importantly, once the final tournament began, they would be able to see the true face of that monster who had triggered the full region announcements from start to finish. The name White Knight had been heard countless times already, but apart from the now-defunct Sakura Kingdom and Koryu Kingdom, people from other countries had never seen the person in the flesh. Even in the Saint Temple Empire, which was still being invaded at this moment, no one had seen what White Knight looked like. It's starting. Which division is White Knight in? I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? White Knight won't enter until the final tournament. Okay, alright, I almost forgot. People on the Earth ranking don't need to go through the preliminaries. So what's the point of watching this? Look at the talent ranking. The Shenlong Empire has several people with SSS-ranked talents who aren't on the Earth ranking. It seems that's true. Why are Yui and Jinmi leveling up so slowly? Why is there another one called Mingri? Where did the sun descendant from the Koryu Kingdom go? The Koryu Kingdom is gone, so he must be dead. Does that even need asking? This is confirmed. The Shenlong Empire definitely has a way to extract talents. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? The Sun Descendant just dropped off the talent ranking, and suddenly a Mingri pops up. The Shenlong Empire is too terrifying. When will the high-level officials of our country surrender? I don't want to face a bunch of monsters. Who knows? Let's just watch the match. Damn, this Yui is so handsome. Jinmi is also very imposing. Compared to them, the equipment of other players is simply unwatchable. Although Mingri is a bit worse than them, he actually has wings. When did World Game turn into one of those trashy pay-to-win browser games? It's all flashy and gaudy, and I don't even know if he can fly. Why can't I see Mingri's face clearly? But looking at this physique, he must be a handsome young man. In addition to the channels for each division, the World Game broadcast also had a main room that would play highlights from all the various divisions. After all the contestants entered the competition zone, the system released the rules for the preliminary round. The only rule was to find a way to survive. When only 100 people remained in a player's competition zone, they would automatically advance. In other words, the so-called preliminary round was essentially a massive free-for-all. There were no restrictions on methods, and players were not prevented from forming alliances, hiding, ambushing, ganging up. Anything went, as long as one could become one of the last 100 survivors in their respective zone. That was all that mattered. Upon learning the rules of the preliminary round, some players immediately became excited. If this was the case, couldn't they just team up to clear out those powerful players first? However, these excited individuals quickly realized the reality of the situation. Those who were truly powerful were almost all on the Earth rankings. They didn't even need to participate in the preliminaries, since no one knew anyone else. Who the hell knew who was actually strong? Competition Zone 016. The map here was an endless desert. The live broadcast screen showed in real time that this zone currently had 98,625 participants. This number was clearly higher than the 1% of the total participants announced 5 minutes ago, indicating that quite a few people had just reached level 20 during this time. However, that was not important. As soon as the preliminaries began, the number representing the participants started to drop, clearly showing that people had already died somewhere in the desert. Nearly 1,000 people had gathered. They were from various countries, but notably, there were no players from the Shenlong Empire. Strangely, they were not attacking each other. Everyone, don't hold back any of your tricks later. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it makes me excited. If we can really surround and kill Yui, This Heavenly Pride tournament will have been worth it, that's for sure, compared to surrounding and killing a top-tier expert with an SSS grade talent. What does advancing even matter? Hey brother over there, don't run, we won't kill you. How about joining us to surround and kill Yuyi? Surround and kill Yuyi. Good, I am Miles. I am going to show my face on the global broadcast today. Soon, this group grew larger and larger, and the Myriad Worlds game broadcast even provided footage of them. After entering the competition zone, even if one possessed stealth or similar abilities, they would still be marked on the mini-map. Otherwise, the advantage of rogue-type classes would be far too great. Of course, this marker only indicated a general area, not the player's specific coordinates. Chapter 344. Does he really think he is Bai? In addition to this, each competition zone had its own leaderboard. The more kills one had, the smaller the marked area became, and the more precise the coordinates would be. The top 3 would even have special color alerts, which was clearly the Myriad Worlds game intentionally increasing the difficulty for top-tier expert players. However, those who possessed true, absolute strength did not care about this at all. For example, Yuyi. At this moment, his name hung high at the number 1 spot. The preliminaries had only just begun, yet his kill count had already reached 186. On the mini-map, the marker representing Yuyi had turned blood red, and the range had been narrowed down to 10 meters. This also meant that as long as one was in competition zone 016, they could know his location and choose to either surround him or flee. Of course, the prerequisite was having sufficient strength or enough speed. Yuyi held his moonlight-colored light sword, standing quietly in the center of the desert, showing no intention of moving. He couldn't be bothered to go find other players, since he only needed to survive until the end to advance. Why go through all that trouble? As for that kill count of 186, it was entirely because he had happened to run into a group of players who were forming an alliance. At the time, Yuyi had taken a look and, upon discovering that there were no players from the Shenlong Empire among them, he had simply attacked and wiped them out. This scene had been overshadowed by the gathering of thousands on the other side, so it hadn't appeared in the highlights in real time. Swish, swish, swish. The desert beneath his feet made a soft sound. A ferocious beast resembling a scorpion suddenly lunged out of the sand, launching an attack at Yuyi. In the preliminary map, besides the contestants, there were various wild monsters, all of which were elite grade. Being killed by them would also result in elimination from the preliminaries. Scram. Facing a level 25 elite monster, Yuyi didn't even have the thought of attacking. He merely let out a cold snort and released a tiny sliver of his sane extermination grade aura. The next moment, the scorpion slammed on the brakes, cast a terrified glance at Yuyi, and fled without looking back. At the same time, those players who had entered Yuyi to watch the live broadcast let out exclamations of surprise. What skill is that? Why did that scorpion suddenly run away? Look, everyone. It's not just the scorpion. All the wild monsters hidden in the sand near Yuyi have run away. Is an SSS grade talent really that broken? I see Yuyi is only level 21. Yet so many monsters don't even dare to attack him. Awesome. He truly lives up to being an expert whose name is only one character different from the great Bai. Damn. Look over there. Those foreign players are truly shameless. Exactly. There are only 100 spots to advance. Yet these bastards have gathered over 10,000 people. They definitely want to surround and attack Yuyi. Why haven't our Shenlong Empire players gathered yet? Oh no. Yuyi still hasn't moved. He's in danger. This is over 10,000 people. What can he do? Other than the great Bai. No one should be able to survive under such a siege, right? Is our Shenlong Empire about to lose an expert who could have made it to the finals? Damn it. What kind of crappy rule is this from the Myriad Worlds game, brother Yuyi? Run, even though you're really cool. Now is not the time to pose and act cool. There were not many players who had truly seen an SSS grade talent class holder. Not to mention those in the outside world who didn't even have the qualifications to participate. They simply couldn't understand just how vast the gap between players could be. Even that guy Tsukuyomi, with the support of his rank, unique hidden class, SSS grade talent, and a full set of top-tier equipment and skills, could wipe out these level 20-something players. Of course, That is assuming Tsukuyomi hadn't died so early at the hands of Sumiubai. By this time, he would have already broken through to the second tier, reaching level 30 or higher. However, in that case, he wouldn't have needed to participate in the preliminary selection. Now that he has been replaced by UI, there is no need for so many prerequisites, even at level 1. With the terrifying attribute panel of a Saint Extermination level creature, he could easily dispose of these people without a scratch. The only players from Korea who had witnessed Yui's strength have all had their levels reset to 0 and are unable to participate in the competition. They can't even watch the live stream, as they are all still hard at work mining, trying to surround me. Yui noticed the large number of markers approaching him. Most of those markers were overlapping, making them very conspicuous on the mini-map. The sovereign didn't seem to say, "I needed to hide my strength," did he? Yui thought for a moment. In that case, let's end this quickly. Xiaojian. As his voice fell, Xiaojian was summoned, carrying Yui as they soared into the sky. Seeing this, the players from the Shenlong Empire breathed a sigh of relief. How could we forget that Yui has a mount? I want to see what those idiots do now. Flying mounts are invincible in the preliminary selection map. They can't hit him at all. It's in the bag. In the bag, my foot. Why is Yui heading toward them? What on earth is he thinking? Is he really planning to go head-to-head with them? Amidst the exclamations of the audience, Yui rode Xiaojian down from the sky, actively entering the encirclement of these people. The group of gathered players was also filled with question marks. What is going on? Weren't we the ones supposed to surround and kill him? We just finished planning, and were about to spread out to slowly tighten the encirclement. And the prey just delivered itself to our doorstep. Does this guy have some kind of mental illness? The players watching the live stream from the outside had the same thought. As the two sides met, the world game switched the feed to this location. In an instant, almost all players in the Forbidden Land of Gods witnessed the scene of Yui charging into the army of 10,000 like a god of war. The chat in the live stream instantly boiled over. I'm dying of laughter. Does this guy think he's bi? How dare he play like this? If he can win, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. Me too. What? So many people are attacking him. Why isn't his health bar even moving? To the guys above, are you surprised? Are you shocked? Moro from the Light Federation. Right. I've noted you down. Once the national borders open, I'm definitely going to watch you eat it. There are no national distinctions in the live stream chat. Therefore, this was the first time players from various countries had interacted since entering the world game. Thanks to Sumiubai, the Shenlong Empire was feeling triumphant, venting their frustrations in every chat room without fear. And now, in the exciting footage from Sector 016, Yui's slaughter injected another shot of adrenaline into the Shenlong Empire's audience. Scree. This one-sided crushing battle began with a cry from Xiaojian. The players had barely been startled by the cry when they saw golden light raining down from the sky. It was Xiaojian's AO skill. Even though it was only level 10, it was still far beyond what these people could handle. Instant kill. Nothing but instant kills. The golden feathers turned into a rain of arrows, claiming the lives of hundreds in an instant. Ordinary players around level 20 had absolutely no power to fight back against a legendary grade mount like Xiaojian. Scree. Xiaojian, who had always been treated as a burden during the Korea trip, had never killed with such satisfaction before. It became more and more excited as it fought. At the same time, Yui swung his sword, and a crescent moon suddenly appeared in midair, illuminating the shadows of the many players below. The next moment, the entire sector was in an uproar. Extra update for today, chapter 345. Are these two guys a human? Yui raised his hand and slashed with his sword. From all the shadows illuminated by the crescent moon, a streak of moonlight sword energy flashed simultaneously. Shadow Moon Assassination. 6.09 billion. 6.09 billion. 6.09 billion. Terrifying damage numbers instantly flooded the screen, and the foreign players surrounding Yui all fell in an instant. A true one sword defeats 10,000 enemies. The skill Shadow Moon Assassination is not just a single target and displacement skill. The way Yui used it just now was its AoE effect. Although the attack power of the AoE effect is not as strong as the single target displacement, it made no difference to this group of level 20-something players. With this one strike, they all owed Yui over 6 billion in health points. Since this was a preliminary selection map, their deaths did not result in the loss of equipment or levels. And even their corpses dissipated directly, leaving nothing behind. A shounen, hovering in midair, tilted its head and looked at the slowly disappearing crescent moon, its eyes full of question marks. What does this mean? I was just getting ready for a big fight. And then Master swings his sword once and all the enemies are gone. Yui retracted his light sword and looked up at shounen. Go have fun. As long as they aren't players from the Shenlong Empire, do as you please. Understood. Master, Shoujen's eyes lit up, and it flapped its wings, flying high into the sky. At this moment, all the players watching the live stream had yet to recover from the shock of that single sword strike. Gulp times. Throughout the forbidden land of gods, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed one after another. Everyone stared with wide eyes at Yui on the live stream. No way. Were those people just now a hallucination? I just blinked. How are they all gone? Is this the strength of an SSS grade talent player? It's simply terrifying. It's too exaggerated. In front of such a powerhouse. It doesn't matter how many of us ordinary players there are. Did you just realize that, buddy? The power gap in the world game is even greater than in the most pay-to-win games I've ever played. Yui is already this terrifyingly strong. Could that Bai possibly be even stronger than him? Be more confident. Delete the could possibly and the question mark, and replace it with a period. Bai is definitely the strongest, otherwise, how could he have triggered so many server-wide announcements? Look quickly. Another highlight reel is out. It's that Jinmi. My god. This guy doesn't seem any weaker than Yui. Sector 031. The map here is a vast lake, with giant lotus leaves and towering lotus flowers floating on the surface. The highlight reel projected by the world game is currently focused on a lotus flower nearly 100 meters tall. In the footage, that domineering figure scans his surroundings, seemingly locking onto his targets. The next moment, scorching flames surge from his body. The terrifying energy fluctuations even churn the lake below, forming a vortex. Immediately after, Jinmi swings his battle blade diagonally downward. In an instant, the sky is dyed a deep crimson. Countless fire elements converge, condensing into an incomparably massive crimson battle blade high in the air. Slash. As Jinmi coldly spits out the word, the blade in the sky descends violently, striking the surface of the lake in an instant. World-ending slash. Violent energy instantly sweeps across the surroundings. Massive amounts of lake water are blasted into the sky, only to be rapidly evaporated by the scorching flames, forming a thickness that completely obscures the view. Gulp times. Across every corner of the forbidden land of gods, a series of synchronized swallowing sounds echo. Although they cannot gauge exactly how powerful Jinmi's strike was, the number of contestants in Sector 31 dropped by several thousand in that single moment. While it wasn't as many as Yui took out with one sword strike, that was only because Jinmi wasn't being swarmed by a massive number of players. Moreover, this strike of his seems to have altered the very terrain of the area. Sure enough, as the mist gradually dissipates and the image clears, everyone cannot help but gasp in shock. The original lake has completely changed its appearance. Within the area covered by the footage, neither lotus flowers nor lotus leaves remain. They have vanished without a trace. That isn't even the most exaggerated part. The key is that this map was originally a lake. This guy swung his blade once. And where did the lake go? A crimson light flashes and fades. Jinmi's figure has already charged out of the frame. Only a canyon remains in his wake, clearly carved out by that very strike just now. Oh my god. Can a player really be this monstrous? Yui destroys 10,000 enemies with one sword. Jinmi changes the terrain with one blade. Too insane. World game, you jerks. Give me back my lake. Oh my god. What am I seeing? A level 23 player actually evaporated an entire lake with one strike. Big brother Jinmi is too domineering. I declare that from now on, he is my idol. I wonder how Perun and the others compare to Yui and his group. It should be Perun and his group. Right, after all, their levels are more than 10 levels higher. There must be a gap in equipment and stats. Equipment. Yui and Jinmi's equipment clearly doesn't look weak. I wonder if it has reached the mythical grade. Definitely not. Haven't you seen that the equipment leaderboard is still dominated by Bai? While players from various countries are discussing this, Three people stare blankly at the live stream. Unable to recover for a long time, those three are Prune, Ars, and Indra. At this moment, the three of them are filled with question marks. Are these two guys human? No, it's one thing for Bai to be a monster, after all. His talent is a higher tier unique forbidden great talent. But on what grounds are Yui and Jimmy like this? They all have SSS great talents. So why can these two guys be this monstrous? Destroying 10,000 enemies with one sword, changing the terrain with one blade. Is this really something humanly possible? The three of them cannot understand at all why Yui and Jinmi are this strong. Still want to compete for second place. What a joke. They should just honestly go compete for fourth place. Oh wait. The Shenlong Empire still has one level 60 and to level 59 SSS grade talent players. Even if those three aren't as monstrous as Yui and Jinmi, with the same level of talent and such a huge level gap, how are they supposed to win? Thinking of this, the expressions of Prune and the others turn extremely ugly. This is their first time appearing before all the players in the region. Are they really only going to be able to compete for 8th place? It seems I can only compete with Ars and Indra for the final qualifying spot. Prune sighs. Although he is very unwilling, he truly cannot beat any of these guys. At the same time, Ars of the Light Federation and Indra of the White Elephant Kingdom have the same thought. But the next moment, their pupils dilate sharply. A message floats across the main live stream channel. The preliminary selection for Sector 81 has ended. Congratulations to the following players for successfully advancing to the primary tournament. Mingri Shenlong Empire. Just want to slack off Shenlong Empire. Following this is the highlight reel for Sector 81, Chapter 346, Humanoid Artillery. The news of the end of the preliminary selection in Sector 81 immediately grabs the attention of all viewers. When they finish reading the list of those who advanced to the primary tournament, the chat explodes. How did the preliminary selection for Sector 81 end so quickly? Fuck, why are all the qualifiers players from the Shenlong Empire cheating? The people from the Shenlong Empire must be cheating, otherwise, how could there not be a single person from another country among the 100? Do we need to cheat? Our levels are already higher than yours. Did you really think the XP bonus buff brought by Big Brother Bayou was just for show? My Shenlong Empire is just this strong. Not convinced. Hey, Vingri's highlight reel is out. I advise everyone not to blink. You'd better watch closely. Hey brother, did you watch the live stream of Sector 81 just now? You bet. I can only say that Mingri is even more of a freak than Yui and Jinmi. After the list of those who advanced was announced, the highlight reel of Sector 81 appeared in the main broadcast room. Calling it a highlight reel was a stretch. In reality, there was only one scene, and only one figure in that scene. From the footage, one couldn't even tell what the map of Sector 81 looked like. Because Mingri was currently hovering high in the sky, Mingri was clad in a cloak, his massive bone wings fully unfurled, his face obscured by a mass of grayish-black energy, making it impossible to discern his features. Gray-blue flames burned silently across his body. He held a bow in one hand, while the other pulled the bowstring back into a full moon. Strangely, there were no arrows on Mingri's bowstring. His gaze swept across the entire area below, seemingly searching for targets. A moment later, as Mingri released the bowstring, all the viewers couldn't help but widen their eyes. 5 energy arrows flickering with gray-blue flames condensed in an instant and shot out from the longbow. 5 stars in a row. If it had just been that, it wouldn't have been enough to shock everyone. What happened next made the viewers rub their eyes in disbelief. As the 5 energy arrows shot out, 5 visible spatial rifts appeared in front of them simultaneously. Sharp-eyed players even noticed that before the 5 energy arrows vanished into the spatial rifts, they had split into many more. In an instant, the spatial rifts repaired themselves, and the arrows Mingri had fired disappeared from the screen. Immediately afterward, everyone saw the number of participants in Sector 81 drop by 500 in an instant. And this was only the beginning. Mingri's speed in firing arrows was so fast that after images appeared, the spatial rifts that had just vanished emerged once more, with a continuous stream of arrows constantly plunging into them. Nether Void Rift arrows. This was Mingri's third skill. It was not a one-time damage skill, but a status effect. Once activated, his arrows could split into up to 100 smaller arrows. possessing the ability to tear through space and reach directly in front of the targets. Of course, the damage of the split arrows would be reduced accordingly, but for dealing AoE damage, it was perfectly suited. At this moment, Mingri had transformed into a human-shaped turret. Every time he pulled the bowstring, he took the lives of 500 participants. At the same time, the number of participants in Sector 1 was plummeting. Every time the counter jumped, it decreased by 500, and it was jumping more than 10 times per second. In just over 10 seconds, the number of participants in Sector 1 was reduced to just over 30,000. The other 60,000 had all died under Mingri's arrows. Mingri's movements stopped at this moment, because everyone still alive was now a player from the Shenlong Empire. Gulp. Times. Looking at the figure quietly standing high in the sky on the screen, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed once again throughout the forbidden land of gods. Mingri's aggressive display completely shattered the worldview of players from various countries. Are we really playing the same game? Why are his arrows more terrifying than a Gatling gun? My god. Is his range infinite? I just checked. The map of Sector 1 is a forest. And this guy just stood there pulling his bow continuously. He killed over 60,000 people in just over 10 seconds. Why do I feel like he's even more terrifying than Yu and Jinmi? No wonder everyone who advanced is from the Shenlong Empire. It turns out everyone else from other countries was eliminated in just over 10 seconds. First it was Bai Yi, and now 3 more have suddenly popped up. There are just too many freaks in the Shenlong Empire. HMPH, no matter how strong those 3 are, they are only at level 20-something. They are definitely no match for Perun. That's right. We both have SSS rank talents. Ours from our Radiant Federation is definitely stronger than them. I really look forward to Indra showing off his skills. Let's get to the finals quickly. Currently, besides the Shenlong Empire, there were only 3 countries left with players possessing SSS rank talents. Only the players from these 3 countries still held any expectations for the upcoming matches. They just didn't know that Perun and the other 2, whom they had entrusted with such heavy responsibilities, looked worse than if their own fathers had died. No way. How did another freak like this pop up? Is there no end to the Shenlong Empire? Is your SSS rank talent the real one, and mine is fake? With this Mingri added to the mix, wouldn't I fail to even make it to the final round, the Prodigy Tournament? What is there even to compete for anymore? If I can't make it into the top 8, there probably won't be any rewards. Rather than go in and embarrassing myself, I might as well just forfeit. The same thought surfaced in the minds of all 3. After making this decision, they suddenly felt their entire bodies become much lighter. At least they wouldn't have to face those freaks. A long time after the preliminaries for Sector 1 ended, results began to appear one after another in other sectors. In the sectors where Yu and Jinmi were located, everyone who advanced was also a Chinese player. In other sectors, the number of Chinese players advancing also exceeded half. At the same time, inside the Shenlong Palace, Feng Yuan and Xing Jun looked at these results, and smiles couldn't help but appear on their faces. Teacher, I reckon some people won't be able to sit still anymore. A good thing. Let's wait for them to come begging at our door. It's time for the forbidden land of gods to be unified. My foster fathers, I apologize. There are only 2 chapters today. I have entered this and am feeling a bit collapsed. Special thanks to foster father Hengley Cloth Store for the generous gift. Chapter 347. Sumyubai's Thoughts. Blue Star Sector Announcement. The Prodigy Tournament preliminaries have ended. In 5 minutes, the primary tournament will officially begin. Note, the 10,000 players who advanced from the preliminaries will join the 900 players on the Earth rankings to compete for the 124 spots to advance to the intermediate tournament. As the preliminaries for the 100 major sectors came to a complete end, the Myriad Worlds game issued a system announcement accordingly. Inside the master bedroom of the White Knight Pavilion, Sumyubai sat on the bed, clutching the Soul Origin crystal. With a thought, he closed the live stream interface. There was nothing left to see. Out of the 900 participants in the preliminary rounds, players from the Shenlong Empire already accounted for the vast majority. As the competition progressed, the proportion of Shenlong Empire players would only continue to rise. Furthermore, with the emergence of Yu, Jinmi, and Mingri, The 8 finalists for this Heavenly Pride tournament were already a foregone conclusion. First were the top 4 on the heavenly rankings. Sumyubai himself in first, Fujiu Chanjiu in second, Han Tabai in third, and Feng Yishao Xiao in fourth. Although Feng Yishao Xiao currently only possessed an SS grade talent, and Sumyubai had not yet spent 10,000 soul crystals to help him ascend to SSS grade, his level was high enough to guarantee him a spot in the top 8. Isn't that infuriating? As for the 4 slots from the high-level qualifiers, they had long been reserved. First were the 3 monsters, Yui, Jinmi, and Mingri. Aside from Sumyubai, who could possibly be their opponent? The 4th spot would undoubtedly be secured by Senkai King Feng. Also possessing an SSS grade talent, he was level 59, and all his skills and equipment had been upgraded for free by Sumyubai. What right did the 3 SSS grade talent players from other countries have to compete with him? Sumyubai was more curious about what kind of rewards the Heavenly Pride tournament would ultimately offer. While continuing to absorb the Soul Origin crystal, he began to examine the 2 pieces of equipment he hadn't had time to check earlier. Crimson Flame Judgment Necklace, Accessory Level 12300 Saint Extermination Grade Item Indestructible. Bound upon pickup, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. Equipment requirements. Unique hidden class and base main attribute exceeding 50,000 points. Base attributes, HP come 1922. 460 level times tier times 10 mana come 1. 922,460 level times tier times 10 all attributes come 10. 740 level tier times 10 affixes 1. Max HP come to 100% 2. Fire resistance come 80%. 3. All your attacks inflict a potent burn effect, dealing an additional 200% fire elemental damage over 5 seconds. 4. For enemies in a potent burn state, ignore their critical hit resistance. Skills: Crimson Flame Judgment. Active skill. Fires a powerful Crimson Flame blast forward, dealing unparalleled fire attribute damage to enemies in a straight line and causing massive destruction to buildings and barriers along the path. Specific damage and attack range depend on the strength of your main attribute and your tier. Instant cast. 2 are cooldown. This was clearly a fire attribute necklace. Although its strongest affix was meaningless to Sumyubai, it was still a Saint Extermination grade piece of equipment. Without a second thought, Sumyubai swapped out his original undead wool necklace. This piece of gear, which had accompanied him since he first left the novice village, had finally fulfilled its mission. The undead wool necklace was actually quite good, but it had only been a dark gold grade item to begin with. Even if Sumyubai used Catastrophe on it, he could at most upgrade it to mythical grade. I wonder what the clue to the class set in the Saint Empire's treasury actually is. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Ever since his trip to the Sakura Kingdom ended, he had been thinking about how to obtain this clue. It was precisely for this reason that he had sent his entire undead army to the Saint Empire ahead of time. However, that place was one of the 2 overlords of the God-forbidden land, possessing true tier 10 Saint Extermination level powerhouses. Relying solely on the undead army seemed insufficient, although Yui, the other 2, and Frost were also Saint Extermination grade creatures. Their levels were too low. They were still a long way from reaching maturity. Even if all 4 combined, they would certainly be no match for the Saint Empire's supreme powerhouses. Moreover, the opponent might not have just one tier 10 Saint Extermination powerhouse, as a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Shenlong Empire. Sumyubai estimated they likely had at least a tier 10 Saint Extermination powerhouses. I wonder where that old geezer Huijian ran off to. Sumyubai curled his lip. If that old man were here, they might have been able to cooperate. In this regard, the only partner he could find was Huijian. Beyond the fact that the old man had experience in raiding treasuries, the main reason was that before the national borders opened, local powerhouses like Feng Yuan and Xinjiang could not step outside their own borders. Even with the portal opened by the Wheel of Time and Space, it was impossible. This was a rule set by the Myriad Worlds game. I hope the rewards from the Heavenly Pride tournament or the title Human Heavenly Pride can bring me some surprises. Shaking his head, Sumyubai closed his eyes to sense the undead army within the Saint Empire. After these days of development, nearly half of the wild maps in the Saint Empire had been swept by the undead army. and the number of scourge skeletons had already reached an astronomical figure. If there was truly no other way, Sumyubai would have to launch a full-scale assault with his scourge army to see if he could lure the Saint Empire's Tier 10 powerhouses away from the capital. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as his gaze fell upon the second piece of equipment, a pair of leg armor shimmering with starlight. Starlight Guardian leg armor pants, plate armor level 120,300, Saint Extermination grade item. Indestructible, bound upon pickup, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. Equipment requirements: Warrior type, unique hidden class and base strength exceeding 50,000 points. Base attributes: Physical defense 153,797, level times tier times 0. Magic defense 153,797, all attributes Kung 10. 740, level times tier times 10. Affixes 1. Strength Kung 50%, Constitution Kung 502. When attacked, 10% chance to convert 50% of the damage taken into self-healing, low grade. 3. Movement speed Kung 50%. AO damage taken reduced by 50%, low grade. 4. Every 60 seconds. The next instance of any damage taken is reduced by 50%, low grade. Skill: Starlight Bulwark. Activates a barrier condensed from starlight outside the body, reflecting all incoming attacks and healing an equivalent amount of lost HP. Lasts for 20 seconds. Can reflect up to low-level attacks. Instant cast. Cooldown 24 hours. After reading the attributes of the Starlight Guardian leggings, Sumyubai looked at his own HP, which could never be increased, with a sense of SPECHLESSNESS. Because of this, he could hardly ever enjoy all the attributes and affixes of any equipment. Even the unknown grade Fine Wine Dusk Dawn that Huijian had brought out could not increase his maximum HP. Therefore, Sumyubai was completely helpless regarding this. Replacing the Frost Guard with the Starlight Guardian leggings, Sumyubai looked at his luxurious set of gear and suddenly remembered something. He flipped his wrist, and a mottled crystal instantly appeared in his palm. Chapter 348. The Incomplete Heart of Chaos. This crystal was filled with 8 colors that did not blend with one another, yet it did not look chaotic. The purple-black portion occupied significantly more volume than the other colors. This crystal was the only piece of equipment dropped by the final boss of the Sakura Kingdom, the Yamata no Orochi, the abnormal elemental heart. Sumyubai had already guessed that the reason this equipment was abnormal was due to his freeloading ability. However, because his appraisal skill level was not high enough at the time, he had never been able to use his freeloading ability to upgrade this mythic grade equipment to the Saint Destruction grade. Abnormal Elemental Heart Special Accessory level 180,300, mythic grade item unidentified. Due to unknown reasons, the various elemental powers within the elemental heart are in a state of imbalance. Reappraisal is required to view the specific situation. Although he couldn't use it even if he appraised it now due to the level requirement, Sumyubai still decided to appraise this thing first, with a thought. His pupils were faintly tinged with a layer of golden light. Saint grade appraisal, possessing the catastrophe trait. As long as there was a success rate, Sumyubai's appraisal skill would always succeed 100%. In an instant, the abnormal elemental heart was enveloped in colorful light. As the light dissipated, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: you have successfully appraised a mythic grade item. It doesn't even add a single point of proficiency. Looking at his Saint grade appraisal skill, which was still at 0% proficiency, Sumyubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, he didn't pay it much mind and turned his gaze to the panel of the abnormal elemental heart. But upon looking, he was slightly stunned and couldn't help but blurt out, "It can even be like this." Abnormal elemental heart special accessory, no level usage requirement, high level hidden class, and main attribute greater than 10,000 points, mythic grade item. It was originally meant to be an accessory type piece of equipment, but due to the imbalance of the various elemental powers within, it lost its affixes and base attributes, yet gained two extremely powerful skills. Skills: 1. Elemental power. You can call upon one of the great elements at any time to convert your attacks into that attribute and increase your resistance to that element to 80%. Includes water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, shadow, illusion, and poison. When converted to the poison element, Deal an additional 40% damage and increase resistance by an extra 10%. Instant cast. 1 minute cooldown between elemental conversions. 2. Elemental explosion. Trigger the power within the elemental heart to detonate all surrounding elements, causing everyone to fall into a magic sealed state. Unable to use any skills. Includes yourself. Please note, low-based powers are not affected by the magic sealed state. Instant cast. Area of effect 10. 740 meters level times tier times 10, lasts 30 minutes. This is an extremely special piece of equipment. Sumyubai hadn't expected that his initial freeloading would turn this piece of equipment into such a state. Not only did it lose its base attributes, but even its affixes were gone. However, these two skills were indeed quite good, whether it was the large-scale magic seal or the power of the great elements. They could play unexpected roles at certain times. What surprised Sumyubai the most was that after this equipment was appraised, it no longer had a level restriction. His gaze immediately sharpened. Catastrophe target. Abnormal elemental heart. Upgrade by 1 tier. 9 colored light instantly filled the entire bedroom, only slowly dissipating after a moment. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Among them appeared a notification he had not anticipated. Notification. You have obtained the Saint Destruction Grade Special Item Incomplete Heart of Chaos. Notification. Do you accept the quest Chaos? Please note, this quest is a great quest with difficulty that breaks through the heavens. Please consider carefully before making a decision. Accept the Incomplete Heart of Chaos will be soul-bound to you and will allow you to call upon a portion of its power within the God-forbidden land. Refuse the Incomplete Heart of Chaos will leave you and depart from the God-forbidden land. Great quest. Sumyubai's pupils contracted sharply. The appearance of question marks meant that the level of this quest had already exceeded the limits of the God-forbidden land. But wasn't the abnormal elemental heart a mythic grade item? He had only used his freeloading ability to upgrade it once, and it had only reached the Saint Destruction grade. How could it involve such a high-level quest? Sumyubai immediately thought of 2 other items: the Zhuanshan Treasure Mirror and the Wheel of Time and Space. Although these 2 items did not have quests, they were clearly not ordinary Saint Destruction grade items either. The former involved the Zhuanshan lineage, and the latter was a treasure created by the hand of the Master of Time and Space himself. Could this thing be the same? Looking at the words soulbound in the notification bar, Sumyubai became increasingly certain of his thoughts. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself, one after another. You've all chosen me, haven't you? I'd like to see exactly how the future will unfold. A flash of sharp light crossed his eyes as Sumyubai made his choice directly. Notification. You have accepted the rank quest Chaos. Notification. As you are currently in the Forbidden Land of Gods, you may only view the specific quest details after leaving. Please note, if you fail to leave the Forbidden Land of Gods within 1 year, the quest will be judged as a failure, and you will receive a severe penalty. 1 year? The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward. It wouldn't take nearly that long. The quest still in sorrow then also required leaving the Forbidden Land of Gods. Moreover, that quest was even more urgent. At the time, there were only 2.5 months left, and now, there was barely a month remaining. Once the Prodigy tournament concluded, it would be time for him to wreak havoc on the Saint Empire and head to the undead realm. After accepting the quest, all the information appeared as question marks. Even the Eye of Zhuanshan could not discern anything. Of course, this was not because the Eye of Zhuanshan was not powerful enough, but because the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods suppressed the display of such information. Sumyubai closed the quest list and began to examine the equipment attributes. Fragmented Heart of Chaos. Saint Destruction Grade Special Treasure Effects. 1. Power of Chaos. You may invoke the power of any basic elemental force at any time, converting your attacks into that attribute and increasing your resistance to that element to 90%. Please note, high-level forces such as death, lifetime, space, destruction, fate, and luck are not basic elemental forces. Instant invocation, free switching, no cooldown. 2. Chaos Domain, active skill. Channel the power of chaos within the heart of chaos to form a domain. While within the domain, only you may use elemental forces and their corresponding laws. The domain follows the player. Its coverage area scales with level. It is released instantly. Its duration scales with level. And it has a 24-hour cooldown. Please note that releasing and maintaining the Chaos domain consumes soul power. If you feel discomfort, please deactivate the domain immediately. Please note, due to the fragmented nature of the power, a master of laws who has fully grasped a certain law can forcibly use their law power within your Chaos domain. 3. Unknown. Power is fragmented, cannot be used. 4. Unknown. Power is fragmented, cannot be used. A special treasure created by the Chaos Sovereign. It is currently missing a vast majority of its power. Ordinary people cannot use it at all. Chapter 349. The surprise brought by the Heart of Chaos. As expected, after reading the attributes of the Heart of Chaos, Sumyubai nodded slightly. This was the second time he had seen something related to a sovereign in the world-crossing game. The last time, it was the space-time sovereign, and this time, it was the Chaos Sovereign. Just like the Wheel of Space-Time, the fragmented Heart of Chaos was no longer equipment, but had become a soul-bound special treasure. Although there were no usage requirements or restrictions, having had the experience of Yui being unable to obtain the Wheel of Space-Time last time, Sumyubai knew very well that only he could use this treasure now. After upgrading to the fragmented Heart of Chaos, the crystal no longer possessed the interweaving colors it once had. Instead, it lost all color, resembling a void without stars. Sumyubai didn't know how to describe it. The thing clearly looked like an ordinary stone, but when he stared at it, it gave him the feeling that it was constantly rotating. In short, it was contradictory. Moreover, unlike the Wheel of Space-Time, where he could tell at a glance that two fish eyes were missing, he had no idea what was missing from the Heart of Chaos at this moment. With a thought, the fragmented Heart of Chaos instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into Sumyubai's heart. He reflexively touched his chest, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Thump thump, thump thump. Vaguely, Sumyubai even felt as if his heartbeat had become faster. Thump thump, thump thump. Soon, he realized this was not an illusion. For the heart of the Death Sovereign to beat so powerfully, isn't that a bit hard to explain away? Sumyubai chuckled, then suddenly widened his eyes, because he felt a powerful force suddenly erupt from his heart and rapidly spread throughout his entire body. The elemental forces within the master bedroom instantly boiled over, not just one or two types, but all of them. Elements of various colors condensed, wrapping around Sumyubai's body, and soon formed a chaotic colored cocoon of light. It was just like the scene when Yui and the others were born. This is. Sumyubai's pupils constricted. Before he could even think, his consciousness rapidly became blurred. Following his reckless attempt at a domain last time, he had fallen into a deep sleep for the second time. Sumyubai's slumber did not affect the actions of the chaotic colored light cocoon in the slightest. Countless elemental forces continued to gather and frantically merge into the cocoon. Soon, the commotion was no longer limited to the master bedroom, but expanded to the entire Bai court. A massive elemental vortex formed above the Bai court, frantically absorbing the elemental forces from the surroundings. Looking at this, it was clear that it would soon affect the entire East Sea City. Such a massive disturbance naturally caught the attention of the players in East Sea City. In order to safely watch the live broadcast of the Prodigy tournament, the number of players in the city at this moment far exceeded the usual. Holy crap! What's going on over there? Could it be some treasure being unearthed? Let's go. Hurry over and take a look. Go. I advise you to quickly abandon that thought. Buddy, you clearly haven't spent much time in this city. That's the Bai court. The fact that you even dare to have ideas about it, I have to say, you're truly reckless. What's wrong with the Bai court? Isn't it just wait? Holy crap. Baidaji. Not entirely stupid yet. It's normal for treasures to appear in Baidaji's home, but it has nothing to do with us. Let's just watch the broadcast properly. After the last time there was such a big commotion, Baidaji's mount evolved from mythical grade to saint destruction grade. I wonder what explosive news we'll get this time. We'll know when the time comes. Look, Sanchi King Feng is about to take the stage. Give it a rest. So far, there hasn't been a single person who could withstand even one of his sword strikes. I don't know what you all are getting so excited about. And like the players who had grown accustomed to this, Shichuji immediately opened a portal and arrived at the White Knight courtyard. Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations within the bedroom, he couldn't help but frown. With such a massive disturbance, how could the sect master not have sensed it at all? The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Shichuji hurriedly took out the divine dragon token that represented his status as an elder and directly initiated contact with Xingjun. However, the communication, which was usually accessible at any time, was like a stone sinking into the ocean, yielding not a shred of feedback. Shichuji didn't feel it was appropriate to barge into Sumyubai's bedroom to check the situation, so he could only pace back and forth in the courtyard. A moment later, after confirming that Sumyubai was in no danger and that his aura was actually growing stronger, he finally set his mind at ease. This kid, Bai, is clearly just an adventurer who arrived not long ago. How does he always manage to stir up such shocking commotions that even an old man like me is left stunned? After muttering this complaint, Shichuji took a step forward, arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard, and sat down, his gaze sweeping toward the master bedroom from time to time, setting aside their personal friendship. As fellow elders of the Divine Dragon sect, he didn't want any accidents to happen to Bai on his turf. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Divine Dragon sect, inside an ancient, austere hall, the burly figure of Xingjun sat upright in his seat, his eyes tightly closed. The environment here was vastly different from usual. Various magic arrays seemed to have been fully activated, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. In that mysterious valley, the situation was the same. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on a stone platform, the space around him trembling, with magic arrays flickering in and out of existence. The state both men were in was clearly extraordinary, which was the reason why the disturbance caused by Sumyubai had failed to capture their attention. And precisely because of this, Shichuji's communication went unanswered. The Myriad Worlds game had set various rules in the Forbidden Land of the Gods, the most important of which was the existence of national borders. Under normal circumstances, before national borders were opened, communication between countries was extremely difficult. However, under special circumstances, the high-level officials of various countries could still make emergency contact. This method of communication was known as the 100 Nations Summit. Right now, Feng Yuan and Xingjun were in the midst of the 100 Nations Summit. Thank you, my dear benefactors, for your concern. I've been taking medicine for a day and I'm feeling much better now. Here is today's bonus chapter, Benefactors. Please shower me with gifts. Chapter 350, The 100 Nations Summit. The situation in the Forbidden Land of the Gods. The space where the 100 Nations Summit took place was not a physically existing location, but rather something akin to a mental space. It was just that everything here had been materialized, and it was not much different from the real world. To enter this place, the minimum requirement was to reach the mythical tier. Otherwise, one's soul strength would be insufficient. Inside the venue, there were clearly three distinct areas. While it was called the 100 Nations Summit, in reality, the only ones who truly had a say were the four major powers: the Divine Dragon Empire, the Sanctuary Empire, the Northern Radiance Empire, and the Radiance Federation. The landscape of the Forbidden Land of the Gods was somewhat similar to Earth, but there were no 5 big bullies here. Instead, there were only 2 superpowers and 2 strong powers. The 2 superpowers went without saying, while the Radiance Federation, one of the 2 strong powers, was an organization formed by the union of dozens of small countries. The ones who truly governed these countries were an organization called the Radiant Society. Long before national borders existed, the Forbidden Land of the Gods had already formed 2 major super factions, led by the Divine Dragon Empire and the Sanctuary Empire respectively. And like on Earth, in the Forbidden Land of the Gods, the Radiance Federation led by the Radiant Society was not hostile to the Northern Radiance Empire, but had instead formed an alliance. From then on, a tripartite balance of power was established. The overall strength gap between the 3 parties was not large, so they had maintained basic stability. As for the White Elephant Kingdom, although it was much stronger than the other small kingdoms, it was still a distance away from the 2 strong powers. The role it played was that of a fence-sitter. Whichever side offered it benefits, it would lean toward that side. It wasn't until the national borders appeared and the Myriad Worlds game announced that adventurers from Earth would appear in the future that the Forbidden Land of the Gods finally ushered in an opportunity for unification. As long as one's own country's adventurers could stay far ahead of other countries, it wouldn't be long before the balance of power between the three parties would be broken. At that time, without the Myriad Worlds game needing to urge them, the sufficiently strong faction would inevitably unify the entire Forbidden Land of the Gods. Logically speaking, it was still the early stages of the adventurers' appearance, and the major factions of each country were still observing and selecting candidates suitable for cultivation. It would take a long time before the adventurers possessed the strength to break the balance. This was the normal script for the Forbidden Land of the Gods in the Myriad Worlds game. However, because of Bai's appearance, the script had been completely disrupted. What kind of adventurer could reach Tier 6, level 179 so quickly? And looking at those Divine Dragon Empire players who appeared in this Heavenly Pride tournament, are those even normal players? Ordinary powerhouses might not be able to tell, but the Tier 10 supreme powerhouses of the four major factions could see at a glance just how strong Yi and the other two were. The leaders of the four major factions sat around the main conference table. On the virtual light screen in the center of the round table, the exciting highlights of the Heavenly Pride tournament were being broadcast. Pope Baines of the Holy Light Heaven stared at Xingjun with an ugly expression and questioned him in a deep voice. How exactly did you manage to do it? Upon hearing this, Chairman Charles of the Radiance Society and Pope Lovsky of the Radiance Church also looked over in unison. We didn't do anything. Xingjun spread his hands innocently, a smile on his face. He truly hadn't done anything, because all of this was brought about by Sumyu Bai. But who would believe that, aside from Feng Yuan, who was sitting there calmly with his eyes closed? Baines slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Jinmi on the virtual screen, who had just won because his opponent surrendered as soon as the match started, and demanded, "This guy, and those other two, they all have Saint Extermination tier strength, and you say you didn't do anything. Who are you trying to fool?" As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of the small countries in the gallery couldn't help but gasp, their pupils dilating sharply. His Saint Extermination tier strength. No wonder they can be this strong. Does the Shenlong Empire actually possess such capabilities? How on earth did they do it? How could the Descenders possibly improve so quickly? Their hushed whispers were barely audible, as if they were afraid of disturbing the few people at the main conference table. What exactly has your Shenlong Empire mastered? Those three people, Yu Yi and the others, could never be normal Descenders. Lovsky spoke up hurriedly, and Charles, sitting beside him, chimed in. First it was the Sakura Kingdom's Tsukuyomi, then the Sanctuary Empire's Felix, and not long ago, the son descendant of the Koryo Kingdom was also killed. Your Shenlong Empire is going too far. Upon hearing the name Felix, the corner of Baines's mouth twitched slightly. Just thinking about it made him wish he could kill that guy Bai Yi right now. Felix was a descender with an SSS grade talent. He was destined to grow to the Saint Extermination level in the future, and even had the potential to break through to become a Lord of Laws. Yet, such a seed with excellent talent had been snuffed out by Bai Yi so quickly. The more Baines thought about it, the angrier he became. If he had known it would come to this, he shouldn't have spent so much time observing and testing him. He hadn't even had the chance to nurture him before the person was already gone. The expressions of Lovsky and Charles were no better. Although the SSS grade talent descenders of their own nations hadn't met with disaster yet, who knew when that guy Bai Yi would come for them? The three of them knew deep down that if things continued this way, by the time the national borders opened, the strength of the Shenlong Empire would inevitably swell to a point where only the three of them combined could contend with it. No, they wouldn't even be able to wait until the borders opened. With Bai Yi and those three individuals on their side, they could completely conquer every other nation besides them before the borders even opened. While doing so wouldn't increase the strength of the Shenlong Palace itself. The rewards from the Myriad Worlds game were no joke. By then, the Shenlong Empire would possess dozens of times the XP bonus, and it wouldn't take long for the Descenders there to grow up, if they really waited until the borders opened. They feared that even if the three of them joined forces, they would no longer be a match for the Shenlong Empire. Facing the aggressive trio, Xingjun naturally wouldn't indulge them. He swept his gaze over the three of them as if looking at fools, and let out a cold snort. HMPH, it seems the national borders have existed for so long that you've all forgotten what it feels like to have my sword strike your bodies. Haven't you? As his voice fell, he abruptly pulled the giant's sword from his back and slammed it onto the round table with a loud thud. The massive sound caused the discussions in the gallery to vanish in an instant, and the entire conference room fell into dead silence. Xingjun first glanced at Feng Yuan, and seeing the latter nod slightly, he slowly stood up. His tall, burly figure stood in stark contrast to Bane's, who was also standing, making his presence feel significantly more imposing. What my Shenlong Empire has done, or what we intend to do. At this point, Xingjun paused. His gaze swept across the three of them, and a wan smile rose on his face. He spoke word by word, his voice steadily rising. Do I need to give you an account of it? You. Baines' face turned a shade of blue and white. He clearly hadn't expected Xingjun to show him absolutely no respect. He couldn't help but look at Lofsky and Charles, but the two said nothing, their expressions merely looking extremely grim. What about you? Xingjun glared at Baines, one hand resting on the hilt of the giant's sword on the table, and laughed. If you called this 100 Nations conference just to say these things, then I won't be keeping you company. As he spoke, he lifted the giant's sword and sheathed it back on his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the gallery. I came today just to give you all a chance. Whether you choose to join my Shenlong Empire voluntarily, or wait for us to come knocking at your doors, make your decisions as soon as possible. The time left for you is running out. Chapter 351. Please, stop talking. Before the national borders open, we cannot cross them. But let me offer you all a word of advice. That kid, Pai, is an absolute madman. The capital of the Sakura Kingdom, along with several nearby maps, was completely wiped off the map by him. And the Bailuo divine sect of Koryo, not a single person survived at his hands. How you choose is for you to weigh for yourselves. Xingjun and Feng Yuan left. The latter hadn't said a single word since entering the venue, but no one dared to underestimate him, because he was the most recognized saint-level Ray master in the Forbidden Land of Gods. If given time to prepare, no one in the Forbidden Land of Gods could get the better of Feng Yuan. Xingjun's threatening words still echoed in everyone's ears. Beside the main conference table, only the ashen-faced Baines and his two companions remained. Their gazes swept over the people in the gallery, and their hearts sank sharply. Damn it! It seemed that many people had already been swayed by Xingjun's words. If that were truly the case, the situation in the Forbidden Land of Gods might soon undergo a massive change. Lovsky and Charles exchanged a secret glance and disappeared from the venue without a word. Baines looked around, wanting to say something, but found that he didn't know how to speak for the moment. The main reason was that Bai of the Shenlong Empire possessed the means to cross national borders, while their sanctuary empire did not, as such. No matter what he said, in the eyes of other nations, it was nothing more than empty promises. Had they not seen that even his two guard dogs had been killed by Bai, with no way to retaliate? If Bai really came to his territory, what could the sanctuary empire do? The leaders of the small nations avoided his gaze, and not a single one of them dared to meet Baines' eyes. HMPH, Bai. In the end, Baines let out a cold snort and also retreated from the venue. In reality, he was even more anxious than the leaders of these small nations, because those countries were only worried, but the sanctuary empire had already been invaded by Bai. As of now, the large number of undead creatures spreading throughout the sanctuary empire's territory had already begun to spiral out of control. Inside the Bai courtyard, two figures suddenly appeared. Sichuji hurriedly stood up. Palace Master, old Palace Master, don't worry, it's nothing. Xingjun waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the room where Sumubai was located, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes. Such a massive amount of elemental power, what kind of force is this? This is... Feng Yuan's eyes shimmered with light, as if layers of miniature rays were constantly condensing and dissipating within them. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. I cannot see through it. Even you, Master, cannot see through it. Xingjun's eyes widened, looking at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Sichuji, standing to the side, wore the same expression. In their understanding, The old hallmaster had always been an omniscient existence. Even when Sumubai had first appeared in the forbidden land of the gods, he had been able to discern a great deal of information about him. There are many things I cannot see through, Feng Yuan sighed. Outside of the forbidden land of the gods, I can only be considered average. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the room where Sumubai was, and he continued. For such a situation to occur with young friend Bai, it can be considered normal. Hearing this, Xingjun and Sichuji exchanged a glance and couldn't help but nod. That was true, no matter what happened. When it came to this guy Bai, it was never worth making a fuss over. He had even created a saint extermination level creature. Compared to that, what did this count for? Let's go. There is no need to stay here. Once young friend Bai leaves the forbidden land of the gods, we will have our hands full. Feng Yuan withdrew his gaze, raised his hand to open a teleportation array, and led the two of them away from the Bai courtyard. The vortex above continued to absorb elemental power, and the chaotic cocoon of light in which Sumubai slumbered gradually became transparent. The energy within it seemed to have been entirely absorbed into his body. During this period, the Prodigy tournament was also proceeding in full swing. Because of Sumubai, the players of the Shenlong Empire held an absolute advantage in terms of EXP, equipment, and skills. The EXP was due to the triple bonuses of early conquest, the Guardian buff, and the Hegemony Guild. As for the equipment and skills, that was due to the existence of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce and several system rewards. This made every player in the Shenlong Empire a tycoon, with their average level of equipment and skills nearly half a tier higher than those from other countries. Therefore, in the preliminary matches, nearly 95% of the victories were claimed by players from the Shenlong Empire. The 5% who lost did so simply because of the gap in talent. There was truly no helping that. As for the members of the Dark Knight mercenary group, aside from when they encountered their own people, they hadn't lost a single match. As the preliminary matches drew to a close, it became nearly impossible for people from other countries to win, because out of the 1,024 spots for advancement, members of the Dark Knight mercenary group occupied over 900 of them, coupled with the other experts of the Shenlong Empire. Once the final results appeared, the players in the Forbidden Land of the Gods were left speechless. Blue Star Region announcement. The preliminary matches of the Prodigy tournament have concluded. In 5 minutes, the intermediate matches will officially begin. ×10 click to view the advancement list. Hint, the 120 for advancing players will join the 90 players ranked 11th to 100th on the heavenly rankings to compete for the 60 for spots in the advanced matches. 1,020 for people advanced, and 8 of them are from the Shenlong Empire. May the First ask, what is the point of this tournament? Did you guys see Perun just now? How come I didn't see him appear? It's not just Perun, even Indra and ours didn't participate. Could something have happened to them? That's not it. Their levels haven't dropped. Then why didn't they show up? Did they just forfeit? That shouldn't be it. Look at how strong Yi and the others are, who also have SSS ranked talents. That 3-foot green blade has been one-shotting everyone along the way. Perun and the others are over level 30. Even if they couldn't beat 3-foot green blade, they should definitely be able to beat Yi and the others, right? Exactly. Yi and the others are only in their early 20s and are already this strong. Perun and the others have broken through to the 2nd tier. They must be even stronger. Are they just giving up on the rewards for the top 8? Watching the barrage in the live stream, the 3 of them, Perun, Indra, and ours, felt their mouths twitch. Please, stop talking. What kind of international joke is this? How are we supposed to compete with those 3 monsters? The subsequent intermediate matches proceeded much faster than expected. The members of the Dark Knight mercenary group were already well aware of each other's strength, so they could determine the outcome quickly. As for the 16 foreigners who had accidentally entered the intermediate matches, they discovered in despair that they couldn't beat a single person, with everyone at level 59 and equipped with top-tier gear and skills. They were not to be trifled with. These 16 foreign experts with SS-ranked talents could be soundly beaten even by ordinary members of the Dark Knight mercenary group who only had S-ranked talents. They didn't even need to use their trump card skills like Power of Death. Chapter 352. An unexpected joy brought by the Heart of Chaos. Bonus chapter. Following this, the Prodigy tournament in the Blue Star region became entirely a civil war for the Shenlong Empire. More accurately, it was a civil war for the Dark Knight mercenary group. The advanced matches proceeded even faster because the results were already a foregone conclusion. Everyone was well aware of this. The reason players from various countries remained in the live stream was simply to catch a glimpse of Bai's true appearance. The preliminary selection was a chaotic brawl, so it went quickly. While the preliminary matches took 2 full days, however, the subsequent intermediate and advanced matches combined only took half a day. As the system announcement sounded, the viewers from various countries in the live stream perked up. In the upcoming final tournament, the strongest man in the Blue Star region was finally going to make his appearance. I wonder just how much stronger he is than those with SSS ranked talents. Blue Star region announcement. The advanced matches of the Prodigy tournament have concluded. In 30 minutes, the final tournament will officially begin. Hint: the 4 advancing players are Yu-Yi, Ash Destruction, Nether Sun, and 3-Foot Green Blade. They will join the top 4 of the heavenly rankings by Yi, Wealth Over the World, Grand Scheme Hegemony, and Maple Leaf Xiao to compete for the final rankings. Blue Star region announcement. Let us congratulate the Divine Dragon Empire for sweeping all the spots in the final round. We hope other nations will learn from the Divine Dragon Empire so that they may achieve better rankings in the next grand event. Everyone had long anticipated the list for the final round, but players from other countries truly did not expect the system announcement to be so brazenly provocative. FCK learn. You only know how to tell us to learn. Why don't you tell us how to learn? Myriad Worlds game, I beg you. Please act like a human being. We are already miserable enough. And now we have to be mocked by the system announcement. Is there even a way for us to live? Just tell me how to join the Divine Dragon Empire. I'll change my nationality right now. Is that not enough? If you can't learn, then join them. What a great idea. It's a pity that Myriad Worlds game doesn't seem to have a feature for changing nationalities. Why do we still have to wait 30 minutes? I don't even know what Baiyu looks like. I'm more curious about what kind of rewards the Heaven's Pride tournament will have. Do you think Baiyu will challenge the title of Human Heaven's Pride? Isn't that a rhetorical question? He definitely will. Does this challenge mean he has to fight all the finalists? It's very likely. Looking forward to it. As the high-level matches drew to a close and the final round was about to begin, the elemental storm within Bai's courtyard gradually subsided. It wasn't clear whether the Heart of Chaos understood that Bai could not miss the upcoming final, or if it was simply a coincidence. When the countdown reached its final minute, the chaotic cocoon of light became completely transparent, and Bai, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. The eyes of the profound heaven emerged, and a flash of brilliance flickered deep within his pupils. Beyond that, there seemed to be a hint of something else entirely. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: your body has been tempered by the power of chaos, and your potential has been enhanced. Notification: your base 4-dimensional attributes have each increased by 17,900 points. Notification: for every level up hereafter, your base 4-dimensional attributes will receive an additional Kung 100. Notification: every future breakthrough will have its effects enhanced to a certain degree. The specific degree of enhancement depends on the breakthrough tier. Notification: you have reached the 4th requirement of the epic path. Once the remaining requirements are met, you may break through to the 7th tier. That really is an unexpected surprise. Bai's thoughts stirred. A faint light shimmered on his chest, and the incomplete Heart of Chaos instantly appeared in his hand. Looking at the unremarkable stone in his palm, Bai couldn't help but reveal a smile. He never expected that the item dropped by that guy, the Yamata no Orochi, would bring him such a massive harvest. One had to admit, it really felt like a stroke of luck. If he hadn't freeloaded the promotion to Source of Toxicity back then, the Heart of Elements dropped by the Yamata no Orochi wouldn't have become anomalous. Bai wasn't even sure if a normal Heart of Elements could have been promoted into an incomplete Heart of Chaos. The effect of this enhancement was far more powerful than the Holy Medicine Star Core Source liquid he had consumed previously. With all base 4-dimensional attributes increased by 17,900 points, for Bai, His base dominators might had increased by 35,800 points. He was now within arm's reach of meeting the first requirement of the epic path. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but open his epic path to check his progress. Bai's epic path difficulty requirements. 1. Base main attribute value exceeds 150,000, not met. 2. Total base attribute value exceeds 300,000, not met. 3. Learn 3 SSS level skills and raise them all to max level. 4. And known. Can only be viewed after leaving the God-forbidden land. Met. 5. And known. Can only be viewed after leaving the God-forbidden land. Not met. If you fail to complete these, you will remain at the 6th tier for the rest of your life, unable to make any further progress. Sure enough, the 4th requirement had already been met due to this unexpected surprise. Even so, Sumyubai still couldn't see the specific requirements for this step, which showed just how strict the restrictions of the God-forbidden land were. Good grief. To have met the requirement without even knowing what it was, that's truly bizarre. Sumyubai's lips curled upward slightly. One could say this was the real surprise. The epic path, opened jointly by 3 10th tier Saint extermination level powerhouses, was a difficulty that reached the heavens for human players. Now that he had inexplicably met the 4th requirement, Sumyubai's progress toward breaking through had accelerated significantly. Looking at the epic path information panel, a thought suddenly popped into Sumyubai's mind. Can this thing be catastrophized? As soon as this crazy idea emerged, he immediately chose to give it a try. Catastrophe, target, Bai's epic path. Extra update for today, Chapter 353, the dramatic final round catastrophe target. Bai's epic path. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and he decisively used his talent on his own epic path. However, to his disappointment, the catastrophe talent did not take effect as he had hoped. The epic path was like a player's character panel. It wasn't a tangible object, so it couldn't be enhanced using catastrophe. Sumyubai just smiled and shook his head, not feeling too disappointed. He had only been acting on a whim. If it had worked, it would naturally be something to celebrate. And since it didn't, he hadn't lost anything. At least I didn't miss the final round. Watching the countdown that was about to hit 0, Sumyubai slowly stood up from the bed, golden light flickering deep within his eyes. His goal was not just the first place in the Heaven's Pride tournament, but to complete the special challenge, secure the title of Human Heaven's Pride, and obtain the opportunity to further enhance his potential. Before this, although he had already enhanced his potential twice through the Holy Medicine Star Core Source Liquid and the Accidental Power of Chaos, who would ever complain about having too much of such an enhancement? So what if humans were born weak? Who says one cannot surpass those top-tier races born with innate power? Final Tournament Countdown 01. Final Tournament Countdown 0. As the countdown ended, a system notification chimed in Sumyubai's ears, and his entire body transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the master bedroom of the White Knight Pavilion. Notification: you are ranked first on the Blue Star region's heavenly ranking, granting you a direct entry into the final tournament of the Heaven's Pride Championship. Simultaneously, a system announcement echoed in the ears of all players. Blue Star Region announcement: the final tournament of the Heaven's Pride Championship has officially begun. The specific schedule is as follows. Each participant will battle the other 7 contestants. The winner receives 1 point, the loser loses 1 point, and a draw results in 0 points. The final ranking will be determined by the total score. If scores are tied, the ranking will be decided by the outcome of the match between the 2 players. If their match was a draw, they will fight again. The live stream for the final tournament was reduced to a single channel. There were no flashy, varied maps here. All that existed was a square arena measuring 1,000 meters in length and width. According to the original script, when the Heaven's Pride Championship began, the average level of mainstream players in the Blue Star region was only around level 30, so 1,000-meter arena would have been perfectly sufficient. However, the appearance of a variable like Sumyubai had significantly accelerated the progress of the Shenlong Empire, especially with the presence of the 3 from Moonlit Night. A 1,000-meter arena was completely inadequate. Of course, everyone knew that the final tournament was merely an internal conflict of the Shenlong Empire, and there was not much worth watching. What the audience was truly looking forward to was the first public appearance of White Knight and the subsequent challenge for the title of Human Heaven's Pride. Times 8. As the system announcement concluded, 8 magnificent stone pillars rose from the perimeter of the arena. Amidst flickering white light, a figure appeared atop each pillar. Sumubai's figure appeared in the eyes of all players in the Blue Star region for the very first time. His gaze swept across the other 7 people, and he nodded slightly before a thought crossed his mind. Frost elements and deathly ore intertwined, instantly coalescing into a throne behind him, and he sat straight down upon it. Seeing this scene, the chat in the live stream instantly boiled over. My god, what kind of ability is that? Why has no one else ever used it? White Knight is truly different from ordinary people. He's full of charisma the moment he appears. He's too confident, actually conjuring a throne for himself. Is he that certain of taking first place? Haven't you noticed the other contestants bowing to White Knight? The participants themselves have no complaints, yet you're the one getting annoyed first. The above were comments from players of other countries. Some were skeptical. Some thought Samubai was being too pretentious, and others were defending him. But the comments from the Shenlong Empire players were of an entirely different style. Big Brother White Knight is so handsome. I want to have his babies. Finally seeing Big Brother White Knight's true face, I didn't expect him to be such a hunk. Moonlit Knight and Ember Annihilation are only cool because of their gear and styling. But Big Brother White Knight's looks are genuinely top tier. Exactly. Big Brother White Knight's looks are definitely second only to the other. The live stream chat scrolled incessantly, and the final tournament of this Heaven's Pride Championship officially kicked off. Although players from various countries had anticipated that the internal conflict wouldn't be very exciting after all, no one would be foolish enough to expose their trump cards in front of the whole world. They never expected the actual final tournament to be so sloppy. Match 1. 3-foot green blade vs maple leaf size. Just as the announcement floated up in the live stream, before the players could even begin to discuss it, another announcement appeared. Due to player Maple Leaf Size forfeiting, congratulations to player 3-foot Green Blade for winning the first match. Notification. Player 3-foot Green Blade come 1 point. Notification. Player Maple Leaf Size 1 point. Rumble. The next moment, the stone pillar where 3-foot Green Blade stood suddenly rose slightly, while the pillar where Maple Leaf Size stood lowered a bit. The height of the 2 pillars was now clearly different from the other 6 times. In an instant, countless question marks filled the live stream, and all the players stared at the broadcast in utter bewilderment. No way. You guys aren't even pretending anymore, are you? This is the final tournament of the Blue Star Region's Heaven's Pride Championship. The contestants didn't even step into the arena before it was already over. Could it be that Maple Leaf Size is too weak, so he just forfeited? That makes sense. His name isn't on the talent ranking. It shouldn't be like this for the rest, right? Just as this comment floated by, the system announcement appeared again. Match 2. Underworld Sun vs Grand Ambition. Due to player Grand Ambition forfeiting, congratulations to player Underworld Sun for winning the first match. Notification. Player Underworld Sun come 1 point. Notification. Player Grand Ambition 1 point. Rumble. The pillars where the 2 stood began to change height according to their point adjustments. And this, surprisingly, became the most time-consuming part of the entire final tournament. For a moment, the entire live stream fell silent. Players from various countries in the Forbidden Land of Gods just stared blankly as the announcements flashed repeatedly, and the heights of the 8 pillars constantly shifted. Are you kidding me? Including the players from the Shenlong Empire. Every viewer felt like they wanted a refund. So much for the final tournament. How did it turn into a game of rising and falling stone pillars? However, their thoughts could not influence the final outcome in the slightest. From beginning to end, not a single person stepped foot into the arena during this final tournament. Sumubei simply leaned back against his throne, the pillar beneath him rising continuously until it became the highest one surrounding the arena. As the system announcement sounded, this dramatic final tournament came to a close, and the speechless expressions of the audience began to fade. The real main event was finally about to begin. Chapter 354, Ranking Rewards. Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire player Bai Yi for winning first place in this Heaven's Pride tournament. This is your Bai announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire player Jinmi for winning second place in this Heaven's Pride tournament. Times 10 Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to Times 10. A series of region-wide broadcast announcements, all starting with congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire, made players from other countries feel increasingly disheartened as they listened. Immediately following this, the Myriad Worlds game carefully posted the rewards for each ranking in the finals within the live stream. First place. 1 mythical great treasure chest cum 5,000 years of lifespan. Second place. 1 legendary great treasure chest cum 2,000 years of lifespan. Third place. 1 legendary great treasure chest cum 1,000 years of lifespan. Fourth place. 1 legendary great treasure chest cum 500 years of lifespan. Fifth place. 1 epic great treasure chest cum 500 years of lifespan. Sixth place. 1 epic great treasure chest cum 300 years of lifespan. Seventh place. 1 epic great treasure chest cum 200 years of lifespan. Eighth place. 1 epic great treasure chest cum 100 years of lifespan. Seeing such generous rewards, players from various countries immediately exploded in an uproar. All sorts of envious and jealous comments flooded the live stream. Some were shocked that the Myriad Worlds game could actually reward a mythical great treasure chest, while others envied the finalists for receiving such high amounts of lifespan, especially for the first place winner, i.e. that was a full 5,000 years of lifespan. In the eyes of the Blue Star players, what was the difference between this exaggerated number and immortality? Although they had been in the Myriad Worlds game for some time, their horizons were still too narrow due to their limited strength. The vast majority of players had never even encountered a primary life soul stone that could increase one's lifespan by a month, nor did they know the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins. It is easy to imagine just how bountiful this 5,000-year lifespan reward appeared in their eyes. However, to Sumubai, 5,000 years of lifespan was no different from tossing change to a beggar. The treasure chest is not bad, though. Sumubai looked at the mythical great treasure chest that had appeared directly in his inventory and nodded with satisfaction. To him, a mythical great treasure chest represented the ability to freeload an item that surpassed the Saint Extermination grade. Even the rewards for the 3 members of the Moon Knight group, after being freeloaded by Catastrophe, would become 3 Saint Extermination great treasures. On the 4 relatively shorter stone pillars, apart from the worldly wise Fujiuchanjia, the 3 members of Hong Tabai all carried a hint of excitement in their eyes. Several hundred years of lifespan was considered a significant gain for them, especially Feng Yi Xiao. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than NAK. When he first joined Fujiuchanjia's team in Novice Village No. 9527, he never imagined that he would be standing here today to receive the rewards for the final round of the Heaven's Pride tournament. Although it was only 8th place, it had already far exceeded his imagination. One must know that there were more than 8 people on the current Blue Star region level leaderboard. Furthermore, without Sumubai's help, he was merely a player with an S-grade talent, let alone entering the finals. He might not have even been able to squeeze into the intermediate level events. Therefore, after the 8 stone pillars were moved to the center of the arena, Feng Yi Xiao immediately traded his treasure chest to Sumubai. In his view, it was most appropriate to let the team leader use such items capable of producing special treasures. At the same time, Fujiuchanjia, Hong Tabai, and Senkai King Feng also handed over their epic great treasure chests to Sumubai. As for the 3 members of Moon Knight, it went without saying, the moment they received their rewards, they handed them over to their master. Sumubai didn't bother with any polite pleasantries. He nodded at everyone and said, "Hurry up and break through to the 3rd rank. When the time comes, each of you go find Old Fu to claim a piece of mythical great equipment." Hearing this, the eyes of Hong Tabai and the others lit up, while only Fujiuchanjia couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Old Fu, what kind of nickname was that? However, he still nodded immediately to indicate he had received the order. As for the 3 members of Moon Knight, they didn't care about such things at all. They were Saint Extermination grade beings, whether it was mythical grade equipment or low-level special items. None of it held any attraction for them. Even special treasures that could increase base attributes were useless to them if they were below the mythical grade. Even mythical grade special treasures could not exert their full effect on top-tier beings like them. Races that were born powerful naturally could not be improved by ordinary treasures. This could barely be considered a chance for weak races like humanity to close the gap. After the ranking rewards for the final round were distributed, the Myriad Worlds game immediately announced the rewards for the remaining rankings. 964th place. 1 dark gold grade equipment come 50 years of lifespan. 65th 1024th place. 1 gold grade equipment come 20 years of lifespan. The rewards stopped abruptly there, and the contestants and players from other countries were left completely dumbfounded. No way. There isn't even a consolation prize for the rest. I don't want equipment. Even just 1 year of lifespan would be fine. I'm done with this. In this Heaven's Pride tournament, our countries were just here to make up the numbers. You can't say that entirely. Among the 120 for people who advanced earlier, weren't there 16 non-Divine Dragon Empire players? At least it wasn't a total loss. What are you thinking, buddy? Those were just players who advanced to the intermediate level events, not the top one. Damn, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. There were also the 90 people ranked 11th to 100th on the Heaven ranking who participated in the intermediate events. Hey, don't bother looking. Everyone who received a reward is from the Divine Dragon Empire. If you add up all the other countries, there isn't a single one. What are Prune and the others doing? Why did they forfeit with this? All individual rewards for this Heaven's Pride tournament had been fully distributed. The Divine Dragon Empire, or to be more precise, the Dark Knight Mercenary Group, had made a massive profit. Of the people receiving awards, only about 100 were not members of the Knight Mercenary Group, and those individuals were already planning to apply for membership as soon as the event concluded. Just as the foreign players were wailing in despair, another series of system announcements rang out, completely shattering their defenses. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire for achieving a crushing advantage in this Pride tournament and obtaining the following generous rewards. We hope other nations will learn from the Shenlong Empire and strive for further progress next time. PFFT Times. As soon as this announcement appeared, sounds of people spitting blood erupted simultaneously across the various nations in the Forbidden Land of Gods. The players weren't quite at that point yet. Those whose defenses were truly shattered were the local powerhouses of each nation, especially the high-ranking officials of the Sanctuary Empire, the Northern Radiance Empire, and the Illuminati Federation. They stared at the reward list released by the World Game with ashen faces, their eyes bloodshot, not even bothering to wipe the blood overflowing from the corners of their mouths. Why couldn't our nation's descenders produce a freak like Bai? Jealousy, hatred. Chapter 355. To major dungeon cores. Amidst the predatory gazes of the foreign high-ranking officials and players, the World Game released the rewards obtained by the Shenlong Empire in the live stream. 1. Reward. All players of the Shenlong Empire receive a 5-level increase. As soon as this reward was announced, countless golden lights shot up into the sky across the entire territory of the Shenlong Empire. Every player knew just how difficult it was to level up in the World Game. Now, watching the Shenlong Empire players lying back and instantly gaining 5 levels, the others were filled with immense envy. For a moment, the live stream's bullet comments were devoid of any foreign player input. They were filled entirely with celebratory messages from Shenlong Empire players. Awesome! I never thought I'd be able to reach level 20. Haha! I can go accept my advancement quest right now. Thanks to Boss Bai. Thanks to the Knight Mercenary Group. I never thought I'd have a day where I'd make it onto the Earth ranking. The World Game is so user-friendly. My EXP had already hit the cap, but I didn't expect the reward to be delayed. As long as I break through to the 2nd tier, I can instantly jump to level 35. This is so damn satisfying. Brothers on the Earth ranking, keep pushing. Once you break through to the 2nd tier, our Shenlong Empire will truly dominate the rankings. Indeed, the Heaven ranking had long been completely occupied by the Knight Mercenary Group. After this system reward, only 3 foreign players remained on the Earth ranking. Prune of the Northern Radiance Empire, Ars of the Illuminati Federation, and Indra of the White Elephant Kingdom. Aside from those 3, The highest level SS grade talent players from other countries had only reached level 28 previously. After all, they didn't have the multiple EXP bonus buffs that the Shenlong Empire possessed. So their leveling speed had slowed down significantly during the recent period. On the final arena, 20 beams of golden light also shot into the sky, except for Fuji Tianjia, who had already broken through to the 3rd tier. The levels of Yi and the other 2 also soared by 5 levels, and those 3 were the biggest beneficiaries of this reward notification. Due to your EXP reaching the cap, this level reward will be delayed until after your breakthrough. Sumyu-bai listened to the system notification ringing in his ears and smiled indifferently. Whether it was EXP or levels, neither held much significance for him. As long as he successfully broke through, he had 10,000 ways to quickly reach the next bottleneck. Sankai King Feng and the others had also been leveled up by Bing Shuang. So naturally, they weren't overly excited. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the virtual light screen in front of them, waiting for the world game to begin announcing the second reward. Today was destined to be a day of revelry for the Shenlong Empire and a day of heartache for all other nations. 2. Reward. All players of the Shenlong Empire receive Kung 10 years of lifespan. This reward was standard, and since it had appeared twice before, the players from other nations, while envious, could barely accept it. 3. Reward. All players of the Shenlong Empire receive a permanent Kung 300% EXP bonus from killing monsters. As soon as the third reward appeared, the bullet comments went wild. What? 300%? Isn't this reward from the world game a bit too excessive? Why so much? Before, when they conquered Sakurai and Koryo, wasn't the reward only 100%? I reckon it has to do with the Shenlong Empire's crushing performance. It's over. The gap is getting wider and wider. By the time the national borders open, the average level of the Shenlong Empire will probably be dozens of levels ahead of us. How are we supposed to play? Hey bro, you're being too optimistic. Is there a possibility that we won't even make it to the day the national borders open? Thanks for the reminder. The hearts of foreign players had sunk to the bottom, while the Chinese players were celebrating nationwide. With this 300% added, our current extra EXP bonus is now 600%. If you join the Bay Guild, that's another 800%, a total of 9 times the EXP. Mom never has to worry about my slow leveling again. Another day of thanking Boss Bai. From now on, I'm his diehard fan buddy. You're a bit late to the fan club. The content of the bullet comments from abroad and domestically formed a stark contrast. The fourth reward was also slowly revealed by the world game in the live stream. 4. Reward. Shenlong Empire High-Level Mount Dungeon Core ×1. Notification. This core is controlled by the Shenlong Palace. After injecting sufficient energy, it will condense a dungeon portal at the Shenlong Palace headquarters that produces high-level mounts. At the same time, 100 to 10. 0 dungeon portals producing ordinary mounts will be randomly generated within the territory of the Shenlong Empire. A high-level mount dungeon, as the name suggests, is a dungeon that drops high-level mounts. The appearance of this reward turned all the foreign players into green-eyed monsters. High-level mounts in the world game were not easy to obtain. This could be seen from the Blue Star region's mount leaderboard. For a long time, only Bai's name had been on it, and it was only recently that Yui made it onto the list, making it look a little less lonely. It was foreseeable that the future mount leaderboard would also be dominated by the Shenlong Empire. Are you envious? They were definitely green with envy. But it was completely useless. After all, who told them that both Bai and the Dark Knight mercenary group belonged to the Shenlong Empire? Amidst the collective sighing of the various nations within the God-forbidden land, the final reward slowly emerged. 5. Reward. Shenlong Empire High-Tier Hidden Class Dungeon Core ×1. Note: this core is controlled by the Shenlong Palace. Once sufficient energy is invested, it will manifest a dungeon portal at the Shenlong Palace headquarters that drops items for changing into high-tier hidden classes. At the same time, 10 to 1. 0 dungeon portals that drop hidden class transfer items will be randomly generated within the territory of the Shenlong Empire. Hidden classes, high-tier hidden classes. As soon as this reward was announced, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the Shenlong Empire. When playing a game, who wouldn't want to change into a hidden class? Now that they had this reward, hidden classes in the Shenlong Empire wouldn't exactly be a dime a dozen in the future, but they would certainly no longer be rare. Foreign players, meanwhile, felt their vision go dark. They were completely shut down. At this moment, only one thought remained in the minds of many. How on earth can one change their nationality? We want to be Shenlong Empire players too, at Dungeon Portal Core. Looking at the last two rewards, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. If that were the case, what would happen if he gave it a little free upgrade? Although the entire God-forbidden land might suffer some losses, the Shenlong Empire would stand to gain immensely, surely. Old Man Feng wouldn't refuse such a bit of volunteer labor, right? Rumble. As the rewards finished distributing, the 8 stone pillars slowly lowered until they were flush with the ground. Sumyubai also slowly stood up, and the throne beneath him dissipated. Seeing this, all the players turned their gazes toward him. Was Baiyi about to challenge the special achievement, Human Prodigy? Today's bonus chapter is served. Special thanks to user 93,640,926 for the Great God certification, Chapter 356, the first stage. Note: congratulations on winning first place in the Blue Star Region Prodigy Tournament. Do you choose to challenge the special achievement, challenge or not? Did that even need to be asked? The main reason Sumyubai had participated in this Prodigy Tournament was for the title of Human Prodigy. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai chose to accept the challenge. Note: if the challenge fails, you will lose your championship rewards. Do you confirm that you wish to begin the challenge? Confirm. The moment Sumyubai confirmed, the entire arena trembled. The space of the finals began to distort, and the system announcement resounded throughout the entire God-forbidden land. Blue Star Region announcement. The champion of this Prodigy Tournament, Baiyi, has chosen to challenge the special achievement. The first stage of the challenge will begin in 30 seconds. Blue Star Region announcement. All participating players, please take note. In 30 seconds, you will be teleported to the challenge map. In an instant, the final arena space where Sumyubai and the other 7 were located began to fold like a painting. Yet they remained completely unaffected. A moment later, a brand new map appeared in the live stream. When the map first appeared, it was shown in a wide-angle view, a towering, majestic peak that pierced the clouds. Its summit completely submerged in a sea of clouds. Impossible to see the top at a glance. Above the clouds, the light of 10,000 stars descended, weaving a dreamlike, ethereal beauty. Following that, the camera panned downward, landing on the vast, endless grassland at the foot of the mountain. With a flash of white light, Sumyubai's figure appeared on the grassland. Clang! A crisp sword hum rang out, and the magic sword, Soul Controller, burning with nether flame hellfire, had already appeared in Sumyubai's hand. This was the first time he had drawn his weapon since appearing in public. At this moment, his position was still a long distance away from the towering peak ahead. Immediately after, flashes of white light appeared one after another as the figures of the finalists Jianmi, Yui, and Mengri also appeared. It didn't stop there. More and more white light flashed, and the number of figures on the grassland grew increasingly dense, without exception. They were all blocking the path between Sumyubai and the mountain peak. Viewers from every country were now staring intently at the live stream, terrified of missing the moment Baiyi made his move, and various bullet comments flooded the screen. I guessed it right. It really is making Baiyi challenge all the other players. Everyone knew that. But this is only the first stage. I reckon Baiyi has to reach the very peak to complete the challenge. Can Baiyi make it through? People like Jianmi, Yui, Mingri, and Sanchi King Feng are no weaklings. Are you even listening to yourself? Did you not watch the final match just now? How could they possibly attack Baiyi? That's true. 2. Not only will these people not attack Baiyi, but they'll likely help him attack others. It seems the first stage won't be difficult for Baiyi at all. While everyone was heatedly discussing, nearly 10 million people, including Sumyubai, had all been teleported into the challenge map. The Myriad Worlds game then announced the rules for the first stage. Only those who possess absolute, overwhelming strength can be called a human prodigy. First stage, 1 versus 9.89 million. Challenger Baiyi. Please kill all players within 12 hours and successfully reach the foot of the Prodigy Peak. All players, please note, except for Baiyi. You cannot attack anyone else. The person who successfully kills Bai Yi will replace him as the champion of this prodigy tournament and receive all the rewards Bai Yi previously obtained. After the countdown ends, the first stage of the challenge will officially begin. As the rules were announced, the live stream chat exploded. The players of the Shenlong Empire had their expressions change drastically, while foreign players suddenly became excited. What kind of trash rule is this? Why can't we attack other players? Exactly, in this case. Even if our Shenlong Empire players choose to surrender and quit the challenge, Boss Bai Yi still has to face over 4 million people. It's over. Now the people from the Dark Knight mercenary group won't be able to help Boss Bai Yi. Ha 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 ha, Bai Yi is finished. Now, he won't even be able to keep the champion's reward. 12 hours to kill nearly 10 million people, that's over 800,000 per hour. Even if Bai Yi hacks his hands off, he couldn't possibly kill that many, you idiot. The people from the Shenlong Empire will definitely just surrender. The most Bai Yi actually has to face is about 4 million people. So what? Can he even kill that many? You don't think Bai Yi only has basic attacks, do you? Don't forget the previous system announcement. He is someone who possesses the Asura title. HMPH, is that kind of pure quantity the same as these contestants? Exactly. Bai Yi definitely won't pass the first round. And why can't the players from the Shenlong Empire attack him for the sake of the rewards? That's a mythical great treasure chest and a full 5,000 years of lifespan. I'll put it on the record right here. At most, Bai Yi can kill 1 million people. That's already being generous to him. If he kills even one more, I'll eat a pound of shit. Moro from the Light Federation, it's you again. You haven't even finished eating the shit from last time. And you're here trying to scam a free meal again. Amidst the crowd's heated discussion, the countdown gradually came to an end. Sumyu Bai looked at the sea of black heads in front of him, his face devoid of any expression. Notification. Mounts cannot be used in this challenge. Seeing that he couldn't summon Frost, Sumyu Bai only frowned slightly. Even without Frost, it would just be a little more troublesome. As his thoughts stirred, the incomplete chaos heart within his body vibrated gently. Psi and wind elemental energy instantly condensed into a pair of wind wings behind his back, and he stepped into mid-air in an instant. Now that he could switch elemental powers at will, he had completely mastered the ability to fly and no longer needed to manifest the shadow wings. His cold gaze swept over the crowd below. Sumyu Bai spoke in a deep voice, his words clearly ringing in the ears of nearly 10 million people, amplified by the wind elemental energy. After the countdown ends, I'll give you 3 seconds to withdraw. Anyone still here after 3 seconds dies. This sentence was actually directed at the players from the Shenlong Empire. After all, with over 5 million people, it was inevitable that some would be blinded by the champion's reward. Giving them a warning was the most he could do out of benevolence. Hearing the voice ring in their ears, all the contestants were stunned. A trace of disdain flashed across the faces of the foreign players. What is he posturing for? Does he really think he can kill all of us in 12 hours? I'm not withdrawing. What if I get the champion's reward? Besides, there's no penalty for dying here anyway. Conversely, among the Shenlong Empire players, who made up more than half the crowd, some faces showed signs of hesitation. Should we stay and watch? What if Bai Yi fails? We can't let the rewards fall into the hands of other countries, right? That makes sense. Let's stay and watch. As long as Boss Bai Yi can succeed, we definitely won't make a move. Chapter 357. Real men never look back at explosions. As the saying goes, wealth moves the heart. Although the vast majority of Shenlong Empire players decided to listen and leave, a small number still chose to stay. They had even found reasons to convince themselves. The first round of the challenge officially begins. As the countdown ended, countless white lights lit up within the crowd in an instant. These were the contestants who had chosen to withdraw voluntarily. Needless to say, Yu Yi and the others made their choice the moment the countdown ended. No one knew the sovereign's strength better than they did. Although Sanchi Kingfeng and the others hadn't witnessed Sumyu Bai's true power, they had the experience of leveling up with Frost, so they had no worries at all. Under the rules, they couldn't provide any help anyway, so why stay if they weren't leaving? Waiting to be caught in the crossfire, as they withdrew, Han Tabei, Fujiatiangxia, and the others cast sympathetic glances at the players who had chosen to stay. These guys were about to experience what true despair felt like, blocking the boss. Just based on you idiots. 3. Sumyubai spat out the word coldly. The cyan elemental energy on his body instantly transformed into a deep crimson, and the wind wings behind him shifted into wings of fire. In the first second, 1/3 of the nearly 10 million people below vanished instantly. At the same time, Sumyubai shifted his focus and switched his talent on the creator panel from Moon God to Undying Bird. These three guys actually have some self-awareness. Golden light flickered in Sumyubai's pupils as he raised an eyebrow. In his eyes, there were no longer any SSS talent players left below. In other words, Prune, Ars, and Indra had chosen to withdraw at the very first opportunity. 2. In the second, another million-plus people below disappeared. The number of remaining Shenlong Empire players was now less than 1 million. This guy is too arrogant. I really want to kill him. There's one problem now. Bai Yi is flying so high. How are we supposed to attack him? As soon as this appeared in the Challenge Maps chat channel, everyone frowned. That's right. If they couldn't even hit him, how could they take him down? Although Sumyubai was only at a height of a little over 100 meters, it was definitely out of reach for these level 20-something players. Their range was still limited to within 50 meters, but the next moment, they no longer needed to worry about this dilemma, because the 3 seconds Sumyubai had given them were up. With the final flash of white light, the number of remaining players in the challenge map was now less than 5 million. As Sumyubai's voice fell, a massive amount of fire elemental energy was suddenly released from his body, dyeing the entire firmament a fiery red. This scorching energy caused the surrounding air to twist and boil, with rolling heat waves sweeping out as if it were the end of the world. Sumyubai's gaze landed on the crowd below, and he pointed his magic sword gently. In an instant, the terrifying fire elemental energy erupted completely, and a crimson lotus of fire descended upon the world. That range was so vast that it actually enveloped everyone below. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with exclamation marks, times, good heavens. What kind of skill is that? The range is absolutely massive. Is this the true strength of Bai Yi? It's too terrifying. Inside the challenge map, the contestants watched in horror as the giant fire lotus descended from the sky. Their pupils dilated to the size of saucers. I don't believe it. There's no way he can take us all out in one. Before the words of self-encouragement could even finish, the fire lotus detonated with a thunderous roar. Star-burning world extinction. Waves of fire surged to the heavens. The 4 million-plus contestants who had chosen to stay didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized by the inferno. Across the entire challenge map, only the sound of roaring flames remained. The live stream room also fell into a deathly silence. Not a single message appeared in the chat. In the top right corner of the screen, the string of numbers representing the player count, which had been a 7-digit figure starting with a 4, instantly changed to a lonely 1 the moment the fire lotus exploded. Gulp. Times. After a long period of shock, the sound of people swallowing their saliva began to echo throughout the forbidden land of gods. One move, just one move. He had wiped out over 4 million people in an instant. Is this even right? Compared to a monster like Bai Yi, Yu Yi and the others were practically gentle. This star-burning world extinction was destined to leave a permanent memory in the hearts of all Blue Star players. From this moment on, they finally realized clearly that in the face of true power, numbers were simply not worth mentioning. The moment star-burning world extinction landed, the wings of fire behind Sumyubai had already shifted back into wings of wind. With a flap of his wings, his figure transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished from the spot, rushing toward the heaven-proud peak ahead. As for whether star-burning world extinction would wipe everyone out, he hadn't worried about it for even a second. A real man never looks back at explosions. Glancing at the star-burning world extinction skill, which had entered a 24-hour cooldown, Sumyubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although this skill, inherent to his SSS rank talent, couldn't yet match the power and range of the Orochi brand nuke in the short term, it was already a massive AO skill. Given time, as long as he and Jinmi possessed enough strength, this skill might truly live up to its name, burning stars and extinguishing worlds. Moreover, this thing could burn for up to 100 years at its maximum. Although that would come with a cooldown period of 10,000 years. Why haven't I arrived yet? Sumyubai looked at the mountain peak ahead and couldn't help but frown. With his current speed, coupled with the enhancement of the wind element, while not quite on par with Frost, it wasn't much slower. He had been flying for nearly a minute now. Yet the distant heaven-proud peak didn't seem to have gotten any closer. As the saying goes, the mountain looks near, but the horse dies running toward it. And Sumyubai was feeling exactly that. But this was the rule of the first stage. So he could only continue flying, attempting to close the distance as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he had kept a batch of elite skeletons in his summoning space. And with the enhancement of the Eternal Death Contract, he didn't need to worry about mana consumption. Even so, with Sumyubai's incredible speed, it wasn't until the flames of star-burning world extinction had extinguished that he finally approached the heaven-proud peak. Notification: flight is prohibited within the heaven-proud peak area. As soon as he got close, the system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. At the same time, he felt a heavy pressure attempting to force him back to the ground. The closer he got to the heaven-proud peak, the stronger this pressure became. His wings of wind fluttered as Sumyubai decisively landed on the grass, looking up at the majestic and imposing heaven-proud peak. I wonder how many stages there are in total. He frowned and began to walk forward. Meanwhile, viewers from various countries also regained their senses, their eyes fixed intently on Sumyubai's figure, anticipating the next challenge. Could the challenge for the special achievement Human Race Heaven-Proud stop a monster like Sumyubai? With the terrifying effect of that star-burning world extinction move just now, all Blue Star players now felt that nothing could stop him. Even the players from the Sanctuary Empire, who hated Bai Yi the most, had to admit that Bai Yi was the only one qualified to be called the Human Race Heaven-Proud. Chapter 358, Dancing with the Grim Reaper. Bonus Chapter, Notification. You have arrived at the foot of Heaven-Proud Peak. Notification: congratulations on successfully passing the first stage. Time taken: 15 minutes and 28 seconds. 15 minutes was the duration for which star-burning world extinction burned, and also roughly the time Sumyubai spent traveling. The 4 million plus people who chose to stay, hoping to obtain the championship rewards, hadn't been able to stop him for even a second. From the very first day he entered the Myriad Worlds game, Sumyubai had already been on a completely different level from ordinary players. At this moment, there were very few people talking in the live stream. Everyone was holding their breath, staring intently at the screen. As the system notification sounded, a narrow, winding path suddenly appeared on the Heaven-Proud Peak in front of Sumyubai, leading straight into the clouds halfway up the mountain. The rules for the second stage were also announced. Only those who can forge ahead in the face of powerful oppression are qualified to become a true human race Heaven-Proud. Second stage, forge ahead. Please, Challenger Bai Yi, ascend to the summit of Heaven-Proud Peak within 12 hours. Please note, the higher you climb, the greater the pressure you will endure. Only by withstanding the final mythical grade oppression will you be able to set foot on the summit. The challenge has begun, young man. Climb amidst the immense pressure. That's it. Seeing the rules, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lip. Mythical grade oppression. Who are you looking down on? He had already slaughtered to 9th rank mythical grade locals. Would he care about a little bit of pressure? Could there be a trap in these rules? Although Sumyubai was slightly suspicious, he still stepped onto the narrow, winding path. The moment he stepped onto the path, he clearly felt a faint, lingering pressure emerge, but this level was, at best, peak epic grade. It couldn't produce any effect on him whatsoever. Although flight was prohibited here, the use of elemental powers and skills was not. Pale cyan wind elements swirled around Sumyubai's legs. Suddenly, wind gathered beneath his feet. His speed surged several times over, and he dashed rapidly toward the mountain peak. Notification: you have used Wind Fury Shadow. Attack speed Kung 500%. Movement speed Kung 500%. Duration: 30 seconds. The increasingly intense pressure along the way failed to slow his progress in the slightest. From epic peak to legendary, even when the pressure of a legendary peak level appeared, Sumyubai's speed did not diminish at all. Never mind mere pressure. Even if a boss with legendary peak combat power were to stand fully in Sumyubai's path, it would be of no use whatsoever. As he walked, He gradually came to an understanding. It wasn't that the second stage was too simple, but rather that he was truly strong beyond the normal scope. The condition for opening this humanity's heaven-sent prodigy competition in the Forbidden Land of Gods was for 1,000 players to break through to the second order. Given the difficulty of leveling up in the 10,000 Worlds game, under normal circumstances, even players with SSS grade talents would not exceed level 40 at this point. For them, whether it was the first stage or the second, they were impossible challenges. Only a player like him, who defied common sense, would feel that the humanity's heaven-sent prodigy challenge had no difficulty at all. Having figured this out, Sumyubai lost much of his interest in the subsequent stages. He knew very well that the extent to which he was cheating had long since surpassed the 10,000 Worlds game's criteria for judging a humanity's heaven-sent prodigy. Soon, Sumyubai's figure was completely swallowed by the clouds, disappearing from the live stream. The viewers in the live stream were not impatient in the slightest. They simply waited quietly for Sumyubai's figure to reappear. They were preparing to witness the birth of a humanity's heaven-sent prodigy. More than half an hour later, the live stream footage suddenly zoomed in rapidly, and Sumyubai's figure appeared once again. By this time, he had already reached the summit. He only needed a few more steps to truly set foot on the peak of the heaven-sent prodigy mountain. Mythical grade pressure descended abruptly, causing the surrounding water mist to churn and roll. The viewers in the live stream showed no change in expression. They still remembered the announcement when Baiyi had triggered the kill notification for a mythical grade boss. Even if it wasn't a solo kill, he had still killed a mythical grade boss. So how could he not withstand the pressure of a mythical grade? Just as they had imagined, Sumyubai's footsteps did not falter for even a fraction of a second as he stepped onto the summit in a nonchalant manner. That powerful mythical grade pressure seemed as if it didn't exist at all to him. Notification: you have reached the peak of the heaven-sent prodigy mountain. Congratulations on successfully passing the second stage. Time taken: 1 hour and 18 minutes. Given Sumyubai's current speed, even with the aid of wind elements, it had taken him over an hour to reach the summit, which showed just how high this heaven-sent prodigy mountain truly was. This was a small platform where brilliant starlight fell, shining upon the pervasive mist and revealing various colors, making the place look so beautiful it didn't seem of this world. Sumyubai had no heart to admire the scenery. As he took a step forward, the system notification sounded in his ears immediately. A genius who possesses powerful talent but cannot grow is not qualified to be called a humanity's heaven-sent prodigy. Final stage: dance with the Grim Reaper. Challenger Baiyi, please face the sky-filling attacks and successfully survive for 1 minute. Please note, attacks from the surrounding mist are legendary grade, while attacks from the starlight in the sky are all mythical grade. They are absolutely not something you can withstand. Please use every means possible to dodge. After the countdown ends, the challenge officially begins. Is that it? Sumyubai curled his lips. He walked straight to the center of the platform and glanced at the mist filling the surroundings, not taking the incoming attacks seriously at all. Dance with the Grim Reaper. His own class was Death Sovereign, an existence even stronger than the Grim Reaper. Once he became a true Death Sovereign, let's see if the Grim Reaper would dare to dance with him. Seeing this scene, discussions broke out in the live stream. How do you think Baiyi will dodge the attacks? Who knows with such a freakish method? But he will definitely pass this stage. That's right. I wonder what kind of reward a humanity's heaven-sent prodigy will get. Even the champion gets a mythical great treasure chest. The humanity's heaven-sent prodigy reward must be at least Saint Extermination grade. By now, no one questioned Sumyubai's strength anymore. Although he had only made a move once during this appearance, he had slapped the faces of all the trolls from various countries in the Forbidden Land of Gods until they were swollen. Now, everyone was discussing what kind of rewards would follow. Not a single person thought Sumyubai wouldn't be able to pass this stage. However, everything that happened next still shattered everyone's perception. Today's extra chapter is here. Happy Lantern Festival, My Godfathers, Chapter 359. No, is he serious? I wonder what kind of methods Baiyi will use next. It's starting. Notification: the final stage, Dance with the Grim Reaper, has officially begun. Please use every means possible to survive for 1 minute amidst the increasingly dense attacks. The countdown ended. and the system notification sounded accordingly. A new countdown appeared on the live stream interface. At the same time, the mist surrounding Sumiyubai began to vibrate. The next moment, a blinding ice blue beam of light shot out, and in an instant, it was already closing in on Sumiyubai. That wasn't all. Before the ice blue beam could even strike Sumiyubai, the mist churned again, and two more beams of different colors shot out simultaneously. Boom, boom. And at this moment, the first second hadn't even ended yet. This was the difficulty of the final stage. As soon as the attacks began, there were 3 beams of light from different directions and different elemental types, all possessing legendary grade power. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but hold their breath, looking forward to seeing how Sumiyubai would dodge this attack. Setting aside the sheer power, the speed alone was something they couldn't possibly react to. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Bai didn't dodge. My god, he got hit. Are legendary tier attacks really that fast? Even Bai couldn't react in time. I seriously suspect he only managed to kill that mythical tier boss by picking up scraps. No, look closely. Everyone, Bai isn't injured at all, so that's it. It seems boss Bai wasn't unable to react, but simply couldn't be bothered to dodge. His to be able to ignore even legendary tier attacks. Just what level has Bai's strength reached? Boom, boom, boom. While everyone was in shock, the mist did not cease its assault. Beams of light continued to shoot towards Sumiyubai in the center from all directions. Moreover, the attacks were becoming increasingly dense and their power ever stronger. This could be seen from the intensity of the turbulence in the mist covering the mountain peak. At this moment, the mist had begun to churn violently, as if countless creatures were hidden within, stirring up the winds and clouds. Dense beams of light bombarded Sumiyubai relentlessly. Facing such an onslaught, let alone players at the current stage, even a true tier 8 legendary expert would need to bring out their real skills to survive. Admittedly, Sumiyubai had many ways to dodge or block these attacks, whether by summoning undead creatures to block, dodging at high speed, or simply tanking the damage by letting the skeletons in his summoning space take the hit. He could pass the final stage safely. But this was a broadcast to the entire God-forbidden land, and it was his first time appearing before everyone. Therefore, Sumiyubai prepared to give the Blue Star players a little shock. While he wouldn't die from tanking the damage, he would still have to bear the increasingly powerful impact of these beams himself. If he were knocked back or his posture was shaken, wouldn't that ruin his cool factor? And so, Sumiyubai used Death Domain Leap right where he stood. From the viewer's perspective, it looked as if he hadn't moved at all. Under the blessing of his job catastrophe trait, he enjoyed a 7-second immunity state after every Death Domain Leap. According to the limits of an SSS tier skill, this immunity state could completely withstand low tier attacks. Therefore, whether it was the beams shooting out from the mist now or the starlight attacks from the sky later, Sumiyubai could simply ignore them. Boom, boom, boom. The beams continued to strike. Their power was indeed tier 8 legendary, but they were highly condensed. Each beam struck Sumiyubai's body with precision, causing not the slightest damage to the mountain peak itself. 60 seconds in total. That's enough. Sumiyubai raised an eyebrow, ignored all the attacks, and waved his hand lightly. Immediately after, the live stream chat was flooded with a screen full of question marks and exclamation points. Times, no way, is he serious? At a time like this, he still doesn't forget to show off. Bai. Showing off is like the wind, it is always by my side. Myriad Worlds game. Damn it, you're making me lose face like this. Boss Bai is awesome. If he didn't completely disregard the final stage, how could he possibly do something like this? I have to admit, when it comes to the art of showing off, I'm like a naive little kid in front of Bai. Buddy, isn't that the same when it comes to strength? I would like to crown Bai as the king of show-offs. It was no wonder the viewers from various countries reacted so strongly. This guy Sumiyubai was truly unreasonable. Facing the increasingly dense beam attacks, he actually waved his hand to release death energy and frost energy, condensing a throne behind him. Then, he sat down on it with a bold, imposing air, placed his hands lightly on the dragon-shaped armrests of the throne, crossed his legs, and leaned back lazily, his gaze fixed on the stars in the high sky. His demeanor seemed to be urging the attacks to come faster. The beams shooting from behind instantly pierced through the back of the throne and struck Sumubai. The immunity effect was still active, so he remained completely unaffected. The moment the beams passed through, the energy of the throne filled the hole, and it restored itself to its original state in the blink of an eye. To pull off this show of arrogance perfectly, simply repairing the throne alone required a massive amount of mana. But would Sumubai ever be short on mana? The skill Scourge World had generated a sea of death within his summoning space, where the summoned creatures could rapidly recover both their health and mana. 053. The 7-second immunity ended, and Death Domain Leap still had a 3-second cooldown, making it impossible to use consecutively. Sumubai maintained his lazy posture, not making a single move. Since he had started showing off, he had to finish it. The moment the immunity state vanished, he simply shifted his thoughts, and the end-time demon armor on his body suddenly flickered with a faint light. In an instant, an invisible energy shield formed on the surface of his body. End-time shield notification. You have activated end-time shield. It will absorb all incoming damage for you for the next 30 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment continued. With the supply of Sumubai's infinite mana, even the throne beneath him remained in perfect condition. In the live stream, 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed, and for a long time, no new messages appeared. Players from all countries were completely numb. After the previous 2 stages, they had indeed accepted Sumubai's monstrous nature and had a rough understanding of his strength. But who could have imagined that this monster's level of monstrosity would be this monstrous? Perun Ars and Indra stared blankly at the live stream, each giving themselves a slap in the face. They had actually thought about competing with such a monster in the past. It was fortunate they were lucky enough not to have descended into the countries that this monster had visited first, otherwise, they feared their ashes would have been scattered to the winds. A few drops of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, and a sense of lingering fear couldn't help but rise in the hearts of the three. No, they had to find every possible way to persuade the higher-ups to surrender immediately. If they waited for Baiyi to make a move, they didn't know if others would die, but they themselves, as people with SSS-level talents, would definitely not survive. Chapter 360. The game can be played like this, aha. As the countdown quickly approached the halfway mark, Sumubai lifted his eyelids, glanced at the stars in the sky, and couldn't help but yawn. So much for the promised mythical level attack. Why hasn't it come yet? At this moment, the live stream chat had also regained some liveliness. He's yawning, right? This is the final stage of the special achievement challenge for Human Prodigy. And this guy actually finds it boring. I don't believe he can remain this calm and indifferent forever. I don't believe it either. The next part will have mythical level attacks, which are on par with the strongest combat power of our countries. Can he still? Holy crap, Baiyi. My abnormality is beyond your imagination. The moment the countdown passed the halfway point, a brilliant starlight suddenly descended upon the mountain peak. Wherever the starlight passed, the mist was instantly swept away, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, the starlight crashed down onto the top of Sumubai's head, and then, there was no then. Just like a dud firecracker thrown during the new year, this massive, grand mythical level attack landed on Sumubai with absolutely no difference from the previous legendary level attacks. It didn't even qualify to make him raise a hand to block it. At this moment, all the players in the forbidden land of the gods fell silent. People shouldn't. At least they shouldn't be able to. They entered the game at the same time. So why was Baiyi so heaven-defying? Did he tamper with the game data directly? Just as everyone was dumbfounded, shocked that Sumubai could ignore even a mythical level attack. The countdown reached 23 seconds. At this very second, the duration of the Shield of the End came to an end. Immediately after, the eyes of everyone watching the live stream widened, and their mouths hung open involuntarily. In the footage, Sumubai waved his hand with some impatience. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy instantly erupted from his body, and a violent shockwave swept across the entire summit of Prodigy Peak in an instant. The next moment, the clouds and mist permeating the peak were directly blown away by this energy. Even the starlight falling from high above was instantly annihilated by this energy. After the explosion, the top of Prodigy Peak appeared clearly in the live stream for the first time. Those clouds and mists that had been lingering on the peak and continuously releasing legendary level attacks had completely vanished. After a few seconds of silence, countless bullet comments suddenly exploded in the live stream. Oh my god. This guy just waved his hand. And he actually changed the challenge content of the final stage. After watching Bai, I finally realized that the game can be played like this. You realized it too early. Without Bai's strength, you'd better just level up honestly. My god. What did he do again? Is Bai planning to destroy this stage directly? Myriad Worlds game. This person is a cheater. The previous explosion was the final effect of the shield of the end. The moment the shield disappeared, it would detonate all the damage absorbed within 30 seconds, dealing an equal amount of damage to all surrounding enemies. In just 30 seconds, the shield of the end had withstood over 200 beams of legendary level power, as well as several beams of mythical level starlight. One could imagine how powerful the final burst of energy was. It was just that Bai hadn't expected this thing to directly blow away the surrounding mist, causing all subsequent legendary level attacks to cease. The mist dissipated, but the starlight from above did not stop attacking. After the explosion ended, two more brilliant beams of starlight struck towards Bai one after another. Although Death Domain Leap had long since finished its cooldown, Bai had no intention of using it at all. While switching his crossed legs, he moved his mind once again. In an instant, Bai's body also shone with brilliant starlight, and a shield of starlight condensed around him. Starlight Barrier. This was a skill attached to the Saint Extinction level item Starlight Guardian leg armor he had just equipped. Notification: you have activated Starlight Barrier. It will reflect all incoming attacks for you and heal your lost HP by an equivalent amount, lasting for 20 seconds. And so, the players from various countries witnessed a shocking scene. Boom boom. The moment the two beams of starlight fell, they were directly reflected by the starlight barrier on Bai's body, returning along their original paths in an instant. Boom boom. Immediately after, two violent explosions rang out from high in the sky, and the two phantom stars were actually shattered directly. For a moment, Bai was slightly stunned. Are the phantom stars capable of releasing mythical level attacks this fragile? He never expected that after reflecting just one beam of starlight, those two phantom stars would explode directly. Are they trying to scam me? Although Bai was as dumbfounded as everyone else, the attacks from the other stars did not stop. However, every subsequent beam of starlight that fell would take the phantom star that released it along with it when it returned. When the Myriad Worlds game set up this special achievement challenge, it never imagined there would be an existence as abnormal as Bai. Simply facing the overwhelming, powerful attacks would be enough to make anyone flustered. Even a true Tier 9 mythical level powerhouse wouldn't have the ability to counterattack. Such difficulty was enough to show just how hard it was to become a human prodigy. What's more, the phantom stars were at least nearly 100 kilometers away from the summit of Prodigy Peak. Under normal circumstances, which challenger's attack range could reach that far? Precisely because of this, when the Myriad Worlds game developers set up the star projections, they cut corners to save time and effort. They only imbued them with the energy to unleash attacks. Once they received an attack of equal intensity, they would shatter instantly. This is what led to the iconic scene unfolding now. Players from various countries in the Forbidden Land of God stared blankly as the stars above Bai exploded one after another. Above the peak of Heaven's Pride Mountain, it appeared as though countless stars were flowing, but in reality, there were not many that could actually unleash mythical-grade attacks. As for the other star projections, they were truly nothing more than illusions. To use a term from Blue Star Games, the vast majority of them were just textures, completely useless. This also led to a problem. Why did they stop? Bai looked up at the starry sky and suddenly frowned. The starlight barrier on him had not yet dissipated, but the attacks had ceased. The countdown continued to tick away at a steady pace, but this final stage no longer had any attacks left. Whether it was the surrounding clouds or the star projections in the high sky capable of attacking, everything had been broken by Bai. In the final 3 seconds, all the players kept their eyes glued to the live broadcast. Bai also slowly sat up straight. As the final second of the countdown ended, The system notification sound immediately rang in his ears. Chapter 361. The Unpredictability of Human Hearts, bonus chapter. Regarding Sumyubai's performance in the final stage. Although the players were shocked, they fundamentally did not understand the extent of his strength or what it truly signified. Those who were truly shocked beyond measure were the high-ranking officials of various countries. In the 100 Nations Conference space, after the people from the 4 major powers, the 2 superpowers, and 2 strong nations had left, the remaining smaller countries did not exit immediately. Representatives from various countries remained here to watch the Heaven's Pride tournament and the subsequent Special Achievement Challenge for the Human Heaven's Pride, having previously learned that Yui and the other 2 possessed Saint Extermination grade strength. They had already found it incomprehensible. Later, Sumyubai's appearance refreshed the worldviews of these powerful figures time and time again. We really are getting old. I never expected to be surpassed by the Descenders so quickly. This by Yi. He's simply not human. It's a pity that such a heaven-defying genius didn't descend in our country. Forget it. For small nations like ours, we shouldn't even daydream about it. Arif, you are the strongest here now. Tell us, what should we do next? As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the mythical great powerhouses from various countries turned toward one man in the venue. Arif stroked his beard, a mysterious and unfathomable smile on his face. He thoroughly enjoyed the attention he was receiving at this moment. As expected, only after those 4 bullies left could he become the center of attention. As the strongest individual of the White Elephant Kingdom, Arif was known as the #1 person below the Saint Extermination grade in the Forbidden Land of Gods. If he were in the capital of the White Elephant Kingdom, he would even have the confidence to go head-to-head with a Tier 10 Saint Extermination grade supreme powerhouse. Taking a deep look at Sumyubai on the broadcast screen, Arif slowly spat out one word, wait. Hearing this word, the other powerhouses were stunned and spoke up one after another. What? We have to wait. Didn't you hear what Xingjun said before he left? If we wait any longer, are we really prepared to become slaves to the Shenlong Empire like Sakura and Koryo? Exactly. Rather than passively becoming slaves, we might as well take the initiative to join the Shenlong Empire as soon as possible. That way, at least things might be a bit better. A bunch of idiots. Arif sneered in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled and explained. Do you really think Xingjun cares about small countries like ours? As he spoke, he stood up, swept his gaze across everyone present, and continued. It is not that this humble one is boasting, but apart from my White Elephant Kingdom, the Shenlong Empire would only need to send 1 elder to conquer any of you. Therefore, whether we surrender early or late makes no difference to the Shenlong Empire. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. Although the words were harsh, wasn't what Arif said the truth? Seeing that his words had moved the crowd, Arif nodded with satisfaction and spoke again. Right now, it is best to do nothing. Let's first observe the reactions of the other 3 major powers. Only then will we be able to secure some bargaining chips. As a long-time fence-sitter, Arif was well versed in this, so he was not in the slightest bit anxious. At this moment, someone suddenly raised a question. What if Bai comes? Arif smiled upon hearing this. No need to worry. According to the results of my divination, it won't be long before Bai disappears from the Forbidden Land of Gods. You mean he will head to the Myriad Worlds? Exactly. This was the reason why Arif chose to continue sitting on the fence. Without Bai, the Shenlong Empire would lose the ability to cross national borders. By then, he would be able to obtain more bargaining chips in the negotiations. Shenlong Imperial Capital. Shenlong Palace Headquarters. Xingjun looked at Sumyubai on the live broadcast and grinned. This could really open my eyes. The 2 skills he used later must have come from Saint Extermination grade items, right? It's not like it's your first day knowing him. What is there to be so surprised about? Feng Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table and spoke slowly. Is anyone contacting you now? Not for the moment. Xingjun shook his head and curled his lip. These guys really don't shed tears until they see the coffin. With that guy Arif around, this is normal. Feng Yuan seemed completely unsurprised by this. His fingers paused for a moment, and he said in a deep voice, they aren't important either. The most critical thing is the choice made by the Northern Glory Empire and the Radiant Federation. What about the Sanctuary Empire? If they surrendered, would you accept it? Banes and Harriman are not much worse than you or me. I would not, therefore. The Sanctuary Empire has no choice. They have only ever had one path to take. I understand, teacher. Xingjun suddenly realized. The Northern Radiance Empire and the Radiant Federation, when combined, might be able to clash with the two great empires. But no matter how you look at it, they are two separate powers. It is impossible for them to be completely inseparable. Therefore, to the Shenlong Empire, they pose far less of a threat than the Sanctuary Empire. Surrender is a result that only occurs when there is a significant disparity in strength, like the current situation between the Shenlong Empire and the Sanctuary Empire. Unless a true victor is decided, there is absolutely no possibility of surrender. Even if one side wanted to surrender, the other would never accept it. The human race does indeed need to be unified, and it is indeed necessary to preserve as many strong individuals as possible. But human hearts are unpredictable. Many times, being soft-hearted comes with a heavy price. Having lived for who knows how many years, Feng Yuan had long since seen through this. Human traitors, it was not as if they had never appeared before. Notification. You have survived for 1 minute. Notification. Congratulations on successfully clearing the final stage. The moment the countdown ended, two system notifications rang out in succession by Sumyu Bai's ears. This also meant that he had completed all the challenges for the special achievement, Human Prodigy. I wonder what the effects of this title are. A flash of brilliance crossed Sumyu Bai's eyes, and he couldn't help but sit up straight. The next moment, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. The system announcement sounded immediately after. Following that, everyone in the Forbidden Land of the Gods stood up abruptly, their hearts trembling, because this announcement was completely different from all the ones in the past. Today's extra update is here. School is starting, work is beginning, and all you foster fathers are busy. The data is dropping every day, and this blind author is crying without tears. Dear readers, please click on the free gifts and show your support. Chapter 362, an unprecedented announcement. Myriad World's Human Announcement. Congratulations to human player Bai of the 7th Forbidden Land of the Gods for successfully clearing the Special Achievement Challenge and becoming the first player to obtain the Human Prodigy title. This is hereby announced. This unique announcement left everyone in the entire Forbidden Land of the Gods stunned. After a long while, intense discussions erupted in the live streaming room. What the hell? A Myriad World's Human Announcement? Did I hear that right? Number 007. Does that mean there are many more Forbidden Lands of the Gods like ours? WTF, so we humans aren't the only ones. Big Brother Bai is truly awesome. The moment he makes a move, it's a Myriad Worlds Human Announcement. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, our human race is a bottom-tier race in the Myriad Worlds. If that's the case, just how strong are those powerful races in the Myriad Worlds? I've truly had my eyes opened. The Myriad Worlds game is even more vast than I imagined. Previous announcements had always been limited to the Blue Star region at most. Now, the sudden Myriad Worlds Human Announcement felt like it had opened a door in front of all Blue Star players. The Forbidden Land of the Gods where the Blue Star players resided could not, from beginning to end, represent the entire human race. Since this place was called the 7th Forbidden Land of the Gods, it meant there were at least 7 such places, and it was highly likely there were even more. And this was just for the human race alone. One could imagine what kind of concept the Myriad Worlds truly was. Just as everyone was in shock, another announcement rang out. This time, the players were still in a state of excitement and did not know what this announcement meant. But the few Tier 10 Saint Extermination level powerhouses in the Forbidden Land of the Gods all changed their expressions simultaneously. Myriad Worlds Human Announcement. The Human Prodigy has been born. All human Forbidden Lands of the Gods will be unsealed in 10 years and completely integrated into the Myriad Worlds. Feng Yuan, Xingjun, Baines, and the other powerhouses heard this announcement as if struck by a bolt of lightning, their expressions changing drastically in an instant. They were all individuals who had come into contact with the Myriad Worlds to varying degrees. so they naturally understood that this announcement meant a catastrophe was coming for the entire human race. The powerful restrictions of the Forbidden Land of the Gods, while limiting the strength of human experts, provided even more necessary protection for humanity. If the Forbidden Land of the Gods did not exist, the weak human race would have long been enslaved or exterminated, and now, because Bai Yi had obtained the human prodigy title, this protection was suddenly reduced to just the final 10 years. This sudden turn of events caught even Feng Yuan off guard. Shenlong Imperial Capital, Shenlong Palace Headquarters, inside the valley, only 10 years left. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Too short, far too short. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the stone platform. It was the current palace master of the Shenlong Palace, Xingjun. His expression was graver than ever before. Teacher, time is even more pressing than we imagined. Before Xingjun could finish, Feng Yuan waved his hand to interrupt him. I did not know that the appearance of the human prodigy would bring about such changes, but it is too late to say anything now. Having said this, he paused for a moment and said with a solemn expression, the top priority now is that we must accelerate the pace of unification. As he spoke, he took out the Shenlong token and dialed Sumu Bai's communication. Little friend Bai Yi, please come over in a while. I will have to trouble you with those 2 dungeon cores. Sanctuary Empire, Holy Light Heaven Headquarters. Pope Baines was currently furious over the 100 Nations Conference, and upon hearing this sudden announcement, his face turned pale. Damn it, 10 years is but a blink of an eye. How could it possibly be enough, Bai Yi? You are destined to become a sinner of the entire human race. As Baines's gnashing voice echoed through the hall, a figure suddenly appeared. Harriman bowed slightly and said, Pope, the number of those rats can no longer be controlled. Baines slammed his fist onto the table. It's all the fault of this stand Bai Yi. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Pass down the order. Have the entire sanctuary army assemble. I want every single one of these damned rats reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, in the myriad worlds, within the forbidden land of the gods now, one, deep in an unknown ocean, a young human man suddenly opened his eyes. The moment his terrifying aura erupted, the surrounding seawater was instantly pushed away, creating a vacuum zone around him. Bai Yi, to think that forbidden land of the gods now, 7 could produce someone with such talent. The young man's eyes were filled with shock. No one knew better than he did just how difficult the challenges were to obtain the title of human prodigy, because he, too, had once attempted the challenge, only to fail. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't fathom how Bai Yi had managed to pull it off. After a long silence, the young man frowned. 10 years. Although the time is tight, there is still hope, however. It is impossible to remain in the forbidden land of the gods any longer. As he said this, his voice cut off abruptly. The surrounding seawater rushed back in, instantly filling the area. And the young man's figure had already vanished. Across the myriad worlds, every forbidden land of the gods held existences like this young man. They were all individuals who had once challenged the special achievement of human prodigy, but without exception, they had all failed. Otherwise, this title would not have fallen to Bai Yi. After hearing the announcement ringing in their ears, these people, while shocked, immediately began to alter their original plans. For a time, the number of human powerhouses heading out to gain experience in the myriad worlds increased significantly. With only 10 years left, these powerhouses, who were once also called peerless geniuses, now wanted to seize this final opportunity to see if they could make another breakthrough. The players in the Blue Star region might not understand, but these people knew very well that the lifting of the restrictions on the forbidden lands of the gods did not mean they would simply merge into the myriad worlds. They first had to break through the myriad race's battlefield. Only then would the human race have the qualifications to gain a foothold in the myriad worlds. Myriad worlds, Titan, ancestral star, in a forest with lush vegetation. Here, even a blade of grass or a flower was taller than the trees in the forbidden land of the gods. As for those towering giant trees, each one reached heights of over tens of thousands of meters. Whoosh! Between the giant trees, a streak of sword light flashed by in an instant. Just as it was about to disappear, it suddenly came to a halt. It was a wine-red longsword, and lying on the blade was a person. If Sumu Bai were here, he would surely recognize at a glance that this person was none other than Huijian, whom he had been unable to contact recently. Listening to the myriad world's human announcement ringing in his ears, Huijian sat up abruptly, his lazy gaze turning exceptionally sharp in an instant. This brat, he really has set a difficult problem for me. 10 years. I wonder if it's enough. As Huijian muttered to himself, a series of roars echoed from the forest behind him. Thump, thump, thump. Following that, the nearby ground began to tremble, as if some giant beast were approaching. Chapter 363, Cleansing with Source Power. Potential enhanced once more. Huijian smacked his own forehead and cursed. It's all that brat Bai's fault. He made me forget I was still being hunted. As he spoke, he flipped his hand to take out a palm-sized square object. He took a deep, reluctant breath, curled his lips, and said, "If I weren't afraid of exposing my aura, I wouldn't be willing to part with this for anything." With that, he tossed the square treasure behind him. The object grew in the wind, quickly expanding into a massive swimming pool. Inside the pool, a pale purple liquid surged, and a rich aroma of wine instantly permeated the air. "Damn thief, stop right there, you bastard!" Roar. At the same time, an angry roar accompanied by a series of bellows rang out. The sky suddenly darkened as more than a dozen massive ape-like creatures leaped high into the air, their bodies shimmering with a metallic luster as they bore down on Huijian at high speed. But upon seeing the giant pool, the pupils of these ape creatures constricted, and they stopped dead in midair, seemingly terrified of accidentally overturning the pool. However, their blood-red eyes remained fixed on Huijian, looking as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. "I only took a ton. Look at how stingy you guys are." Huijian glared back without the slightest fear. "I'm giving it back to you, so stop chasing me. I have important business to attend to and no time to play with you anymore." As his voice fell, the wine-red longsword instantly transformed into a streak of light and sped away. A sentence lingered faintly in the wind. "No way. Next time I must make that brat Bai compensate for my losses. This was fine wine brewed by the Titan Ape clan. I've suffered a huge loss." Back on the ground, the group of Titan apes carefully caught the pool. The leader stared in the direction Huijian had departed for a long time before finally leading his kin back the way they came. Notification: the live broadcast of this Prodigy tournament has officially ended. An announcement popped up in the live stream room, which then closed immediately after. After the players exited the live stream, they continued to discuss the events of the myriad worlds in their respective national chat channels. Still feeling unsatisfied, just as they were still immersed in the previous myriad worlds announcement, the system announcement sounded once again. Forbidden Land of the Gods No. 07 announcement. This Prodigy tournament has concluded successfully, due to the Shenlong Empire player Bai successfully obtaining the title of Human Prodigy. The national borders of this Forbidden Land of the Gods will officially open in 1 year. Perhaps because of the previous Myriad Worlds Human announcement, the Blue Star region announcement had now also been changed to the Forbidden Land of the Gods No. 7 announcement. Upon hearing this news, the players from various countries did not have much of a reaction. Sumyu Bai's repeated crossing of national borders had already left them somewhat numbed out. Moreover, 1 year still felt like too long a time to the players. 10 years from now, even the restrictions of the Forbidden Lands of the Gods would be gone. So who cared about national borders? Regardless of whether they opened early or late, they could not escape the fate of being crushed by the Shenlong Empire. Not to mention the massive gap in EXP bonuses. Even the current Shenlong Empire players were fully capable of crushing any other country. Bai alone could instantly kill millions of high-level players qualified to participate in the Prodigy tournament. What kind of concept was that? Do they really think every country is like the Shenlong Empire, possessing over 1 billion players? Some small nations would likely be completely wiped out by a single skill from Bai. So what is there to even agonize over? Regardless of when the national borders open, they might as well just surrender. At the summit of Changjio Peak, a golden pillar of light descending from the heavens completely enveloped Sumyu Bai's body. He felt as if every cell within him was cheering and leaping with joy. Clearly, the potential enhancement had already begun. However, this time, it seemed significantly different from the previous 2 instances. There was neither the tearing, excruciating pain experienced when consuming the Star Core Source liquid, nor the descent into a deep slumber like when he was tempered by the power of chaos. Sumyubai felt as if he were wrapped in a golden ocean, warm, comfortable, and deeply relaxed. It didn't even hinder him from answering the communication request from Old Man Feng. "No problem. We're close enough that there's no need for rewards. Just give me 8 or 10 pieces of Saint Extermination grade equipment, and we'll call it even." Hearing that Old Man Feng wanted him to upgrade to dungeon cores, Sumyubai agreed immediately. As for the 8 or 10 pieces of Saint Extermination grade equipment, that was naturally a joke. Let alone the Shenlong Palace, even excluding Sumyubai, that cheat. The entire Forbidden Land, no. 7 couldn't produce that many pieces of Saint Extermination grade equipment. After a long while, the golden pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: congratulations on successfully completing the Special Achievement Challenge. You have obtained the unique human title Human Prodigy. Notification: your body has been tempered by the power of origin, and your potential has been enhanced. Notification: your base 4-dimensional attributes have each increased by 17,900 points. Notification: for every future level up, your base 4-dimensional attributes will increase by an additional 100 points. Notification: every future breakthrough will have its effects enhanced to a certain degree. The specific degree of enhancement depends on the breakthrough tier. Notification: you have met the first and second requirements of the epic path. Once the 5th requirement is met, you will be able to break through to the 7th tier. Is it just the same as the enhancement from the power of chaos? Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Although this potential enhancement allowed him to satisfy the first 2 requirements of the epic path, he felt as if something was missing. Just as he was feeling puzzled, another system notification rang in his ears. This time, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Sumyubai's face. That's more like it. Notification: your soul has been tempered by the power of origin, and your soul quality has been enhanced. While he was immersed in the golden pillar of light earlier, Sumyubai had felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Now, he finally understood that the feeling had come from the enhancement of his soul quality. Soul quality? That's a new piece of knowledge. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, already gaining some insight into soul quality. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the biggest difference between himself and a true 9th-tier mythical powerhouse. That during the battle at the Sakura capital, he had only activated the soul-sucking domain for a few seconds before feeling exhausted. In contrast, Yamada no Orochi and Yamamoto Yoji had maintained their domains for several hours without any sign of strain, having absorbed so many treasures that increased soul strength in the past. Sumyubai felt it was normal for there to be some gap between his soul strength and that of a 9th-tier mythical powerhouse, but the gap shouldn't have been that massive. Now that he knew about soul quality, Sumyubai finally understood where he had been lacking. Thinking of this, Sumyubai focused his mind, and a heart-palpitating power instantly erupted from within him. Dark purple energy surged in all directions, eventually forming a domain centered on Sumyubai, covering a radius of 100 meters. Soul-sucking domain. This range was a result of Sumyubai's deliberate control. He couldn't wait to test how much his ability to maintain the domain had improved after his soul quality was enhanced. At this moment, the broadcast of the All Worlds game had already ended, so no one could see this scene. Therefore, Sumyubai used his domain without any restraint. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Chapter 360 for Old Man. Do you have anything good? The soul-sucking domain continued to surge, and Sumyubai carefully felt the consumption of his soul power. Time ticked by, and soon a full minute had passed. Not long ago, Sumyubai could only maintain it for a few seconds, but now, after his soul quality had been enhanced, he had maintained it for a full minute without the slightest feeling of fatigue. Aside from the title, "This is the greatest harvest," a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He was extremely satisfied with his gains from this prodigy tournament. As long as he could maintain his domain for a long time, he would have the ability to go head-to-head with a 9th-tier mythical powerhouse. Otherwise, he would be forced to act like he did in the Korya Kingdom, where he had to rely on Bingshuang to make the first move. It must be said that Bingshuang, having evolved into a Saint Extermination grade creature, possessed combat power that surpassed Sumyubai's in some respects. Yuyi and the others were still in their infancy and were somewhat lacking in comparison. But Bingshuan, in its growth stage, could definitely be considered a top-tier powerhouse in the Forbidden Land. 10 minutes later, Sumyubai finally felt a hint of fatigue. It seems there is still a significant gap compared to a true 9th-tier mythical powerhouse. Although his words sounded slightly disappointed, he wore a satisfied smile. If he pushed himself to the limit, he could completely maintain the domain for over 20 minutes without interruption. While this duration was still far from that of Yamada no Orochi and Yamamoto Yoji, it was a hundreds-fold improvement compared to before. Sumyubai was already content. What's more, he hadn't even broken through to the 7th tier yet, and his soul quality and soul strength had already reached such a level. Once he truly broke through to the 9th tier mythical level, he would definitely be incomparable to ordinary 9th tier creatures. Sumyubai still remembered the shocked expression on that old dog Yamamoto's face when he first activated his domain. If he knew that he could now maintain his domain for over 20 minutes, wouldn't he be scared back to life? Thinking of this, Sumyubai grinned. He glanced at the dark purple energy covering a radius of 100 meters and moved his mind. The soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain immediately expanded and spread rapidly toward the outside. In the span of a breath, the dark purple energy covered the entire summit platform of Chanjiao Peak and continued to extend high into the sky. Before retracting the domain, he wanted to see what his current limit was. I can barely cover a 1-kilometer radius. It's still too small. A few seconds later, Sumyubai exhaled a turbid breath and deactivated the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain. Unless necessary, he would not expand his domain to its limit. This was because the larger the maintained domain area, the faster the consumption of soul power would be. Sumyubai made a rough estimate. If he maintained the maximum range continuously, he could keep the domain active for at most less than a minute. Now, only the final requirement remains. Sumyubai looked at the 5th and known requirement of the epic path and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, this thing could only be viewed after leaving the Forbidden Land of Gods, so there was nothing he could do about it for now. Taking a deep breath, Sumyubai opened his title list to check the specific attributes of this title that had triggered the world announcement. The reason he was only checking it now was that Sumyubai had already made some guesses about it. Human Race Prodigy. Unique title of the human race. Only the first human player in the myriad worlds to pass the Special Achievement Challenge can obtain this title. Title effect, and known. Affected by the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods, and able to view. You are the well-deserved #1 prodigy of the human race, and you will surely become a pillar of the human race in the future. Keep it up, young man. Seeing it now, it was just as he had expected. It was only natural that a title capable of triggering a world human race announcement would be restricted by the barriers of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Sumyubai curled his lips helplessly, closed the title interface, and carefully inspected the summit of Chanjiao Peak. Finding that there was indeed nothing left, he stepped into the portal beside him. This had appeared after the challenge ended. Crossing through the portal, Sumyubai instantly returned to the White Knight Court. Notification. Honorable Master of the White Knight Court, welcome home. Before the system could even provide information about the resurrection point, Sumyubai had already taken out the Divine Dragon token and vanished from his bedroom. Notification. You have entered the Divine Dragon Imperial Capital, and your resurrection point has been switched to the Divine Dragon Imperial Capital Resurrection Hall. The next moment, Sumyubai's figure appeared directly at the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters. Now that the Chanjiao tournament had come to an end, he was preparing to head to the Sanctuary Empire. Not only was there a cross-boundary teleportation rail leading to the undead realm there, but it also held clues to the Death Sovereign profession set. However, before that, Sumyubai planned to ask Feng Yuan for a favor, and by the way, he could also freeload the promotion of those 2 dungeon cores. He only dared to promote these things. He had absolutely no intention of sublimating or cataclysmically evolving them. He remembered clearly from when he experimented in the Sakura Kingdom. Sublimating a level 60 dungeon portal required consuming 100,000 soul crystals, and a cataclysmic evolution required 1,000,000 years of lifespan. This time, he was upgrading dungeon cores. Aside from the portals of the same tier, These things could also randomly open so many lower-tier portals, the consumption would inevitably be even more terrifying. Before leaving the Forbidden Land of Gods, Sumyubai did not have that much lifespan to spare. Looking at the endless grassland before him, Sumyubai truly didn't know which way to go. Why make a headquarters so flashy and complicated? Sumyubai curled his lips and said directly, "Old man Feng, I'm here." Swish. Immediately after, he felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived directly in the valley where the epic path had been opened. "Little friend Bai, I'll have to trouble you." Feng Yuan did not stand on ceremony and directly took out two strangely shaped crystals, handing them to Sumyubai. If he didn't only have 10 years left, he likely wouldn't have let Sumyubai upgrade these two things. But now, time waited for no one. Sumyubai nodded, took the 2 dungeon cores, and glanced at them. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. Cataclysm, promote by 1 tier. There was no choice, he had to freeload. The 2 cores immediately emitted a brilliant light as they were being upgraded. Sumyubai looked at Feng Yuan and smiled. "Old man, I want to visit the treasury of the Sanctuary Empire. Are there any good things suitable for me?" Today's extra update is here. Every time the box office of Neza breaks 1 billion, the Americans blow up a plane. Now that it has broken 10 billion, he directly has an aircraft carrier crash into a merchant ship. 666. Chapter 365, National Carnival. The Chanjiao tournament should have been the first grand event for all the people of the Forbidden Land of Gods. But because of Sumyubai's existence, the start time of the Chanjiao tournament was moved up significantly, and it turned directly into a performance by the Divine Dragon Empire. The other countries gained absolutely nothing from this event. Therefore, after the event ended, the countries in the Forbidden Land of Gods returned to their usual calm. It was just that under the current calm situation, turbulent undercurrents were hidden. Whether it was a large country or a small one, changes had begun to occur. With only 1 year left until the national borders opened, the question was whether to actively surrender and join the Divine Dragon Empire, or to follow the Sanctuary Empire to the bitter end and wait to follow in the footsteps of the Sakura Kingdom and the Korya Kingdom after the borders opened. Or perhaps, they wouldn't even be able to wait until the borders opened. This was, indeed, a problem. But regardless, Sumyubai's appearance before the world this time had brought some benefits to the Blue Star players. The Guardian forces of various countries had previously been in an observation and assessment stage regarding Blue Star players. But ever since the Chanjiao tournament ended, many things that were previously temporarily closed to players had been announced one after another. Among these were the methods to change into hidden professions. Of course, the weaker the country, the fewer such methods there were, and the lower the chance of truly changing into a hidden profession. But even superpowers like the Divine Dragon Empire and the Sanctuary Empire did not have a way to allow players to change into hidden professions in large batches. After all, changing to a hidden class requires a token. However, the Shenlong Empire had now obtained the dungeon core capable of dropping high-tier hidden class transfer items, thanks to their overwhelming advantage in the Heavenly Pride tournament. Consequently, not long after Sumyubai headed to the Shenlong Palace headquarters, 1,000 unique portals were randomly refreshed all across the Shenlong Empire. A core generates between 10 and 1,0 dungeons 1 tier lower than itself. The specific number depends on the amount of energy invested into the core. As long as there is a sufficient energy supply, the Shenlong Palace can maintain the existence of these 1,000 dungeon portals indefinitely. For some tiny, insignificant nations, such energy consumption would clearly not be a small amount, but in the eyes of the Shenlong Palace, it was entirely affordable. 10 years from now, the seal on the Forbidden Land of the Gods will dissipate, and the Shenlong Empire must cultivate more powerhouses as quickly as possible. Compared to that, what did a little energy consumption matter? One must know that these dungeon portals were not only accessible to Blue Star players, the natives of the Shenlong Empire possessed the same qualifications. The 1,000 portals refreshed randomly, with most appearing in mid to high level maps, which were difficult for current players to set foot in. However, quite a few also refreshed in low level maps. Soon, players discovered the existence of these portals. At the same time, there were 10 times as many mount dungeons. Both types of dungeons shared the same characteristic. The monsters inside would be 5 levels higher than the average level of the map where the portal refreshed. However, if a player's level exceeded the dungeon's level, they would no longer be able to receive dungeon rewards. The reason why dungeon portals appeared in low-level maps was entirely due to the deliberate control of the Shenlong Palace. As more and more people entered the dungeons, players discovered the astonishing good news, which quickly spread across the Shenlong Empire's chat channel. Brothers in White Cloud City, we are in luck. Didn't the announcement say the dungeons would be 1 tier lower? But the dungeons here seem to be high tier. I thought only we in Maple Leaf City were like this. Refuse North City is the same. East Sea City is the same as well. Have awesome high tier mounts. High tier hidden classes. Here I come. You guys are so slow. The elite team of our guild has almost cleared the dungeon. Soon, there will be a large number of hidden class players with mounts. Who can't brag? These dungeons are so difficult. How could you be close to clearing them? Exactly. What guild are you in? What is the name of your elite team? Tell us. Hegemony Guild. Dark Knight Mercenary Group. I'm sorry. I spoke too loudly just now. So it's the guild of Big Brother Bai. No wonder. Now that you mention it, I almost forgot to join the Hegemony Guild. Though quickly, brother. The Hegemony Guild has absolutely no entry requirements. I just joined and immediately received an extra 200% EXP bonus. It's simply exhilarating. If the appearance of these dungeon portals was a carnival for the entire population, then the following announcement was a feast for the top experts. Shenlong Empire announcement. The Shenlong Palace will select elite players in each major city 3 days from now. Those who excel can obtain the status of Shenlong Palace Reserves and have the opportunity to enter top-tier mount dungeons and unique hidden class dungeons. Once this announcement was made, the whole country was in an uproar. Top experts from every city were eager and ready, wanting to seize such an opportunity, before the players could even begin discussing it in the chat channel. Another announcement rang out. Shenlong Empire announcement. Recommended by Shenlong Palace Elder Bai. The Hegemony Guild is granted 1.0 spots per week to enter the core dungeons. This announcement completely ignited the craze for everyone to join the Hegemony Guild. Big Brother Bai is amazing. He can actually get the Shenlong Palace to open a back door. Is there a need to open a back door? The Dark Knight Mercenary Group can also be considered members of the Hegemony Guild. If they make a move, who could compete with them? That's true. It seems Big Brother Bai is doing this entirely for our sake. With the people from the Dark Knight Mercenary Group having their own spots, our chances are much higher. Whatever. I'm joining the Hegemony Guild first. That way, I'll have to channels. Originally, the Hegemony Guild had already attracted a large number of players due to Sumu Bai's reputation. During this period, the Dark Knight Mercenary Group had also risen to fame, and even Sanchi Kingfeng had joined them. Coupled with this Heavenly Pride tournament and the Shenlong Palace's announcement, the Hegemony Guild had completely become the national guild of the Shenlong Empire. When the World Game first opened, who could have imagined that a single guild could grow to such an extent? Even Hontabei never expected that the guild he founded would expand to such a degree in such a short time. Every single second, countless players were applying to join in the back end. He even suspected whether all the players in the Shenlong Empire were applying. However, this was clearly his illusion, because in the World Game, there were more players with low-tier talents who often chose to become full-time life professionals because their combat power was not strong. Therefore, the Hegemony Guild alone could not accommodate the vast majority of the Shenlong Empire's population. But if the World Chamber of Commerce were added, it would be enough. The two, one gathering combat class players, and the other recruiting and cultivating a large number of life class players, had grown into two behemoths that could not be ignored for a time. Fujiya Tianjia and Hontabei also became the two busiest people in the Shenlong Empire. Chapter 366. The whole army attacks. If the Shenlong Empire was currently in the midst of a national carnival, then the other major superpower in the Forbidden Land of the Gods, the Sanctuary Empire, was plunged into chaos. Not long after the Heavenly Pride tournament ended, a series of announcements resounded throughout the entire Sanctuary Empire. Sanctuary Empire announcement. Due to the excessive number of undead creatures summoned by the invader Bai, the Sanctuary Empire has triggered the special expansion pack Cataclysmic Disaster. Sanctum Empire announcement. The Holy Light Heaven has decided to mobilize the entire Sanctum army to slaughter every last undead creature summoned by the intruder by Yi. All players, please prepare yourselves. This war will sweep across the entire Sanctum Empire. Sanctum Empire announcement. Killing the undead creatures summoned by the intruder by Yi will grant a certain amount of points. After the Scourge Catastrophe expansion pack concludes, these points can be used to redeem various rewards. Sanctum Empire announcement. The Sanctum army has mobilized in full force. Players with the capability are encouraged to join and help exterminate the Scourge Catastrophe together. Hint: if all undead creatures are not completely eradicated, the Sanctum Empire will remain forever under the shadow of the catastrophe until it is completely destroyed. This series of nationwide announcements hit everyone like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned and unable to react for a long moment. World-bound game. Are you hearing what you just said? Even though Bai Yi is a freak, he is still just a player? Now you're saying that because he's summoned too many undead creatures, a special expansion pack has been triggered. And what's this about a risk of national destruction if they aren't completely cleared out? Are you kidding me? We are a super empire capable of going toe-to-toe with the Divine Dragon Empire. Don't we have any dignity? After a long period of stunned silence, the Sanctum Empire's chat channel finally exploded. Haha, did you see that? It actually told us to eagerly join. What the Isekai? I once met a 4-foot-tall skeleton in the wild, and even then, its status panel was all F-King question marks. How are we supposed to join? To go and die? I told you guys these skeletons were terrifying, but you didn't believe me. Now do you see how serious the situation is? Our city guard has already fully mobilized. I wonder how intense the upcoming battle will be. Although no combat class players dared to join this war, many players aspiring to be war correspondents followed along the way. Without exception, they were all players with live streaming talents. In an instant, numerous live streams appeared across the Sanctum Empire, showing footage of the city guard marching in neat, imposing formations. And these city guards were merely there to make up the numbers. The true combat power lay with the Sanctum army, composed of the many powerhouses of the Sanctum Empire, to completely wipe out the Scourge Legion summoned by Sumubai. The Sanctum Empire had brought out its elite forces this time. Each unit of the Sanctum army was composed of 5,000 Tier 6 professionals, and the commanders were at least Tier 8 legendary level existences. Even the elders of the Holy Light Heaven had joined the expedition. They were all peak Tier 9 mythical level beings, and the Sanctum Empire had mobilized dozens of such armies all at once. When the players saw these powerhouses in the livestream footage, their confidence surged. Cool, with such a powerful army, what can the undead creatures summoned by Bai Yi use to block them? Exactly, he is indeed strong himself. I have to admit that. But how strong can his summons really be? The reason we see question marks on those skeletons panels is just because our levels are too low. To the Sanctum army, it must be as easy as slicing melons and vegetables. That's a given. We see question marks when looking at the Sanctum army. I feel like our empire is terrifyingly strong. Even if Bai Yi came in person, he'd probably have to turn tail and run. Look, it seems they've found the undead creatures summoned by Bai Yi. Is so many. Oh my god. How can there be so many skeletons? What kind of monster is Bai Yi? How is he capable of summoning so many undead creatures? And Bai Yi doesn't even seem to be here yet. How is he controlling these undead? As the army marched, the figures of undead creatures began to appear in some of the live streams. Although the players of the Sanctum Empire had known about them before, they had never imagined the quantity would be this vast. As far as the eye could see, it had become a literal ocean of skeletons. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief and checked the name on the mini-map in the top right corner of the livestream. Wild pasture. So much for a pasture. Where are the cows? Where are the sheep? Why is it nothing but skeletons? The next moment, everyone saw the cows and sheep of the pasture. A flash of white light swept across. And new wild monsters, cows and sheep are ESPWNED. But in an instant, countless bone blades, bone arrows, and fireballs rained down upon these monsters. Immediately afterward, two more skeletons rose from the corpse of every single monster. This map, known as the Wild Pasture, was already packed with various scourge skeletons. Kill, At the commander's order, the Sanctum army charged forward, with the massive numbers of the city guard following closely behind. The wandering scourge skeletons also discovered their new targets, each brandishing blades and swords as they charged to meet them. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of clashing bones echoed throughout the entire pasture. The black mass of scourge skeletons looked like dark clouds pressing down, bringing a heavy sense of oppression to the livestream footage. Even through the virtual screens, players could feel the death aura of the scourge skeletons, which seemed to erode everything. Deep blue soul fire flickered within their eye sockets, and the entire landscape was filled with this sight. And this was just one map. Other live streams also encountered similar situations one after another. The Sanctum Empire's army was engaged in a fierce slaughter with the Scourge Skeleton army. This scene alone had shocked the players of the Sanctum Empire beyond measure. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Bai Yi could summon so many undead creatures all by himself. What was shown in the live streams was already uncountable. Yet this was only the beginning. These maps, not too far from the cities, were merely the remnants of the Scourge Skeletons left behind after the Lich Lord and Death Knights had swept through. But due to the unique nature of the Scourge, the number of these left behind skeletons had been growing exponentially during this time. Although these Scourge Skeletons, born from the corpses of ordinary wild monsters, were merely minor skeletons, their numbers were dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than those of the Sanctuary Empire's army. Just these Scourge Skeletons alone were already capable of inflicting significant losses upon the Sanctuary Empire, and the Great War between the two sides had only just begun. While the players were immersed in the live stream footage, another series of announcements rang out. This time, the entire Sanctuary Empire was shaken to its core. Chapter 367. The True Scourge is about to descend. Bonus chapter, Sanctuary Empire announcement. The invader Bai Yi from the Shenlong Empire has once again entered the territory of the Sanctuary Empire. Sanctuary Empire announcement. Please be advised. The player Jinmi from the Shenlong Empire has successfully entered our country. Sanctuary Empire announcement. Please be advised. The player Yu Yi from the Shenlong Empire has successfully entered our country. Sanctuary Empire announcement. Please be advised. The player Mingri from the Shenlong Empire has successfully entered our country. Sanctuary Empire announcement. Due to the fact that the national war has not yet commenced, ×5. Sanctuary Empire announcement. All domestic players are requested to unite against the common enemy and kill or expel the invaders as soon as possible. This series of system announcements left all the players dumbfounded. What the FCK? That big pervert Bai Yi brought 3 little perverts along to invade? No way. What gives them the right? Do they really think our Sanctuary Empire is some weakling nation like Sakura or Korea? This Heaven's Pride tournament has really let these people get ahead of themselves. They actually dare to invade us. Holy Light Heaven will definitely take action immediately. Bai Yi and his group are finished. Although they had already witnessed the monstrous combat power of Bai Yi and his companions, this was not a mere skirmish between players. In the eyes of the Sanctuary Empire's players, no matter how strong Bai Yi was, he could never be stronger than the top brass of Holy Light Heaven. Their reasoning was indeed correct, but the actual situation was entirely different. Sanctuary Imperial Capital, Holy Light Heaven headquarters. The moment Bai Yi and his group crossed the border, Baines expanded his perception. The next moment, his brows furrowed deeply. He couldn't sense them. He couldn't sense a single one of them. Damn that Feng Yuan. He really knows how to be disgusting. Baines gritted his teeth, pulled out his communicator, and barked in a deep, stern voice. Leave the undead scourge to Charles and the others. You prioritize finding every possible way to hunt down Bai Yi and his group and eliminate them. Understood. On the other end, Harriman ended the call, cold light flashing in his eyes as he turned and vanished into the battlefield. After putting away his communicator, Baines also rose from his seat, transforming into a streak of white light that disappeared from the Holy Light Heaven headquarters. The strongest individual in the Sanctuary Empire had finally decided to take action personally. He knew very well that the reason he couldn't sense the presence of Bai Yi and the others from a distance was undoubtedly due to Feng Yuan's methods. And in the face of the concealment techniques of a Tier 10 Saint extermination level powerhouse, items like the 10,000-mile tracking scroll were useless. If he relied solely on Harriman, It would clearly take a long time to quickly locate Bai Yi and his group. Therefore, he could no longer sit still. Sanctuary Empire, Eastern Border, Dark Forest. A portal opened out of thin air, and Sumyu-bai stepped out with Yu Yi and the other two. After helping Old Man Feng upgrade to dungeon cores and several special treasures, he had obtained what he wanted. Thus, the announcement of the four of them invading the Sanctuary Empire simultaneously occurred. This time, the reason he brought Yu Yi and the others along was to stir up a massive chaos. Although he didn't yet have the ability to wipe out the Sanctuary Empire, causing total mayhem here was not a problem at all. Notification, soul absorption effective. Soul points con 0. Notification, soul absorption effective. Soul points con 0. Sumyu-bai was already aware of the Sanctuary Empire's movements because the soul points brought in by the Scourge Legion had suddenly increased significantly. This was exactly what he wanted. Since the Sanctuary Empire wanted to clash, he would let them experience the true Scourge Legion. Waving his hand to summon Bing Xuan, who had shrunk its body, Sumyu-bai swept his gaze over it and the other three, his thoughts shifting. Soul amplification. The next moment, Sumyu-bai gained for additional perspectives. The consumption of soul amplification would increase additionally with each target added. Amplifying for targets simultaneously would consume 140 soul points per minute. In the past, Sumyu-bai naturally would have been reluctant to spend so much, but now, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Go, proceed according to the plan. Sumyu-bai nodded at the four of them. Bing Xuan's body immediately grew to several dozen meters in height, and it carried Yu Yi and the others as they vanished into the horizon. Sanctuary Empire. The true scourge has arrived. Watching the direction in which the four disappeared, a cold sneer appeared on Sumyu-bai's face. Before this, although the Scourge Legion here was numerous and powerful, it was not in its complete state. While the Lich Lords and Death Knights had the ability to control the Scourge Legion, they could not trigger some of Sumyu-bai's skills. Now that Bing Xuan and the trio were heading out with soul amplification to command the Scourge Legion, the situation was different. The passive aura effects of Eternal Death Contract, All Element Resistance Aura, Supreme Undead Aura, and Soul Seizing Domain would all be applied to the Scourge Legion within the control range of the four. At the same time, Sumyu-bai could use the shared vision from soul amplification to cast skills with a range equal to his field of vision onto their battlefield from a distance at any time. Skills such as Death Gaze, Death Domain Leap, Ghost Bone Imprisonment, and Ghost Flame Hellfire. Therefore, with the addition of Bing Xuan and the trio, the combat power of the Scourge Legion would skyrocket. The catastrophe of the Sanctuary Empire would officially begin from this moment. Beyond that, Sumyu-bai had one more objective. That was to lure the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level powerhouse of Holy Light Heaven away from the Imperial capital and trap him temporarily. He had already learned from Feng Yuan that the Holy Light Heaven also possessed two beings at the Saint Extermination level. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the treasury to search for clues regarding the Death Sovereign set, he had to avoid those two Burns, Harriman, muttering their names. Sumyu-bai narrowed his eyes slightly. I hope you two act together. That would be much more fun. Flipping his hand to summon the Wheel of Time and Space, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyu-bai's eyes. The best-case scenario would be for the two of them to be gathered together, trapped simultaneously by space-time lockdown, and able to rush back to the Imperial capital. If that happened, Sumyu-bai could unscrupulously empty the entire treasury of the Sanctuary Empire, just as he had emptied the treasury of Korya before. Of course, such a situation was hard to come by. Given Burns' vision, it was highly likely he knew how Sumyu-bai crossed national borders. Therefore, Sumyu-bai did not hold high hopes for this. However, in his plan, no matter what, the clues to the set in the treasury were a must-have. Before that, let's go take a look over there. Glancing at the Imperial capital of the Sanctuary Empire, the Wheel of Time and Space in Sumyu-bai's hand flickered with a faint light, and he vanished from the spot. Teleportation. Today's extra update is here. Chapter 368, Forest of Death. Notification. You have entered the Forest of Death. The system notification rang in his ears, and Sumyu-bai had arrived in a forest filled with a deathly aura. The surrounding trees were withered, their trunks completely black and gray. A pale gray mist permeated the air, blocking out the sunlight and giving the place an eerie and terrifying feeling. Is this Death aura. Sumyubai raised his palm, and the pale gray mist permeating the air instantly gathered, condensing into an energy ball. After sublimating the skill death extraction feedback into Nirvana Death aura, he had already gained the ability to control Death aura. Although these mists were not composed entirely of Death aura, they contained a significant amount of it. Clenching his palm slightly to crush the death energy, Sumyubai lifted his leg and walked toward the interior of the Forest of Death. He could clearly feel that the death aura in the depths was becoming increasingly dense. This coordinate was obtained when he opened the Death Codex for the 7th time in the Sakura Kingdom. Based on his speculations at the time and the results of verifying it with Hyuujin later, Sumyubai believed this was the location of the cross-border teleportation ray hidden by Dylan. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of bones colliding echoed continuously. There seemed to be many skeletal creatures ahead. Sumyubai did not stop his pace, nor did he make any combat preparations, simply venturing deeper into the Forest of Death as usual. Soon, large swaths of ghostly blue soul fire flickered in the dim forest, and groups of undead creatures appeared in Sumyubai's field of vision. However, the next moment, these undead creatures all knelt down toward Sumyubai in unison. Trot, trot, trot. At the same time, a mighty figure riding a bone warhorse armed to the teeth charged over from the distance. After approaching Sumyubai, he pulled the reins sharply, and the warhorse beneath him instantly lifted its front hooves, coming to a sudden stop. Immediately following this, the figure on the warhorse nimbly dismounted, walked quickly to Sumyubai, and bowed respectfully. "Sovereign, you have arrived." This was a death knight, and the surrounding undead creatures were not wild monsters of the Forest of Death, but the Scourge army he controlled. The Forest of Death was one of Sumyubai's destinations in the Sanctuary Empire. Long before he arrived, he had specifically ordered it to be taken. "Is there anything worth noting?" Sumyubai nodded slightly and lifted his hand gently, causing the surrounding mist to churn, which made all the undead creatures stand up. The Death Knight led his warhorse to Sumyubai, and the bone warhorse immediately lay down. "There is indeed a special place. Please follow me, Sovereign." After Sumyubai mounted the bone warhorse, the Death Knight took the lead and headed forward. Passing by a headless knight, he gave the latter a faint look. The latter understood immediately and hurriedly followed suit. Dismounting and giving up his own mount, the headless knight instantly became a headless knight errant. Seeing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Good heavens, it really is oppression layer by layer. The Death Knight remounted his bone warhorse, and after adjusting for a second, he plunged into the depths of the Forest of Death. The warhorse beneath Sumyubai required no control, stepping on hellfire as it followed easily. Along the way, it was filled with dense swarms of scourge skeletons. He didn't know how many times the original inhabitants of the Forest of Death had been hacked down. In any case, this place had become a veritable land of death, though not because of wild monsters, but because of the scourge skeletons that filled the entire forest. Swish. Sumyubai could see wild monsters respawning from time to time, but they couldn't survive for even 2 seconds before dying under the overwhelming attacks of the Scourge Legion. This was still a relatively high-level map, and the respawning wild monsters were at least elite monsters above level 200, but in front of the massive Scourge Legion, they didn't seem much different from those low-level monsters. It was nothing more than the Scourge skeletons born from their corpses being slightly stronger. However, for the wild monsters here, this strength only meant they would die faster after respawning. The Forest of Death was even larger than Sumyubai had imagined. Its total area even exceeded that of the Sakura Imperial capital. It could be said to be the largest wild map he had ever seen. Yet, in such a vast map, Scourge skeletons were now visible everywhere. One could imagine just how far Sumyubai's Scourge Legion had developed in the Sanctuary Empire during this period. This was still just the tip of the iceberg. After a long while, the Death Knight leading the way suddenly pulled the reins, and the speed of the bone warhorse beneath him dropped sharply, soon coming to a halt. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. He could feel that the density of the death aura not far ahead had suddenly risen by several levels. "Master, it is right here." The Death Knight pointed ahead, the soul fire beneath his helmet flickering gently. "There is a barrier here. We have never been able to get inside." "A barrier, you say?" Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. his figure instantly vanishing from atop his warhorse. Death Domain Leap. The next moment, he appeared before the Death Knight, reaching out to touch the space in front of him. Sumyubai clearly felt an invisible barrier. This was the barrier the Death Knight had spoken of. For some time now, he had led the Scourge Legion to scour the entire Forest of Death over and over again. Only this small area had remained impenetrable, no matter what he tried. Possessing the Wheel of Time and Space, Sumyubai naturally did not worry about the issue of barriers. However, before he could even summon the Wheel of Time and Space, the ice blue ring on his right index finger suddenly emitted a faint shimmer. Following that, Sumyubai felt the resistance against his palm vanish into thin air in an instant. Momentum carried him forward involuntarily, and he stepped directly into the barrier. Master, seeing this, the Death Knight lunged forward, slamming into the barrier with a loud thud. The warhorse beneath him shook its head, exhaling two puffs of cold, ghostly breath. It's fine. You may take the Scourge Legion and head out. Sumyubai waved his hand without looking back. The Death Knight's eyes lit up at these words. Yes, Master. The next moment, he turned and mounted his original warhorse without hesitation, taking the Headless Knight's skeletal steed along with him for good measure. He had long been aware that the Sanctuary Empire was mobilizing for war. If it weren't for the fact that the Forest of Death was a place Sumyubai had specifically designated, he would have already led the Scourge Legion here to join the conflict. Now that he had received Sumyubai's orders, the fellow naturally acted with great impatience. It seems this really is the place Dylan mentioned. Sumyubai glanced at Dylan's frost ring on his finger, a trace of joy on his face, skipping the quest flow and lacking key information, yet still finding the location so quickly. I suppose that's the perk of being a player with a cheat code like me. Right. Where is the teleportation array? Sumyubai looked at the thick fog permeating the entire area, his thoughts stirring. These mists, filled with death energy, suddenly churned violently and parted to the sides, revealing a path with excellent visibility before Sumyubai. Chapter 369, Death Codex Disturbance. At the same time, Dylan's frost ring flashed with light once more, a wisp of death energy intertwined with frost elements, condensing into an arrow in front of Sumyubai. Dylan is quite thoughtful, this guy. Sumyubai smiled and stepped forward. For others, they might need this arrow to guide the way, but he did not need it, because he could sense that the source of the death energy lay straight ahead. Inside the barrier, there were no living creatures. There was only the thick death energy present everywhere. Long ago, this had been a normal forest. The reason it had become the Forest of Death was entirely due to the cross-boundary teleportation array Dylan had left behind. For many years, the death energy leaking from the cross-boundary teleportation array had turned this forest into a forbidden zone. Even with the barrier acting as a partition, normal humans in such an environment would be constantly eroded by the death energy, and their combat effectiveness would be greatly diminished. It wasn't until the Scourge Legion sent by Sumyubai arrived that they felt right at home, like fish in water, and swiftly wiped out the local monsters here. A moment later, a structure resembling an altar appeared in Sumyubai's line of sight. The system notification that rang in his ears confirmed that he had found the right place. Notification. You have discovered a hidden teleportation array. Notification. The power of this teleportation array is beyond imagination, and its destination is unknown. This was the prompt the Myriad Worlds game gave to all players. But for Sumyubai, there were some differences ahead. Notification. You have successfully found the hidden cross-boundary teleportation array left by Dylan. Please find a way to activate it and smuggle yourself into the undead realm to officially begin the mythic grade quest Dylan's Sorrowed End. This notification came from Sumyubai's own quest log. Looking at the massive altar ahead, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, golden light flickering within his pupils. Mystic Heaven eyes. The detailed information of the altar immediately appeared before him. Special Ultra Small Cross-Boundary Teleportation Array Builder, Song of Frost Dylan. This is not a traditional cross-boundary teleportation array, but one forcibly constructed by Dylan using special methods. Therefore, its effects are not ideal. Destination World, Undead Real Musical Charges, one way. Young man, have you thought it through? This is a one-way ticket. Once you go, returning will not be an easy matter. Energy required for teleportation, 5,000 soul crystals or a sufficient amount of annihilation death energy. Activation method. After replenishing the required energy, stand in the center of the teleportation array. Activation time 30 seconds. Maximum teleportation capacity. Note: cross-boundary teleportation has extremely high requirements for strength. Even with the protection of the teleportation array, those with a base main attribute lower than 100 points will be unable to withstand the terrifying energy during the transfer. Due to the special materials used during its construction, this teleportation array seems to have other uses. But due to the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods, specific information cannot be viewed. It can only transport one person, and it's a one-way ticket. After reading the detailed information about the cross-boundary teleportation array, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. He had always assumed that what Dylan left behind was a two-way teleportation array, allowing him to return after visiting the undead realm. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. It appeared that Dylan hadn't even considered the issue of returning. For a moment, Sumyubai hesitated. He knew nothing about the undead realm. If he couldn't return to the Forbidden Land of Gods shortly after arriving, would his current preparations truly be enough? Sumyubai frowned, deep in thought as he walked toward the altar. With the curse of annihilation at his disposal, the energy required for the teleportation was negligible to him. The only thing worth pondering now was the question of how to return. The only possibility Sumyubai could think of was to trigger a cataclysm on the wheel of time and space after entering the undead realm. This was a treasure created by the master of time and space, surely. After a cataclysm, it would possess the ability to teleport across worlds. However, he wasn't certain if the high-grade soul stones he possessed would be enough to trigger a cataclysm on such a treasure. Admittedly, after looting the inventory of the Void God Dragon Palace, Sumyubai had over 3 million high-grade soul stones. Once these high-grade soul stones were promoted via freeloading, they could bring him over 300 million years of lifespan. But the Wheel of Time and Space was promoted from the mythic Great Spatial Spirit Disk. A second-tier sublimation required resources, not lifespan. A third-tier cataclysm would make it a treasure on par with the master, and it would also gain cataclysm characteristics. For such a treasure, would 300 million years of lifespan really be enough? Regarding this, Sumyubai had absolutely no confidence. Reaching out to touch one of the stone pillars surrounding the altar, Sumyubai suddenly felt his heart tremble. The next moment, the Death Codex emerged automatically, and Sumyubai's pupils dilated. Whoosh till the Death Codex, which had always required a specific amount of soul points to be opened, had now opened on its own. Immediately following, the open pages began to glow, enveloping the entire altar. The mist that Sumyubai had previously dispersed surged frantically into the altar. If someone were observing from high above at this moment, they would be astonished to discover that it wasn't just the area where the altar was located, but the mist of the entire forest of death that was converging here. Rumble. As the death energy surged backward, the altar began to vibrate. In just a few minutes, the mist that had permeated the entire forest of death was completely reclaimed by the altar. The surrounding stone pillars shook violently, as if an invisible giant hand were trying to pull them out of the ground. Notification: you have lost 10 points of death energy. Notification: you have lost 10 points of death energy. After absorbing all the mist, the death energy still seemed insufficient, and the death energy within Sumyubai's own body began to drain rapidly. The speed was so intense it felt as if it wanted to drain him dry. However, that was clearly impossible, because Sumyubai had a cheat. Notification: you have been eroded by the annihilation death energy from the curse of annihilation. Death energy come 10, death energy come 10. The effect of an infinite power bank goes without saying. No matter how fast the altar absorbed the death energy, Sumyubai's death energy value remained at its maximum. This continued for a full half-hour before the altar's absorption gradually came to a halt. By now, the stone pillars around the altar had all been pulled from the ground and were floating in mid-air. Snap! Following that, these stone pillars shattered with a roar, turning into dust that filled the sky and drifted down. On the ground appeared an exceptionally complex magic circle. This was clearly the true cross-world teleportation ray itself. Until this moment, Sumyubai still didn't understand what the Death Codex was trying to do. The light emitted by the Death Codex shone onto the magic circle, and Sumyubai's pupils suddenly constricted. He watched as the magic circle, which had been carved into the earth, was stripped away, rapidly shrank, and merged directly into the Death Codex. The next moment, all the light dissipated, the Death Codex closed, and it fell back into Sumyubai's palm. The system notification sound followed. Chapter 370, The Gate of Death. Bonus chapter, Notification. Your Death Codex attributes have grown. Notification. Your Death Codex has unlocked a new function. What kind of special materials did Dylan use to build this cross-world teleportation array? Looking at the Death Codex in his hand, Sumyubai's face was full of joy. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain from this trip. Dylan certainly wouldn't have thought of this either, because he wasn't a formation master at all. The reason he was able to build this cross-world teleportation array was entirely due to those special materials. Shaking his head, Sumyubai stopped dwelling on this point. The benefits were already his. After all, he couldn't wait to check the brand new attributes of the Death Codex. Death Codex. Class exclusive White Knight special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or dismissed at will. Level 179 follows character base attributes. Spell power Kung 1. 922,460 level times tier times 10 all attributes Kung 21. 480 level times tier times 20. Damage to undead creatures increased by 300%. Your summons also receive this buff. Mastery power Kung 150% special effects 1. Soul extraction. Targets killed by you, your summons, and your contracted creatures will have a portion of their soul power absorbed by you. After wild monsters are killed by you, they will drop a tier upon respawning. After players are killed by you, they will suffer a fourfold penalty, including lifespan, current soul points. 9.87 million. Consume 100 million soul points to gain the 15th opportunity to open the Death Codex. 2. Soul amplification. Base control range for summons increased to 21,480 meters. Level times grade times 20 by consuming soul points. You can amplify the soul of a contracted creature, allowing it to become a relay station for your summoned creatures. Control range is equivalent to your own. Consumes 5 soul points per minute. For every additional amplified creature, the extra consumption doubles. 3. Death's Gift. You can consume a certain amount of soul points to bestow a powerful two-stage burst skill upon a target player. Current number of players that can be gifted, 1,200 tier times 200. Players who accept your gift will become your believers and can never betray you for the rest of their lives. For every additional believer, you will gain 1 point of death power. Current total death power. Consuming death power allows you to activate Death Descent. The 4th special effect unlocks after reaching level 180. Special function, Gate of Death. Consume 10 million points of Death Chi or 100 points of Annihilation Death Chi to open an interdimensional portal leading to the undead realm. The destination coordinates are chosen at your discretion. Currently contains 1 set of coordinates. You may also consume Death Chi and Annihilation Death Chi to leave a death mark in your current world. The Gate of Death can lead to any world that possesses a death mark. The specific number of people that can be transported and the cooldown time are determined by your own strength. Current maximum transport capacity. Current cooldown time, 2.5 years. Currently possessed worlds with a death mark. This is a book of rules, only you can read it. Possessing it means you will be the next sovereign of death. All attributes of the Death Codex have been significantly improved, and its base attributes have already surpassed those of Saint Destruction grade equipment. The penalty for dying at the hands of Sumyubai has also increased from the original triple to quadruple. But the improvement that surprised him the most was the enhancement of Death Gift. The number of believers has directly doubled, which means Sumyubai can now possess 200 points of death power. Although there is still an extremely long way to go before he can permanently maintain Death Descent, this is still a significant step forward. Moreover, after breaking through to the 7th rank, the Death Codex will inevitably improve further. In the end, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon the newly added special function, and a smile could not help but curl the corners of his lips. Gate of Death completely replaces the effect of an interdimensional teleportation array, and the coordinates it currently possesses are clearly those left behind by Dylan. After the Death Codex absorbed the special materials, it preserved these coordinates as well. Most importantly, the problem of how to return has been solved. Although the current cooldown for the Gate of Death is as long as 2.5 years, Sumyubai did not take it to heart at all. He possesses absolute and sufficient confidence in the speed of his own strength growth, to say nothing else. Once he reaches the undead realm, he will be able to break through to the 7th rank. For any professional, this rank is a major breakthrough, and there will be a tremendous increase in strength. The stronger one is before the breakthrough. The stronger one will become after. As long as he improves rapidly, he can significantly reduce the cooldown time. By then, traveling between the undead realm and the No. 7 God Forbidden Land will definitely not take much time. With this function, perhaps I can go to other worlds to have some fun. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes as he continuously injected death chi into the Death Codex, beginning to condense the first death mark. Before heading to the undead realm, he must first leave a death mark in the No. 07 God Forbidden Land. A wanderer away from home needs an anchor point to return, right? As the death chi was continuously consumed, the curse of annihilation above Sumyubai's head exerted its effect once again, providing him with a steady stream of energy. While condensing the death mark, Sumyubai switched his perspective to Bingchuang. During the time he was searching for the interdimensional teleportation array, the Scourge Legion had launched an all-out attack, inciting a true catastrophe within the territory of the Sanctuary Empire. This time, it was not just the Scourge skeletons acting on their own. It was all the Lich Lords and Death Knights swarming out, directly igniting a massive war across the entire Sanctuary Empire. One must know that Sumyubai's current commander summoning space is as high as 1. Coupled with the cataclysmic nature of the Summon Death Knight skill, this means there are 800 Scourge Legions within the Sanctuary Empire. Although the number of official members in each legion is less than 2,000, the number of Scourge skeletons is immense. After a period of stealthy development, the number of Scourge skeletons within the Sanctuary Empire has long since become uncountable. Now, due to the attribute improvement of the Death Codex, Sumyubai's control range over his summons has also doubled. The number of legions that each Lich Lord and Death Knight can control has already exceeded 1 million. Today's extra update is served. Dear patrons, please support me. Click on the free gifts. Chapter 371, The Flames of War. Hiss. Why does it feel like these skeletons can never be killed off? Yeah. Just how many skeletons did that freak by you summon? This number looks like it's far greater than our legions. Look, over there, another. A sea of skeletons. In various live streaming rooms, the players of the Sanctuary Empire grew more and more alarmed. Although they already had a certain understanding of these skeletons, the ever-increasing numbers continued to refresh their worldview. How on earth could one person summon so many skeletons? Adding all the battlefields together, the number must have already exceeded 1 billion. Right. Is this reasonable? When the war first began, many city guards, led by the Sanctuary Army, still held a certain advantage. This was because the maps near the cities were mostly wandering Scourge skeletons without any controller, and due to the special effect of the Death Codex, wild monsters that died at the hands of these Scourge skeletons would also drop in rank after respawning, eventually becoming ordinary monsters. Therefore, the vast majority of the Scourge skeletons were just small skeletons only 1-2 meters tall. Although they caused many troubles for the Sanctuary Empire's army by virtue of their numbers, they could not stop the opponent's advance. But as Sumyubai entered the territory of the Sanctuary Empire, the 800 Lich Lords and Death Knights received orders and emerged from their hiding places, each leading the legions they had gathered. The Sanctuary Empire's army immediately fell into a bitter struggle. One must know that the Lich Lords and Death Knights had been lurking here for quite some time, and the skeletons they had gathered were previously elite-level existences. After these powerful living forces joined, the situation on various battlefields changed dramatically. Holy crap! That undead creature riding a horse is so cool. His horse can actually fly, motherfucker. We don't even have land mounts yet, and Bai's summons already have flying mounts. Is this even right? What's the use of being able to fly? Do you see the person charging at him? That's our city lord, rumored to possess the combat power of an 8th-tier legendary peak. Our city lord has also made a move, with 2 8th tier legendary powerhouses attacking at once. That guy is definitely finished. Hada. A true powerhouse has stepped in the FCK? How can this be? The 2 city lords joined forces, and they were actually pushed back by that knight. Look over there. What kind of undead creature is that? He can actually intervene in a legendary tier battle. Can Bai summons really have legendary tier combat power? Are you kidding me? The same situation was unfolding across various battlefields. The appearance of the Lich Lords and Death Knights dealt a heavy blow to the Sanctuary Empire's army instantly. The two worked in tandem, holding their own against the 2 city lords without falling behind in the slightest. Although the elemental Lich Lords lacked a boss status window, their diverse range of spells made them far superior to the Death Knights in terms of AoE and support coordination. As for the Death Knights, it goes without saying, bolstered by the Catastrophe trait, they possessed the status windows of legendary tier bosses directly. Even in a one-on-one fight, they did not fear the city lords of the Sanctuary Empire's secondary major cities. Not to mention the existence of the Eternal Death Contract. Although it could only be applied to the 1,000+ official members of the Scourge Legion within their respective control ranges, such a damage-sharing effect was enough to drive any legendary tier powerhouse to despair. Boom, boom, boom. The flames of war spread rapidly throughout the Sanctuary Empire, with vast numbers of undead creatures clashing head-on with the human army. The flash of blades, the roar of elements, and a chaotic flurry of magic and skills dazzled the eyes of all onlookers. Led by the Lich Lords and Death Knights, the Scourge Legion in various regions actually managed to hold back the Sanctuary Empire's army, and had even begun to push back. After all, how many secondary major cities does the Sanctuary Empire even have? And how many 8th tier legendary powerhouses could they possibly possess? Even if they were like the Shenlong Empire, boasting 81 peak 8th tier deacons. Let's be generous and count the ordinary 8th tier experts. 500 is plenty, right? But facing 800 Lich Lords and Death Knights, it was still not enough. However, as one of the 2 major superpowers, the Sanctuary Empire was clearly not so easy to deal with. They possessed a large number of light attribute professionals, who held a certain degree of suppression over undead creatures. And what truly decided the outcome of a battle was never the legendary tier existences. On one battlefield, a figure arrived through the air, pointing a staff forward. In an instant, holy white light descended from the sky, condensing into a giant beam that swept across the sea of skeletons below. 2.8 billion, 2.9 billion. Dense damage numbers popped up, and countless Scourge skeletons died instantly under this super large AoE attack. The true top-tier powerhouse has arrived. It's the Lord of our Xinxiang city. Nice, a primary major city lord really is different. That move just now must have killed at least over 100,000 skeletons, right? Ha ha ha, satisfying. Who told these skeletons to stand so densely? They're just like locusts. The outcome is decided, unless Bai Yi comes out himself. The Scourge Legion is definitely finished. What's the use of him coming out? Even if you add Yu Yi and the others, that's only for people. With so many battlefields, can they even provide support? Whether they even dare to show their faces is a question. Hey bro. Although that's true, I still want to remind you not to be too optimistic. Bai Yi and the others can't provide support. But it seems our city lord can't provide support everywhere either. The city lords of the major primary cities were also bishops of the Holy Light Heaven, like the elders of the Shenlong Hall. They all possessed the combat power of a 9th tier mythic peak. Now, all 12 archbishops of the Holy Light Heaven had joined the battlefield, and besides them, there were over 30 other top-tier 9th tier mythic powerhouses. Overall, the comprehensive strength of the Sanctuary Empire was not a bit inferior to the Shenlong Empire. The addition of these 40+ mythic tier powerhouses instantly reversed the situation on dozens of battlefields. But as some clear-headed players had said, they simply couldn't provide support everywhere. A 9th tier mythic tier powerhouse could indeed crush any single Scourge Legion, but their numbers were simply too few. This time, the Scourge Legion had been developing in the shadows for a long time. The number of Scourge skeletons on every battlefield was enough to stall a mythic tier powerhouse for a period of time. Moreover, it wasn't just the Sanctuary Empire that possessed high-tier combat power. Damn it. When did these rats grow to such an extent? Charles, the Lord of Xinxiang City, furrowed his brows, his spells firing without a moment's pause as he continuously attacked the Scourge Legion below. As a peak 9th tier mythic tier existence, he had managed to suppress the Scourge Legions single-handedly. Even the Lich Lords and Death Knights couldn't gain any advantage against him. Since he joined, the situation on this battlefield had taken a sharp turn for the worse. The number of Scourge skeletons was decreasing rapidly, and it looked as though they were about to be completely wiped out. Chapter 372. Even the Heavenly King himself can't take it away. I have to be even faster. How exactly did Bai Yi summon so many undead creatures? Charles's face was cold as frost. Before this, they had never imagined that Sumubai's Scourge Legion would reach such a scale. A massive war had broken out simultaneously across thousands of battlefields throughout the Empire, and every single one of them possessed the combat power to suppress legendary tier experts. This forced the Sanctuary Empire into a passive position, and their top-tier powerhouses were forced to act prematurely. Don't be fooled by the rapidly decreasing number of undead on this battlefield. Charles felt more anxious than anyone else at this moment. There were too many, in many places, because there were no troops left to resist. The Scourge army had broken through the defensive lines and begun launching attacks on nearby cities. Therefore, he needed to wipe out the Scourge here more quickly, then immediately head to the next battlefield to provide support. Currently, the defensive barriers of those cities could still hold for a while, but if the high-level combatants like them were to slow, losses would soon begin to mount. Filthy undead creatures. Hell is your true destination. All of you, go to your deaths for this bishop. Charles raised his staff high, and terrifying energy gathered in the sky, aimed directly at the suppressed Lich Lord and Death Knight. He knew very well that only by completely destroying these two undead creatures could this battlefield truly be liberated. HMPH, thinking you can make us die is not so easy. The Lich Lord and the Death Knight shouted in unison. One waved a staff to unleash a skill, while the other, wielding a long sword, rode a skeletal warhorse through the air, charging straight toward Charles. You think you can? Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Charles let out a cold snort and pointed his staff forward. Even if Bai Yi were here, he wouldn't be able to stop this bishop's attack. As his voice fell, the dense light elements condensed into the phantom of a six-winged angel. The angel pressed its palms together, its eyes filled with pity. The next moment, holy light rained down from the sky, illuminating the earth. The Scourge skeletons below were instantly purified in massive swathes. The angel's primary targets, however, were clearly the Lich Lord and the Death Knight. At this moment, the limitations of the eternal death contract on the two became apparent. Facing such a massive, wide area forbidden spell, all the skeletons they controlled were damaged simultaneously. When the damage was shared, it was no different than if it hadn't been shared at all. The two legions, totaling over 3,000 official members of the Scourge, melted away like ice and snow the moment they were touched by the holy light released by the six-winged angel phantom. Even with the support of Sumubai's catastrophe class trait, which allowed the fifth effect of Death Edict to trigger twice in succession, these undead creatures could not hold on until the holy light dissipated. After their third death, they returned directly to Sumubai's summoning space to revive. For a moment, apart from the Death Knight and the Lich Lord who were struggling to hold on, only a few Scourge skeletons outside the range of the holy light remained on the battlefield. However, they were unable to trigger the effects of the eternal death contract, forcing the Lich Lord and the Death Knight to take Charles's subsequent attacks head-on. Soon, both had been forced to revive once. So, you can still revive one more time, is that it? Charles frowned, raised his hand, and condensed two arrows of light. Blazing holy flames enveloped them, aimed directly at the two. A peak tier 9 mythical level powerhouse fighting at full strength was not something the likes of Yuji Yamamoto or Jinkin Yang could compare to. Even the Yamada no Orochi of the past, affected by the demon sealing ray, had been unable to unleash its full combat potential. Seeing Charles wipe out almost all the undead in such a short time, the players of the Sanctuary Empire could not hide the smiles on their faces, and at the same time, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Bai Yi wasn't as terrifying as rumored. His Scourge legions were merely numerous. When facing true top-tier powerhouses, they were simply not worth mentioning. As the two light arrows fully condensed, The hearts of the viewers in the live stream were completely gripped with tension. But the next moment, Charles's expression changed, and he suddenly dodged a long distance to the side. At the same time, a beam of gray-black energy tore through the air, instantly slamming into the two arrows. Boom! The two forces exploded violently, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings. The Sanctuary Empire army below was sent into a chaotic scramble. Charles looked ahead with a solemn expression, his heart filled with shock. This power, it was Saint Extermination level, old dog. Does bullying a master's summons make you feel proud? At this moment, a majestic and domineering voice resounded through the heavens. This emperor has come to play with you. It was not until the voice faded that the figure of Frost appeared in sight. Its slender dragon body was kept under 100 meters in length, and with a single beat of its wings, it entered the livestream frame in an instant. What kind of creature is that? It feels much cooler than a dragon. It's not just cool, its strength is also terrifying. It actually managed to force back City Lord Charles. Could this be Bai's mount? Hiss, is this a Saint Extermination level mount? Why don't I see Bai? The moment Frost appeared, its terrifying Dragon Emperor level aura swept across the surroundings, and the stats of the Sanctuary Empire army below plummeted significantly. At the same time, its dragon tail, like a steel whip, lashed out fiercely at Charles. In the blink of an eye, Charles waved his staff and cast 3 layers of shields on his body. Even so, he was sent flying by Frost's strike. How could a magic-based class compare in raw strength to a Saint Extermination level creature like the Annihilation Dragon Emperor? However, at this moment, he also saw Frost's status window, and the solemnity on his face dissipated slightly. Just entered the growth stage, and you're already this arrogant. A cold sneer rose on Charles's face as he waved his staff and summoned his own mount. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar erupted, and a massive, earth-yellow dragon was summoned forth. This was a legendary level Earth Dragon, over 300 meters in length. The moment it saw Frost, its pupils visibly constricted, and it trembled, saying, "Master, it is. Wait until we kill it. Then you can devour its dragon crystal." Charles's single sentence turned the Earth Dragon's fear into greed, because it also realized that Frost was only level 70. While it might not be a match on its own, it still had its master. A peak mythical level existence was more than capable of dealing with a Saint Extermination level creature that had just entered the growth stage. Little beast, since you've come, leave your life behind. A fierce glint flashed in Charles's eyes. He waved his staff in midair, gathering light elements to carve inscriptions before him, while chanting a low, obscure incantation. A skill that required a Tier 9 mythical level powerhouse to cast with such seriousness was clearly extraordinary. The reason he summoned the Earth-type dragon was to help him fend off Frost's attacks while he prepared his skills. My life, other than my master, cannot be taken by anyone, not even the King of Heaven himself, Frost snorted disdainfully, its entire body radiating a dense, deathly aura of annihilation. At the same time, Sumubai shifted his focus onto it. The next moment, over a dozen gray curtains of light flashed. Death Curtain, Chapter 373. The Legion's combat power skyrockets. Bonus chapter, click, click, click. As the dozen or so death curtains flickered, the undead creatures that had just perished returned directly to the battlefield, simultaneously. The Lich Lord and the Death Knight, their pressure suddenly relieved. Ray summoned their own armies, however, facing this force of just over 3,000 undead creatures. The Sanctuary Empire's army did not take them seriously at all. In their view, the most terrifying aspect of the undead scourge was its sheer numbers. With such a small amount now, what could they possibly do? Even though their own side was currently affected by dragon might, and their attributes had been significantly reduced, they still wouldn't look twice at a mere 3,000 plus undead creatures. The players watching the live stream held the same opinion. Kill, wipe out these filthy undead. As the two legendary tier city lords issued their commands, the Sanctuary Empire's army immediately brandished their blades and swords, charging forward. The magic cores in the rear also unleashed waves of spells, preparing to instantly annihilate these newly appeared undead. But the next moment, both city lords were sent flying backward simultaneously. They looked at the Death Knight in midair with disbelief, their voices trembling. No, impossible. How could you suddenly become so much stronger? HMPH, the power bestowed by my master is that something you lot could ever comprehend. The Death Knight let out a cold snort, pulling on his reins. The skeletal warhorse beneath him instantly stepped through the air, charging toward the two of them. Death or entanglement. The longsword in his hand, wreathed in a dense aura of death, easily shattered their defenses and slashed into their bodies. The two city lords were left completely stunned. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Clearly, the opponent had previously needed the help of another undead creature just to barely cope. So why did it suddenly seem as if it had taken some kind of miracle drug? The Lich Lord didn't even glance at them. With his staff held high, a surge of crimson energy instantly poured into the bodies of the undead army ahead. Bloodlust. Immediately following this, dark purple roses covering a radius of over 1,000 meters descended, landing amidst the sanctuary army. Death wither, kill, leave none alive. A hoarse voice rang out. The soul fire within the pupils of the 3,000-plus Scourge Legion flickered with a hint of crimson, and they suddenly charged wildly toward the sanctuary army as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The 18 skeleton berserker kings leading the charge suddenly expanded in size, instantly becoming 10 times larger than the other skeletons. Bang, bang, bang. Every step they took contained astonishing power, causing the earth to tremble and dust to fly. This was Sumnyubai using Death Aura of Annihilation to empower 20 summons at once through Frost's vision. Originally there were only 10, but under the enhancement of the Catastrophe Profession trait, the number had directly doubled. The reason only 18 skeleton berserker kings were empowered was because the other two enhancement targets were the Lich Lord and the Death Knight. This was also the reason why the latter could suddenly crush the two city lords with ease. The 8 enhanced skeleton kings instantly charged into the enemy formation. There were blades hacking and slashing, creating a scene as if they were walking through an empty field. The rest of the Scourge army also acted as if they had gone mad, ignoring defense entirely and attacking every enemy within their line of sight. The moment the two sides clashed, the Sanctuary army's expressions changed drastically. How were they so much stronger than before? Not to mention those 18 clearly monstrous ones. Why was the combat power of the other undead creatures also completely different? Was this a group cheat code? In an instant, the Sanctuary army was routed, and men were constantly dying at the hands of the Scourge Legion, and their deaths, in turn, brought forth a large number of new Scourge skeletons. Frost was merely present on the battlefield. Aside from dealing with Charles, it hadn't helped at all. Yet it had already completely turned the tide of the battle. In the live stream, the dumbfounded Sanctuary players were completely stupefied. Did I miss something just now? How did these undead all turn into bosses? Something's wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Look at their health bars. They recover to full the moment they lose a little bit. Just how high is that lifesteal effect? It's not just lifesteal. The shields on them are almost as thick as their health bars. What kind of monsters are these? I thought Bai's summons were nothing special just a moment ago, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. It's one thing for the guy to be a freak, but even his summons are all freaks. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Now we can only hope that City Lord Charles can take down Bai's mount, otherwise, this battlefield is surely lost. Frost's arrival meant more than just individual support. Under the effect of soul amplification, it also brought along all of Sumnyubai's passive skill bonuses. Moreover, its control range was exactly the same as Sumnyubai's own, so even the effects of the Eternal Death Contract were significantly enhanced. The double all-element resistance or increased the Scourge Legion's resistance to all elements by 40%. The double Supreme Undead or increased the total attributes of all undead creatures by 200%. The passive aura of the soul-snatching domain provided a massive 100% life-steal effect. Furthermore, it could condense excess healing into a shield equal to 100% of the maximum health limit. The catastrophe trait of this skill allowed the Scourge Legion's overflowing lifesteal to heal friendly units, including the Scourge skeletons. At the same time, the Scourge Legion also benefited from the Scourge power buff, with attacks carrying negative effects such as fear of slow and paralysis. Conversely, the Sanctuary army was suppressed by Frost's Dragon Might, causing all their attributes to be reduced. With the tide turning, the battlefield immediately became one-sided, and more people died at the hands of the Scourge Legion. Pairs of scourge skeletons rose from their corpses, brandishing weapons and throwing themselves directly into the fray. That was not all. As Bing Xuan's gaze swept across the area, a massive, grayish-black eyeball suddenly condensed in midair. Nether flame purgatory eye of death. Gray-white flames instantly ignited on the bodies of everyone below, including the two city lords and Charles and the earth dragon in the sky. Every second, terrifying damage numbers popped up above their heads. Given Sumyubai's current level and rank, bolstered by the Calamity Profession trait, the burning radius of Eye of Death reached a full 2,148 meters. Under the desperate protection of the Earth Dragon, the forbidden spell Charles had been preparing for so long landed on Bing Xuan. But the joy that had just appeared on his face vanished in an instant. Swish! A golden light shot up into the sky. In the midst of battle, Bing Xuan had inexplicably leveled up. Today's bonus chapter is here, Chapter 374. The Comprehensive Holy Light Domain. The reason Bing Xuan leveled up so suddenly was that he had been digesting the top-tier materials Sumyubai had given him all along. In addition to that, the slaughter carried out by the Scourge Legion below had also provided him with a massive amount of EXP. In the world game, EXP cannot be gained if the distance is too great, which was the reason Bing Xuan hadn't leveled up earlier. Now that he had arrived on this battlefield, he could naturally reap the benefits of that experience. Although killing people did not provide as high an EXP bonus, under the effect of Sumyubai's Asura title, every member of the Sanctuary Army was worth double the XP of a boss of the same rank. With such numbers, it still yielded a considerable harvest. Motherfucker, where did Bai Yi get so many top-tier materials? Charles froze for a split second before quickly reacting. However, the forbidden spell he had meticulously prepared had failed to deal any damage to Bing Xuan at all. Conversely, the earth dragon beneath him now had shattered scales and blood flowing everywhere, looking as if it had more breath going out than coming in. And that was only because Charles had cast quite a few holy light shields on it. Old dog, you're useless even when given a chance. Bing Xuan licked the blood off his dragon claws and sneered at Charles. This blood, naturally, came from the opponent's mount. The next moment, a vast and terrifying energy descended upon the battlefield. Charles felt a tremor in his heart, vaguely sensing a pair of invisible eyes in the void. This was Death Gaze, released by Sumyubai through Bing Xuan's eyes. However, the target was not Charles, the peak tier 9 mythical grade powerhouse, but the earth dragon beneath him. Roar! Tilt! A shrill roar rang out. The earth dragon instantly fell into a state of fear. Its flapping wings even stopped moving, and it plummeted straight toward the battlefield below. Eugene, Charles's pupils contracted sharply, and a pair of light wings instantly unfurled behind him. But he had no time to worry about Eugene, because Bing Xuan's attack had already arrived. The dragon claws tore through the air, wreathed in thick death energy, carrying immense power and pressure. In this moment of crisis, Charles's gaze sharpened. He slammed his staff into midair and shouted, "Holy Light Domain, activate!" In an instant, blinding white light illuminated the heavens and earth, and a circular white domain expanded in the high sky in the blink of an eye. Charles's domain was not like the Shikigami form of Yamamoto Yoji, nor was it used like Jin Kanyang's to block attacks. It was the most standard type. The moment the Holy Light Domain expanded, it directly enveloped Bing Xuan. Endless holy light filled the entire domain, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The number of viewers in the live stream was growing, and everyone watched Charles's domain in shock. Is this the power of the mythical grade? Just looking at it feels terrifying. Do you think Bai's mount can beat City Lord Charles? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Didn't you hear Charles just say it? Even though it's a saint extermination grade, it has only just entered its growth phase. Exactly. No matter how strong a primary school student's physical fitness is, can they beat an adult? Besides, City Lord Charles isn't just an ordinary adult. He's a special forces king. They couldn't see, but that didn't mean Sumyubai couldn't. He hadn't seen the battle between Bing Xuan and Jin Kanyang in the Koryo royal capital, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to observe. In the distant forest of death, Sumyubai sat upon the throne he had condensed, injecting death energy into the death scripture while watching the battle through Bing Xuan's perspective. In reality, although Bing Xuan was strong, He was indeed not yet a match for a peak tier 9 mythical grade powerhouse like Charles. This was because his level was simply too low. However, under the soul amplification state, Sumyubai could remotely use skills to assist, which was the only reason they were trading blows evenly. While damage skills like Death Gaze could not affect Charles inside the domain, Death Curtain could greatly increase Bing Xuan's mobility. Inside the Holy Light domain, it was a world of pure white. Bing Xuan felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Not only that, these rays of light could condense into invisible light blades at any moment to launch attacks at him. Likewise, the light could condense into shields or barriers according to Charles's will to block Bing Xuan's attacks. The falling Earth Dragon was also enveloped by Charles's domain. Its fierce state was quickly dispelled, and even the miserable wounds on its body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In other words, Charles's Holy Light domain didn't just have offensive and defensive effects, it could simultaneously dispel negative status effects and heal wounds. This could be called the most perfect domain Sumyubai had ever seen. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously within the Holy Light domain. This was Bing Xuan parrying the attacks of Charles's domain. The next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He felt a sharp edge suddenly appear behind him, and it was already too late to dodge or defend. Swish! At the critical moment, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and a gray curtain of light instantly swept across Bing Xuan's body. The Death Shroud not only helped him evade the attack but also transported him directly in front of Charles. At this moment, Charles had 3 pairs of light wings behind him, making him appear exceptionally divine. However, Bing Xuan was not impressed by this. He met the approach with a swipe of his claw. HMPH, so what if you are a Saint Extermination grade creature? Charles let out a cold snort and lifted his staff slightly. Endless holy light instantly condensed into a light sword burning with holy flames, while blocking Bing Xuan's attack. The holy flames rapidly spread across his body. If you want to break this sect master's domain, your current level is not enough. Boom! Violent energy surged, and Bing Xuan was instantly sent flying backward, a damage number in the tens of billions appearing above his head. A domain is a small world. Once he was enveloped within it, the effects of the eternal death contract were already isolated. This was also the reason why the Yamada no Orochi and Yamamoto Uechi were so certain they could kill Sumyubai back then. However, with Bing Xuan's current health pool of over 70 trillion, this bit of damage was not worth worrying about at all. It was just that, being inside Charles's domain, he truly had no way to deal with his opponent. I wonder how large your domain can be. Bing Xuan grinned, and endless aura of extinction suddenly surged from his body. As the death ore rolled outward, it actually forced the holy light filling the surroundings to retreat. Which of the two energies was stronger or weaker was immediately apparent. Sumyubai had also been puzzled before. Since Bing Xuan clearly hadn't mastered a domain yet, why was he able to cause damage to a mythical grade domain? Now it seemed it was very likely related to the energy level. Even if a Saint Extermination grade creature was at a low level and hadn't mastered a domain, the energy they used was of a higher tier than a domain. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the players of the Sanctuary Empire were still discussing Charles's domain, but soon, they widened their eyes, completely speechless. Because from within that holy light domain, a towering giant beast had suddenly burst forth. Roar! A loud, majestic dragon roar resounded through the sky as Bing Xuan's true form appeared above the battlefield. Chapter 375, a feudal reinforcement. That winding body, stretching for tens of kilometers, could not even be contained within the live broadcast frame. Compared to Bing Xuan's true form, the war between the Scourge Legion and the Sanctuary Army below seemed like child's play. The players of the Sanctuary Empire had their pupils dilated, staring in disbelief at the half-body that blotted out the sky in the broadcast. For a moment, they even began to doubt reality. How could there be a creature of such massive size in the myriad worlds? God, tell me this isn't real. Does humanity have to face monsters like this in the future? I feel like a single breath from him could wipe us out. It's too terrifying. The pressure is too intense. And this is just a broadcast. If I were on the battlefield, I think I would have peed myself on the spot. I know humanity is weak, and there is a huge gap between us and powerful races. But I never imagined it would be to this extent. I just want to ask City Lord Charles one question. Is this really just in its growth stage? For FS sake, I hope City Lord Charles can actually win. Amen. After returning to his true form, Bing Xuan opened his mouth and unleashed a breath of extinction dragon breath toward the holy light domain. Boom! The gray-black torrent of energy, carrying endless might, slammed into the holy light domain. The pure white light immediately rippled, and energy surged violently. Inside the holy light domain, Charles's expression was exceptionally ugly. He waved his staff repeatedly, condensing streaks of holy flame light swords to slash at Bing Xuan's extinction dragon breath. While Bing Xuan grew larger, he also expanded his domain as much as possible, but in the end, he realized he had underestimated the size of a saint extermination-grade creature. Given the range of the holy light domain, it was simply impossible to completely envelop Bing Xuan in his true form. While the two were bombarding each other, Charles glanced at the battlefield below. In his view, having just wiped out so many undead, this battlefield should have reached its conclusion by now, right? It didn't matter if he didn't look, but one look almost made him faint from anger. The battlefield had indeed reached its conclusion, but the outcome was the exact opposite of what he had imagined. The Sanctuary army was nearly wiped out, with only the two legendary Great City Lords still struggling to hold on under the attacks of the Death Knights. Yes, even the two of them combined were no match for the Death Knights. They hadn't even managed to break the shields on their opponents' bodies. As for the others, they had been slaughtered by the Scourge Legion led by the Lich Lord, with almost no one left breathing. Conversely, the Scourge Legion had actually increased by several 100,000. Seeing this scene, Charles's brow twitched violently. He even began to wonder what he had actually come here for. Everything had clearly been going so well just a moment ago. How did it take such a sharp turn for the worse in the blink of an eye? Had he provided reinforcements for nothing? Not only did he fail to win this battlefield, but he had also allowed the entire Sanctuary army to be annihilated. Wasn't Bai's mount supposed to have been blocked by him the whole time? How could they have collapsed like a mountain and lost so quickly? Who could he even reason with about this? Charles was completely baffled, and a desire to retreat had already sprouted in his heart. The Sanctuary army was almost all dead. What was he still fighting here for? Without the domain isolation, he couldn't kill that beast anyway. So, he might as well go support another battlefield. Although this beast was troublesome, its speed was definitely not faster than his own. As long as he made the next battle a quick one, it would be fine. With this thought in mind, just as Charles was about to leave, the Sanctuary token at his waist suddenly began to vibrate. Immediately afterward, a cold sneer could not help but appear on his face. The holy light domain suddenly erupted with dazzling radiance, actually forcing back Bing Xuan's extinction dragon breath for a moment. The two city lords below looked delighted. Elder Charles is unleashing his power. We are saved. But the next moment, the expressions of the two men quickly turned from red to white. Because after the white light dissipated, the Sanctuary domain had already vanished without a trace, and Charles's aura was rapidly receding into the distance. Bang! Bang! The Death Knight struck with a sword, sending the two of them flying. But they merely stared at each other in a daze, their eyes filled with despair and confusion. Elder Charles ran away. High in the sky, Frost glanced at the battlefield below and immediately gave chase in the direction Charles had left. Master, is this guy heading over there? At the same time, his voice echoed in Sumubai's ear. Inside the Forest of Death, Sumubai opened the map of the Sanctuary Empire, took a look, and smiled slightly. Proceed according to the plan. You got it. Frost bared his teeth, his body rapidly shrinking back to several dozen meters in length, and he sped off in pursuit of Charles. Although his speed was slightly slower than his opponent's, the gap was not significant. As long as he could still sense the other party's aura, he wouldn't lose him. What's more, he knew exactly what Charles's destination was. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were also completely confused. They didn't understand why Charles, who clearly hadn't been at a disadvantage, had suddenly retreated. But soon, the live stream was cut off, because the outcome of this battlefield had been decided, and the player who had been hiding in the rear to broadcast the event had not escaped the fate of death. When he followed the Sanctuary army on the expedition, he had assumed this war would end in a crushing victory and that he wouldn't suffer any losses. He had even expected to earn a considerable fortune through paid streaming. However, when he respawned and discovered he had lost 40 years of his lifespan, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. But this player did not publicize his losses, the reign he had endured. He had to make sure others endured it too. After his livestream ended, the players of the Sanctuary Empire quickly flooded into other channels. The popularity of one particular livestream skyrocketed, quickly surpassing the previous one, because a battle involving a Tier 9 mythical grade powerhouse had broken out there as well. The mobilization of dozens of mythical grade powerhouses from the Sanctuary of Light had indeed changed the situation on dozens of battlefields. Many of them were quickly providing support to various locations, hoping to annihilate the Scourge Legion as much as possible. After all, compared to the number of mythical grade powerhouses, the Scourge Legion was simply too numerous. The Sanctuary of Light couldn't even spare extra manpower to support Charles, because many battlefields were already showing signs of collapse, and some city defensive barriers were on the verge of being broken. However, besides Charles, there was another battlefield where an elder had also failed to provide support, because his attacks had been blocked by 3 individuals who had suddenly appeared. Jinmi and Yui took the lead in their assault, while Mingri provided long-range interference, giving the opponent no chance to attack the Scourge Legion. Although the 3 were only in their juvenile stage and could not possibly defeat a peak Tier 9 mythical grade elder of the Sanctuary of Light, holding him off for a period of time was not a problem at all. Where is Bai? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Alexander parried Jinmi's warblade with his spear, then pulled the shaft back to force back Yui, who had suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, he abruptly raised his left hand, caught an elemental arrow shot by Mingri from a tricky angle, and crushed it in his grip. He had tried dodging before, but the arrows shot by Mingri were homing and impossible to evade. So, he had switched to this method instead. Thunder roared, lightning shimmered across Alexander's body, and he swept his cold, grim gaze over the 3 of them, saying in a deep voice, "Since Bai won't show himself, then the 3 of you can prepare to die." Chapter 376. 3 Heroes Battle the Mythical. Bonus Chapter. Thunder Domain, activate. Following Alexander's sharp shout, the high sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and thunder rolled across the heavens. Wemble. The long spear in his hand was also entwined with lightning, resembling a long thunderous serpent, radiating a terrifying aura. At this moment, Alexander seemed like a god of thunder descended to the world, possessing the power to control lightning. This was also the reason why Tier 9 was called the mythical grade. Within their own domains, Tier 9 powerhouses could almost be called gods. To defeat such a powerhouse, one had to first break their domain. Clearly, Yui and the others did not yet possess such strength. Thunder Descent. Alexander's figure vanished from his spot instantly, appearing right in front of Jinmi. The long spear in his hand thrust out like a phantom, tracing a lightning-shaped trajectory during the attack. This sudden change caught Jinmi off guard, and he failed to block it in time. However, as the soul fire in his pupils flickered violently, he showed no intention of retreating. Violent flames surged from his body, and the scorching energy instantly swept through the surroundings, burning the air until it boiled and distorted. Jinmi's aura suddenly spiked significantly. He gripped his warblade with both hands, and while taking Alexander's spear strike head-on, he slashed out with his blade, world-extinguishing slash, rumble. At the same time, a sudden thunderclap exploded in the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning rushed down in an instant. But its target was not Jinmi, it was Yui, who had appeared behind Alexander once again. What? The soul fire in Yui's pupils shrank. He could feel the terrifying domain power contained within this lightning bolt. If hit by an attack like this, it wouldn't just be HP that dropped, even his soul power would suffer damage. Therefore, he immediately switched from offense to defense, and the moment he reined in the offensive of his moonlight sword, he began to dance. A full moon emerged, and a seamless curtain of swords condensed in front of Yui. Full moon waltz. As the lightning struck the sword curtain, Jinmi's warblade also slashed at Alexander's neck, but a sneer of disdain curled at the corner of Alexander's mouth. Not even level 30. Who gave you the confidence that you could break through this bishop's domain? One could see lightning flickering at his neck, which directly neutralized Jinmi's blade. Not a single point of HP lost. Is that so?" Jinmi was completely unaffected and swung his blade again, ignoring all defense. Looking every bit like a man fighting for his life, Alexander frowned, preparing to finish off Jinmi in one go, but the next moment, a series of arrows suddenly appeared right at his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out in succession, actually forcing Alexander back hundreds of meters. 1.86 billion, 1.79 billion, 1.94 billion. In the distance, the soul fire within Mingri's pupils flickered slowly. His hands had blurred into afterimages as he continuously fired energy arrows toward Alexander. Behind him, high in the sky, a phantom of a pitch-black sun had appeared at some unknown moment. Dark sun arrow burst. "All of you, go to hell," Alexander roared. And several bolts of lightning descended, targeting all three of them simultaneously. Yui's gaze sharpened. A waning moon instantly manifested upon his full moon blade. Shadow Moon Raid, however, this time, he did not use it to attack Alexander, but rather to utilize the shadow displacement of Jinmi and Mingri. His phantom appeared behind both of them simultaneously, and the sword screen of his full moon dance helped the two of them block Alexander's domain attack. The coordination between the three was truly unparalleled, yet, upon seeing this, Alexander was not angry. Instead, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He swept his gaze over the three of them and coldly spat out four words. "You are finished." The next moment, a blinding white light suddenly appeared on the battlefield, instantly engulfing Yui and the others. Charles had arrived. The viewers in the previous live stream were suddenly shocked. So City Lord Charles wasn't running away. He was coming here to provide support. Although I didn't expect Yui and the others to be this strong. Now that City Lord Charles is here, they are definitely done for. Isn't that obvious? Who knows when Bai's mount will arrive? How much longer can they hold out? I'll say it right here. Unless Bai suddenly appears, Yui and the others are dead meat. What the FCK? How did he suddenly appear? Just like the viewers in the live stream, Charles, who had just appeared, also froze in his tracks. And Alexander's eyes widened in shock as well. The moment the holy light domain appeared, a great curtain of light suddenly flashed by. Immediately following that, the figure of Bing Shuang appeared on the battlefield. This scene left both Charles and Alexander completely stunned. They were utterly unable to comprehend what method the opponent had used to get here. This was the result of combining soul amplification with death domain transition. Sumyu had first used Bing Shuang's vision to open a death curtain, and then used Mingri's vision to open another. That was how this support across 10,000 miles was achieved. The elders of the Holy Light haven't had naturally heard of the skill death domain transition, but they had no idea about the effects of soul amplification, because that was an ability derived from the Death Codex. At this moment, the two of them scanned their surroundings in terror, trying to find the figure of Bai, but this was destined to be a futile effort, because Sumyu was still far away in the forest of death. The look of certainty on Alexander's face had vanished, because after Bing Shuang appeared, they could no longer take down Yui and the others in a short amount of time. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a stalemate, making it difficult to determine a victor. At the same time, the other battlefields were still raging on. In places without mythical tier powerhouses providing support, the Scourge Legion, despite lacking Sumyu skill buffs, remained firmly in the upper hand and continued to push forward. Moreover, as the number of powerful Scourge skeletons grew, their advantage continued to expand. As for the dozens of battlefields that did have mythical tier powerhouses providing support, the outcomes were quickly decided. After all, the gap between a tier 9 mythical tier and a legendary tier was simply too vast. It was not something that Scourge skeletons could bridge. However, they were currently powerless to support Charles and the others, because the other battlefields were already in precarious situations. A series of announcements soon ran out across the entire Holy Temple Empire. Extra chapter delivered today, my patrons. The data has been dropping like crazy lately. I beg for your support. Chapter 377, The Strongest Takes Action, Holy Temple Empire Announcement. Sunshine City has been breached by the invader Bai. Holy Temple Empire Announcement. Freedom City has been breached by the invader Bai. Holy Temple Empire Announcement. ×5. A series of announcements regarding cities being breached echoed throughout the entire Holy Temple Empire. However, these announcements did not attract much attention from the players of the Holy Temple Empire, as they had long been mentally prepared for this. When the Holy Temple's army poured out in full force to engage in an all-out war with Sumyubai's Scourge Legion in the wilderness, they had already made arrangements for this. After all, the Holy Light Heaven had long known just how massive the Scourge Legion was. Trying to intercept all the undead in the wilderness was unrealistic. Therefore, the outer Tier 3 cities and Tier 2 main cities had activated their city protecting barriers early on, and then transferred the weak to the higher tier main cities with stronger defenses. The so-called weak naturally included all the players. Moreover, only the city protecting barriers had been breached for now. The city lords' mansions in each city had not yet been destroyed, and the players had not suffered any penalties because of it. Within these breached cities, there were still quite a few civilian experts of the Holy Temple Empire. Whether they were protecting their own property in the city or simply wanting to defend their home and country, these people were now the second to last line of defense for the cities. Of course, one could also say they were the last line, because once they were killed in battle, no matter how astonishing the defensive effect of the city lord's mansion's protective barrier was, it would sooner or later be destroyed by the Scourge Legion. It was just that these civilian experts could not hold back the Scourge Legion for long. In fact, the Scourge army would only grow stronger because of their presence. One corpse giving birth to two Scourge skeletons. This was simply a bug. The only ones who could truly save these cities were the Tier 9 mythical tier powerhouses currently providing support everywhere. In the livestream, the viewers were not affected by the announcements and continued to watch the great battle in the high sky with undivided attention. Even though they couldn't see clearly and didn't really understand what was happening, the fierce battle between the 6 great experts and the collision of various energies still left them completely mesmerized. Where else would these players, who haven't even reached the second stage, get the chance to witness such high-level combat? Holy Light Verdict. Raging Thunder Descent. A giant sword condensed from holy light slashed straight down, its blade burning with pure white sacred flames. As if to purify all evil in the world, thousands of thunderbolts descended from the firmament, pouring down like a waterfall, carrying endless might and terrifying destructive power. Charles and Alexander maintained their respective domains, unleashing powerful ultimate moves against Frost and the trio of Yui. However, after Frost appeared, there was no longer any need for Yui's full moon dance. It merely revealed its true form, and that alone was enough to block all of their attacks. Although it lost some health points, compared to its health bar of over 7 trillion, this bit of damage was not even worth mentioning. Conversely, the Holy Light army below was now in a state of rout, being utterly decimated by the Scourge Legion, which was buffed by various skills from Sumyubai. Pay attention. Those 2 old dogs should be about to run. Frost's voice was intentionally loud, not fearing in the slightest that Charles and the other might hear. After tanking the previous attack, it shrunk its size, as an overly large form was actually not suitable for fighting humans. Yui, Jinmi, and Mingri nodded slightly, taking up positions in a square formation to surround the 2. Even though they were the side slightly at a disadvantage, they looked as if they were worried about the others running away. This scene left everyone in the live stream completely bewildered. Seeing this, Charles and Alexander continued their attacks without changing their expressions, their gazes not even sparing a glance at the soon-to-be annihilated Holy Temple army below. After more than 10 minutes of exchanging blows, neither side had been able to determine a winner. Yet Charles and Alexander did not look panicked in the slightest. The 2 exchanged a silent glance, a flash of ruthlessness deep within their eyes. The next moment, their figures vanished instantly, and when they reappeared, they were already outside the encirclement of Frost and the others. You 2 old dogs. If you have the guts, don't run. Come back and fight your dragon grandfather for another 30,000 rounds. Frost's mocking voice rang out, and Yui and the others also launched attacks, trying to stop Charles and Alexander from escaping. Even the viewers in the live stream wore expressions of frustration, although they understood that the 2 city lords were in a hurry to support other battlefields. This kind of desertion still made them feel displeased, especially when their side was clearly not at a disadvantage. But the next actions of the 2 made all the players' faces light up with joy. In an instant, the Holy Light domain and the Thunder domain expanded to their limits. Yui and the others reflexively moved to Frost's side. The four of them looked solemn, watching the two acting abnormally, the soul fire within their pupils flickering violently. This bishop just said, "Since you've come, then be prepared to die here." A cold sneer rose on Charles's face. He pointed his staff toward the sky, and a barrier of holy light instantly enveloped Frost and the trio of Yui. At the same time, Alexander's long spear emitted a melodious chime. Countless lightning snakes descended from the sky, forming chains of thunder, which, combined with the sealing effect of the holy light barrier, trapped them completely. HMPH, I've played along with your act for so long. It's just a pity that Bai still hasn't shown himself. As he spoke, he spun his spear in a flourish, pointing it directly at the suddenly trapped Frost and his companions. Let Bai wait to collect your corpses. Having said this, he paused for a moment and laughed loudly. Haha, I almost forgot. You will die completely here. Not even a corpse will be left behind. Just by relying on you two old dogs. Frost snorted coldly, looking at them with disdain. The expressions of Yui and the others did not change at all. They didn't even attack the holy light barrier. As if everything were going according to plan, the next moment, the sky suddenly dimmed. Silent shadows seemed to swallow the surrounding light, pulling everyone on the battlefield into them. What happened again? Can't the Myriad Worlds game provide a commentator? I can't understand anything at all. Whose skill is this? Why does it feel even more terrifying than the two city lords? Ha 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 ha. It must be an even stronger existence from the Holy Light Heaven who has taken action. Let's see how Yui and the others handle this now. A stronger existence. Yes, could it be a 10th stage Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse? Very likely. I was wondering why City Lord Charles and the others suddenly changed their attitude. If that's really the case, even if Bai comes in person, he won't be able to change anything. The situation on this battlefield was indeed just as the players had guessed. The suddenly appearing shadow came from the chief of the Inquisition of the Holy Light Empire, and the second strongest person in the entire Holy Temple Empire, second only to Bane's Harriman. A 10th stage Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse, chapter 378, finally took the bait. Looking at the suddenly pitch black sky, the soul fire within the pupils of Frost and the trio of Yui trembled slightly. A figure appeared silently in front of the four. Harriman had two daggers tucked into his waist and his arms crossed over his chest, seemingly not regarding Frost and the others at all. He indeed had the qualifications to do so. Although human Saint Extermination level beings are usually weaker than those of powerful races, at the same tier, the level gap still plays a significant role. Moreover, among the four, besides Frost, the Absol Dragon Emperor who had just entered its growth stage, the remaining three Yui and the others had not even reached level 30. Harriman didn't even need to use his full strength to deal with them. This was the confidence of a true 10th stage Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse. Although Frost and the trio of Yui were also Saint Extermination level creatures, they could only be considered true 10th stage existences after entering their adult stage. Harriman looked down at them from above, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. It's a pity I still couldn't find the location where Bai is hiding. In his view, although he had found Frost and the trio of Yui, as long as he couldn't capture Bai, it wasn't a success. Therefore, he looked at Frost with a half smile, his tone shifting. I'll give you a chance. Call for reinforcements from Bai. I really want to see what kind of methods he actually has, old dog. Just based on you, you weren't qualified to see my master. Bing Shuang grinned, his gaze sweeping over Harriman and the two people behind him, Charles and Alexander. You little beast, are you looking for death? Hearing Bing Shuang call him an old dog, Harriman's eyes narrowed instantly. A tangible, murderous aura swept through the surroundings, causing the temperature in the area to drop sharply. However, the reaction of Bing Shuang and his companions made him feel a faint sense of unease, but his own immense strength made him unable to fathom where this unease was coming from. Whether Grandpa Dragon dies or not, it's not up to an old dog like you to decide. Bing Shuang glanced at Yui, seeing the other's actions. He humanely reached out his two dragon claws to stroke past the sides of his head, drawing the full attention of Harriman and his two companions onto himself. The three of them frowned, looking at Bing Shuang in confusion. Finally, you've taken the bait, he It's just a pity that the other old dog didn't come. Not good. Hearing these words, the hearts of Harriman and his companions trembled. Although they didn't understand what taking the bait meant, they reflexively retreated violently. But clearly, it was already too late, because a black and white wheel had appeared in Yu's hand at some unknown moment. This was the wheel of time and space. In other words, at this moment, this body of Yu had already been taken over by Sumyu by notification. You have sealed the time and space within a 1-kilometer radius. Unless you permit it or the target possesses the power to break the seal, they cannot leave by any means. And outsiders cannot enter through teleportation-type methods. Seal duration, 17 hours, 53 minutes, 59 seconds. The reason Sumyu sent Bing Xuan and Yu's group was never truly to support the Scourge Legion, because he understood that even if he took action personally, he could not currently contend with the entire Sanctuary Empire. Not to mention the 2 Tier 10 Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouses, Banes and Harriman. He couldn't even deal with the dozens of Tier 9 mythical level powerhouses of the Holy Light Heaven right now. The purpose of Yu's group and Bing Xuan appearing was always just to lure Harriman and Banes out of the Imperial capital. It was just that after luring them for so long, only one Harriman had come, which still left Sumyu slightly disappointed. It seems there's no way to empty the Sanctuary Empire's treasury this time. Sumyu shook his head with regret, flipped his hand to put away the wheel of time and space, and simultaneously exited the takeover, returning Yu's body to him. At the same time, the retreating Harriman and his companions had their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked to realize that this space had been completely sealed. Lord Harriman, even you cannot break the seal. Charles and Alexander looked at Harriman in disbelief, their voices filled with shock. The latter's brows were tightly locked. The 2 daggers at his waist were suddenly gripped in his hands, and the sky-covering shadows instantly receded, completely merging into the daggers. No one could see his movements clearly, but the 2 daggers had already simultaneously stabbed into the void in front of him. Ding, ding! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Harriman retreated violently a few steps, and refusing to believe it, he launched continuous attacks toward the edge of the seal. Ding, ding, ding! Because the shadows had dissipated, the viewers in the live stream also saw this scene. What kind of madness is this suddenly appearing powerhouse acting out? Why does he keep attacking the air? I don't understand. Could this be some long-lost technique? Harriman's actions left the Sanctuary Empire players completely bewildered. However, soon, the resigned Harriman gave up attacking and turned to look at Yu and the others. HMTH, although I don't know what method you used. So what if you trap me? Do you really think you little brats who haven't even grown your hair out can kill me? As he spoke, Harriman stuck out his tongue to lick his dagger, his gaze cold as he looked at them. On the contrary, as long as I kill all of you, everything will be resolved. Before his voice had even faded, he transformed into a shadow and lunged toward Yu, who was at the front. Seeing this, Charles and Alexander once again activated their respective domains, killing toward Bing Xuan and the others. However, due to the range of the time-space seal, their domains could now only cover a 1-kilometer radius. Kill us. You must be dreaming. Bing Xuan let out a disdainful cold snort, not taking the aggressive trio seriously at all. The next moment, 4 gray light curtains flashed and vanished, sweeping across the bodies of Bing Xuan and Yu's group respectively. Bang! Bang! 3 loud noises rang out. The attacks of Harriman and his 2 companions stopped abruptly right in front of Bing Xuan's nose, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. Even though they were face to face and there was no obstruction between them, it was as if an infinite distance separated the 3 of them from Bing Xuan, and they would never be able to make contact. This was the reason Sumyu specifically controlled the seal range to 1 kilometer. Bye-bye to you. Have fun. The soul fire in Bing Xuan's pupils flickered. He specifically raised his dragon claw to wave at Harriman and the others, then turned and disappeared into the high sky with Yu and the rest. You little beast. Don't you dare run if you have the guts. Harriman was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. But he could do nothing about Bing Xuan and could only punch the spatial barrier in front of him, because he simply lacked the ability to break the time-space seal of the Wheel of Time and Space. He could only watch helplessly as Bing Xuan left, beside him. Charles and Alexander looked at each other, their expressions uglier than if their own fathers had died. Only now did the two of them realize that it had previously seemed like they were stalling for time waiting for Harriman to arrive. The actual situation was that Bing Xuan and the others were fishing, and they themselves were the bait. In the live stream, the crowd of Sanctuary Empire players was stunned. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. It was just a sudden black screen. So, how did it turn out like this? Wasn't it supposed to be that with a tier 10 Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse taking action, Yu Yi and the others would be finished immediately? Why did it turn out like this? Chapter 379. Forcing entry into the Imperial Capital. Bonus chapter, Notification. You have successfully left a mark of death in the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods. As the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears, he discovered that a new coordinate had appeared within the Death Codex. However, this coordinate was vastly different from ordinary map coordinates. Are these the coordinates for planets or worlds in the cosmic starry sky? After Sumyubai examined it using the eyes of the profound heaven, he obtained some basic information. With this death mark, he could return here from anywhere through the Gate of Death. When that time came, he could choose exactly where the Gate of Death would open within the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land. It's a pity Baines was not with Harriman. Shaking his head with regret, Sumyubai slowly stood up, with a thought. A great curtain of light appeared before him. Death Domain Leap Curtain of Death. The next moment, he stepped into the curtain of light and vanished from the forest of death. The cross-boundary teleportation ray here had completely lost its purpose after being absorbed by the Death Codex. Sumyubai had trapped Harriman. Now, the only person left in the Sanctuary Empire capable of stopping him from invading the treasury was the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level powerhouse, Baines. In the next instant, Sumyubai's figure appeared directly atop the Frost Skull, turning to sit on the throne that had already been manifested. Sumyubai flipped his hand to retrieve the Wheel of Time and Space and opened a portal directly. Frost did not hesitate in the slightest and dove straight in, while Yui and the others followed suit without a word. Notification. You have entered the Imperial Capital of the Sanctuary Empire. As you are an intruder, you will be hunted by the entire Sanctuary Empire. The system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears, and the group had already appeared in the center of the Sanctuary Imperial Capital. As for the defensive barrier of this magnificent city, it was as good as non-existent before the Wheel of Time and Space, failing to provide any resistance whatsoever. Who goes there? A sharp shout rang out, and the royal guard stationed within the capital rushed into the sky, firmly surrounding Frost. When they saw the name above Sumyubai's head, their pupils visibly constricted. Beep, 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 beep. The next moment, a frantic alarm echoed throughout the entire city. In the wilderness of the Sanctuary Empire, a streak of white light cut across the sky at extreme speed, so fast that even Tier 9 mythical level powerhouses would struggle to see what it was. There was only one person in the entire Sanctuary Empire capable of such speed. The Pope of the Holy Light Heaven, the strongest powerhouse of the Sanctuary Empire, Baines. He and Harriman had split up, with the sole purpose of finding Bai's hiding place. As for Frost and Yu's group, they were merely secondary targets. To completely resolve the calamity, Bai had to be killed. Moreover, killing Bai would also deal a painful blow to the Shenlong Empire. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. But as the news of Harriman being trapped arrived, the white light stalled instantly, and Baines's figure appeared in midair. What exactly is Bai trying to do? Baines frowned. He did not understand the purpose behind Bai's actions. Trapping Harriman. And then what? Although Bai possessed some strength, he absolutely lacked the ability to kill Harriman. So what was the point of trapping him? Could he really keep him trapped for a lifetime? Just as Baines was filled with confusion, his communicator suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. Fuck, you little bastard, how dare you? This was the alarm from the Imperial Capital. His expression stiffened, and he cursed in anger, clearly not expecting that Bai would dare to brazenly break into the capital. Immediately after, Baines crushed a token, and his figure vanished from the spot instantly. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the headquarters of the Holy Light Heaven. Master, over there. The moment Baines appeared in the Imperial Capital, Frost sensed his terrifying aura. By now, Those members of the royal guard had already turned into corpses falling into the city. The calamity skeletons that rose from their corpses charged directly into the surrounding crowds. This sudden enemy attack caught the locals of the sanctuary imperial capital completely off guard. Motherfucker! Where did these skeletons come from? Isn't the city's defensive barrier still intact? Oh no! More new skeletons are appearing. Damn it! These skeletons born from the corpses of the royal guard are so strong. At this moment, the imperial capital had descended into chaos. The calamity skeletons, which had numbered only a few hundred, had reached several thousand in a short time. And because the vast majority of the army had been dispatched elsewhere, the imperial capital failed to form any effective resistance for the time being. Sumiubai did not care about any of this. After Frost sensed Baines's aura, he ordered it to fly toward that direction immediately. Yuyi and the others stood on Frost's back without a word, their gazes sweeping coldly over the increasingly chaotic capital below, their hands gripping their respective weapons tightly as they awaited the coming battle. Bai, you really chose to walk into the path to hell when there was a path to heaven you refused to take. Baines's voice was not loud, yet it reached Sumiubai's ears clearly. Before Frost could reach the destination, Baines charged out from the Holy Light Heaven headquarters. He did not waste any words. Raising his hand to grab at Frost. The next moment, brilliant holy light condensed into a giant palm above the imperial capital, its terrifying pressure seemingly intent on suppressing everything. Sumiubai's mind stirred, and the curtain of death flashed, vanishing along with Frost from the spot. Immediately after, Baines appeared at Frost's previous position, while Frost appeared right in front of the Holy Light Heaven headquarters, similar to the headquarters of the Shenlong Palace. This was also a towering, cloud-piercing structure. Little bastard, die for this sovereign. In just an instant, Baines's attack struck again. Sumiubai, however, entered the high tower without looking back, leaving behind only a single sentence and a hexagonal formation disc. I leave it to you. The next moment, the hexagonal formation disc suddenly erupted with blinding light. Layer upon layer of magic circles emerged in midair, rapidly expanding to shroud the surroundings of the Holy Light Heaven headquarters. Seeing this, Baines frowned. Feng Yuan's methods? Following this, he let out a cold snort, raised his hand, and struck toward the multiple magic arrays flickering in midair. If you had come yourself, I might have feared you a little, but this mirror disc, break for me, crack. The massive hand condensed from holy light slammed down, and the multiple rays instantly developed cracks. However, just as a smile began to form on Baines's lips, his expression suddenly changed. What? Extra chapter for today, chapter 380, The Sanctuary Emperor. What? Baines's pupils constricted violently, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He saw that the multiple rays, which had just cracked, were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but layer upon layer of magic arrays were still appearing in an endless stream. Damn it! How can Feng Yuan achieve this level of power relying on a remotely controlled ray disc? Baines was baffled, but the hexagonal ray disc had already completely transformed into multiple magic arrays, fully enveloping the area around the headquarters of the Holy Light Heaven. In an instant, invisible energy surged and suppressed Baines, causing his aura to drop again and again. Following this, endless mist generated out of thin air within the magic arrays, filling the entire space. This mist was no simple matter. It not only blocked the vision of Baines, a saint extermination level powerhouse, but also constantly affected his soul. Meanwhile, at the Dragon God Temple headquarters, inside the valley, Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the west. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered to himself, "It's a pity I can't see the shocked expression on that guy Baines's face." The hexagonal ray disc that Sumiubai left behind before entering the high tower naturally came from Feng Yuan. Normally, the ray discs he created would find it difficult to have much of an impact on a supreme powerhouse like Baines without him personally presiding over them. But with a cheater like Sumiubai around, it was a completely different story. Although the ray disc Feng Yuan created was already at the saint extermination level, reaching the limit of the god-forbidden land, even Sumiubai couldn't freeload and upgrade for it. But the catastrophe talent was just that reliable to successfully enter the Sanctuary Empire's treasury and obtain the Death Sovereign job set. Sumyubai had asked Feng Yuan to use the most extreme materials to craft a mythical grade Uri disc. It could be said that if Old Man Feng had put in even a fraction more effort, this Uri disc could have become a saint extermination level item. Of course, it would have been the weakest of its kind, and so, after Sumyubai used Catastrophe to freeload and upgrade, he ended up with this Uri disc capable of influencing Banes for a period of time. Because the enhancement from Catastrophe didn't just simply push an item over a threshold, it provided a solid, direct upgrade by an entire tier. At the time, even Feng Yuan marveled that the upgraded Uri disc had surpassed the limits of what he could craft, even without him personally presiding over it. With the support of the multiple magic arrays released by the formation, Bing Xuan and the other two should be able to hold Banes back for 30 minutes. 30 minutes should be enough. After entering the high tower, Sumyubai immediately summoned the Death Scripture. The next moment, the Death Scripture vibrated gently and opened automatically, just as it had previously in the Forest of Death. Inscriptions flowed, and a number representing coordinates condensed into view. This was clearly the guidance provided by the Death Scripture, and it was the location of the Sanctuary Empire's treasury. Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest. With a single thought, he vanished from where he stood. Instant teleportation. With the Wheel of Time and Space, he treated all the restrictions and barriers of the Holy Light Heaven headquarters as if they were nothing. Furthermore, all the top experts here were currently fighting the Scourge Legion in the wilderness, leaving no one to guard the place. Therefore, Sumyubai was moving through the area as if it were completely deserted. Esther, this old dog is fierce. You need to be quick. Just as he entered the treasury, Bing Xuan's voice echoed in Sumyubai's mind. Her words were accompanied by a roar, clearly indicating that Bing Xuan, Yuyi, and the third person had already engaged Banes in battle. Their levels were simply too low. Despite the support of the multiple magic arrays, it was difficult for them to gain any advantage against Banes. Sumyubai frowned. He had considered using the Wheel of Time and Space to seal off the area around the high tower, but the sealing effect of that item only targeted targets within the area. People outside the range could not use teleportation methods to enter, but they could simply walk in without being affected at all. For details, see Chapter 171. Therefore, Sumyubai had no choice but to ask Old Man Feng for help. A conservative estimate is only 20 minutes. It seems I must hurry. As Sumyubai looked at the Death Scripture, he prepared to assist Bing Xuan using the effect of soul amplification. But the next moment, Sumyubai's heart jolted, and he vanished from where he stood. Death Domain Leap. In an instant, a figure appeared where he had just been standing. The person wore a pair of metal gauntlets and gripped the air violently exactly where Sumyubai's neck had been. The air exploded and holy flames burned, but they were confined to a very small area, having no impact on the surroundings at all. The figure turned to look at Sumyubai, who had disappeared and reappeared, his gaze sharpening as he transformed into a streak of light and attacked again. However, this massive, powerful punch was gently blocked by Sumyubai raising his hand. The terrifying energy that erupted had no effect on him whatsoever. HMPH, such high-level damage immunity. This emperor would like to see how long you can remain immune. The figure snorted coldly, his fists turning into afterimages as he struck continuously toward Sumyubai's face. To this, Sumyubai couldn't even be bothered to block. In any case, before the 7-second immunity effect of Death Domain Leap ended, he could ignore the opponent's attacks. The immunity effect of an SSS grade skill could not be broken unless one had completely mastered a certain law. And this person before him was merely infinitely close to the Saint Extermination level. His attacks were still a long way off from breaking the immunity of Death Domain Leap. Golden light flickered faintly in his pupils as the opponent's status information appeared clearly before Sumyubai's eyes. Christine, Great Emperor of the Sanctuary. Tier 9 Holy Flame Battle Sovereign Unique Hidden Class Level 269 HP 1.8 trillion Combat Power. Mythical peak in his prime state. His strength within the Sanctuary Empire is second only to Pope Banes and Tribunal Head Harriman. Specialty, Wide Sweeping Fist Techniques. Sacred Flame condensed from Holy Light. Weakness 1. If he loses his Sacred Flame, his combat power will be significantly reduced. Main skills, Sacred Flame Domain, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Rising Dragon Fist, Sacred Flame Possession. etc. His resistance to death-type damage is 50%. The reason Christine appeared here is precisely to guard against you raiding the treasury. The effect of the Eye of the Profound Heaven did not disappoint Sumyubai, as it directly displayed Christine's specific information. Compared to Jin Kanyang of the Korea Kingdom, although the difference in their HP bars was only 50%, the gap in their actual strength was worlds apart. And Tada. In order to test how long Sumyubai's immunity effect could last, Christine's fists, burning with sacred flame, did not stop for a single moment. Sumyubai merely glanced at him, then lowered his head to check the newly appeared coordinates on the Death Codex. The next moment, he looked up toward a specific treasury room. My dear patrons, I am taking a day off today. Chapter 381. It seems I have no choice but to kill you. A curtain of death flashed by, and Sumyubai's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the door to the room indicated by the Death Codex. Outside the high tower, Bing Xuan and the others were still desperately holding off Banes. Sumyubai had no time to tangle with Christine here. His goal was not to finish off Christine, but simply to obtain the clues for the class set. However, it was clear that Christine would not let Sumyubai get what he wanted so easily. Bai, no matter what you are planning, as long as this emperor is here, it is nothing but wishful thinking. A sharp shout came from behind. Christine's iron fist struck again, the whizzing wind of his punches carrying white sacred flame, looking astonishingly powerful. And fortunately, the immunity effect of Death Domain Leap had not yet ended, and his attacks still failed to inflict any damage on Sumyubai. Christine had long anticipated this. As he threw the punch, he flashed his feet, positioning himself directly between Sumyubai and the door. It seems I have no choice but to kill you. Sumyubai frowned, his cold gaze fixed on Christine, blocking his path, and he raised his hand to summon the magic sword, Soul Controller. The gray-white nether flame prison fire ignited instantly, rapidly spreading across Sumyubai's entire body. Click, click, click. A harsh sound of clashing bones rang out. Christine's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly felt the fluctuations of death energy permeating the air around him. Immediately following, a cage of ghostly remains filled with dense death energy suddenly appeared, directly imprisoning Christine within. Ghostly remains imprisonment, a mere parlor trick. And you dare to show off in front of me? Christine let out a sharp shout. His fists suddenly flashed with blinding white light, and he slammed a punch toward the bone cage in front of him. Roar! Vaguely, Sumyubai seemed to hear a dragon's roar that shook the soul. The phantom of a giant dragon suddenly surged out, striking the bone cage in unison with Christine's iron fist. Rising dragon fist. 80.8 billion. A terrifying damage number popped up. Although the bone cage still had plenty of shield value, it was struck with countless cracks from that single punch. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed as the dragon phantom broke through the cage and slammed into Sumyubai. Immune. This was the final second of the Death Domain Leap immunity effect, which blocked the remaining force of Christine's rising dragon fist for Sumyubai. A shield-breaking skill, is it? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, gaining a clearer understanding of the strength of this great emperor of the sanctuary. It could only be said that the opponent was worthy of being a top-tier powerhouse second only to the Saint Extermination level. For so long, he was the only one who had shattered the ghostly remains imprisonment in a single move. But so what? Although he hadn't been able to break through to the 7th tier during this time, Sumyubai's strength had not remained stagnant, especially after the end of the Heaven's Pride tournament. His soul quality had improved, and he now possessed the ability to go head-to-head with any mythical level existence. You think you can kill this emperor just like that? Christine looked at Sumyubai with contempt and raised his hand to strike at him again. Even though the immunity effect of Death Domain Leap had ended, Sumyubai remained completely unfazed. While staring at Christine, he swung his sword. Death Gaze. Terrifying death energy descended, transforming into a pair of eyes of death that stared into Christine's soul. The next moment, Christine's movements suddenly stalled, and the force of his punch dropped significantly. The fear effect of Death Gaze could only last for a fleeting moment against a powerhouse at the peak of the mythical level. But that was enough. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Sumyubai's magic sword collided violently with Christine's iron fist. Despite the 11-fold strength boost from the body of the Death Sovereign and the flame prison burning heaven bracers, Sumyubai still couldn't fully absorb the force of that punch. At the moment of impact, his body was sent flying backward. However, the effect of Death Gaze had indeed reduced the power of Christine's attack, allowing Sumyubai to stabilize his stance instantly. Because the mythical level powerhouses of the Holy Light Sanctuary were providing support everywhere, tens of thousands of Scourge Undead had already been resurrected within his summoning space. The damage from this punch was shared among these undead creatures and quickly recovered under the effect of the Sea of Death. As long as Christine did not deploy his domain, Sumyubai was already in an invincible position thanks to the effect of the Eternal Death Contract. Unless Christine could wipe out all the undead creatures in one move, but clearly, he did not have that ability. Although this strike appeared to have Christine in the upper hand, in reality, the Nether Flame Hellfire from the magic sword Soul Controller had already spread along the blade and onto his body, 72 billion. In an instant, a damaged figure in the tens of billions erupted above Christine's head. This was the source of Sumyubai's confidence in killing him. The effect of Nether Flame Hellfire in melee combat was to deal additional death-type damage equal to 2% of the target's maximum health with every attack. Under the dual enhancement of the skill Catastrophe trait and the class Catastrophe trait, this percentage had reached a terrifying 8%. Even though Christine possessed 50% death-type resistance, he still suffered damage equal to 4% of his maximum health. In other words, Sumyubai only needed 25 strikes to take his life. What kind of fire is this? How can it even burn my sacred flame? Christine's pupils constricted violently. As a top-tier figure of the Sanctuary Empire, he had never heard of the Death Sovereign class possessing such a terrifying skill. Bai Yi hadn't even broken through to the 7th tier epic level yet. So how could he deal such massive damage to him? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? However, the damage brought by the Nether Flame Hellfire was merely the beginning of Christine's shock. The next moment, he felt all his power suddenly drop by more than half. His expression changed drastically, and even Sumyubai was stunned on the spot. The movements of both men froze simultaneously, and for a moment, the battle even came to a halt. System prompt: you have used Death Gaze on the Sanctuary Emperor Christine. Your life level is determined to be higher than the target's 1.08 trillion. An extremely terrifying 13-digit number jumped out from above Christine's head. In an instant, all of his attributes had been forcibly reduced by 60% by Sumyubai's Death Gaze, which was enhanced by the class Catastrophe trait. Such a massive suppression directly caused the combat power information displayed on Christine's status window to drop from the peak of the mythical level to the late stage of the mythical level. This meant that even with all his attributes suppressed by 60%, Christine was still stronger in combat power than Jin Kanyang of the Koryo Kingdom. Of course, this was not the reason why Sumyubai was stunned. He was shocked because he clearly hadn't broken through yet. So why did Death Gaze suddenly take effect on a 9th tier mythical existence? Chapter 382, A Domain Collision. What did you do to me, Christine, whose attributes had been forcibly reduced by 60%? Looked at Sumyubai in horror. He could not fathom how Bai Yi had caused such a terrifying suppression effect just by glancing at him. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not think of any skill belonging to the Death Sovereign class that possessed such an effect. It seems you are destined to die here today. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly. The unexpected surprise brought by Death Gaze doubled his confidence in killing Christine. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, he raised his hand and slashed over with his sword. The Nether Flame Hellfire continued to burn, instantly suppressing the sacred flame on Christine's fists. Bai Yi, do you really think you can defeat this emperor with just this? Christine quickly recovered from his shock. His gaze sharpened as he punched toward the magic sword Sumyubai was swinging. In an instant, the boiling sacred flame erupted, covering the entire treasury. Sacred Flame Domain, activate, clang. After the domain was activated, Sumyubai's Nether Flame Hellfire immediately lost its effect, and he was sent flying backward. Within this domain, the effects of the Eternal Death Contract were also isolated. Even the undead in his summoning space could no longer absorb damage for Sumyubai. A Saint Extermination level shield. Christine looked at Sumyubai, who still hadn't taken any damage, and his pupils shrank slightly. However, he was not surprised by this, because Sumyubai had used such a shield when challenging for the human prodigy title. At this moment, energy rippled across Sumyubai's body, as if he were covered by an invisible energy shield. End of Days Shield. System prompt. You have activated the End of Days Shield. It will absorb all incoming damage for you for the next 30 seconds. If this Emperor hasn't calculated wrong, this shield of yours can only last for half a minute at most, right? Christine stopped his attack because he knew that while the opponent's shield was active, all attacks would be in vain. The previous special achievement challenge had already proven that mythical level attacks could not break this shield. This Emperor would like to see how you survive once the shield is gone. After activating the Sacred Flame domain, Christine regained his previous confidence. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched Sumyubai quietly. Survive. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Isn't it enough to just kill you? As he spoke, the magic sword, Soul Controller in his hand, had already slashed toward Christine once again. However, this time, Christine had no intention of blocking at all. He merely let out a disdainful snort. Following that, the raging sacred flame stirred up waves, causing Sumyubai's attack to vanish into thin air. If not for the existence of the End of Days Shield, these few waves alone would have been enough to leave Sumyubai without a burial place. All are ants beneath the 9th tier. No matter how many methods you have, they are futile in the face of this Emperor's domain, Christine sneered, not taking Sumyubai's attacks seriously at all. He simply looked at Sumyubai coldly, silently calculating the duration of the End of Days Shield. A domain really is a bug-like ability. Sumyubai sighed with a smile, then changed the subject. Fortunately, I have such an ability as well. Ha ha ha, you have a domain. A mere 6th tier professional. You are truly speaking without shame. Hearing this, Christine burst into laughter. He looked at Sumyubai arrogantly and said word by word, expand your domain and let this Emperor see. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. The various elemental forces surged instantly, sweeping rapidly across the surroundings. In a split second, Christian felt as if he had suddenly lost all connection to the elemental forces and his sacred flame. He immediately contracted his sacred flame domain, putting all his effort into resisting this terrifying power of chaos, exerting his full strength. Christian finally managed to maintain his sacred flame domain, isolating the effects of the chaos domain. Impossible. How are you capable of using a domain? And how is it so powerful? Christian's widened pupils were filled with disbelief. That Sumyubai had mastered a domain was already inconceivable to him. But what was even more terrifying was that his opponent's domain was actually stronger than his own sacred flame domain. Chaos domain. This was a domain skill derived from the incomplete heart of chaos. Once activated, only Sumyubai could utilize elemental forces and their corresponding laws within the domain. Anyone else trapped in the chaos domain could only rely on their own physical strength. All skills related to elements and laws were rendered unusable. Sumyubai's domain did not expand over a large area, but the moment Christian's sacred flame domain encountered the chaos domain, it immediately recoiled. It was clear that the chaos domain was far superior to the sacred flame domain. Bang! The two domains collided, and energy surged violently. Christian's expression shifted repeatedly. He was certain that if their strength levels were equal, his sacred flame domain would have shattered instantly the moment Bai's domain unfolded. The only reason he could hold a stalemate now was that his own strength was far greater than Sumyubai's. Even so, the sacred flame domain was clearly at a disadvantage. Christian furrowed his brows, and dense sacred flames instantly covered his entire body, causing his aura and pressure to skyrocket. Sacred flame possession. Bolstered by this powerful burst skill, Christian's sacred flame domain expanded instantly, frantically squeezing Sumyubai's chaos domain. You aren't the only one with a burst skill. Sumyubai grinned, and the Dylan's frost ring on his finger flashed with light. Roar! A phantom of a frost dragon appeared, letting out a deafening roar. The next moment, the dragon phantom merged into the center of Sumyubai's forehead, and his aura surged accordingly. System prompt. You have used Dragon Soul Possession. Spell power 100%. Skill range 100%. Ice elemental resistance increased to 80%. Duration to 120 seconds. Your burst skill doesn't seem like much, Christian smirked. his sacred flame domain continuing to expand, constantly compressing the range of the chaos domain. It is indeed not much. Sumiubai nodded slightly. The enhancement from Dragon Soul possession was clearly inferior to Christian's sacred flame possession, there was no doubt about that. However, who said one could only use a single burst skill? How about now? Sumiubai shifted his tone, and a vast, boundless power of death descended into the treasury. My apologies, dear patrons. Something came up at home these past 2 days, so there are only 2 chapters today. Special thanks to patron Bayan Ying for the Great God certification. I will continue to add extra chapters tomorrow. Chapter 383, Instantly Crippled. Tilde. The vast, boundless power of death descended, bringing with it an unparalleled sense of oppression. Christian's sacred flame domain trembled violently in an instant. He stared dumbfounded at the massive phantom coalescing behind Sumiubai, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard. Gulp. This. What kind of power is this? Twisted horns of death, razor-sharp claws of death, and a body woven and condensed from countless strands of nirvanic death energy and the power of death. Bloody red mist swirled around that colossal phantom, bringing a profound shock to the world. This was the manifestation of the law of death. It wasn't just Christian, everyone outside the tower felt this power as well. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of Frost, Moon Knight, and the others. This was the power of their master of sovereign. In contrast, Burns' expression changed drastically. Although he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, this distance was nothing. He could clearly sense that this power, carrying such dense death energy, had clearly transcended the level of laws. Christian obviously didn't have this level of strength, which meant the person wielding this power was that descender named Bai Yi. Who exactly is Bai Yi? Burns frowned deeply. Such power was something even he, a peak 10th stage Saint Extermination level powerhouse, could not master. How could Bai Yi do it? Is my master someone you can fathom? Frost proudly raised his head, as if it were he, not Sumiubai, who was wielding that power. Moon Knight and the others showed no expression, but one could feel their disdain for Burns. As top-tier undead, born at the Saint Extermination level, they essentially looked down on all humans, save for their creator, Sumiubai. Even though Burns was also a Saint Extermination level existence, he didn't even catch their eyes. They didn't even need to be at the same level. Once they reached adulthood, they could easily kill him. The frailty of the human race was not just a saying, there was truly a massive gap between them and top-tier races. The possibility of a human genius breaking through to the Saint Extermination level was already extremely low. For one to be able to go head-to-head with a top-tier race at the same level was even rarer. At the very least, Burns was not among them. In the entire God-forbidden land No. 07, besides Sumiubai, the only one who could make Moon Knight and the others take a second look was Feng Yuan of the Divine Dragon Hall. Even Sheng Jun was still far behind. Even among those at the Saint Extermination level, there existed vast disparities. True powerhouses at the Saint Extermination level could not use their full strength within the God-forbidden land. In particular, many of the formations Feng Yuan inherited from the Zhuanshan lineage were restricted here. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods, he alone would have been enough to sweep through every Saint Annihilation level powerhouse within the entire Forbidden Land of Gods. Of course, this was also because Yu Yi and the others had never seen Hui Jian, otherwise their opinions would certainly have changed. So what if he can wield this power? At this moment, Baines had recovered from his shock. His icy gaze swept over Frost, Yu Yi, and the others, and he said in a deep voice, "How long can he possibly maintain such power?" As his voice fell, a surge of energy erupted from within his body. While resisting the suppression of Feng Yuan's multiple magic rays, he charged toward the high tower once again. The time Euphor can hold me back is running out. The Frost Dragon's body coiled, immediately blocking the path between Baines and the high tower. Cold light glinted from its dragon claws as it stood its ground, not retreating a single step. You are not allowed to enter and disturb the master before he finishes his business. At the same time, Yu Yi flashed in front of Baines. A full moon hung high in the sky, and as she brandished her moonlight light sword, a curtain of swords condensed around her. Old thing, I never said you could leave. Jinmi had long since activated Fire Bath Berserk, Scorching flames burned fiercely on his body as he gripped his blade with both hands and slashed viciously at Baines's back. World-annihilating slash. The Sovereign said, "It is not yet time for you to enter." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of energy arrows tore through space, appearing instantly before Baines's face. Mingri, hidden somewhere unknown, said nothing, simply drawing his bow and firing arrows incessantly. Feng Yuan's multiple magic arrays continued to take effect, making every move Baines made arduous and difficult. The four of them and the dragon were once again locked in a fierce struggle. Baines grew increasingly anxious. Although he did not know what Bai's purpose was in entering the treasury, he absolutely did not want the other party to succeed. However, without being able to break through Feng Yuan's multiple magic arrays, he found himself unable to enter the headquarters of the Holy Light Heaven while facing the obstruction of Frost, Yuyi, and the others inside the treasury. The phantom manifestation of the death rule shrank rapidly, being absorbed into Sumyubai's body. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: you have activated Death Descent. All attributes increased by 100%. Maximum HP increased to 1000%. And maximum mana increased to 1000%. Notification: you have activated Death Descent. You now fully absorb Death type, Shadow type, and Curse type damage, which can be used to heal yourself or your allies. Notification: you have activated Death Descent. Any Death type, Shadow type, or Curse type negative effects used on you by any creature will backfire upon the user and have no effect on you. Notification: you are the embodiment of the death rule, therefore you cannot die. Notification: you can randomly absorb a portion of lifespan from targets you kill with your own hands. Boom. In an instant, the chaos domain surrounding Sumyubai began to expand violently. With the second stage of the burst activated, the increase in Sumyubai's strength was not limited to just his attributes. His domain power had also been greatly enhanced. Christine watched in horror as he realized his holy flame domain seemed to have completely lost the ability to resist. The domain, already weakened by the descent of the power of death, disintegrated instantly under the all-elemental expansion of the chaos domain. Crack, faintly. A crisp shattering sound echoed within the treasury. Immediately afterward, cracks covered Christine's holy flame domain. The next moment, the waves of flame vanished into smoke. Christine's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFT. The moment his holy flame domain was shattered, he suffered a massive backlash, although his maximum HP did not decrease further because of this. On the information panel projected by Sumyubai's Mystic Heaven Eyes, Christine's combat power had already dropped to the mid-stage of the mythical level. No, this emperor does not believe it. Having suffered repeated heavy blows, Christine now appeared as if he had gone mad. His pupils were bloodshot, and he had no time to wipe away the blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He simply shook his head frantically. Even though he had experienced the terror of this power and seen his own domain crushed, he still refused to believe that Bai possessed such terrifying strength. When people are in despair, they either let go of everything and face it calmly, or, like Christine, choose to force themselves into self-deception. It was as long as he didn't believe it, none of this was real. But Sumyubai's attack would ultimately drag him back to reality. The magic sword, burning with nether flame hellfire, thrust instantly toward Christine's face. Sumyubai's cold voice echoed through the treasury. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. You are going to die anyway. Chapter 384, Execution. Having learned his lesson from being burned by the nether flame hellfire, Christine did not try to catch Sumyubai's sword with his bare fist this time. However, when he tried to mobilize his elemental power to condense holy flames to block Sumyubai's attack, his expression changed drastically. What kind of domain is this? Why can this emperor no longer mobilize elemental power? Previously, his holy flame domain had not been broken, so he had not been suppressed by the chaos domain. Only now did he suddenly realize that within this domain of Bai's, he was unable to utilize any elemental power. As everyone knew, Sumyubai did not have the habit of explaining things to his enemies. Facing Christine's questioning, he merely gave a cold smile. Clang! The magic sword finally collided with the iron fist. This time, Sumyubai did not fly backward. Christine had suffered repeated heavy injuries, His strength was far inferior to before, and coupled with the suppression effect of the domain and Sumyubai's multiple buffs, the two were now evenly matched. However, the Nether Flame Hellfire was completely unreasonable. Even if Christine blocked the attack, it would still cling to him and inflict damage to 8.8 billion. Because Christine's total attributes had been reduced by 60% by Death Gaze, his maximum HP was also affected, which caused the damage from the Nether Flame Hellfire to decrease by a significant margin as well. However, the flaws could not hide the brilliance, faced with the shameless combination of Chaos Domain and Nether Flame Purgatory. All Christine could do was scramble away in a panic. Watching the now unguarded room door, Sumyubai did not enter immediately. Instead, he turned and pursued Christine. Since this guy had forced him to use Death's Descent, he would have to pay with his life. The power of death recovered too slowly. If he didn't reap some benefits, wouldn't it be a huge loss? In just a few seconds, the atmosphere inside the treasury had completely shifted. Christine, the gatekeeper, had suddenly become the prey being hunted. Seeing the opponent about to rush out of the treasury gate, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. Death Domain Shift. 10 seconds had passed, and the skill was off cooldown. In a heartbeat, Sumyubai's figure blocked Christine's path. This time, the roles of attacker and defender had completely reversed. Magic Sword, Soul Control slashed out. Christine dodged instinctively, his speed surging as he retreated violently. The burning effect of Nether Flame Purgatory targeted the soul level, and able to mobilize his elemental power. He dared not take another hit from Sumyubai's sword. System prompt. The third effect of Dylan's Frost Ring has been triggered. Your shift cooldown has been refreshed. Hearing the system notification in his ear, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward. With the magic sword still in its slashing arc, Sumyubai's figure appeared beside Christine once more. This time, Christine had no time to react and took the sword strike head-on. To 8.8 billion. To a mythical grade existence, Sumyubai's raw damage was negligible, but the percentage-based damage from Nether Flame Purgatory was truly painful. Does your displacement skill not have a cooldown? Christine winced in pain, his pupils constricting sharply as he retreated again. He was shocked by Sumyubai's ability to perform consecutive displacements. System prompt. Psionic Retrospection triggered. Your shift is off cooldown. However, the Goddess of Luck seemed to have completely abandoned him. Sumyubai had triggered the passive skill of Chanter's Hand once again. Immediately following, Magic Sword, Soul Control, under Christine's terrified gaze, slashed into him once more. To 8.8 billion. You. Christine reflexively pointed a hand at Sumyubai, his mouth agape. Momentarily at a loss for words, Sumyubai seized the opportunity to slash at his outstretched hand. 28.8 billion. A mere 30 seconds later, Christine knelt before Sumyubai with a face full of terror. Please. However, before his plea for mercy could even leave his lips, Sumyubai's magic sword had cleanly pierced through his body. Every second Death's Descent was active. It consumed 1 point of the power of death. How could Sumyubai waste time letting him leave a final testament? The only reason Christine managed to utter 2 words was because Sumyubai had wasted a split second activating Goddess of Luck's favor. You have used Goddess of Luck's favor. For the next 60 seconds, your luck stat is increased to 104 points. At the same time, he deactivated Death's Descent, fearing the waste of even a single second. He also deactivated the Chaos Domain, which consumed an immense amount of soul power. Why did you not let me? Christine's eyes widened, but he ultimately failed to voice his confusion as his powerful aura vanished in an instant. The Sanctuary Emperor, deceased. System prompt. Death Rule effective. You have successfully absorbed 3,000 years of lifespan. System prompt. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come to million. System prompt. You have obtained Soul Crystal by 20. System prompt. You have obtained the mythical grade item Sacred Torch. System prompt. You have completely killed a tier 9 professional. You have gained the XP equivalent to double that of a level 269 mythical grade boss. System prompt. According to your distribution settings, all EXP will be granted to your Mount Frost. System prompt. Your Mount Frost has gained 298.7387 billion EXP. Outside the tower, 3 golden lights flashed in succession on Frost's body. Burns suddenly froze. For in that very instant, he felt Christine's aura vanish completely. He could not fathom how Bai Yi had managed to finish off Christine in such a short time. That was the top powerhouse of the Sanctuary Empire, second only to him and Harriman. What the hell? Is this even reasonable? Could it be just because of that power from earlier? Not good. Burns's expression changed drastically. Christine was dead, which meant the treasury was now unguarded. He had originally thought that with Christine there was no need to rush stop, but now, things were clearly different. A terrifying energy erupted from within Burns, causing the multiple magic arrays surrounding him to tremble violently. Be careful. This old dog is going all out, Frost warned, his expression turning grave. Master, hurry. Burns seems to have activated some state with severe side effects. Old Man Fang's magic array won't hold much longer. Hearing Frost's voice in his mind, Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes. A Saint Extermination grade powerhouse is truly not to be underestimated. Without a word, he picked up Christine's corpse and headed toward the room door from before. System prompt. The target corpse meets the requirements for birthing a high-level undead creature. Do you wish to consume a certain amount of death chi to preserve the corpse? Confirm. Consume 700 points of death chi. Cancel system prompt. You have 30 seconds left to make a choice. After the countdown ends, the target corpse will decompose. Chapter 385. Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Orb. Bonus chapter. Although the death chi required to preserve Christine's corpse was double that of Jin Kanyang, Sumyu Bai had already upgraded the skill death extraction feedback into Nirvana death chi. Now, he no longer needed the curse of annihilation to bear this consumption. A dense aura of death instantly enveloped Christine's corpse, and his body immediately began to wither. Just as Sumyu Bai pushed open the room door, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: you have consumed 700 points of death aura to preserve the target corpse. Notification: you have been eroded by the annihilation death aura from the curse of annihilation. Death aura Kung 80. Current death aura 107. 400 107ths. Achieved. Like the catastrophe trait was truly unreasonable. Sumyu Bai's death aura instantly recovered to its maximum value. He glanced at Christine's corpse, and with a thought, he directly stored it into his spatial ring, placing it alongside Jin Kanyang's corpse. High-quality corpses like these were excellent choices, whether used as materials or as human bombs. As for using their corpses to create undead creatures, Sumyu Bai had no such plans for the time being, because the levels of these two guys were simply too high, and the materials and soul power required to raise them would be astronomical. Moreover, neither of them possessed an SSS-grade talent, even if they could be upgraded. Their upper limits would be far inferior to the trio of Yuyi. The quota for creating creatures was limited, so the best targets were inevitably players who already possessed SSS-grade talents. Sumyu Bai still had 3 slots left, but he was no longer prepared to hunt human players in the forbidden land of the gods. One had to leave some slots for other races, right? What if there were better choices? Having the trio of Yuyi in the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods was already enough. In addition to this mythical great corpse, when Sumyu Bai killed Christine, he had specifically switched his active talent to Judgment of the Underworld Sun. Therefore, he had also obtained a mythical grade judgment mark. Even a mosquito is meat. No matter how small, this thing was stored within his talent, and Mengri could also use it. Consumed another 30 points of death power. Sumyu Bai sighed. It was all Christine's fault for being so good at dodging. Otherwise, with the effects of Nether Flame Purgatory, it wouldn't have even taken 5 seconds to kill him. However, he was a peak mythical grade existence after all, even if he had been heavily injured. Dying at his hands in 30 seconds could be considered fast enough to break the heavens. One had to admit, the combination of Chaos Domain Kung Death Descent Kung Nether Flame Purgatory was truly too perverted. Sumyu Bai even doubted whether a Saint Extermination grade supreme powerhouse could withstand it. Of course, he had no intention of trying it in the short term, because the gap in base attributes was simply too large. In a situation where he couldn't even touch them, Nether Flame Purgatory would be useless, no matter how strong it was. It's a good thing the believer quota has increased to 1,200 people. Thinking of the upgrade to the Death Codex, Sumyubai smiled knowingly and looked up to examine the layout of the room. This room was not large, and Sumyubai took in the entire layout at a single glance. Unlike the rooms in the treasury of the Korya kingdom, there were no numerous treasures here. There was only a pitch-black, perfectly round orb placed in the center of the room. High on the orb, dense elemental fluctuations radiated, clearly indicating the presence of a powerful magic array. Other than that, there was nothing else in this room. Without needing feedback from the Death Codex, Sumyubai confirmed at a glance that this pitch-black orb was the goal of his trip. Is the clue for the profession set inside the orb? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Golden light flickering in the depths of his pupils. Eyes of the profound heaven. The next moment, more than a dozen panels appeared before his eyes in succession. Sacred Sealing Array. Saint Extermination Grade Magic Array. A magic array specifically set up by the Holy Light Heaven to seal the Orb of Eternal Night and Dead Silence. Possessing powerful sealing strength. Holy Flame Sealing Array Light Protection Array 12 layers. The Holy Light Heaven had set up a full 12 layers of magic arrays to seal the Orb of Eternal Night and Dead Silence. And the vast majority of them were Saint Extermination Grade arrays. They emptied their treasury just to seal one orb. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, and he flipped his hand to summon the Death Codex. A dense, grayish-black light emerged, shrouding the center of the room. In an instant, the Orb of Eternal Night and Dead Silence began to vibrate violently, and ripples of energy visible to the naked eye even spread out in its surroundings. Within just a few breaths, the outermost mythical grade magic array developed cracks, looking as if it were on the verge of collapse. That saves me quite a bit of effort. Sumyubai looked at the Death Codex in his hand and grinned. It seemed the 12 layers of arrays set up by the Holy Light Heaven wouldn't be able to hold back the Death Codex for long. Feeling reassured, Sumyubai then took a closer look at the specific information of the Orb of Eternal Night and Dead Silence. However, this thing was an unidentified item. Even with the eyes of the profound heaven, Sumyubai couldn't identify it through these magic arrays. This should be an offhand item from the Death Sovereign Profession set, right? Looking at the pitch-black, smooth Orb of Eternal Night and Dead Silence, Sumyubai already had a guess in his heart, but immediately after, he frowned and muttered to himself, no. Before the Death Codex was upgraded, it was called the Book of Death, which was the standard equipment for the Death Sovereign Profession. However, the Book of Death was already an offhand item. Then what part was this Orb of Eternal Night and Dead Silence, a special accessory? Or was it not a set piece at all, but merely contained clues to the set? For a moment, Sumyubai was a bit confused. He would only know once he got his hands on it and identified it. Soon, the outermost layers of mythical grade magic arrays shattered one after another, and the light emitted by the Death Codex not only did not weaken in the slightest but grew even more intense. At the same time, Bing Shuang's voice sounded in Sumyubai's mind once again. Master, that old dog is getting anxious. Hold on a little longer. It will be done soon. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. While monitoring the battle outside through their shared vision, he utilized his skills to assist Bing Xuan and the others. Crack. Time ticked away second by second, as the Saint Extinction Great Sealing Magic Arrays shattered one by one. Baines completely transformed into a mad dog, attempting to break through the blockade set by Yui and the others to enter the treasury. Sumyubai's breathing couldn't help but quicken. The final magic array was on the verge of shattering. An extra update for today is served. Chapter 386, Sumyubai's Gift. Bang! A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the final Saint Extinction Great Sealing Magic Array collapsed with a roar. Whoosh! Having completely lost its restraints, the Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb instantly transformed into a streak of black light, shooting towards Sumyubai. System prompt. You have obtained the Saint Extinction Great Special Item Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb. Sumyubai raised his hand and caught it steadily, golden light flickering in his pupils as he immediately began the appraisal. Saint Grade Appraisal Technique. The pitch-black Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb shimmered with 9-colored brilliance on its surface. The next moment, the system prompt for a successful appraisal rang in Sumyubai's ears. System prompt. You have successfully appraised a Saint Extinction Grade Special Item. Proficiency in Saint Extinction Grade Appraisal Technique has increased by 1%. It increased by 1% directly. It seems the appraisal technique isn't that hard to level up after all. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. It was only 100 Saint Extinction grade items, while that might be very difficult for others. He only needed to freeload and upgrade 100 mythical grade items, and that would be enough. Ever since his appraisal technique gained the catastrophe trait, for Sumyubai, a 0.01% success rate was no different from 100%, precisely because of this. He didn't need to choose to hold off on freeloading upgrades just to prevent a failed appraisal. Just as Sumyubai was about to check the specific attributes of the Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb, Bing Shuang's urgent voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Master, this old dog doesn't know what method he used, but I feel like we can't hold him back anymore. Hearing this, Sumyubai decisively stored the Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb into his spatial ring, then checked the cooldown time of instant transmission. Can you hold on for 30 seconds? No problem. Let him in after 30 seconds. Then you all retreat immediately. Don't wait for me. Plans often fail to keep up with changes. Normally, with Feng Yuan's multiple magic arrays, Bing Shuang and the others should have been able to stall Baines for 20 to 30 minutes. But that was on the condition that Baines didn't fight with his life on the line. Now that Christine was dead and the Saint Empire's treasury was left unguarded, Baines was clearly desperate, and Sumyubai's instant transmission still needed 30 seconds to finish cooling down. This also meant that Bing Shuang and the others hadn't even managed to hold him for 10 minutes. It was evident just how furious Baines was at this moment. Upon learning that Bing Shuang and the 3 others could still hold on for 30 seconds, Sumyubai's eyes darted around. Since he had already come this far, if he only walked away with the Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb, how would that be any different from leaving empty-handed? Thinking of this, he instantly vanished from the room. Death Domain Leap, however, to Sumyubai's disappointment, the Saint Empire was clearly meticulous about the treasury's defenses. Outside every room, there were powerful barriers and magic arrays, making it impossible to enter easily. The reason the room containing the Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb didn't have them was entirely because it possessed 12 layers of ceiling arrays. So they hadn't bothered with extra precautions. Although Nether Flame Prison Fire could cause massive damage to barriers, giving Sumyubai the ability to break them, there clearly wasn't enough time. Am I just going to leave like this? Sumyubai frowned. This wasn't his style. Immediately after, a sharp glint flashed deep in his eyes. Since he couldn't obtain more loot, he would make the Saint Empire suffer along with him in an instant. Pale cyan wind elements swirled around Sumyubai's legs, and his speed surged several times over. System prompt: you have used Wine Fury Shadow. Attack speed Kung 500%, movement speed Kung 500%, duration 30 seconds. Following that, Sumyubai moved at extreme speed throughout the entire treasury. Every time he passed a room storing treasures, he would leave behind a corpse in a suitable spot. Corpses from the Korea Kingdom. These corpses, without exception, were all from the batch of top-tier powerhouses the Korea Kingdom once possessed. Each one had been an 8th-rank legendary existence while alive. Soon, 20 corpses were placed in the appropriate positions by Sumyubai. At the same time, the cooldown for instant transmission had just ended. However, Sumyubai didn't rush to leave. Instead, he notified Bing Shuang, Yuyi, and the others. All right, let him in. Outside the high tower, the frantic Baines unleashed his full combat power. Feng Yuan's multiple magic arrays were already covered in cracks and looked as if they were about to shatter completely. His ruthless gaze swept over Bing Shuang, who was blocking his path, and he prepared to deliver a killing blow. The next moment, however, Bing Shuang's body suddenly shrank, as if he had given up on blocking. Seeing this, Baines was confused, but the crisis in the treasury didn't allow him to think too much. Compared to dealing with the 3 people and 1 dragon before him, the treasury was clearly more important. Boom! A terrifying ore soared into the sky, and the already overburdened multiple magic arrays finally fulfilled their mission. Wait until I deal with Bai Yi, then I'll play with you properly. Baines snorted coldly and vanished from the spot. Having already entered the high tower, Yuyi Jinmi and Mengri had no intention of staying, strictly following Sumyubai's orders. They flashed onto Bing Shuang's back. Bing Shuang flapped his wings, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. In his eyes, his master was an existence that could never die. How could Baines A mere Saint Extinction-grade human professional, pose a threat to his master. He and the others were too low-leveled. Staying behind would be useless and only serve as a burden. Their departure did not attract the attention of the locals in the imperial capital, because at this moment, the catastrophe of the natural disaster had completely spread throughout the imperial capital. Due to the fact that all the powerhouses were away from the city, the remaining elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were completely powerless to stop the expansion of the disaster skeletons. In just 10 short minutes, the number of disaster skeletons in the city had already exceeded 100,000. Even more terrifying was the fact that this number was still rising at a rapid pace. Roars, screams, cries of alarm, and wails were incessant. This city, which should have been the strongest in the Sanctuary Empire, was now riddled with scars. All of this stemmed from the initial deaths of those members of the Royal Guard. They were naturally the only defensive force remaining in the Sanctuary Imperial capital, and the disaster skeletons born from their corpses were almost all skeleton kings. With this, what could the others in the Imperial capital possibly use to resist? The flames of war were not only burning in the wilderness and outer cities of the Sanctuary Empire, but even the Imperial capital itself could not be spared, i.e., hand over the Eternal Night Deathly Silence magic orb, otherwise, this venerable one will. Burns's figure appeared in the center of the treasury, and he immediately raised his hand to grab Sumubai. But how could Sumubai, who had been prepared for this, let him have his way? Long before notifying Bing Xuan and the others, Sumubai had already summoned the Wheel of Time and Space in advance. The moment Burns appeared, he shifted his thoughts and vanished from within the treasury. Instant transmission, of course. Before leaving, Sumubai did not forget to activate the gift he had left behind. Whoosh! Burns's afterimage vanished from where he stood, his palm passing through the spot where Sumubai had been, and his expression changed drastically. Beyond the shock that Sumubai could ignore the barriers and magic arrays of the Sanctuary Heaven headquarters, he was even more alarmed by the energy fluctuations coming from all around him. You little beast! What exactly have you done? Chapter 387, Beast. You are a beast. What Sumubai had left behind were, naturally, those 20 Tier 8 legendary grade human bombs, along with the fuses he had lit before departing. Corpse destruction. If it weren't for the fact that 20 corpses were the limit under the enhancement of the disaster profession's traits, Sumubai wouldn't have minded leaving the entire Bailo divine sect of the Korea kingdom here as well. In an instant, the 20 corpses scattered throughout the treasury suddenly swelled up, accompanied by a blinding white light. Burns's expression was uglier than if his own mother had died. Completely unable to spare the effort to pursue Sumubai, he pressed his palms together, his eyes instantly filled with pure white light. Sanctuary domain, activate. The next moment, the entire Sanctuary Heaven headquarters was enveloped within it. He was actually attempting to block the full power of the explosion from these 20 corpses. He had no choice but to block it. Who knew if the explosion of these corpses would destroy the treasury? This place housed almost all the supplies of the entire Sanctuary Heaven. If it were destroyed, the Sanctuary Empire would truly be finished. By comparison, pursuing Bai Yi was clearly secondary. The moment the Sanctuary domain expanded, the 20 legendary grade corpses exploded with a roar. The blast radius of each one was about 30 meters. In reality, relying solely on these corpses, even with the damage stacking, it would be difficult to pose a threat to a Saint Extermination grade powerhouse like Burns. After all, the damage from corpse destruction was not true damage. But Burns was not defending himself, he was protecting the entire treasury from being affected. And that difficulty was entirely different. Even as a Tier 10 Saint Extermination grade supreme powerhouse, he had to exert his utmost focus. Bai Yi, this venerable one will definitely skin you and pull out your tendons. Burns stood in the center of the treasury, gritting his teeth as he desperately controlled the Sanctuary domain to bind the explosive energy. Even if a single room storing treasures were destroyed by the blast, it would be an unacceptable loss for the Sanctuary Empire. At this moment, Burns wished he could swallow Sumubai alive. Looking at Sumubai, he did not leave directly after using instant transmission this time. Instead, he arrived at the center of the Imperial capital. Notification. You have entered the Sanctuary Imperial Palace. This was a magnificent complex of palaces, and also the core of the entire imperial capital. However, there was no aura of powerhouses here at this moment, because the remaining royal guard had long since become carriers for the disaster skeletons, and the Sanctuary Emperor was currently still inside Sumyubai's spatial ring. Instant transmission ignored barriers below the Saint Extermination grade, allowing Sumyubai to pierce directly through the final defenses of the Imperial Palace and enter the interior. He had never expected those 20 corpses to truly destroy the Sanctuary Treasury. The reason he did so was entirely to stall burns. The Imperial Palace before him was Sumyubai's true target. The incomplete heart of chaos began to circulate, and fire elements danced around Sumyubai, while a pair of massive flaming wings unfurled behind him. In an instant, he flew high into the sky, reaching the top of the Imperial Palace's protective barrier. The next moment, a crimson fire lotus descended from the sky, shrouding the entire Imperial Palace. "Oh, what is this? So hot! Who is that in the sky?" Exclamations of alarm immediately erupted within the Imperial Palace. Those who lived deep within the palace had just caught sight of Sumyubai's figure when the fire lotus exploded with a roar. Burning Star World extinction. A monstrous wave of fire swept across the entire Imperial Palace in an instant. None of the palace complexes below were spared, all being incinerated by the terrifying flames. The temperature of Burning Star World extinction was so high that many palaces collapsed in the blink of an eye. Only the most distinct palace in the very center still flickered with a faint light, blocking the monstrous flames, but with no powerhouses to guard it. This resistance was clearly futile. The necklace on Sumyubai's chest flashed with a crimson light, condensing a point of light in front of him. Even while within the range of Burning Star World extinction, Sumyubai could clearly feel the temperature in front of him spike sharply. It was not that the grade of this energy was higher than Burning Star World extinction, but that it was more condensed. Locking onto the central palace, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. In an instant, the point of light in front of him erupted with blinding radiance. Immediately following, a beam of crimson shockwave surged forward. Everything in its path was vaporized. Judgment of the red flame rumble. Almost the instant the shockwave erupted, the central palace collapsed with a thunderous crash. That visible glimmer of light had no power to resist whatsoever. Crack boom. Immediately following, the protective barrier covering the entire Imperial Palace shattered directly and dissipated completely. If attacking from the outside, Sumyubai would have needed to expend quite a bit of effort to break through this barrier. But from the inside, as long as the core was destroyed, the protective barrier would naturally cease to exist. At this moment, Baines finally quelled the energy from the explosion of those 20 corpses. Having just let out a sigh of relief, his expression changed drastically once more, and his figure vanished from the treasure vault in an instant. The next moment, Baines appeared above the Imperial Palace, but all that remained for him were the raging flames and the back of Sumyubai. "Are you satisfied with this gift?" as the voice echoed. Sumyubai had already vanished from the Imperial capital, through the shared vision of Frost. He had used Death Domain Leap to leave this place directly. Frost had already carried Yu Yi and the others far away. With Feng Yuan's ability to conceal their aura, even Baines could not track their presence from a distance. Having been toyed with, Baines could no longer hold back. Violent energy surged and erupted indiscriminately. Under this terrifying energy, some of the palaces that were already teetering on the brink of collapse were completely reduced to dust. "Bai Yi, if I do not kill you, I swear I am not human." Baines's pupils were bloodshot. Yet he could not sense Sumyubai's aura at all. In the end, he could only vent his rage on the scourge skeletons within the Imperial capital. With a single palm strike, thousands of scourge skeletons were instantly wiped out before a Tier 10 Saint Extermination level Supreme Powerhouse. These scourge skeletons were no different from ordinary people. Whether they were elite skeletons or skeleton kings, it made no difference. However, Baines ultimately failed to vent his anger successfully. He had barely destroyed less than 1/5 of the scourge skeletons when 19 grey light curtains suddenly appeared within the Imperial capital. In the blink of an eye, the remaining scourge skeletons vanished without a trace. Death Domain Leap Death Curtain. Only then did Baines notice a large golden eagle circling above the Imperial capital. But the next moment, the eagle suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. This eagle was naturally Yu's mount, Xiaojin. It was through its vision that Sumyubai had just released the Death Domain Leap. This was something Sumyubai had discovered not long ago when he took over Yu's body. Xiaojin was also counted as his contracted creature and could be affected by soul amplification. As for why Xiaojin suddenly disappeared, it was because Yu Yi had recalled it into the Mount space. Baines was so furious that his eyes turned red. Previously, he had been blinded by rage. How could he have had the time to pay attention to a weak, legendary level or high in the sky? Only now did he realize that he had been played by Yu once again. Overcome with fury, Baines couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes nearly splitting from the strain. Beast View Beast, Chapter 388. Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Liquid. Final chapter of this volume. Bonus chapter, Holy Empire Announcement. Sunshine City has been destroyed by the intruder Baiyi. Holy Empire Announcement. Due to the failure to repel the intruder, all Holy Empire players' EXP gain from killing monsters is reduced by 2%. Holy Empire Announcement. Freedom City has been destroyed by the intruder ×5. Ever since the Scourge Catastrophe Special Expansion Pack began, the players of the Holy Empire had become numb to such announcements. The Holy Army and the various Tier 9 mythical level experts of the Holy Light Heaven were indeed very strong. With their support, many battlefields had now gained the upper hand or even achieved victory, but unfortunately, the number of the Scourge Legion was simply too vast. Even if some battlefields saw undead knights and lich lords joining forces, with the two legions merged, there were still nearly 2,000 Scourge Legions within the territory of the Holy Empire. With such numbers, it was inevitable that some cities would be destroyed. Therefore, during this period, the players of the Holy Empire had heard such announcements more than a dozen times and had long since become accustomed to them. Watching the battle situations in various live streams, they firmly believed that they would soon achieve total victory. When that time came, the rewards from the expansion pack would surely compensate for the XP bonus lost due to the destruction of the cities, and might even be higher. But the following system announcement made everyone's expression stiffen. Holy Empire Announcement. The Imperial Capital has been breached by the intruder Baiyi. All Holy Empire players' levels reduced by 1. This was the result of the protective barrier and the city defense barrier shattering simultaneously when Sumyubai destroyed the central palace. Just as the Holy Empire players were shocked that Baiyi had actually breached the royal capital, another series of system announcements rang out. This time, everyone turned pale. Holy Empire Announcement. Because the Imperial Palace was destroyed by the intruder Baiyi, the Holy Imperial Capital has completely fallen. Holy Empire Announcement. Due to the failure to repel the intruder, all Holy Empire players' levels are reduced by 50, all attributes permanently reduced by 30%, and EXP gain from killing monsters permanently reduced by 50%. Current monster killing EXP. In an instant, countless beams of black light shot up into the sky from all over the Holy Empire, and only after persisting for a while did they completely dissipate. The players of the Holy Empire were unable to react for a moment. After a long while, the various live streams began to be flooded with frantic messages. No way. How on earth could Baiyi destroy the Imperial Capital? Motherfucker. A 50 level drop. Are you kidding me? I'm only level 18. SHT. Can EXP even drop into the negatives? Does World Game even want us to live? I can't take it anymore. With a cheater like Baiyi around, how are we supposed to play? The Imperial Capital has a Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse. What kind of hacks is Baiyi using? World Game. Is this fair? Hell, the Dragon Empire currently has at least 700% EXP from killing monsters, while ours has become 18%, and nearly 40-fold difference in EXP. I'm done playing this crap. I'm exhausted. Just destroy it all. Can someone please make a call and have the Shenlong Empire unify everything already? I'm done playing this game. Following this series of suffocating bad news, the players of the Sanctuary Empire finally received some good news. That was that Baiyi and his group of 4 had left the territory of the Sanctuary Empire one after another. But so what? The Imperial Capital had already been destroyed. Their levels had been reset to 0, and their EXP had even turned into negative numbers. Could it possibly get any worse? No sooner had this thought crossed their minds than the following system announcements gave everyone the answer. It could indeed get worse. Sanctuary Empire Announcement. Due to unknown reasons, The undead creatures in all regions have begun to retreat. The special expansion pack Cataclysmic Disaster has entered its second phase, Sanctuary Empire announcement. Until the hidden undead creatures are completely eradicated, the Sanctuary Empire will remain forever under the shadow of the disaster, until the nation is completely destroyed. The entire nation fell into a dead silence. For the players of the Sanctuary Empire, today was destined to be bleak. As the Cataclysmic Disaster expansion pack entered its second phase, all hope for their future had completely vanished. Respected Master of the White Knight Court, welcome home. Sumyubai returned to the White Knight Court. The purpose of this trip to the sanctuary had been fulfilled. As for the Scourge Legion left behind there, Sumyubai didn't need to pay them any special attention. If they could continue to pose a threat to the Sanctuary Empire, that would be even better. If not, it was of no consequence. The only regret was not being able to empty out the Sanctuary Empire's treasury. However, the harvest from this trip was still very bountiful. Besides successfully obtaining the clues for his class set and acquiring the method to travel to the undead realm, he had also unexpectedly managed to upgrade the Death Codex. While absorbing the Soul Origin Crystal to increase his soul strength, Sumyubai took out the identified Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb. Now that he was back in the Shenlong Empire, he could finally examine the clues for his class set with peace of mind. However, after reading the panel information for this item, Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb. Saint Extinction Grade Special Item Indestructible Requirement. Class must be Death Sovereign FX. 1. Devour. The Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb can devour equipment and condense it into Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Fluid. Minimum requirement, Mythical Grade Equipment. Current Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Fluid 0 drops 2. Manifest. Consume a certain amount of Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Fluid to manifest the Death Sovereign set that belongs exclusively to you. Minimum requirement, 100 drops. 3. Solidify. Consume a certain amount of Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Fluid to solidify the affixes and skills from devoured equipment onto the Death Sovereign set. A special item exclusive to the Death Sovereign class. Possessing it means you possess your own unique class set. So, this thing is the entire set? Sumyubai felt a surge of surprise. He had originally thought he would only find clues this time. He hadn't expected it to be like this. Without rushing to devour any equipment, Sumyubai flipped his hand to put away the Eternal Night Dead Silence Magic Orb, accelerating the absorption of the Soul Origin Crystal to increase his soul strength while simultaneously recovering his expended soul power. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Sumyubai stood in the courtyard of the White Knight Court, looking at the 200 believers who were once again at full capacity. He raised his hand to summon the Death Codex. His eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. The affairs of the God-forbidden land had already been arranged, and it was time for him to head to the undead realm. Today's extra update is here. Volume 1, God-forbidden land, has concluded. Tomorrow, Volume 2, Undead Realm, officially begins. Many things will be explained slowly later on, and the plot and foreshadowing will unfold gradually. The worldview of the undead realm should be completely different from what you all imagine. This book has been written for just over 4 months now, and it has already reached 800,000 words. Except for when it was truly impossible. I have almost always updated 3 chapters a day. So my dear readers, please support me. Click on those free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 389. The Future Sovereign of the Undead Realm. Going home. Beep 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 beep. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to open the gate of death to travel to the undead realm, his communicator suddenly emitted a series of sounds. This time, it wasn't someone calling, but rather a few messages. On to Bay Boss, don't worry. I will increase the overall strength of the Bay Guild as quickly as possible. Sanchi King Feng, leader. My strength is indeed insufficient right now, but in the future, I also want to go to the undead realm to challenge the experts of other races. Feng Xiao, leader. Leave the Dark Knight mercenary group to me. I'll strive to join you on your expedition to the myriad worlds next time. Looking at the messages from the 3, Sumyubai's lips curled slightly, and he replied to each with a single word: good. As the absolute elite within the Bay Guild, the Dark Knight mercenary group was managed by these 3, who were the highest-ranking administrators besides Sumyubai himself. During this time of developing believers, Sumyubai had specifically spent 10 soul crystals to upgrade Feng Xiaoxiu's talent to SSS grade. This made him the third great titan after Han Tebei and Sanchi King Feng. As for Yoi, Jinmi, and Mingri, although they were also members of the Bei Guild, they didn't manage anything at all. After all, the gap between them and the other players was simply too vast. They couldn't act together at all. Even Sanchi King Feng and the others, who also possessed SSS grade talents, were worlds apart compared to Yoi and his group. With Sumyubai's current strength, the Gate of Death could only transport one person across realms. Therefore, the three of them had to remain in God-forbidden land. No. The only arrangement Sumyubai had for them was to increase their levels as quickly as possible while maximizing their talents. Currently, Sumyubai did not know if he would still be able to take over their bodies across realms after going to the undead realm. So, during this day, in addition to bestowing gifts upon new believers, he had specifically taken over Yu's body to upgrade some of the maps in the Shenlong Empire. The development of the home base cannot fall behind. Sumyubai smiled and looked at the next set of messages. Fujiya Tianjia. Boss, don't forget to send back some good items once you reach the undead realm. The Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to open branches across the entire universe in the future. This workaholic. Looking at Fujiya Tianxia's bold words, Sumyubai couldn't help but chuckle. After this guy broke through to the 3rd rank, his initial profession skill had also been upgraded by 1 tier. Sumyubai didn't care about the others. The most important thing was that God of Wealth contract had been upgraded from a rank to S rank. This also meant that Sumyubai could freeload another promotion. However, after promoting it to SS rank, the effect didn't quite reach the level he had imagined. In the end, Sumyubai spent 10 soul crystals to sublimate Fujiya Tianxia's God of Wealth contract into an SSS rank skill. Eternal God of Wealth contract, SSS, max, active skill. You can sign an Eternal God of Wealth contract with any target. 1. After successfully signing the contract, you can trade with them at any time, ignoring spatial distance, regardless of which world they are in. 2. After conducting an effective trade with a target who has signed the God of Wealth contract, you will receive a certain amount of EXP based on the transaction amount. Current number of contracts that can be signed, instant cast, cooldown time 24 hours. Consumes 50% of mana. Please note, if the distance between the worlds where both parties are located is too great, there will be a certain delay in the transaction. This SS rank Eternal God of Wealth contract perfectly met Sumyubai's needs. With this skill, even if he went to the undead realm, Fujiya Tianjia could provide him with the resources he needed at any time. Of course, the prerequisite was that the No. 7 God Forbidden Land had the resources he needed. Regarding this point, when he learned that Sumyubai was preparing to set off, Xingjun had already given an answer on behalf of the Divine Dragon Hall. Sumyubai still remembered Xingjun patting him on the shoulder yesterday and saying earnestly, "Go ahead and venture forth. We have your back. If you need anything when the time comes, just have your butler go find Sichuji." Sichuji, who was standing to the side, also nodded in agreement. "Little friend Bai, when you return, you will be able to see a unified God Forbidden Land." At Xingjun's signal, Sumyubai left the Divine Dragon token with Fujiya Tianjia. After all, this thing would be of no use once he reached the undead realm. Of course, Fujiya Tianjia was currently only keeping it on his behalf and had certain usage permissions. But he was not yet an elder of the Divine Dragon Hall. "Bai, I'll leave things here to you. If there's any situation, contact Yui and the others at any time." Sumyubai thought for a moment and sent a reply to Fujiya Tianjia. Nowadays, the communicators of Fujiya Tianjia and the others had all been upgraded by him into top-tier cross-world communicators at the cost of 1,000 years of his lifespan. Moreover, a disaster characteristic had been added. Disaster characteristic. Your communication will not be blocked by any barrier. Therefore, after heading to the undead realm, Sumyubai would also be able to keep track of the situation in the No. 7 God Forbidden Land at any time. I wonder what that old guy is doing. Sumyubai curled his lips. After obtaining the cross-world communicator, he had specifically tried to contact Huijian, but unfortunately, no one answered. However, he didn't take it too hard. Huijian's strength might not be top tier in the myriad worlds, but given his personality, he certainly wouldn't suffer any losses. The last message came from Old Man Feng Yuan. Once you go to the undead realm, you must keep a low profile. It might be completely different from what you imagine. Also, never use those things in front of other races. Low profile. Sum Yubai raised an eyebrow as he looked at Old Man Feng's message. Ever since entering the myriad worlds, he had truly never kept a low profile. However, after leaving the God-forbidden land, he would definitely restrain himself. At the very least, it was necessary to be a bit more cautious until he was familiar with the terrain. As for the things Old Man Feng mentioned, they referred to Sum Yubai's talents, the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage, as well as the wheel of time and space and the incomplete heart of chaos. Exposing any of these items would make Sum Yubai a target for everyone, attracting the covetous eyes of countless powerhouses. According to Feng Yuan's description, the undead realm was a vast domain, far beyond what the small No. 7 God-forbidden land could compare to. There, it wasn't just undead creatures, there were also various races from the myriad worlds. And those alien races capable of reaching the undead realm across worlds were none of them simple. The universe and the myriad worlds, powerhouses of 10,000 races. Sum Yubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing in the depths of his pupils. He had long wanted to meet players from other races. After sending a message back to Feng Yuan telling him not to worry and that he understood, Sum Yubai flipped his hand and put away the communicator. The next moment, dense death energy overflowed from the curse of extinction and poured madly into the Death Codex. The Death Codex flashed with light, and the entire Baiyi courtyard began to tremble. On top of the city lord's mansion, Sichuji's figure appeared instantly. He gazed in the direction of the Baiyi courtyard, his eyes deep, muttering to himself, "Little friend Baiyi, I hope you can carve out a path for yourself in the undead realm and make those alien races look at you with newfound respect." Notification: 100,000 points of death energy have finished charging. You have successfully opened the gate of death. Please select the teleportation coordinates. The system notification sounded, and with a thought, Sum Yubai selected the coordinates left behind by Dylan. A magnificent gray-black portal immediately emerged slowly within the courtyard. Gate of Death. Sum Yubai took a deep breath, pushed open the Gate of Death, and stepped inside. The future ruler of the undead realm was returning home for the first time. Chapter 390. That menace Baiyi is dead. The moment Sum Yubai entered the Gate of Death, a series of system notifications instantly resounded throughout the entire No. 007 God-Forbidden Land. No. 007 God-Forbidden Land announcement. It is detected that the number of players in the Blue Star region who have broken through to the second rank has exceeded 10,000. The region-wide chat channel is officially opened. This announcement did not cause much of a sensation, because after the conclusion of the Heaven's Pride tournament, players from all countries had long been mentally prepared for this. On the current Blue Star region level leaderboard, aside from Prune, Ars, and Indra who were barely clinging to the rankings, every other name was followed by the suffix of the Shenlong Empire. Furthermore, with the Shenlong Empire's terrifying EXP bonus, it likely wouldn't be long before even those foreign players like Prune, who possessed SSS grade talents, fell off the leaderboard entirely. However, the opening of the region-wide chat channel still excited players from all nations for a moment. After all, having been in the game for so long, they had only ever spoken to players from other countries during the Heaven's Pride tournament. The region-wide chat is finally open. Now I can watch players from other countries get shocked by Baiyi. Hey, I don't think anything Baiyi does can shock me anymore. My magic resistance is maxed out. I'm already used to it. That's true. Unless someone manages to kill Baiyi, there's no news left that could possibly shock me. I doubt I'll ever see such news in this lifetime, motherfucker. What is going on? Oh god, everyone, look at the level leaderboard. Baiyi's name is gone. Holy SHD, how can this be? Big brother Baiyi is level 179. Even if he died 100 times in a row, he should still be number 1. Could it be that Baiyi has been completely killed off? That scourge is finally dead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Big brother Baiyi is so strong. How could he possibly die? HMPH. So what if he's strong? Can the level leaderboard lie? Open your eyes and look closely. Is Baiyi's name still there? It's over. It's not just the level leaderboard. Big Brother Baiyi's name is gone from all the rankings. Baiyi's name suddenly vanishing from all leaderboards caused the region-wide chat channel to instantly explode. The players of the Shenlong Empire had their expressions change drastically, finding it hard to accept this sudden, tragic news. Even though Bai had caused massive slaughter and destruction outside the national borders, every player in the Shenlong Empire could be said to owe him a debt of gratitude. For a moment, the light in the eyes of the Shenlong Empire's players dimmed significantly. Conversely, players from other nations were currently holding a carnival in the region-wide chat channel. To them, the death of a scourge like Baiyi was the best news imaginable. Although there was still a massive gap between them and the Shenlong Empire, at least they didn't have to worry about being conquered prematurely for the time being. Perun and the others, in particular, could hardly suppress the excitement on their faces. That freak Baiyi actually died. They finally didn't have to fear being suddenly killed one day and having their talents extracted by the Shenlong Empire. After all, aside from Baiyi, they hadn't heard of anyone else capable of crossing national borders. Players from these nations didn't know. But the Koryu Kingdom and the Sanctuary Empire knew very well that besides Baiyi, Yu Yi and a few others could also cross borders. However, the Koryu players were too busy mining at this moment to even look at the region-wide chat channel, even if they did see it, without the permission of their overseers. Slaves like them had no way to post in the chat channel. As for the players of the Sanctuary Empire, they had all fallen back to level 0, and their EXP had become negative, so naturally, they wouldn't be kind enough to warn others. They were dying for players from other national servers to experience the treatment of having their levels reset to 0. Watching the insults directed at Baiyi in the region-wide chat channel, the players of the Shenlong Empire couldn't sit still anymore. Just as they were preparing to roar keyboard, come forth, and transform into keyboard warriors to trade barbs with these people, another announcement rang out. Announcement from God Forbidden Land No. 7. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player among the Blue Star rivals to walk out of the God Forbidden Land. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. This time, the entire God Forbidden Land fell into instant silence. A moment later, cheers erupted one after another throughout the Shenlong Empire. The Shenlong Empire players, who had been holding back a belly full of anger, immediately stormed into the region-wide chat channel. You little haters, did you hear that? Big Brother Baiyi didn't die. He left the God Forbidden Land. Do you know what this means? You definitely don't, because I don't know either. But it must be something incredibly badass. I told you. How could Big Brother Baiyi possibly die? Who could kill him? Trash. Why aren't you barking anymore? Keep barking. Still stunned. Your end is coming. Wash your necks and wait. When Big Brother Baiyi returns to the God Forbidden Land, that will be the moment our troops arrive at your gates. Those who want to surrender can start acting now. Otherwise it will be too late. This time, faced with the mockery from the Shenlong Empire players, not a single person in the region-wide chat channel retorted. They were still in a state of shock, unable to recover for a long time. Many people looked up at the sky in helplessness. Baiyi really doesn't act like a human. Many countries didn't even have tier 2 players yet, and this guy had already left the God Forbidden Land. Is this how you play a game? You're making us look like trash. Bai had no way of knowing everything that happened in God Forbidden Land No. 7, because he had already entered the Gate of Death and couldn't hear the announcements there at all. This teleportation took even longer than Bai had imagined. He had originally thought that after crossing the Gate of Death, he would arrive directly in the undead realm, but instead, he had entered a mottled, colorful spatial tunnel. The spacer on him twisted constantly. Bai stood in place, yet his body moved forward at extreme speed. A full hour later, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the spatial tunnel. After another 10 minutes or so, Bai finally exited the spatial tunnel, feeling the world suddenly open up before him and the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in his ears. Chapter 391, The Vast Myriad Worlds. A Terrifying Consumption. Bonus Chapter Prompt. Congratulations on becoming the first player among the Blue Star rivals to walk out of the God-forbidden land. Reward: all attributes come 20. 0. Soul Origin Crystal times 1. System Prompt: you have entered the Death Domain, Undead Realm, Frost Prison, Divine Kingdom, Hanyuan Star, Frozen Continent. System Prompt: the Death Domain is permeated with death energy, which will constantly erode your body. If you reach your limit and fail to expel the death energy in time, you may suffer sudden death. The first prompt was an absolute pleasant surprise for Sumyubai. There was no need to mention the con 20. 0 to all attributes. That Soul Origin Crystal was a truly magnificent treasure. Now that the restrictions of the Divine Forbidden Land were gone, Sumyubai's catastrophe talent was completely unleashed. I wonder what the Soul Origin Crystal will become after being upgraded, Sumyubai muttered to himself. But he didn't rush to use his talent. Instead, he began to study the second system prompt. As for the third prompt, he ignored it entirely. A dignified death sovereign. Afraid of death energy. What a joke. Death Domain, Undead Realm, Frost Prison, Divine Kingdom. Whispering this string of names, Sumyubai's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Just as Old Man Feng had said, this place was completely different from what he had imagined. Sumyubai had originally thought that the Undead Realm was just one powerful world among the myriad worlds, but now it seemed that the vastness of the Undead Realm was beyond imagination. Sumyubai opened his map immediately, but it was pitch black. There was nothing there. Only then did he notice a line of information at the bottom of the map. Please note, your virtual map has not been upgraded and cannot load the current map. Please head to a nearby city to upgrade and load the Frozen Continent map. Sumyubai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Leaving the novice village really was different. It wasn't just the communicator, even the map needed an upgrade. However, Sumyubai wouldn't be stumped by such a trivial matter. He looked around and found himself in an endless ice and snow plain. Apart from the howling cold wind and the sky full of heavy snow, there were no traces of any living creatures. After confirming it was safe, Sumyubai locked onto the mini-map and focused his mind. Catastrophe. Target. System map. Prompt: please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to intermediate system map. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to advanced system map. Consumes 100,000 soul coins. Option 3. Catastrophe to top tier system map. Consumes 1,000 years of lifespan. Catastrophe Tier 3. A mere 1,000 years of lifespan was not even worth mentioning to the current Sumyubai. Soon, Sumyubai's system map was transformed into a top-tier version. Prompt: detected that the player has arrived in a new world. Map loading automatically. In just 1 second, patterns appeared on Sumyubai's virtual map, and his pupils shrank slightly. Because it was a top-tier map, the system loaded the entire map of Hanyuan Star directly. What shocked Sumyubai was that the Frozen Continent alone was more than 10 times larger than Divine Forbidden Land. No. And the Frozen Continent only occupied about 10% of Hanyuan Star's surface area. Not only that, but after the name Hanyuan Star on the map, there was a string of numbers G069735 for 1. Sumyubai's eyes flashed with golden light, and a line of small text immediately appeared below the numbers. This is the serial number of Hanyuan Star within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. A single Hanyuan Star is already this big, and the serial number is so far back. And there are even larger ones like the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, the Undead Realm, the Death Domain. Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp, his heart filled with immense shock. Could the Myriad Worlds in the Myriad Worlds game actually refer to 10,000 domains? This was the first time he felt his own insignificance. Truly stepping out of the Divine Forbidden Land and setting foot into the Myriad Worlds was far more shocking than seeing individual worlds in the void gaps. Those had only been images, but now, Sumyubai was standing on the Frozen Continent. But let alone the Frozen Continent, even the entire Hanyuan Star was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the Undead Realm. There was simply no comparison. Is the Undead Realm also just a part of the Death Domain? It seems I need to adjust my goals. Sumyubai took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart, then flipped his hand to take out a vial of potion. After leaving the Divine Forbidden Land, there were too many things he wanted to upgrade, but the most important thing now was to break through to the 7th tier epic level. One's own strength is always the most important. However, before that, Sumyubai wanted to improve his potential. He would use this bottle of star liquid from the Korea Treasury. Catastrophe target. Star liquid prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Sure enough, the third option, which hadn't been there before, was finally available. Holding the star liquid, Sumyubai felt a long-lost sense of excitement. He was finally able to use Catastrophe to create items that surpassed the Saint Extermination level. He couldn't wait to click on the details to view them. Option 1. Promote to God level consumable star origin liquid, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to Saint level consumable star core origin liquid, consumes 5,000 soul crystals. Option 3. Catastrophe to law level treasure star domain divine liquid, consumes 50 million years of lifespan. 50 million years. Looking at the cost of the catastrophe, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had previously thought that 100-fold increase in cost for law-level items was already enough. He hadn't expected it to be 1,000-fold. And this was just for a one-time consumable. If it were law-level equipment, that would mean a cost of 100 million years. This terrifying cost left even a cheater like Sumyubai stunned. Heartache was heartache. But he still had to perform the catastrophe. Compared to external objects, the priority of improving his potential was clearly higher. Now that he had left Divine Forbidden Land No. 7, Sumyubai no longer had any worries. He sank his consciousness into his spatial ring and focused his mind. In an instant, over 3 million high-grade life soul stones were freeloaded and promoted into life soul crystals, each capable of increasing one's lifespan by 100 years. Immediately following this, Sumyubai waved his hand to summon Bingshuang, placed the spatial tent above his head, and ducked directly inside. As Bingshuang sensed the environment he was in, a look of excitement couldn't help but appear in his eyes. The death energy permeating this world gave him a feeling akin to a refreshing spring breeze. After his soul strength and soul quality were elevated, the speed at which Sumyubai absorbed life soul source crystals was much faster than before. Now that they had been replaced by life soul crystals, which were 2 tiers lower, he was able to absorb them in large batches simultaneously. Half a day later, the final life soul crystal in front of Sumyubai turned into fly ash. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling physically and mentally refreshed. Current lifespan, over 320 million years. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai took out the star liquid once again and directly chose Catastrophe Tier 3. The space vibrated slightly, but there was no color. As the energy was injected, the color of the star liquid gradually became transparent. At the same time, Sumyubai also opened his epic path to check the final requirement. Today's bonus chapter is here, no prize quiz. Besides the undead realm, what other worlds exist in the death domain? Chapter 392. The origin of the epic path. The effect of the human prodigy title. Bai's epic path difficulty. Requirements. 1. Base main attribute value exceeds 150,000. Requirement met. 2. Total base attribute value exceeds 300,000. Requirement met. 3. Learn 3 SSS rank skills and upgrade them all to max level. Requirement met. 4. Potential is sufficiently strong, possessing the hope of breaking through to an 11th tier law lord. Requirement met. 5. Soul strength is sufficient to maintain the domain's limit state for over 1 minute. Not met. If you fail to complete this, you will remain at tier 6 for the rest of your life, unable to make any progress. This time, Sumyubai finally saw the last 2 requirements of his epic path. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Even if it was opened by 3 Saint Extinction level powerhouses together, it shouldn't be this difficult, right? The 4th requirement was only met after being tempered by the power of chaos. Before that, Sumyubai had also consumed a bottle of Saint Extinction level star core source liquid. In other words, his original potential had absolutely no hope of breaking through to tier 11. The catastrophe talent was indeed monstrous, and it allowed Sumyubai to rapidly increase his strength. However, it could not directly increase his potential. After all, this thing was not a concrete object. Even though he possessed an exclusive hidden class like Death Sovereign, it was only after consecutively raising his potential twice that he barely met the requirement. One could imagine just how difficult it was to surpass the Saint Extinction level. Of course, it could not be ruled out that during subsequent breakthroughs, merging more of the Death Sovereign class power would bring potential-related improvements to the player. However, Sumyubai's current potential definitely far exceeded the fourth requirement, because when he obtained the title Human Prodigy, he had been tempered by the power of the origin, and his potential had been elevated once again. Although such an improvement was not easy, Sumyubai felt that the fifth requirement was even harder. He had absorbed so many life soul source crystals after the catastrophe and had his soul quality improved by the tempering of the origin power. Yet he still could not meet the requirement. If he kept his domain controlled within a 100-meter radius around him, he could indeed sustain it for about 20 minutes. But if he expanded it to the limit, he couldn't even maintain it for 1 minute. Is this really a difficulty that 3 Saint Extinction level beings can open? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the 4 large characters of the epic path on the virtual panel, his pupils involuntarily glowing with golden light. Eye of Profound Heaven activated, and the golden pupil phantom instantly overlapped with Sumyubai's pupils. The next moment, an S-shaped golden crack suddenly appeared between his brows and slowly split open. A vertical pupil vaguely emerged from within the crack. The vertical pupil did not look like a real eye, but was instead condensed from countless golden inscriptions, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Without the restrictions of the God-forbidden land, the Eye of Profound Heaven fully displayed its power. Sumyubai was shocked to find that the 4 characters' epic path had been highlighted, and a View Details option had appeared next to them. He immediately acted on the thought. Epic path. Long ago, the human race was the weakest and lowest existence among the 10,000 worlds. Although they could continuously break through among the same tier, the strength of humans was not even as good as low-tier races like goblins or half-elves. It wasn't until the appearance of the sage named Moho that he used everything he had learned to create the path most suitable for humans. Known as limit breaking, the epic path is the first of the 3 steps of limit breaking. The higher the requirements for limit breaking, the stronger the improvement brought about after the breakthrough. From then on, the human race finally had the hope of standing shoulder to shoulder with powerful races. However, completing a high difficulty limit breaking is no easy task. For every point of strength the person who opens limit breaking for you possesses, the difficulty of the limit breaking will increase exponentially. The difficulty of your epic path is unique and unprecedented. Seeing this, Sumyubai finally understood the origin of the epic path and resolved the doubts he had held before. It turned out that it wasn't that humans couldn't break through directly, but that the improvement from a direct breakthrough wasn't significant enough, which was why the epic path came into existence. As for why the difficulty of his epic path was so high, the last sentence provided the explanation. In the past, it wasn't that the human race couldn't gather 3 or even more Saint Extinction level powerhouses to help a genius open the epic path, but clearly, no one could break through such a difficulty. Old Man Fang and the others really have confidence in me. Sumyubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If he hadn't obtained the Human Prodigy title and improved his soul quality, even he wouldn't know when he would be able to maintain his domain at its limit state for a minute. However, the gap is no longer significant now. Sumyubai feels that as long as he absorbs a few more source crystals of life soul, he will be able to meet this final requirement. Perhaps I'll reach it directly after absorbing this thing. Looking at the potion in his hand that was becoming increasingly transparent, Sumyubai muttered to himself. This was his first time dealing with a low-grade treasure from the Cataclysm, so he had no idea how long it would take. However, it looked like it was almost finished. Shaking his head, Sumyubai opened his title list and turned his gaze toward the titles he previously couldn't inspect due to the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Human Prodigy Unikay Human Title. Only the first human player in the myriad worlds to pass a special achievement challenge can obtain this title. Title effects. 1. Luck. As the only prodigy of the human race, your luck will certainly not be poor. Luck Kung to 100.2. Comprehension. As the only prodigy of the human race, your comprehension certainly cannot be low. Comprehension Kung 100.3. Potential. As the only prodigy of the human race, your potential will be enhanced. Enhancement complete. Special effect. Authority. You can add other titles as subsidiary titles to the Human Prodigy title, allowing their effects to take effect simultaneously. Number of subsidiary titles that can be added at the current rank. You are the well-deserved #1 prodigy of the human race. And you will surely become a pillar of the human race in the future. Keep it up, young man, so fierce. After reading the full effects of the human prodigy title, Sumiyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. The first line added a full 200 points of luck, which was 4 times that of the mythical grade item Favor of the Goddess of Luck. The second line increased comprehension by 100 points, an effect even stronger than the Saint Extermination Grade Saint Enlightenment Potion. The third line likely referred to the tempering by the power of origin he had received back then. What shocked Sumiyubai the most was that its special effect could actually allow other titles to take effect simultaneously. This was the true terrifying aspect of human prodigy. Sumiyubai immediately added Asura as a subsidiary title and then switched his active title to human prodigy. Although he could only add 1 subsidiary title for now, as his rank grew higher, this special effect would become increasingly powerful. Furthermore, Sumiyubai was about to break through to the 7th rank epic level. A wave of energy pulsed from his hand. Sumiyubai looked down at the bottle of potion. Immediately after, with a soft crack, the bottle containing the potion shattered and was instantly annihilated by the energy. A mass of transparent liquid, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations, floated quietly before Sumiyubai. He raised his hands to cradle the liquid, and the system notification sounded in his ears. Chapter 393. The astonishing effects of the Star Domain Divine Liquid. Breakthrough. Notification. You have obtained the Law Great Treasure Star Domain Divine Liquid. Notification. The energy contained within the Star Domain Divine Liquid is too strong to be stored in your inventory or space ring. The energy fluctuations it emits are highly likely to attract other creatures. It is recommended to use it as soon as possible. This was the first time Sumiyubai had heard such a prompt when obtaining an item, which showed just how special Law Great Treasures were. However, he had just roughly checked the map of the frozen continent and knew that he was currently in the desolate far north, with the nearest city hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Therefore, Sumiyubai was not overly anxious. After all, he had to see the effects clearly before using it. Star Domain Divine Liquid. Law Great Treasure. A treasure naturally birthed within the myriad worlds. To this day, no alchemist has been able to replicate it. Every mass of Star Domain Divine Liquid is a rare treasure. Even true gods would fight to seize it to cultivate their successors. After consumption, your body will be tempered by the law power contained within the Star Domain Divine Liquid, significantly increasing your potential. It is only effective upon the first consumption. It is recommended to use it before breaking through to the 9th rank mythical level. Effects to 1. Comprehension permanently come 100.2. Immediately gain 89,500 free attribute points. Level times 500. 3. For future level ups, gain an additional 500 free attribute points. 4. Soul strength significantly enhanced. 5. Soul quality slightly improved. 6. When breaking through to the 9th rank mythical level in the future, breakthrough effect con 50%. 7. When breaking through to the 10th rank Saint Extermination level in the future, breakthrough effect con 30%. 8. When breaking through to the 11th rank Law Master level in the future, breakthrough effect con 10%. Consumption requirements. 6th rank base main attribute value higher than 150,000 points. 7th rank base main attribute value higher than 500,000 points. 8th rank base main attribute value higher than 1,500,000 points. 9th rank base main attribute value higher than 5 million points. Friendly reminder: if the consumption requirements are not met, the law power contained in the Star Domain Divine Liquid will dissipate and return to the universe. Gulp. After reading the specific effects of the Star Domain Divine Liquid, Sumiyubai couldn't help but swallow hard. Compared to this thing, the Saint Extermination Grade Star Core Source Liquid was not even worth mentioning. What surprised him the most was that the Star Domain Divine Liquid could actually increase soul strength and soul quality. This was simply an unexpected joy. Sumiyubai did not hesitate in the slightest and swallowed the Star Domain Divine Liquid in one gulp. Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. Terrifying energy instantly swept through his entire body. Sumiyubai's pupils dilated, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! In his excitement, He had forgotten that this thing had quite a kick. The energy contained in the Star Domain Divine Liquid was incomparable to the Star Core Source Liquid. Likewise, the intense pain and tearing sensation brought about by the enhancement were several times stronger. Under the tempering of this terrifying energy, Sumyubai's skin had already turned bright red, and his eyes began to bloodshot. However, he still gritted his teeth, enduring it without making a sound. Time ticked by second, and Sumyubai's aura gradually grew stronger. Faintly, he seemed to hear a crisp sound, as if he had broken through some invisible barrier. The next moment, a tingling sensation originating from the soul washed over him, instantly soothing the intense pain and tearing sensation in his body. Sumyubai, who hadn't made a sound while enduring the agony, couldn't help but let out a soft groan. He couldn't be blamed, the feeling was simply too exhilarating. After another moment, the pleasure and pain slowly faded, and Sumyubai finally fully absorbed the energy of the Star Domain Divine Liquid. Notification: you have absorbed the law-level treasure Star Domain Divine Liquid. The effects of Star Core Source Liquid have been overwritten. Notification: you have gained 71,600 free attribute points. Notification: your comprehension has permanently increased by 70. Current comprehension, 272 points. Notification: your soul has been tempered by the power of laws, and your soul strength has been significantly enhanced. Notification: your soul has been tempered by the power of laws, and your soul quality has been slightly improved. A series of system notifications chimed. Sumyubai exhaled a long, heavy breath and poured all the newly acquired free attribute points into Dominator Power. Looking at his base Dominator Power, which was now approaching 250,000 points, a smile couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. Among Tier 6 players, who else could reach this level? However, the system notifications did not end there. The next moment, a burst of excitement flared in Sumyubai's eyes. With both his soul strength and soul quality improved, he had finally met the final requirement for the Epic Path. Congratulations on successfully traversing the Epic Path. Meeting the requirements for limit breaking. Congratulations on completing Advanced Quest 2. Your EXP cap has been increased. There were 2 advanced quests to break through to Tier 7. Aside from the Epic Path that had kept Sumyubai stuck until now, there was also Experience Death 5. The requirement for this quest was to completely kill 10 million living beings within 30 days. Back in the Sakura capital, Sumyubai had completed this task in mere seconds with the help of the Yamada brand nuke. Therefore, he was finally able to break through. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 180. All 4 attributes come to 120. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 700. Swish, a golden light flashed. Sumyubai bid farewell to level 179, where he had stayed the longest, and successfully ascended to level 180. This was merely the beginning. What followed was the true breakthrough. This breakthrough was completely different from the previous ones. Sumyubai felt a powerful force erupt from within his body, instantly sweeping through his entire being. His aura climbed steadily, and the terrifying energy fluctuations shattered the furniture in the room. The luxurious bed beneath him was instantly torn to shreds by the energy. Sumyubai had closed his eyes at some point, and the entire spatial tent was trembling violently. Master is finally breaking through. Outside, Bing Shuang sensed the energy fluctuations overflowing from the spatial tent above, and the soul fire in his pupils jumped sharply. He immediately focused his mind, and dense, deathly silence rose up, heavily enveloping the spatial tent. This was the undead realm. After all, it was better to be cautious. The deathly silence could effectively mask the commotion caused by Sumyubai's breakthrough. Feeling Sumyubai's increasingly powerful aura and soul, Bing Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, to have such a powerful soul just from breaking through to Tier 7. Indeed, among Tier 7 creatures, such soul power is truly formidable, perhaps even excessively so. A voice came from nowhere, agreeing with Bing Shuang's words. That's right. Just look at who his master is. Bing Shuang reflexively raised his head and replied proudly. Immediately afterward, he realized what had happened. He jumped up, scanned his surroundings, and roared, "Who's there? Come out!" Bing Shuang felt incredibly shocked. He hadn't sensed any aura at all. When exactly had this person approached? They had only just arrived in the undead realm. Surely they hadn't run into some ancient monster already. Was his luck really that bad? Chapter 394. The terrifying improvement brought by limit breaking. Bing Xuan's gaze scanned the surroundings vigilantly, his mind racing with thoughts. But since Samubai was currently in the middle of his breakthrough, he didn't dare to act rashly. For low-tier races, the transition from Tier 6 to Tier 7 was a crucial bottleneck. No matter what, he had to ensure his master completed the breakthrough successfully. However, no matter how he inspected or sensed, he couldn't find a single clue. And the voice did not speak again. It wasn't until a moment later that the voice sounded once more, though this time it was a long, drawn-out sigh. Playing God. Come out at once. Bing Xuan's eyes flickered, and he let out a cold snort. If he weren't worried that the other party might be one of those ancient monsters, he would have already started cursing. They were all undead creatures. What was with the act? But he only dared to think this because he couldn't even sense the other party's aura, which clearly meant they were no simple character. If he angered the other party and it affected his master's advancement, that would be disastrous. Little one, shouldn't you show a bit of respect to your elders? The voice sounded again, seemingly devoid of any hostility. The soul fire in Bing Xuan's pupils flickered gently, and he said in a deep voice, "Come out first. Hiding your head and showing your tail, how am I supposed to know if you're old or not? It's not that I don't want to come out, it's that I can't." The person's voice sounded again, and before Bing Xuan could speak, he continued, meeting his fate. "Why don't you do me a favor and dig me out?" "Where?" "Right in the ice layer beneath you." Hearing this, Bing Xuan felt a jolt. He immediately flapped his wings and flew up. His eyes locked onto the spot where he had just been lying. What the hell? This old geezer had been underneath him the whole time. "Little one, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Why don't you try digging?" Bing Xuan's mouth twitched. He cursed internally. "Dig my foot." But aloud he said, "Forget it. I won't disturb your eternal rest, old man." As he said this, he flapped his wings, preparing to leave. But the voice hurriedly called out, "Don't go. You don't have to dig me out if you don't want to. Just stay and chat with this old man. I don't know how long I've been asleep, and now I just want to talk to someone. Still, I think I'll pass." Before Bing Xuan could finish his refusal, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the tent above his head. Sumubai's breakthrough had concluded at exactly this moment. Seeing this, Bing Xuan was no longer in a hurry. He turned toward the ice layer, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. "Chatting for a while isn't out of the question. But is there anything in it for me? A hidden master like you surely wouldn't want to disappoint a junior like me, right?" Although he didn't understand why this Absol Dragon Emperor had suddenly changed his attitude, the roguelike tone of the other party left the voice silent for a moment. After a long while, the voice mimicked Bing Xuan's tone and spoke again. "Getting a reward isn't impossible, but you have to dig me out first, don't you? Give me the reward first, dig me out first." "No, give it to me first. If you don't dig me out, how am I supposed to give you a reward?" "I don't care. Who makes people work for free?" The only reason Bing Xuan had suddenly started bickering with that voice was because Samubai had finished his breakthrough. No longer worried about affecting his master's advancement, he had completely let his guard down. In his view, with his master present, there would be no danger unless they encountered a true master of laws. And if they really did run into such an existence, it would be too late to run anyway. Inside the spatial tent, Samubai opened his eyes abruptly. He had already learned of the situation outside from Bing Xuan. However, he didn't rush out, choosing instead to examine the changes brought about by his breakthrough. Congratulations to player Baiyi for breaking through to the 7th rank. Compatibility with the Dominator of Death class has increased, unlocking a portion of the class's power. Power is currently merging. Please wait patiently. This notification didn't have anything particularly special about it. It even lacked the usual reward of free attribute points. But the system notification that followed was something he had never encountered before. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully breaking the limit. Based on the difficulty of the epic path and your own potential, your base for dimensional attributes have increased by 100%. The first notification alone made Samubai's eyes widen. So, the difficulty really is proportional to the rewards. He never expected that breaking through to the 7th rank would yield such massive gains. One had to remember, his Dominator power before the breakthrough was already approaching 250, good heavens. A direct 100% increase, nearly 500. 0 points of base Dominator power. What kind of concept was that? When factoring in the bonuses from his various equipment, the result would be astronomical. Sumyubai couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, his excitement impossible to suppress. But the notifications were only just beginning. Congratulations to player Baiyi for breaking through to a 7th rank epic level creature. Based on the difficulty of the epic path and your own potential, your soul strength and soul quality have both been enhanced. Sumyubai felt a roar in his brain, and he suddenly had the feeling that everything in the world was within his grasp. He understood that this was merely an illusion caused by such a massive increase in power over a short period. However, this breakthrough was clearly not as simple as Sumyubai had imagined. The system notification that followed left him completely stunned. Notification: your soul strength and soul quality have both entered the mythical level. Congratulations. You no longer need to worry about your lifespan. Mythical level soul. Unless killed, you will not die of natural causes. Mythical level soul. After death, you will no longer be resurrected by this game. This. Sumyubai's mouth hung slightly open, his heart filled with shock. He had only just arrived in the undead realm, and his soul strength and quality had already reached the mythical level. Only now did he understand why a 9th rank mythical level existence would die permanently if killed once. So, in the Myriad Worlds game, a mythical level soul was already capable of immortality. Clearly, the Myriad Worlds game was unwilling to expend energy to resurrect such beings. After all, looking across the entire Myriad Worlds, the number of mythical level beings was not small. In other words, once one possessed a mythical level soul, this could finally be called a real world. And it was even more dangerous than before the breakthrough. Thinking of this, Sumyubai suddenly frowned. Since mythical level beings were immortal, what was the point of lifespan? Would it just be wiped away? His expression changed. And just as he was about to open his panel to check, the system notification sounded in his ears once more. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 395. Talent changes after the 7th rank. Notification: your remaining lifespan has been converted into soul power. In the future, consuming lifespan increasing items will instead increase your soul power. Notification: from now on, only items that increase lifespan by more than 100 years will be able to raise your soul power cap. Notification: a soul interface has been added to your attribute panel. As 3 consecutive system notifications rang out, Sumyubai immediately opened his panel to examine the newly added interface. Soul quality: mythical level initial stage strength, mythical level intermediate stage soul power, 27,356.47, 27,356. Does it take 10,000 years of lifespan to convert into just 1 point of soul power? Sumyubai frowned. After consuming the Star Domain Divine Liquid, he still had over 270 million years of lifespan remaining, yet it had only converted into a little over 20.0 points of soul power. This conversion ratio was truly quite high. This newly added panel was the greatest difference between 9th rank mythical level creatures and lower level creatures. Quality, strength, and soul power together constituted the soul. The only thing that puzzled Sumyubai was why this column didn't appear on the panels of Bingshuan or the 3 from Yuyi. They were all Saint Extinction level creatures, which surpassed the mythical level. Logically speaking, even if their levels were still low, their soul strength shouldn't be lower than that of a mythical level creature, right? Could it be because they haven't reached adulthood yet? Looking at the 2 characters for soul power in the status window, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he was about to examine the specific details of soul power, the system notification sound rang out once again. Sumyubai was slightly stunned, and a look of pleasant surprise immediately appeared on his face. He had been so anxious to absorb the item and break through that he had completely forgotten to check the catastrophe trait of the Star Domain Divine Liquid. This was a treasure created through a catastrophe that had consumed a full 50 million years of lifespan. Its catastrophe trait was completely beyond Sumyubai's imagination. Notification: catastrophe trait activated. The effect of this breakthrough is doubled. The next moment, Sumyubai felt a tingling sensation in his soul once again, and a powerful force suddenly emerged from within his body out of thin air. This improvement came very suddenly and very quickly. The heaven-defying cheat that was the catastrophe trait remained as unreasonable as ever. In the span of a breath, the enhancement was already over, and a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears once again. Notification: you have obtained an unknown power. Base for dimensional attributes Kung 50%. Notification: you have obtained an unknown power. Soul quality and soul strength have both been improved. Sumyubai's base for dimensional attributes, on top of the previous improvements, had surged by another 50%. This directly brought his base dominator power to nearly 750, 3 times what it was before the breakthrough. Not only that, but his soul had also improved accordingly. Soul quality, mythical grade late stage strength, mythical grade peak. The only pity was that his soul power did not increase along with it, remaining at its original value. However, since soul power could be rapidly increased by absorbing soul crystal orbs, Sumyubai was already very satisfied with the simple and brutal catastrophe trait of the star domain divine liquid. The occupational power of the Death Dominator was still in the process of merging. While feeling the powerful force within his body, Sumyubai began to examine the specific information regarding soul power. A moment later, he finally understood. The amount of soul power did not affect the strength of a mythical grade creature. However, certain special powers required the consumption of soul power to be used. Sumyubai was already very familiar with the special power corresponding to the 9th order mythical grade. Domain power. Using a domain would consume soul power, but it would not affect its upper limit. Even if soul power were completely exhausted, a mythical grade creature would not die. It would merely fall into a deep slumber. It would only be able to wake up after its soul power recovered to a certain level over a long period of time. This was also the reason why Sumyubai had fallen into a slumber the first time he forcibly used his domain. The higher the soul quality, the faster soul power would recover. As for soul strength, it allowed every point of soul power to exert more effect. In other words, when opening a domain, a creature with higher soul strength would consume less. After reviewing the specific information on soul power, Sumyubai opened his talent interface, preparing to see what changes had occurred to the consumption of catastrophe. Unexpectedly, after this breakthrough, the speed at which the Death Dominator occupational power merged was much faster than before. Just as Sumyubai opened the talent interface, a series of system notifications rang in his ears again. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player Bai for officially breaking through to a 7th order professional. Part of the Death Dominator's power has been unlocked. Your occupational bonuses have changed. Click to view details. You have learned the new skill Soul Control. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 7th order. Reward: main attributes Kung 50. 0. Soul Crystal Orbs Kung 100. Notification: a Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. I can still trigger rewards even after leaving. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Although 0 points of main attributes were not a significant increase for him now, free rewards were always welcome. He had originally thought that after leaving the No. 07 Divine Forbidden Land, he would no longer be able to obtain such first breakthrough or first skill system rewards. He hadn't expected the Myriad Worlds game to give him a surprise. It seemed that these types of rewards were not divided based on the world one was currently in, but rather on the identity one held when entering the game. It looks like Yi and the others won't be getting the Blue Star region's first place reward. Just as the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up, another system notification rang out, turning the smile on his face into sheer ecstasy. Congratulations to player Bai for officially breaking through to the 7th order. Your control over your talent has improved. There really is a change. Sumyubai had once speculated whether the effects of his talent would improve or change after a professional broke through to a higher rank. The current notification perfectly verified his previous guess. An improvement in control over his talent. Wasn't this just a disguised way of strengthening the talent itself? Sumyubai didn't even bother to check the newly learned skill and looked directly at the talent interface he had just opened. Catastrophe. Unique Forbidden Grade Exclusive Talent Skill effects. 1. Promotion. Can permanently promote any object by 1 grade. No consumption. 2. Sublimation. Consumes certain resources to permanently promote any object by 2 grades. 3. Minor catastrophe. Consumes a certain amount of soul power to attach a catastrophe trait to any object. 4. Major catastrophe. Consumes a certain amount of soul power to permanently promote any object by 3 grades and attach a catastrophe trait to it. Notes. 1. Catastrophe consumes the soul power limit, not the current soul power value. 2. Each object can only possess 1 catastrophe trait. Usage restrictions. Cannot be used on this talent. Cannot be used on the player's own body. Cannot be used on catastrophe traits. Repeated use on the same target will overwrite previous enhancement effects. Grade exceeds limits. Cannot be probed. Cannot be copied. Cannot be plundered. Disappears after player Baiyi dies completely. Chapter 396. After the rule grade. No. 007 Divine Forbidden Land. The heated discussion regarding Baiyi heading to the myriad worlds had not yet subsided, except for the players from Sakurai and Korea, who had become slaves and were not qualified to chat. Players from other countries were chatting happily on the newly opened all-region chat channel. Losing the threat of Baiyi made many players secretly heave a sigh of relief. Of course, this does not include the players of the Sanctuary Empire. Because they had already lost all hope, their levels had been reset to 0. Their experience points were in the negative, and the experience gained from grinding monsters had dropped to a mere 18%. How were they supposed to play like this? Baiyi is gone. Who do you think will be the first player to break through to the 7th stage? Is that even a question? It has to be Fujio Tianjia. His leveling speed is second only to Baiyi. I don't think so. What if it's Han to Baiyi? Or maybe Senkai King Feng and the others? Don't forget about Yuyi Jinmei and Mingri. Their strength is terrifying. Wouldn't leveling up be easy for them? Hell, argue all you want. They're all players from the Shenlong Empire. Isn't that obvious? Even the likes of Prune are about to fall off the Earth rankings. Who can compete with the people from the Shenlong Empire? Just as everyone was discussing this, an unexpected system announcement suddenly rang out, leaving everyone stunned. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for being the first among all players in the Blue Star region to break through to the 7th stage. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to receive generous rewards. This announcement caused the region-wide chat channel to explode. What does this mean? Didn't Baiyi already leave the Forbidden Land of Gods? Exactly. Is the Myriad Worlds game bugged again? Baiyi isn't even in the Blue Star region anymore. So how could he trigger an announcement? Look closely. This announcement is a bit different from the previous ones. What the hell? This freak is still hogging the region-wide announcements even after leaving. Is this even fair? Shenlong Palace. Within the valley, Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the cosmic starry sky. His eyes filled with anticipation. Little friend Baiyi, you truly did not disappoint this old man. On the other side, Xingjun's eyes were filled with shock. The heavens. This was an epic path opened for him by the joint effort of 3 Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouses. To think he broke through so quickly. Beyond his shock, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. With Baiyi in the undead realm, things are bound to get very interesting from here on out. Sanctuary Empire, Imperial Capital, Holy Light Heaven Headquarters. Bane slammed his palm onto the table in front of him, his expression extremely grim. Baiyi, one day I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze, and he immediately closed his eyes to enter the conference space. A moment later, Baines opened his eyes again, a cold sneer appearing on his lips. Harriman, Pope, what are your orders? In the shadows, Harriman's figure slowly emerged, as if he had been standing there the entire time. Baines glanced at him and said through gritted teeth, go to the undead realm. I want Baiyi dead. But Harriman hesitated. The undead realm was so vast. Who knew where Baiyi was? There are no buts. Aleph has already divined Baiyi's current location. He is in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, on the cold Abyss Star, on the frozen continent. Hearing this, Harriman took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. As his voice faded, he vanished into the shadows. Baines clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he weren't unable to leave, he would have gone to the undead realm himself to skin Bai Yi alive. The high-level officials of other countries did not have much of a reaction after hearing the announcement. That was because they did not understand just how difficult Sumyu Bai's epic path truly was. If they had known, not a single one of them would have been able to sit still. Frozen continent. The far north. Frost had returned to the surface. Though he was not lying in his original position, the voice from underground was still talking to him incessantly. It seemed as if it really hadn't conversed with a living creature in a very long time. Frost replied half-heartedly, occasionally learning some information about the undead realm from the person. Although he possessed inherited memories, they were not omnipotent, and the vast majority of them were information regarding the dragon race. He didn't know much about the specific details of the undead realm either. Inside the spatial tent above Frost's head, Sumyu Bai had yet to emerge. The original catastrophe had now split into a large and a small one. The effect of the newly added small catastrophe brought joy to Sumyu Bai's heart. Previously, in the Forbidden Land of Gods, he had been unable to attach catastrophe effects to legendary grade equipment. This was because once equipment of that rank was sublimated to the second stage, it had already reached the upper limit of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Even if Sumyu Bai possessed enough lifespan, there was nothing he could do. Likewise, the myriad worlds surely had its own limits. Although he didn't know what they were yet, he would eventually hit that ceiling. Now, with the newly added effect of small catastrophe, as long as Sumyu Bai had enough soul power, he could attach the catastrophe trait to anything. It seemed as if his talent hadn't become stronger, but in reality, this upgrade was massive. Thinking that he would soon be able to possess a full set of equipment and items with the catastrophe trait, Sumyu Bai's eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately summoned the Death Codex and focused his mind. Catastrophe, target, Death Codex. Prompt. Please select the promotion rank, first stage, second stage, or attach the catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect and re-promote to the rule level special treasure Death Codex. No cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and sublime it into the destruction rule level special treasure and time codex. Cost, 1 trillion soul crystals. Option 3. Individually attach the catastrophe trait. Cost, 10 million soul power. Looking at the terrifying numbers on the virtual panel, Sumyu Bai's pupils instantly dilated. 1 trillion soul crystals. Are you kidding me? Back then, sublimating Frost into a saint extermination level creature only cost 20,000 soul crystals. A gap of 50 million times. Isn't this just daylight robbery? Even just attaching the catastrophe trait individually required a full 10 million soul power, converted into his original lifespan. That was 100 billion years. If the Death Codex were to be sublimated into the end of all things codex, the consumption required to attach the cataclysm trait would very likely increase even further. Is this correct? Sumyu Bai took several deep breaths in succession before recovering from the shock. Trembling as he closed the virtual panel and flipped his hand to store the Death Codex away. This thing was too expensive. He couldn't afford to upgrade it. Absolutely not. At this moment, Sumyu Bai felt that even if he had emptied the entire inventory of the Divine Dragon Palace, it would have been nothing more than this. Compared to the cost of sublimating the Death Codex, that was merely a drop in the ocean. Looking at the more than 10,000 soul crystals in his inventory, Sumyu Bai suddenly felt that he was still far too poor. He even doubted whether the soul crystals in the entire undead realm would be enough to sublimate the Death Codex. However, this attempt was not entirely without gains. At the very least, he now knew that the Death Codex was indeed a rule-level treasure. And beyond the rule level, there existed a tier known as rule-breaking. According to the choices provided by Cataclysm, this tier should be the upper limit of the myriad worlds. Chapter 397. A skill beyond SSS rank. Bonus chapter, Rule-breaking. Sumyu Bai murmured the name of this tier, his mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. This was an existence that transcended the sovereign realm, far beyond what he could currently touch. Wanting to sublimate the Death Codex would be impossible for a very long time. 1 trillion soul crystals, it was simply an astronomical figure. Shaking his head in speechlessness, Sumyu Bai finally checked the changes to his profession bonuses after the breakthrough. 1. You have taken the first step on the path to becoming a Death Sovereign. Your total attribute bonus has increased to 10x. And for every level up, all attributes come to 100. Free attribute points come to 1000. 2. You have taken a small step on the path of the Death Sovereign and have initially grasped the ability to absorb soul points to strengthen your own soul. However, at this stage, you are not proficient in this ability, so the absorption conversion rate is only 3%. 7th tier epic grade, truly extraordinary. Sumyubai nodded slightly as he looked at the attribute growth, which was 10 times that of the 6th tier. Now, this was finally decent. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears once again. Following his official breakthrough, the rewards that had been delayed during the Heavenly Pride tournament had finally arrived. Notification: due to the Divine Dragon Empire achieving an overwhelming advantage in the Heavenly Pride tournament, your level Kung 5. Whoosh. 5 consecutive beams of golden light shot into the sky. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 181. 4 dimensional attributes Kung 400. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung to 1500. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 185. Due to his multiple potential increases previously, the base for dimensional attributes and free attribute points Sumyubai gained with each level up had increased significantly. After adding all his free attribute points to Sovereign Power, he finally checked his newly learned skill. Soul Control, as the name suggests, is an SSS rank skill that can control the souls of living beings, for wild monsters or even bosses weaker than himself. Sumyubai could forcibly control them for a certain period of time. However, this type of control was only applicable to creatures created by the Myriad Worlds game. If the target was a true living being, soul control could only influence their soul and could not completely control them. Nevertheless, this was still an extremely powerful control skill. The greater the gap in strength, the stronger the effect of the influence would be. Now, let me see what a skill beyond SSS rank looks like. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and his mind stirred. Cataclysm. Target. Soul Control. Notification: please select the promotion tier, 1st tier, 2nd tier, or 3rd tier, or attach a Cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to the path of law of soul control. No consumption. Option 2. Sublime it to the great Tao of rules soul rule. Cost 1 billion soul crystals. Option 3. Cataclysm to rule breaking soul. Cost 100 billion soul power. Option 4. Individually attach a Cataclysm trait. Cost 9 soul power. This span, it really is more shocking the more I look at it. Looking at the terrifying consumption for sublimation and Cataclysm, Sumyubai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Looking again at the cost of individually adding a Cataclysm trait to this SSS rank skill, he suddenly felt a sense of incongruity. Although he couldn't afford the sublimation, there was absolutely no problem with freeloading the promotion, without the restrictions of the Divine Forbidden Land. The gold content of a freeloaded promotion had increased significantly. However, before freeloading the promotion, Sumyubai prepared to attach the Cataclysm trait first, so as not to be unable to afford it after the promotion. If he could afford it later, he could just attach it again and overwrite the previous Cataclysm effect. He couldn't afford the astronomical costs of sublimation and Cataclysm, but a mere 9 points of soul power was nothing in Sumyubai's eyes. Thinking it, he did it. He directly moved his mind. Attach. The next moment, a Cataclysm icon appeared beneath the icon for the soul control skill. After checking the Cataclysm trait, Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction, and then he took out a Perfect Skill Book. Notification: you have used a Perfect Skill Book to raise soul control to max level. He used his talent again. Promote to 1st tier. In an instant, the soul control skill icon shone brilliantly and slowly began to turn transparent. Sumyubai was slightly stunned, and then he watched as the soul control skill icon slowly disappeared from his skill bar. What's going on? Where did my big skill go? Just as Sumyubai was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt a large amount of information flooding into his mind. This feeling was as if someone had forcibly stuffed a certain realization into his soul. In an instant, he felt that his previous understanding of the soul control skill had been far too crude. Is this the path of law? Sumyubai digested the information regarding this path of laws, murmuring to himself as his eyes grew increasingly bright. A skill surpassing this SS rank was like opening a massive gate, leading him into an entirely new world. Sumyubai had a vague, intuitive feeling that he was now capable of completely controlling the soul of a real living creature within a short period. The information flooding his mind was simply too vast. It was impossible to comprehend it all in a short time. Sumyubai rubbed his throbbing temples, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. At this stage, has the digitization process gradually begun to lose its effect? It was evident from the disappearance of the skill icon that the Path of Laws was no longer a mere skill. If one were to describe its information using a skill bar, millions of words would likely not be enough. This was a complete Path of Laws that required comprehension. It no longer had skill levels, and its effects during use were entirely dependent on the depth of one's understanding. Till this world is getting more and more interesting. Exhaling a breath of stale air, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. From the information in his mind, he understood what kind of existence the Path of Laws was. An SSS rank skill book was already the pinnacle of existence in the myriad worlds. Anything beyond that could not simply be learned from a skill book. After reaching the 10th tier Saint Extermination rank, one could only break through to the 11th tier Lord of Laws by comprehending a Path of Laws. Of course, there might exist supreme treasures in the myriad worlds that could help people comprehend laws or even rules. But they were extremely rare, so rare that one might not appear even in billions of years. However, the catastrophe talent allowed Sumyubai to mass-produce such Paths of Laws. Freeloading his way to promotion never failed to satisfy him. The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward, but his expression suddenly shifted. Wait a minute, the skill icon is gone. So how am I supposed to upgrade this thing in the future? Thinking of this, Sumyubai acted on his thought, selecting the Path of Laws. Soul control in his mind, catastrophe target, law of soul control. Today's extra update is here. Special thanks to Bayan Ying for the Great God certification. Chapter 398. The shock brought by the Path of Laws. While Sumyubai was attempting to use catastrophe on law of soul control, players from various countries, who were still heatedly discussing his breakthrough to the 7th tier, were stunned once again. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Bai for becoming the first among all players in the Blue Star region to comprehend a Path of Laws. This is your Bai announced. We hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. This sudden announcement caused the entire Forbidden Land of Gods No. 7 to fall into an instant silence. After a long while, people finally began to speak in the region-wide chat channel. However, this time it wasn't sarcasm, but profound confusion. What on earth is a Path of Laws? I seriously suspect that Bai's game version is several updates ahead of ours. Don't even mention it. You're absolutely right. Ever since Bai left, there isn't even a single Saint Extermination rank piece of equipment on the leaderboard. Forget it. Saint Extermination rank equipment. Look at who owns the mythical rank equipment on the leaderboard. Isn't it all given to them by Bai? Hey, bro, you're off topic. Off topic. Shouldn't we be discussing the Path of Laws right now? If you ask me, let's stop discussing it. In 10 or 8 years, we'll surely know what a Path of Laws is. Why do I feel like Bai is ahead by more than just those few years? Your feeling is spot on, but don't feel any more by now. Players from various countries had long grown accustomed to Bai triggering such incredibly advanced announcements. In their eyes, the shock brought by this announcement wasn't even as great as Bai's previous breakthrough to the 7th tier. Moreover, regarding this Path of Laws, the players simply didn't understand what it meant. They couldn't understand it by looking, and they couldn't learn it by trying. What could they do? They could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. But the local powerhouses of various countries in the Forbidden Land of Gods could no longer sit still. Especially the 10th tier Saint Extermination rank supreme experts. One by one, they stood up abruptly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Bai actually comprehended a Path of Laws. Didn't he just break through to the 7th tier? How is this possible? Yes, they admitted that Bai's strength was indeed formidable, far beyond what an ordinary 7th tier epic rank professional could compare to. But regardless, his rank was only 7th tier, and the Path of Laws was something only accessible at the 10th tier Saint Extermination rank. As far as they knew, even the prodigies from the most top-tier races could never comprehend it at the 7th tier. let alone a 7th tier epic rank. There wasn't even an 8th tier legendary rank existence in the entire myriad worlds who could comprehend a path of laws. Even creatures like the Frost race, who were born at the Saint Extermination rank, needed to reach adulthood before they could even touch upon the path of laws. For a moment, the expressions of Charles from the Light Federation and Lovsky from the Northern Glory Empire became extremely complex. Although Bai Yu was strong before, 10th tier Saint Extermination Supreme experts like them hadn't truly taken him seriously. Potential, before it transforms into actual strength, is nothing more than a reflection in a mirror or a flower in the water. The reason they paid special attention to Bai Yu was mostly because he could cross national borders at will. But now it was different. This was the path of laws. Even they had barely comprehended a fraction of it. They were still a vast distance away from truly comprehending a complete path of laws and breaking through to become an 11th tier Lord of Laws. Both men knew very well that without a special stroke of fate, they would likely remain at this step for the rest of their lives. The path of laws was not so easy to comprehend without sufficient insight. One could never comprehend more. Become a Lord of Laws. They could only dream about it. Charles and Lovsky's gazes dimmed, their minds filled with 1,000 thoughts. Beyond the shock that Bai Yi could comprehend a path of laws at the 7th tier, there was also a trace of deep envy. With such an unparalleled achievement, as long as Bai Yi can grow normally, he is highly likely to lead the human race toward new heights in the future. Thinking of this, Charles and Lovsky slowly closed their eyes and sighed softly. As if they had made a certain resolution, the Sanctuary Empire, Imperial Capital, Holy Light Heaven Headquarters, what? Burns stood up in shock, unable to help but exclaim aloud. It wasn't that he couldn't control his emotions, it was simply that this announcement had completely shattered his worldview. Immediately following this, Burns's expression shifted. Harriman had only just comprehended a path of law, surely he wouldn't be defeated by Bai Yi, would he? As soon as this absurd thought emerged, Burns hurriedly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse. How could he possibly lose to an epic level descender? Bai Yi is definitely no match for Harriman. It wasn't clear whether Burns was gaslighting himself or merely seeking comfort. But after muttering a few words, his gaze gradually became firm. Regardless, Harriman had already gone, and Bai Yi must die, even if he had the potential to lead the human race to a higher level. So what? If he were allowed to continue growing, regardless of whether the human race could truly reach a higher position, he and the Sanctuary Empire would certainly be finished first. In Burns's view, if he were dead, what did it matter how strong the human race became? The Divine Dragon Empire, Imperial Capital, Divine Dragon Hall headquarters, within the valley. The moment the announcement rang out, Xing Jun's figure appeared here. He looked at Feng Yuan with a face full of pleasant surprise. Teacher, is this the reason you told me not to worry about Harriman, excluding Hui Jian? There were only 6 Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouses in the entire No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land. The powerful aura of each individual was like a bright lamp within the Divine Forbidden Land. As long as someone left, the others could sense it. Not long ago, Xing Jun sensed Harriman leaving and immediately found Feng Yuan, preparing to head to the undead realm himself to prevent the other party from killing Bai Yi. But at the time, Feng Yuan had only smiled and shaken his head, telling him not to pay it any mind. It wasn't until the announcement just now that Xing Jun understood why. He hadn't expected that kid Bai Yi to be so heaven-defying. To be able to comprehend a path of law just after breaking through to the 7th rank simply refreshed his worldview. But Xing Jun felt more excitement and pleasant surprise than anything else. Such a heaven-defying prodigy was born in the human race, and was even an elder of the Divine Dragon Hall. If this wasn't a pleasant surprise, what was? Although it felt more like a shock. Regardless, this was heartening good news. However, Feng Yuan's next words left him somewhat dumbfounded. He saw Feng Yuan also stand up from the stone platform in shock, exclaiming, "A path of law? How on earth did little friend Bai Yi manage that?" Immediately after, his pupils constricted slightly, and he said with a trembling voice, "Could it be that his talent can even elevate a path of law?" Xing Jun reached out to close his own jaw, speaking with a strange expression. "How so, teacher? You only just found out too? Nonsense. I am not a god, How could I possibly know everything? Feng Yuan rolled his eyes, glancing at Xingjun as if looking at a fool. Then, why did you tell me not to worry about Harriman? Harriman, HMPH. He's just a piece of trash. Based on him alone, he wouldn't be able to take by his life. Xingjun's expression froze. The teacher's words made so much sense that he was left speechless, thinking of his own speculation. A flash of shock passed deep within Feng Yuan's eyes. If that were truly the case, then it would be truly heaven-defying. Does he even possess such a talent? A moment later, he looked at Xingjun, who was standing to the side, and waved his hand. All right, go to the negotiation space. They are likely already unable to sit still. Chapter 399. Stepping onto the stage of 10,000 worlds, Cataclysm, target, Law of Soul Control. Sumyubai selected the path of Law of Soul Control in his heart and decisively activated his talent. This time, even he felt a bit nervous, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Fortunately, Cataclysm did not disappoint him. The system prompt and the virtual information screen appeared simultaneously. Prompt: please select the promotion grade, first rank, a second rank, a third rank, or attach a Cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect and re-promote to the path of Law of Soul Control. No cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and sublime it to the rule Great Tao Soul Rule. Cost 1 billion soul crystals. Option 3. Overwrite the original promotion effect and Cataclysm into Destruction Rule Soul. Cost 100 billion soul power. Option 4. Overwrite the original Cataclysm trait and reattach a new Cataclysm trait. Cost 9.0 soul power. Phew. It's good that I can still continue to Cataclysm. Looking at the virtual information panel before him, Sumyubai let out a long sigh of relief. Although the path of Law no longer existed in the form of a skill, it could still be a target for Cataclysm. Just as he was debating whether to spend 9.0 points of soul power to reattach a new Cataclysm trait to Law of Soul Control, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears again. Prompt: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a path of Law. Prompt: a Law interface has been added to your status window. Congratulations to player Baiyi for being the first among players in the Blue Star region to comprehend a path of Law. Reward: comprehension level of this path of Law 5%. Prompt: a Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. A golden pillar of light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Sumyubai. A certain invisible power descended. This was the system reward provided by the 10,000 Worlds game. In an instant, Sumyubai felt his soul clear, and his comprehension of Law of Soul Control instantly jumped up several levels. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were helping him organize the information in his mind. Things that would have originally taken a long time to comprehend suddenly became clear and interconnected. The golden beam of light arrived suddenly and departed just as quickly, dissipating in a mere few seconds. A 5% comprehension rate, that's a pretty decent reward. Sumyubai opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. But the surprises had only just begun. The very next moment, the system notification sound rang in his ears once more, and it was of a type he had never heard before. Congratulations to the player Baiyi for being the first player in the myriad worlds to successfully comprehend a path of Law at the 7th stage. Reward: 50% comprehension of this path of Law, and 1 cleansing by the power of origin. Notice: a myriad worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. There's more. Sumyubai's eyes widened instantly. This reward was far superior to anything in the Blue Star region. The next moment, a dazzling, brilliant golden beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Sumyubai. At the same time, the myriad races of the universe, much like the players from various countries in the Forbidden Land of the Gods, were ushered into a moment of shock. Myriad Worlds announcement: congratulations to the human player Baiyi for being the first existence to successfully comprehend a path of Law at the 7th stage. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. This sudden Myriad Worlds announcement scrolled and broadcasted for a full several minutes. The name Baiyi had stepped onto the grand stage of the Myriad Worlds for the first time. In an instant, every world was in an uproar. Whether they were weak races or powerful ones, they were all shocked beyond measure by this announcement. The Death Realm, the life realm, the myriad demon realm, the light realm, the dark realm, across one vast, boundless realm after another. Powerful existences opened their eyes in an instant, without exception. These powerful beings had been awakened by the announcement triggered by Sumyubai. To comprehend a path of law at the 7th stage, how could such a peerless genius be born into the lowly human race? Bai. That's a decent name. It seems the ranking of the myriad races is about to change soon. An interesting little fellow. I wonder how far you can go. The human race. How could such a race possibly provide the resources needed for Bai's growth? It seems it is time to let her appear in the world. If we can successfully win Bai over, perhaps we can climb a few spots higher. HMPH. So what if he comprehended a path of law at the 7th stage? It won't be that easy for the human race to ascend the myriad races ranking. To think it's a human. My blood clan's chance to rise has arrived. All blood slaves, hear my command. Find Bai and bring him back. The human Bai. Pass down the order. If you encounter this person, kill him without mercy. A peerless genius born from a race of food. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how he tastes. Some of these powerful existences were confused by the announcement, believing that the human race shouldn't be capable of producing a peerless genius like Bai. After all, the human race didn't even make it onto the myriad races ranking. And many beings were unfamiliar with this weak race. Although the human population was large, not all creatures had heard of them before they ascended the myriad races ranking. Such powerful beings usually held no hostility toward the human race and were even interested in Bai. Although it was unprecedented for someone at the 7th stage to comprehend a path of law, which left them somewhat shocked. Comprehending a path of law was merely the first step. The road ahead was still very long. There were many who could comprehend a path of law, but those who could truly master a complete law and become a lord of law were as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. Moreover, the gap between a lord of law and a sovereign of rules was like a chasm. For now, they were more interested in seeing just how much of a stir this human player, Bai, could cause in the myriad worlds. Some powerful existences felt the urge to recruit Bai and immediately dispatched their own race's geniuses, hoping to make contact with him before other races could. There were also those, like the Blood Clan, who attempted to control Bai. And there was no shortage of races filled with hostility toward the human race, who had already begun taking action. They were determined to nip Bai in the bud to prevent the human race from rising powerfully due to his existence. For a time, the entire myriad worlds was filled with undercurrents because of the announcement triggered by Sumyubai. However, it would be difficult to affect Sumyubai in the short term, because the myriad worlds were simply too vast, the realm of nothingness. This place did not belong to any realm, nor did it have any stars. All that existed was emptiness. As the announcement rang out, an angry voice suddenly echoed, "Damn it. Is this the contingency he left behind back then? Titan, ancestral star, side blade mountain range." In this incomparably vast mountain range, every single peak was no smaller than the 7th forbidden land of the gods. One could imagine just how massive the entire Titan, ancestral star was. At the foot of a certain mountain, a figure was surrounded by countless ancient gold coins, interspersed with a few purple-black ancient soul coins. This person was Huijian, who had been hunted down not long ago. As the announcement rang out, his pupils suddenly dilated, and the ancient gold and soul coins circling him came to a standstill. Is the brat Bai really this heaven-defying? Immediately after, his pupils shrank slightly, and the same thought that had occurred to Feng Yuan popped into his mind. However, there was more than just shock in Huijian's eyes. There was a sense of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Huijian took a deep breath, looked at the ancient gold coins circling him, and began to manipulate them once more. But the brat has pushed the human race into the limelight this time. Things are going to get interesting from here on out. Chapter 400. Saint Extermination Level Soul. Bonus Chapter. Cold Abyss Star, Frozen Continent, the Far North. As the system announcement rang out, the frost dragon lying on the ground couldn't help but proudly lift its head. As expected of my master, he gave the myriad worlds a massive shock the moment he arrived. Thinking of this, it curled its lips, and the soul fire within its pupils flickered gently. You little brats of the myriad races, prepare to feel this kind of shock often from now on. You'll get used to it eventually. I don't believe my master can only trigger a myriad worlds announcement once. The creature deep underground heard the announcement as well. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked in confusion, "This is the aura of the source power. How could it suddenly appear here?" As he said this, his voice came to an abrupt halt, and then he continued in shock. "The guy in that spatial tent above your head is Bai Yi, old thing. Mind your own business. You know what I mean." Bing Xuan also sensed the aura of the source power. His expression shifted slightly, and he flapped his wings, preparing to fly high into the sky. This was no place to linger. If he attracted some ancient monster, it would be disastrous. Seeing this, the creature underground spoke up once again in a hurry. "Hey, don't leave yet. I truly have no ill intentions. Bai Yi must already be on the radar of the myriad races by now. Tell him, as long as he digs me out, I can help him." The golden pillar of light descended, and Sumu Bai once again felt that sense of clarity in his soul. His comprehension of law, soul control began to advance by leaps and bounds once more. This state was like copying homework with the answer key in front of him. There were absolutely no bottlenecks, and comprehending the laws was as easy as drinking water. Not only that, but the source power also descended, beginning to cleanse Sumu Bai's body and soul. This cleansing was not as painful as consuming the godly liquid of the star domain, nor did it cause him to fall into a deep sleep like the cleansing by the chaos power. Sumu Bai only felt a light, floating sensation in both his soul and body, and both were naturally and rapidly improving. When he first obtained the human prodigy title, he had also received a cleansing of source power, but compared to this time, the magnitude of the improvement was far inferior. After a long while, the golden pillar of light slowly dissipated. A sharp glint flashed in Sumu Bai's eyes. He felt terrifyingly strong now. He had a strong feeling that he now possessed the strength to go head-to-head with a Saint Extermination rank powerhouse like Haren. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumu Bai's ears. Notification: your body has been cleansed by the source power, and your potential has been improved. Notification: your base for dimensional attributes have each increased by 185,000 points. Notification: for every level up hereafter, your base for dimensional attributes will increase by an additional 1,000 points. Notification: the effects of all your future breakthroughs will be improved to a certain extent, depending on the rank of the breakthrough. As expected of a reward that triggered a myriad worlds announcement, the improvement effect is actually 10 times that of the last time. Sumu Bai had not expected the effect of this source power cleansing to be so astonishing. And it wasn't over yet. The following notification was the main reason he felt he could go head-to-head with a Saint Extermination rank supreme powerhouse. Notification: your soul has been cleansed by the source power, and your soul quality and soul strength have been improved. Soul quality: early Saint Extermination rank strength, early Saint Extermination rank. After this cleansing, both Sumu Bai's soul quality and soul strength had stepped into the Saint Extermination rank. Although it was only at the early stage, Sumu Bai clearly felt a massive difference. After the overall elevation to the Saint Extermination rank, the entire world seemed somewhat different. Even the parts of law, soul control that he had not yet comprehended seemed to have had a veil lifted, becoming clearer than before. Of course, it was only a little bit clearer, and it was completely incomparable to being directly upgraded by the Myriad Worlds game. It seems that comprehending laws is not just related to aptitude. The soul is also a major factor. After Sumu Bai thoughtfully reviewed the effects of his soul's improvement, he opened the newly added law interface. Current law paths. 1. Currently at the limit, a stronger soul is required to accommodate more law paths. Seeing the first piece of information, Sumu Bai was instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this locking my cheat code? I thought I could freeload all my skills, and now you're telling me I can only possess one for the time being. Isn't this bullying an honest man? However, these were the rules of the Myriad Worlds game, and Sumu Bai had no way around it. Regarding this point, he actually had some mental preparation. After all, the law path didn't sound like something simple. Besides, as long as he improved his soul quality and soul strength, he could continue to freeload. In the God-forbidden land, perhaps it was difficult to improve the soul, but this was the undead realm, and Sumu Bai believed that with his abilities, He would soon be able to continue comprehending more law paths. Nothing else. Just because of his cheat. Walking all the way to this point, hadn't everything been obtained through his hard work of using cheats? The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly as he continued to view the following information. Law, soul control. This law path is one of the branches of the soul rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be able to better control your own soul and the souls of other creatures. Current comprehension level 55.01%. Good grief. So, I only comprehended 0.01% myself. Sumyubai curled his lip and couldn't help but complain. Then he looked at the catastrophe trait below. This thing could increase the duration of soul control. But after comprehending 55% of the law, Sumyubai felt it no longer had much significance. So, he moved his mind directly. Catastrophe. Attach catastrophe trait. Today's extra chapter is served, my dear readers. The limit on the number of law paths is not to suppress the protagonist, it's the same for all the myriad races. Besides, it's impossible for me to write dozens of chapters of freeloading skill upgrades, right? If the soul isn't strong enough, one can only comprehend one law path. After all, once you fully comprehend one, you can break through to the 11th rank and become a master of law. There will be bread, and other law paths will follow soon. Rest assured, my dear readers. Just enjoy the ride. 18 years old, just reached adulthood, afraid of cyberbullying. Hereby stating this. Special thanks to the reader Shusha Shizen for the Great God certification and to Big Healthcare Tips. I'm kneeling down to you. Chapter 401, Brian's Transaction System Prompt. You have lost 9.0 points of soul power. The system notification sounded, and Sumyubai's maximum soul power instantly plummeted from over 27,000 to over 18. The energy of the catastrophe remained as unreasonable as ever, manifesting out of thin air and causing Sumyubai's soul to tremble instantly. Following that, he felt his comprehension of the law path, law of soul control, leap forward by countless levels. This improvement was even more exaggerated than the rewards he had just received from triggering the world announcement, and it had been completed in an instant. Spending those 9.0 points of soul power was absolutely worth it. Although he had not yet checked the specific details of the new catastrophe trait, Sumyubai could already feel the gap between his current self and his former self. A flash of excitement crossed his eyes, and he couldn't wait to open the law interface to take a look. Current law paths. 1. Currently at the limit. Only a stronger soul can accommodate more law paths. Law, soul control. This law path is a branch of the soul rules. As your comprehension increases, you will be better able to control your own soul and the souls of other living beings. Current comprehension, 55.01%. Catastrophe traits. 1. When you invoke this law, the effects are doubled. 2. When your comprehension of this law exceeds 30%, the souls you control will be permanently under your control, provided there is no external interference. 3. When your comprehension of this law exceeds 50%, only a soul sovereign can break your control. Looking at the specific information of the new catastrophe trait, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He knew that the cheat known as catastrophe traits was always overpowered, but he hadn't expected it to be this heaven-defying. After comprehending a law path, he had already understood that only by reaching 100% comprehension could one break through to the 11th tier and become a master of law, a true god within the myriad worlds. But now, with this catastrophe trait, he only needed to reach 50% comprehension of law, soul control to achieve the effects that only a master of law who had fully comprehended the path could attain. What was even more terrifying was that once a soul was under his control, it could never be freed. And following the rewards from the world announcement, Sumyubai was already capable of achieving this effect. The reason he knew that the souls he controlled could never be freed was entirely due to the information provided by the Eye of Zhuanshan. Deep within his pupils, the brilliant light flickered, and a line of hidden information suddenly appeared at the very bottom of the law. Soul control catastrophe traits. The position of soul sovereign within the myriad worlds is currently vacant. I wonder what kind of existence I can control with my current strength. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes as he muttered to himself. To test the specific effects of this law, it would be best to find a powerful entity to experiment on. Coincidentally, There was exactly such an existence outside right now. Recalling the information previously fed back by Frost, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately ordered Frost, who was flying at high speed, to return to the previous location. Glancing at his remaining soul power, he temporarily set aside the idea of further upgrades. After freeloading the SSS grade skill, the next step was the new law path. With his current soul, he was unable to promote further for the time being. As for using soul power to catastrophize equipment and items, compared to catastrophizing Frost, the latter was clearly more cost-effective. After all, once Frost was catastrophized, it would become an 11th tier creature. Although he wasn't sure exactly how much soul power it would take to catastrophize Frost, Sumyubai was prepared to take a look first. If the gap was too large, it wouldn't be too late to catastrophize something else. A moment later, Frost returned to the previous location. With a thought, Sumyubai instantly appeared atop its head. "Hello, I knew you would come back." The voice of the creature from underground rang out, vaguely tinged with a sense of excitement. Seeing Sumyubai appear, he hurriedly spoke again. "Little brother Bai, you have foresight. You're much better than this little dragon. It's not that I'm bragging, but as long as you dig me out, unless those true old monsters take action themselves, I can absolutely guarantee your safety." As his voice fell, as if afraid that Sumyubai wouldn't believe him, he even sent a quest to Sumyubai through the Myriad Worlds game. Prompt: do you accept the quest issued to you by Brian? Click to view details. After leaving the God-forbidden land, the rules of the Myriad Worlds game had undergone massive changes. Apart from those creatures that were created, there was no longer a distinction between players and NPCs. Players could also issue quests to other players. The specific content, rewards, and penalties were entirely set by the quest issuer. The difficulty level of the quest was no longer as it had been before. Instead, it was divided by star ratings, with each additional star representing an increase in the tier required to complete the quest. However, before accepting a quest, players could also view the specific quest content. Once the contract between the two parties was reached, the quest was established under the witness of the Myriad Worlds game, and both parties were required to fulfill the conditions they had agreed to. If they violated it, they would be punished by the Myriad Worlds game. Even a rule sovereign would be subject to such restrictions. This information appeared in Sumyubai's mind the moment Brian issued the quest. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Rule sovereigns would be subject to restrictions. Did this mean that an existence that had broken through the rule realm could ignore the restrictions of the Myriad Worlds game? Thinking about it, it made sense. Once one had broken the rules of the Myriad Worlds game clearly could no longer constrain such an existence. However, Sumyubai also understood that even the rules of the Myriad Worlds game had loopholes. Once a quest was established, both parties had to fulfill the conditions they agreed to. But what if the quest issuer concealed key information or had other ulterior motives? Things outside the scope of the quest content would not be protected by the Myriad Worlds game. Therefore, after stepping into the true Myriad Worlds, even when doing quests, one needed to keep their wits about them. Just like the situation Sumyubai was currently facing. After hearing Brian's words, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He did not offer a response, choosing instead to first examine the specific details of the quest. Brian's transaction quest difficulty: 10 stars 11 stars. Quest content: Brian once suffered a fatal crisis in the past. What you need to do now is, first, dig him out from the underground of the extreme north, and then collect the required materials to help him reshape a physical body. Quest reward: depending on the strength of the body you help him reshape, Brian promises to protect you for a period ranging from 1 year to 100 years, helping you resolve threats from other races. The prerequisite is that the crisis you encounter must not pose a threat to his own life. Hint: you must at least reshape a body at the peak of the Saint Extermination rank for him. Failure penalty: Chapter 402, The Witch God Brian. On the surface, this quest appeared to have no traps at all. There wasn't even a penalty for failure. Even the condition that Brian would only protect Sumyubai if his own life was not at risk was a very reasonable stipulation. After all, the two were merely strangers meeting by chance. For Brian to do this much was already quite generous. But then again, The ability to issue an 11-star quest meant that Brian was in existence at the 11th Order Lawmaster realm. The quest rewards never mentioned whether he would turn against Sumubai himself. This was the biggest trap of the quest. Furthermore, even if the Myriad Worlds game imposed restrictions on both parties, preventing Brian from harming Sumubai during the quest's duration, who could say for sure whether he would attack Sumubai once the protection period ended? 100 years might seem like a long time from the perspective of a Blue Star player, but in the eyes of a lawmaster like Brian, it was nothing more than a flick of a finger. Of course, as a player with a cheat, Sumubai was confident that he would definitely surpass a lawmaster in 100 years. So, he had no need to worry. But compared to accepting this quest, he currently had better options. Seeing that Sumubai remained silent for a long time, Brian's voice sounded once more. This time, his voice carried a subtle, bewitching quality. If Sumubai had not comprehended more than half of Law of Soul Control, he would never have noticed it. How about it? The quest I've proposed has absolutely no downsides for you, right? Rest assured. With the rules of the Myriad Worlds game, I guarantee you 100 years of peace. Even if an ordinary lawmaster comes, I can keep you safe. Not long after his voice faded, Brian added another sentence. Of course. That is provided you can help me reshape a satisfactory body. If it is only a 10th Order Saint Extermination rank, it won't be enough to protect you from a lawmaster. Deep underground, an ancient phylactery lay quietly buried. Inside the phylactery, Brian's soul pulsed slowly. Due to the severe injuries he had sustained in the past, his soul had remained in a dormant state until Sumubai arrived. His former body had been completely destroyed. Otherwise, Brian would not have needed to bewitch others. The extreme north was already a forbidden zone on the frozen continent, rarely visited by anyone, which was why Brian had been unable to awaken from his slumber. It wasn't until Sumubai arrived here to make a breakthrough that the energy fluctuations finally roused Brian. Otherwise, he might have slept for another 8 to 10 years before waking up. Feeling the familiar aura above the frost, Brian's soul fire trembled gently. The moment Sumubai appeared, he had tried his best to suppress his excitement, making his voice sound as harmless as possible. In reality, his entire soul was currently so excited he could barely control it. This aura was definitely something only a practitioner of the Death Sovereign class could possess. As long as he could reshape his body, the other party's Book of Death would be his. He hadn't expected that after being so unlucky in the past, he would encounter such an opportunity now. Protect him for 100 years. Hell, the moment the body was reshaped, even if it were only at the peak of the Saint Extermination rank, that would be the moment Bai Yi fell. If he could refine a peerless genius like Bai Yi into an undead creature that only obeyed his commands, he would have hit the jackpot. Stepping into the realm of rule sovereigns in the future would not be impossible. Using his soul's sensory abilities, Brian kept a close watch on the changes in Sumubai's expression. When Sumubai didn't respond for several seconds, Brian couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Could it be that the reward is set too low? That can't be right. I even specifically set no penalty for failure. He's still not taking the bait. Just as Brian's soul fluctuated, Sumubai suddenly grinned. I refused. Seeing Sumubai smile, Brian's soul swayed with excitement, and he hurriedly interrupted. Yes, hurry up and dig me. But in an instant, his excited soul suddenly froze, and he said in a deep voice, What, you refuse? Seemingly unable to comprehend this, Brian's voice sounded again. Bai Yi, you had better think this through. I was once a true god in the Myriad Worlds. Are you really going to refuse? Start digging him out. Sumubai waved his hand, and Frost decisively began to work. Since his master had spoken, he naturally would not refuse. So what if a dragon emperor of extinction was digging holes? Labor is the most glorious thing. The frozen soil of the extreme north was extremely hard, but under Frost's dragon claws, which were imbued with the aura of extinction, it was easily excavated. Yes, that's the direction. Brian thought Sumubai had changed his mind and hurriedly extended his soul power to guide Frost. However, he did not notice that deep within Sumubai's pupils, a faint golden light was flickering. Eyes of the profound heaven. Feng Yuan had once warned Sumubai not to summon the profound heaven mirror in front of others. But simply using the eyes of the profound heaven would not cause any major issues. Unless one was a half-inheritor of the profound heaven like Feng Yuan, it was generally very difficult to see through the eyes of the profound heaven. After all, in the vastness of the myriad worlds, there are countless ocular techniques, many of them shimmer with golden light when used, or manifest a vertical pupil between the brows. Even among the myriad worlds, there are quite a few races that are born with a third eye. Golden light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes, and a vertical pupil faintly emerged between his brows. The reason he had Frost dig Brian out was because his gaze had already pierced through the frozen earth below. Seeing the other party's information, Brian's phylactery low-level treasure durability to 0.5 realms to 0.5 realms. This is a life-saving object crafted with all his might during Brian's peak. It stores his soul, as long as the phylactery is not destroyed. The Lich God will not perish. A Lich's phylactery is their final means of survival and is usually indestructible. Destroying it will completely kill the Lich God Brian. This is the basic panel information for the phylactery deep underground. But in the eyes of Sumyubai's Zhuanshan pupil, there was other hidden information. First is the durability of the phylactery to 0.5 realms, which represents the power of to 0.5 worlds. The world here does not refer to a planet like the No. 7 God Forbidden Land, but a great world like the undead realm. Although there was no further information, Sumyubai could still grasp from this just how powerful Brian was at his peak. Apart from this, the rest was information regarding the soul stored within the phylactery. Brian, a Lich God who once held absolute power in the undead realm. He comprehended multiple paths of law and was a powerful existence at the Law Lord realm. Later, due to the aftermath of a great war, all his physical bodies were destroyed, and his soul suffered heavy damage, leaving him in a deep slumber until now. Having just awakened, as long as he can reshape a body, he can quickly recover a portion of his strength until he returns to his peak. Chapter 403. The complete form of the Zhuanshan pupil. Bonus chapter. The information above only made it clear to Sumyubai what Brian's past strength was and why he had been in a slumber. What truly made him decide to have Frost dig the other party out was the final hint provided by the Zhuanshan pupil. Brian's soul is currently extremely weak. With your soul control ability, there is a high probability of briefly controlling his soul. The hint given by the Zhuanshan pupil clearly did not take Sumyubai's catastrophe trait into account. With this heaven-defying cheat added, as long as he could control Brian's soul once, the other party would almost never be able to break free from Sumyubai's control again, unless a new soul sovereign were to be born in the myriad worlds in the future and personally help Brian break the control. But such a possibility is, one might say, infinitesimal. Compared to completely controlling a former Lich God, the quest rewards offered by Brian were simply not worth mentioning. Bang, bang, bang. Frost's current size was controlled to only a few dozen meters long. As ice shards flew, he had already burrowed into the ground like Yahello siege dot on the frigid, wind-swept northern ice plains. Only the sound of breaking ice echoed incessantly. Brian, harboring his own little schemes, was currently happily guiding Frost in the right direction. Feeling that he was getting closer and closer to reappearing in the world, even with his temperament, he could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. It had been too long since being caught in the aftermath of that great war. He had been asleep for far too long. Today is truly a good day. Just after waking from his slumber, he encountered this peerless human genius who could comprehend the path of law at the 7th rank. If it were another powerful race, Brian might have been cautious and not dared to go too far, but humans, hey, they are nothing more than a weakling race that cannot even make it onto the myriad races ranking. Even if he were to refine this Bai Yi into a puppet, no one in the human race would dare to say a word. Moreover, the other party's profession is Death Sovereign. Reappearance in the world come peerless genius puppet come Book of Death. With such a bountiful harvest, how could Brian not be excited? In all his past years, he had never felt so lucky. If he didn't lack a body, Brian would have already been teary-eyed by now. After so many years, the Sovereign of Luck has finally favored him once. It's just that he could never have imagined that what awaited him was not freedom and ascension, but eternal sinking. Frost's excavation continued, and Sumyubai was now standing on the thick ice layer. After arriving in the undead realm, he discovered that the density of space here was far beyond what the God-forbidden land could compare to. Even the shadow wings attached to the star abyss dark wings consumed dozens of times more energy when flying on this planet. Of course, it was all the same to him. His mana was no different from being infinite anyway. The only difference was that his speed here had decreased significantly. The God-forbidden land really was just a novice village. Sumyubai threw a punch, feeling the difference between the two worlds. After his breakthrough, his strength was far beyond what it was before. But his destructive power here was definitely not as strong as it was in the God-forbidden land. Compared to the God-forbidden land, the undead realm is far more powerful. And this is only the cold abyss star. He currently does not know if other planets are even stronger. But leaving the novice village did not only bring suppression for Sumyubai. It clearly unlocked more limitations. For example, the upper limit of the catastrophe talent, and the changes in the Zhuanshan pupil. This was also the reason why he was just able to see so much hidden information about Brian, without the restrictions of the God-forbidden land. The Zhuanshan pupil finally exerted its intended effect. Zhuanshan pupil, law level, special skill. On the day you fully comprehend the rules of fate, it will become a rule-level ocular technique. Ever since the Zhuanshan treasure mirror went missing, it has been unknown how many epochs have passed since a creature capable of comprehending the Zhuanshan pupil has appeared. Passive effects. 1. Perception is greatly enhanced, allowing you to see through traps, illusions, etc. that are not above the law level. 2. For creatures whose strength is not above the law lord realm, all disguises, invisibility, information, and even weaknesses have nowhere to hide in your eyes. 3. Any negative status targeting the spirit is ineffective against you, including complete law level. 4. Any negative status effects targeting the eyes are ineffective against you, includes those at the complete law level. Active effect. Each time you use the pupils of the profound heaven, you have a chance to glimpse the threads of fate and comprehend laws related to the fate system from them, until you have fully comprehended all laws. Condense the great Tao of fate, and become the new master of fate. The profound heaven lineage is passed down to only one person per generation. The previous generation's guardian of the profound heaven was known as the goddess of fate. Even the grade of the profound heaven treasure mirror has undergone a tremendous change. Profound heaven treasure mirror and complete rule level treasure. Upon seeing the complete information for the pupils of the profound heaven for the first time, Sumyubai felt incomparably shocked. He never imagined that the previous successor of the profound heaven lineage would actually be the goddess of fate. But on second thought, considering that Feng Yuan was so shocked and had repeatedly urged him to be cautious, such a result was not entirely unexpected. In any case, one does not worry about debt when there is too much of it. He was already entangled with for rule level great doubts. Profound heaven treasure mirror rule of fate, heart of chaos rule of chaos, wheel of time and space rule of time and space. And his own class, along with the rule of death represented by the death codex. Even as a player who used cheats, Sumyubai felt that he was perhaps a bit too heaven-defying. Except for the death codex, these treasures related to rules were all obtained by him for free from mythical grade items. This looked extremely unreasonable at first glance. It was as if an invisible pair of hands had arranged everything behind the scenes. In the past, Sumyubai hadn't felt it too strongly, but ever since he freeloaded the god-level appraisal provided by Old Man Feng during his last promotion, he knew these were definitely not coincidences, including the Death Codex. These items completely exceeded the limits of the God-forbidden land, yet when he promoted, he didn't encounter the slightest obstruction. Clearly, the invisible hand behind the scenes was absolutely an existence that could break the rule level. Only such an existence could break the restrictions of the Myriad Worlds game and allow these treasures to appear in the God-forbidden land. Sumyubai looked up at the boundless firmament, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. One day, he would get to the bottom of all this. Breaking the rule level. Wasn't his own catastrophe also an existence that broke the rules? While Sumyubai was deep in thought, Ding Xuan had quietly finished her work. Master, I have dug this old geezer out. Little brother Baiyi, do you have any suitable materials? How about helping this old man reshape a temporary body first? In Bing Xuan's palm, Brian's soul faintly emerged, speaking with a glowing face. The requirements aren't high, the peak of the Saint Extermination grade would barely suffice. Don't be impatient. I will reshape it for you. How could the Saint Extermination grade be enough? At the very least, it must be a divine body. A curve appeared at the corner of Sumyubai's mouth. His gaze looked toward the phylactery, piercing through the outer materials to stare directly at Brian's weak soul. Purple light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Law of Soul Control. Extra chapter for today, chapter 404. Wait, who did you say? A divine body. Upon hearing this, Brian's soul body jolted violently. That is too extravagant. The materials required to reshape a divine body are not simple. Can you really produce them? His voice carried a tone of disbelief. That Bai could comprehend the path of laws at the 7th rank was indeed a talent without equal. But no matter how strong his talent was, he was merely a human. Was he really being this arrogant? He even said it had to be at least a divine body. Did he know how high the value of the materials needed to refine a divine body was? He feared that even if he sold the entire God-forbidden land where this kid was located, it wouldn't be enough. Where on earth did this brat get the confidence to say such things? Brian's divine soul stared at Sumyubai, just about to press for an answer, when he suddenly saw a brilliant purple light rise in the depths of the other's eyes. This flash of purple light seemed to carry a fatal attraction, wanting to make his soul sink into oblivion. This is the law of soul control. Brian's soul body suddenly trembled violently, his expression twisting in an instant, and violent soul power erupted in an instant. Invisible and intangible soul power swept through the surroundings, desperately resisting Sumyubai's soul control. Brian had also fully reacted by this time. His soul body, with its ferocious and twisted expression, glared at Sumyubai and said in a deep voice, "You have only just comprehended the laws, yet you dare to strike at this deity. You are simply courting death. This deity will take advantage of the backlash from the law of soul control to reverse control your soul." His voice, besides being filled with anger, also held a hint of excitement. If he could reverse control by his soul, that would be far better than refining him into a puppet. Master Bingshuan, standing to the side, felt the terrifying soul power released by Brian, and a look of nervousness could not help but flash across her face. "Don't be nervous. It's just a piece of trash clinging to life." Sumyubai curled his lips and waved his hand dismissively. The next moment, his pupils were suddenly completely filled with purple light. Under the enhancement of the catastrophe trait, having comprehended 55% of the law of soul control, he could exert the effect of the complete law. What? How could your comprehension of the law of soul control possibly reach? Brian's voice stopped abruptly there. The soul power surging in the surroundings instantly calmed down, and his soul body also returned to a peaceful state, no longer twisted. Immediately afterward, the phantom of his soul body also disappeared from the phylactery, as if nothing had happened just a moment ago. The cold, biting wind still howled above the far north. This former witch god, a master of laws who had comprehended multiple complete laws, had only lasted a few seconds under Sumyubai's law before being completely defeated. If he were still in his peak state, Sumyubai would certainly not have been able to control his soul. Even if he had been awake for a while and his soul had recovered to the threshold of a master of laws, it would not have been this easy for Sumyubai to control him. But who told this guy to sleep for so long after being severely injured, only to run into a freak like Sumyubai the moment he woke up? And it was he himself who had tried every possible way to trick Sumyubai into digging him out. If Brian had not released his aura or taken the initiative to speak with Frost, Sumyubai would never have discovered his existence. Who would be bored enough to activate the Eye of the Profound Heavens just to peer into the depths of an ice sheet? One could only say that all of this was his destiny. The goddess of luck had not favored him, but fate had already arranged everything in the shadows. Master, Frost's pupils constricted as he watched the phylactery, which had suddenly fallen silent, with a look of confusion. Although he was a top-tier undead creature and a naturally occurring Saint Extermination level existence, he knew absolutely nothing about the laws. He had completely failed to understand what had happened in those few seconds just now. Just then, Brian's soul body suddenly condensed once more, only this time, there was a faint mark within his soul body, a soul mark that belonged exclusively to Sumyubai. Notification. You have successfully taken control of the soul of Witch God Brian. As the system notification rang in his ears, Sumyubai felt the drain on his soul power and couldn't help but frown. Using the laws also consumed soul power, though it wasn't a drain on his maximum capacity, but rather on the soul power value that could automatically regenerate. Much like a mythical level domain, however, the laws were clearly incomparable to a domain. With the quality and strength of Sumyubai's current soul, he could maintain a domain for days. Yet, merely controlling an extremely weakened Brian had consumed over 80% of his soul power. But to trade this much consumption for a master of laws permanently under his control was worth it by any calculation. After all, with the blessing of the catastrophe trait, unless a soul sovereign personally intervened, no one could help Brian break free from his control. It just so happened that within the myriad worlds, no creature currently held complete control over the law of souls, and the position of soul sovereign was temporarily vacant. Isn't that infuriating for others? Even if this guy's existence meant he couldn't control other souls for a short time, it was not a loss in the slightest. Despite the boost from the catastrophe trait, the effect of Sumyubai's soul control law was no different from a complete one. However, his own soul was currently only at the early stage of the saint extermination level. Compared to the laws, it was still far too weak. Master, Brian is willing to serve you. At this moment, Brian's soul was filled with reverence. He directly manifested a phantom body and knelt on one knee before Sumyubai. Frost, standing to the side, watched this scene in astonishment, feeling completely baffled. How did this old bastard suddenly change his tune? Damn it! He was acting all high and mighty just a moment ago. How did he lose all sense of shame in the blink of an eye? Was he trying to compete for the master's favor? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Sumyubai, who smiled and reached out to pat his lowered head. Frost squinted, enjoying his master's caress, and cast a provocative look toward Brian. See that? The master still likes me, the emperor, the best. Seeing Frost's little antics, Sumyubai chuckled, flashed onto his throne, and beckoned with his hand. The incomplete heart of chaos within his body whirred, condensing wind elements to gently lift Brian's phylactery and place it at Sumyubai's feet. Pick a direction, and let's get out of here first, as you command. Frost flapped his wings and soared into the high sky, disappearing at high speed over the vast ice field. The energy within his body condensed into an invisible shield around them, ensuring that Sumyubai on the throne remained completely unaffected by the gale. Sumyubai leaned back on the throne, resting his face on one hand, and glanced at Brian's soul body. Tell me, how did you fall into a slumber? What materials are needed to reshape your body? And while you're at it, give me some information about the Death Realm. Upon hearing this, Brian's soul trembled for a brief moment, as if recalling some terrifying memory. But seeing Sumyubai's brow furrow slightly, he began to speak. All of this began with a great war that swept across multiple realms. The Sovereign of Time and Space and the Monarch of the Void. Wait, who did you say? Sumyubai, who had only intended to gather some information, suddenly sat upright, his pupils shrinking violently. He had heard that name again. Chapter 405. Saint Extermination Level and Master of Laws. However, to Sumyubai's disappointment, Brian knew almost nothing about the Sovereign of Time and Space. He only knew that the Sovereign of Time and Space and the Monarch of the Void were the strongest existences among the two warring sides. He didn't even know basic information such as the Sovereign of Time and Space's name or race. Although he was not weak even at the Master of Laws stage, the gap between him and existences at the Sovereign stage was simply too vast. In Brian's words, starting from the 10th tier Saint Extermination level, the gap between each sub-tier was far greater than the gap between the first tier and the Saint Extermination level. Through his explanation, Sumyubai also clarified much information regarding the levels beyond the 10th tier Saint Extermination. Controlling a domain was the hallmark of the 9th tier mythical level. But in the myriad worlds, the so-called 9th tier mythical level was nothing more than a joke. This rank couldn't even be called a demigod, at most. One could only act like a tyrant in the weakest of worlds. Only by stepping into the 10th tier Saint Extermination level could one truly walk among the myriad worlds. However, the gap between Saint Extermination levels was even greater than Sumyubai had imagined. According to Brian, The strongest existence on the frozen continent was at the Saint Extermination level, and the strongest existence on the Cold Abyss star was also at the Saint Extermination level, but the latter's strength could easily crush the former, despite the data-driven nature of the Myriad Worlds game, which gave every creature a level. Even among 300-level Saint Extermination creatures, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The true difference lay in their comprehension of the path of the laws. For the same law, could a 1% comprehension be the same as a 99% comprehension? But as long as one hadn't fully comprehended 100%, they were all collectively referred to as Saint Extermination level. However, for every 10% of a law a Saint Extermination creature comprehended, an additional law mark would appear on their soul. Therefore, the Saint Extermination level could be further divided into 0 to 9 marks. While there was no absolute distinction of strength between different laws, some were better suited for combat, while others were more suited for control, support, healing, and so on. For example, the law, soul control that Sumyubai has now comprehended is clearly a control-type law. Therefore, the strength of a Saint Annihilation level creature cannot be determined solely by its law marks. Even so, a 9-mark Saint Annihilation level creature can still be considered a powerhouse within the entire Frost Prison Empire. 9 marks, you say? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. After learning this information, he realized that some ripples had appeared in his soul at some point. Clearly, these were the law marks that Brian had mentioned. 5 long ripples and 1 short one meant that he had comprehended 50% of his path of law, but less than 60% currently. The only difference between Sumyubai and a Saint Annihilation level creature was the gap in base attributes brought about by their realm and level. In terms of soul and law comprehension alone, Sumyubai could no longer be considered weak among Saint Annihilation level creatures. Comprehending a complete path of law is one of the necessary conditions for breaking through to the 11th tier. Beyond that, one also needs to condense a divine body. This point is related to one's own base attributes. Creatures with insufficient potential whose base attributes cannot meet the requirements will never be able to become a master of law. Therefore, although Sumyubai can now exert the full effect of a law, he is still only a 7th tier epic level without a divine body. It is just that his path of law possesses the catastrophe characteristic, a cheat-like ability that puts him at a natural advantage when facing Saint Annihilation level creatures. Although he is temporarily unable to control other creatures because he is controlling Brian, he can still influence the souls of others for a short time through soul control. For creatures below the Master of Law realm, a complete law acts as an unavoidable true damage and control skill. No matter how strong the opponent is, they will be affected. Only those who have also comprehended a complete law can resist it. As for the 11th tier Master of Law realm, the gap is even wider, but for now, Sumyubai does not need to know too much, because as long as they are a normal Master of Law, they are all the same to him now, certainly not his match. Brian briefly explained some basic information. An 11th tier Master of Law is also known as a true god. According to their strength, they can be simply divided into lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods. The ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, where Sumyubai is currently located, is a middle god. And in his prime, Brian was also a powerful middle god. Of course, only a middle god as unlucky as him could have fallen into the hands of the current Sumyubai. Speaking up to this point, a look of anger suddenly appeared on Brian's face, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn Dylan. If it weren't for him destroying my last spare divine body, how could the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom have changed hands?" "So, you were the previous ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom." Sumyubai looked at Brian with some surprise. A dignified ruler of a divine kingdom, merely caught in the aftermath of that great war, had actually fallen to this state. If he hadn't controlled Brian's soul, this would definitely have been an 11-star quest. But now, there was clearly no quest left, because even Brian had become Sumyubai's subordinate, as long as he could help him reclaim the throne in the future. Smiling and shaking his head, Sumyubai suddenly paused. "You just said Dylan. Does this item look familiar?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and Dylan's frost ring flickered with blue light. Mythical grade equipment. No impression. Brian shook his head, and Sumyubai nodded slightly. Then it must just be a coincidence of names. The quest left behind by Dylan was only mythical grade, and the equipment was also only mythical grade. Clearly, it did not have the strength to destroy Brian's spare divine body. However, mentioning this name reminded Sumyubai of his own quest. Wasn't the reason he was in such a hurry to come to the undead realm because of this quest. It was just unexpected that he would have such a huge improvement upon arrival, making the rewards of a mythical grade quest much less attractive. But since he was already here, and he had come to the frozen continent based on the coordinates left by Dylan, he would naturally complete the quest while he was at it. Sumyubai recorded the materials needed for Brian to reshape his body and sent them directly to Fujiichanjia. Even if many of the materials were not available in the God-forbidden land, it could still reduce some of his burden. After doing this, he opened his quest list, Dylan's Sorrow, and quest difficulty 9 stars. Inject mana into Dylan's Frost Ring, and it will guide you to the quest coordinates. Quest time, 1 week. Quest reward, unknown. Quest penalty, unknown. Mana, recently, he had been consuming high-level power like soul power, so the sudden appearance of mana made Sumyubai pause for a moment. Immediately, he began to pour mana into Dylan's Frost Ring. However, Sumyubai did not notice that Brian's soul body on the side was staring straight at the frost crystal on the ring, as if recalling something. He always felt that the frost crystal had a hint of familiarity, but he also felt that something was wrong. Chapter 406, Death Judgment. Bonus chapter. As a large amount of mana was injected, the light flickering from Dylan's frost ring became increasingly intense. A moment later, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. You have obtained a coordinate from Dylan's frost ring, located in the center of the far north. At the same time, a coordinate appeared in his mind. So close. Sumyubai had not expected that the cross-boundary teleportation array left by Dylan would be so precise, sending him directly to the quest map. Although there was still some distance, with frost speed, even if it was much slower than when they were in the God-forbidden land, it would take less than half an hour to fly there. However, thinking about the improvement of the Death Codex after absorbing the cross-boundary teleportation array, Sumyubai suddenly felt it was reasonable. He gave the coordinates to Frost, and the latter immediately changed direction, heading toward the center of the far north. Sumyubai also began to check the changes in the Death Codex. Although this class-exclusive item could not yet be sublimated, nor did it have enough soul power to imbue it with cataclysmic properties, it had undergone some changes after leaving the God-forbidden land. Especially after Sumyubai's breakthrough, its fourth special effect had finally manifested. Death Codex class exclusive White Knight. Rule level Supreme Treasure not fully unlocked, cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or dismissed at will. Level 185 follows the character base attributes. Spell power Kung Fu 791,500 level times tier times 10. All attributes Kung 25. 900 level times tier times 20. Damage to undead creatures increased by 300%. Your summons also receive this buff. Dominance Kung 150%. Special effects 1. Soul Absorption 2. Soul Amplification 3. Death's Gift. Death's Arrival 4. Death's Judgment. You can continuously consume soul points to manifest the scales of death and forcibly judge the target's soul. For the same soul, it can only be judged once in a lifetime. Cooldown: 1 week. The stronger the soul, the shorter the cooldown. Judgment results are as follows. 1. Opponent wins. You suffer a minor backlash, losing 0.01 to 10,000 soul power points. Not the cap. 2. Draw. The opponent has a certain chance to become your follower. The longer the stalemate, the higher the chance they become your follower. Not affected by the follower cap. 3. Opponent loses. 50% chance to be severely injured. 50% chance to die instantly. Absolute probability. Unaffected by luck or other factors. Judgment is only related to the soul. The strength of base attributes will not affect the result in any way. The more laws one comprehends, the tougher the soul will be. Special functions: Gate of Death. Current maximum transfer capacity. Current cooldown: 2 years on cooldown. Worlds currently possessing the death mark. God Forbidden Land. No. This is a book of rules that only you can read. Possessing it, you shall be the next Death Sovereign. The original description of the Death Codex was a special treasure, but now it had become an incomplete rule-level supreme treasure. Its base attributes had not changed much, but the maximum number of people for the Gate of Death had increased by 1, and the cooldown had been reduced by half a year. This improvement was much lower than what Sumubai had imagined. However, he had only broken through to the 7th tier. He was still a long way from fully unlocking all the power of the Death Codex. This Death's Judgment seems a bit overpowered. Looking at the newly added special effect, Sumubai couldn't help but rub his nose. If the judgment failed, he would only lose a bit of soul power, and his cap wouldn't be affected. This penalty was like child's play, and once the judgment succeeded, the opponent would either be severely injured or die instantly. The most shameless part was that even in a draw, the opponent had a chance to become his follower. How was this any different from cheating? The only problem now was that the cooldown was too long. Even for a Saint Extermination level soul, it took a week. If it were a normal 7th tier player, wouldn't it take years or even decades to use it once? Looking at it this way, Death's Judgment was clearly a late game skill. Sumubai glanced at Brian and ultimately dismissed the idea of testing it on him. He wasn't sure if he could control the scales of death to stay in a balanced state. If he accidentally killed this guy, it would be a huge loss. Brian, who was staring blankly at the frost crystal, suddenly shivered, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes. What was going on? He was a soul entity now. How could he suddenly feel cold? Could there be an attack involving ice laws? When he regained his senses and saw the Death Codex in Sumubai's hand, his eyes widened instantly. Master, you. Just how many books of death have you absorbed in that instant? Brian felt that his defeat was not unjust. Even at his peak, he hadn't collected so many books of death. Books of death. Sumubai curled his lip. Look closely. This is not a book of death. Hearing this, Brian's soul trembled, and he began to examine it carefully. What? After a careful observation, he was shocked to discover that what his master held was actually a complete Death Codex. But how was this possible, old man? Look at that unrefined look on your face. It's just a Death Codex. Frost snorted coldly. Having spent the longest time with Sumubai, he was already accustomed to such things. This old guy, who used to be a median god, had such an embarrassing reaction had he never seen anything good before. If he knew that his master possessed not only the Death Codex but also the Zhuanshan Treasure Mirror, the Wheel of Time and Space, and the Incomplete Heart of Chaos, wouldn't he be scared to death? Facing Frost's sarcasm, Brian shook his head frantically. No, you don't understand. If it were any other rule-level supreme treasure, that would be one thing. But this is the Death Codex. Is there something special about the Death Codex? Sumubai narrowed his eyes. His interest piqued. He still remembered Shichuji saying that his possession of the Death Sovereign class was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although Shichuji's strength was no longer worth mentioning, he had lived for so many years and certainly knew more than he did. Now it seemed that Brian, this former god of witchcraft, clearly understood the Death Sovereign class better than Shichuji. Today's extra chapter is here, chapter 407. The uniqueness of the Death Codex. Looking across the myriad worlds, although sovereign class classes are extremely rare, so rare that countless planets might not produce even one, they do exist in general. Brian began to narrate slowly, and Sumubai confirmed his initial guess from his words. The word unique in a unique hidden class is limited only to a small world or a single planet. As for an exclusive hidden class, it is limited only to a great world. The undead realm where Sumubai currently resides belongs to such a great world, and all the God-forbidden lands combined could barely be considered a single great world. After all, it is not only the human race that lives in the God-forbidden lands. Some weak races, after being pulled into the myriad worlds game, are also born in the God-forbidden lands. This means that in the current undead realm, it is very likely that there is more than one creature possessing the Death Sovereign class. Although the great world is vast, the Death Domain alone contains many great worlds like the Undead Realm, and when combined with other domains, Sumubai could not help but frown. In the entire myriad worlds, exactly how many creatures possess the Death Sovereign class? Brian's next words immediately resolved the doubts in his heart. On the same path of laws, anyone can fully master it, but the rules are different. Once a creature fully masters a certain rule Great Tao and becomes the sovereign of that rule, others will never have a chance again. Every time a rule sovereign falls or disappears, 36 successors will appear throughout the myriad worlds. The new sovereign will ultimately be born from these successors. Hearing this number, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it a lot, placed in the vast, boundless myriad worlds, which contains an unknown number of domains? It is not many, but after all, this is an opportunity to become a rule sovereign. 36 candidates is certainly not a small number. Since every rule Great Tao is like this, what exactly is special about the Death Codex? Sumyubai glanced at Brian and asked this question again. The latter seemed to fall into some kind of memory, and his soul fluctuations became somewhat intense. As far as this subordinate knows, although the rule supreme treasures of other sovereign-type classes are shattered, the main body is only one piece. Even if one cannot find the shattered parts, one can find a way to restore it, although it is extremely difficult. There is at least hope, but the Death Sovereign class is different. Before the previous Death Sovereign disappeared inexplicably, he used infinite power to divide the Death Codex into 36 books of death. These books of death can be said that none of them are the main body, or it can be said that each one is the main body. To make the Death Codex reappear, the only way is to collect all the books of death. Speaking of this, Brian paused. A wave of regret emanated from his soul, and he sighed. I once went through all kinds of hardships and collected 2 books of death, but unfortunately, they were both snatched away by that damned Dylan. In other words, your class is also Death Sovereign, and the Dylan you mentioned is as well. Sumyubai was stunned upon hearing this and specifically used the Eye of Zhuanshan to check Brian's information again. However, apart from the words which got on the other party's panel, there was still no indication of a class. Seeing this, Brian nodded and explained. This subordinate's former class was indeed Death Sovereign, but after breaking through to the 11th tier, the class power was completely integrated. So that's how it is. Sumyubai nodded slightly. In other words, after becoming a Lord of Laws, there is no longer a class division. 11th tier combat power depends entirely on the application of laws. Classes are merely templates needed by low-level creatures. Master, how exactly did you collect all the books of death? A wave of doubt emanated from Brian's soul, carrying great curiosity. He himself was once a powerful median god, yet he had only collected 2 books of death. Although his master is strong in the law of soul control, there is still a huge gap between him and a lesser god. Could it be that the other true gods who possess the books of death have all fallen? You will know later. Sumyubai smiled and flipped his hand to put away the Death Codex. He suddenly thought of some interesting things. Is his catastrophe creating something out of nothing? Or is it seizing by force? Or perhaps is it both? The reason Sumyubai thinks it is both is entirely because the performance of catastrophe is often inconsistent. When he freeloaded the source of poison to promote the Orochi, it was completely creating something out of nothing. And the elemental heart that the opponent eventually dropped turned into an abnormal elemental heart. But when he freeloaded to promote the god-level appraisal, the results of the 2 times were completely different. Clearly, for a rule supreme treasure like the Zhuanshan treasure mirror, catastrophe cannot create something out of nothing. Then how was the Death Codex promoted through freeloading? Sumyubai's question was soon answered. Master, we have arrived. Frost's voice rang out. While Sumyubai was talking to Brian, he had already arrived at the coordinates given by Dylan's frost ring. There was nothing noteworthy here. It looked no different from the ice fields elsewhere. It's below. Brian's soul suddenly spoke. Master, I sense something below. Master, I sense it too. Frost also scrambled to speak, while sticking out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. There seems to be a large amount of top-tier death-type materials below. Sumyubai flashed to the ice surface on the side, and death energy immediately condensed into a throne behind him. He sat down on the throne and raised an eyebrow, saying, Then what are you waiting for? Get to work, old man. Stay aside. Don't disturb this emperor's work. Frost bared his teeth, and the death energy of annihilation condensed into a large hand, grabbed Brian's life box, and threw it down. Immediately after, he transformed into a pangolin again and began his second round of digging. Bang! 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 The sound of the ice layer cracking echoed across the empty ice field. Sumyubai lifted his foot to stop the life box that had slid to his feet, his eyes fixed on Frost, his thoughts shifting slightly. Catastrophe, target, Frost. He had left over 0 points of soul power, hoping to see if he could upgrade Frost to the 11th tier. If he could, and with Brian added to the mix, he would possess 2 11th tier subordinates. Although one would certainly be downgraded, and the other had yet to recover its divine body. They were still 11th tier existences, which were absolutely incomparable to the Saint Extermination tier. Prompt: please select the promotion grade, 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Seeing that he could perform a 3rd tier catastrophe, a look of joy immediately appeared on Sumyubai's face. But when he opened the details, his brows furrowed. Chapter 408. The limit at the moment of a creature's birth. Option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect and re-promote to the mythical grade Mount Frost Dragon King. 0 cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and sublime it to the Saint Extermination grade Mount Annihilation Dragon Emperor. Cost: 20,000 soul crystals. Option 3. Overwrite the original promotion effect and catastrophe to the demigod grade Mount Annihilation Dragon Emperor. Cost: 20,000 soul power. Option 4. Add a catastrophe trait to it separately. Cost: 18 soul power. Sumyubai could understand why the cost for catastrophe Frost was higher. But what the hell was a demigod grade? How did such a rank suddenly pop up? Shouldn't the rank after the 10th tier Saint Extermination be the 11th tier Law Lord, also known as a true god? What was a demigod grade supposed to be? 10.5 tier. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Golden light flashed in his pupils, and information regarding the demigod grade immediately appeared in his eyes. Demigod grade: the limit rank a creature can reach at the moment of its birth. Although its base attributes are not much higher than those of a Saint Extermination grade creature, it possesses an innate advantage in the comprehension of laws after reaching adulthood. Their probability of breaking through to become a true god is much higher than that of ordinary Saint Extermination grade creatures. After reading the detailed information on the demigod grade, Sumyubai finally understood. It turned out that there was a limit to a creature's innate rank. The only way to break through and become a law lord was to comprehend the laws. It was just that demigod grade creatures possessed a huge advantage in this regard, which was why it was counted as a separate rank. One could imagine that such creatures were rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns, even when looking across the entire myriad worlds. Still short by over 1,000 soul power. Sumyubai cancelled the catastrophe and flipped his hand to take out a life soul source crystal. This wasn't something he had created through catastrophe, but a system reward from the first time he walked out of the forbidden land of gods. Now that his lifespan had been converted into soul power, the information for the life soul source crystal had also changed slightly. Life soul source crystal special treasure. Holding it will slightly increase your soul power recovery speed. Absorbing it will increase your soul power by 1 point. Hard currency in the myriad worlds, in the forbidden land of gods. The description for this item had been extremely rare special treasure, but now the prefix was gone. After 0 years of lifespan were converted into soul power, it was left with a pathetic single point. Beside him, Brian looked longingly at the life soul source crystal in Sumyubai's hand, secretly delighted. Could it be that the master was planning to bestow this upon him? If he were in his prime, he wouldn't even bend down to pick up a life soul source crystal if he saw one on the road. But times were different now. Even if 1 point of soul power was little, it could still restore a bit. Right, however. Brian was soon disappointed to find that the master had no intention of giving it to him at all, but was simply staring quietly at the life soul source crystal in his hand. Others could not see the virtual light screen. Sumyubai had already used his talent on the life soul source crystal. Option 1. Promote to Essence of Divine Soul. 0 cost. Option 2. Sublime it to Marrow of Divine Soul. Cost: 1 million soul crystals. Option 3. Catastrophe to Spirit of Divine Soul. Cost: 10,000 soul power. Option 4. Add a catastrophe trait to it separately. Cost: 0.9 soul power. After calculating slightly, Sumyubai shook his head in disappointment. Based on the costs, he could deduce that the Marrow of Divine Soul could increase soul power by 0 points, while the Spirit of Divine Soul would provide 10,000 points. In this way, The essence of divine soul obtained through a free promotion would, at most, only provide 100 points of soul power, although it was a 100-fold improvement over the life soul source crystal. It was still not enough to cover the soul power deficit for the catastrophe frost. At this moment, Brian, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. Master, could you place this item on my soul box? That way, it might at least increase my soul power recovery speed a little. You even have your eyes on this. Sumyubai was stunned, then with a thought, he directly chose the free promotion. As energy appeared out of thin air and rapidly surged into the life soul source crystal. Soon, a mass of pure energy appeared in his palm. The energy seemed to be bound by some invisible barrier, although it twisted and flowed. It generally maintained a spherical shape. Essence of divine soul special rare treasure. Holding it will increase your soul power recovery speed. Absorbing it will increase your soul power by 100 points. Hard currency among the powerhouses of the myriad worlds. Sure enough, just as Sumyubai had expected, this thing could increase soul power by 100 points. He casually tossed this massive essence of divine soul onto the soul box. Make do with this for now. The overflowing energy from the essence of divine soul nourished Brian's soul. But he was completely indifferent to it at this moment. He was already dumbfounded, his soul trembling violently and uncontrollably. What did I just see? The master just directly upgraded a life soul source crystal into an essence of divine soul. And judging by the master's aura, it seemed there was no cost at all. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? It wasn't until Frost's voice rang out and Sumyubai grabbed the soul box and walked into the death curtain that Brian was able to snap out of his daze. It wasn't that he, a former median god, hadn't seen the world, but Sumyubai's methods were simply too shocking. Master, it's that kind of barrier again. I can't get in. Frost pointed to the barrier ahead and curled her lips. The barrier here was clearly much stronger than the one in the Forest of Death. One couldn't even see the situation inside. Sumyubai did not use teleportation. He simply stepped toward the barrier. The next moment, a ring on his finger began to glow, and the barrier opened instantly. Bing Shuang hurriedly shrank his size, grabbed the phylactery, and followed closely behind Sumyubai into the barrier. Hissed so many delicious things. In an instant, Bing Shuang was stunned by the sight within the barrier. Scattered across the icy ground were materials, the lowest of which were of mythical quality. Beyond that, there was even a small pile of soul source crystals. Even Brian was awakened by the dense energy aura here, looking at the treasures on the ground with some excitement. However, as he continued to look, his expression gradually became somewhat strange. Why did he always feel that these things seemed inexplicably familiar? Although Bing Shuang was dying to have a feast, he did not act rashly without Sumyubai's command. The first rule of the Mount Code. What the master gives is mine. What the master hasn't given, I can ask for, but I cannot take it on my own. Is this all the legacy Dylan left behind? Sumyubai looked at the materials covering the ground with pleasant surprise. He had expected the quest to be difficult, but he had never imagined there would be no quest at all. What kind of quest starts with a reward? Just as Sumyubai was preparing to collect everything here, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in his ears. At the same time, the energy within the barrier began to converge, quickly forming a human-shaped phantom in front of Sumyubai. Sumyubai still had an impression of this person's face. It was none other than the overly familiar Frost song Dylan. Chapter 409. Dylan's Last Wish. Bonus Chapter, Notification. You have discovered the legacy left by Dylan. The quest Dylan's Sorrow Then has officially begun. Notification. Next, please complete Dylan's trial for you. This will determine how much of the legacy you can take away and will also affect the subsequent changes to the quest. Descender. This is our third time meeting, isn't it? Dylan's phantom spoke slowly, looking at Sumyubai with an appreciative gaze. To be precise, it was the second time. Sumyubai muttered to himself, but he didn't respond, because he knew that the Dylan before him was merely a 3D projection and lacked the actual ability to communicate. However, the phylactery under Bing Shuang's dragon claw began to tremble violently. Brian's twisted soul body condensed and emerged, pointing a finger at Dylan's phantom, his voice trembling. Dylan, it really is you. You thousand-cut bastard. No wonder these things looked so familiar. It turns out they were all snatched from me. The World Tree Branch, the Immortal Flower. Brian was shaking with rage. If he didn't know that the figure before him was just a phantom, he would have lunged forward to take a few bites out of him. Mine, they are all mine. And my Book of Death, what is all yours? Bing Xuan lowered his head to glare at him, snorting coldly. They are all the master's now. Shut up and don't interfere with the master completing the quest. Aye. Brian opened his mouth, but in the end, he just lowered his head with a look of grievance, his soul body twitching slightly. That's right. They were all the master's now. He could only hope that the master would reward him with some to restore his body. Although you have reached the undead realm, the following quest is extremely dangerous. So you still need to prove your abilities to me. Dylan continued speaking to himself, then turned his head to look in a certain direction. Only after you complete the final trial will I be able to tell you the final quest. Having said that, Dylan reached out and pointed to the materials and soul source crystals on the ground. At that time, everything I left behind will be yours. And I will also grant you a monumental opportunity. Sumyubai crossed his arms and watched Dylan quietly. The latter continued to speak according to his preset message. Don't bother trying. Before the trial is completed, the restriction will not be lifted. You won't be able to take anything. Bing Xuan and Brian watched the performance of Dylan's phantom as if they were looking at an idiot. The corner of Sumyubai's mouth twitched as well. This guy really had thought of everything. Go to this place. Dylan raised his hand to summon a virtual light screen, which displayed a map of the far north, with a red dot marked on it. Why does this look so familiar? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and quickly realized that this was exactly the place where he had first arrived. Then, he gave Brian a strange look. Could it be that Dylan's quest target was Brian? Clearly, he had guessed correctly. As he heard Dylan continue, deep underground there, a phylactery is hidden. The person was once the witch god of the undead realm, Brian, an 11th tier master of laws. But don't worry, all of Brian's bodies have been destroyed by me. All you need to do is find a way to make his soul suffer damage again, even if it's just a little bit. As his voice fell, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Your quest Dylan's sorrow then has changed. Please check the details in your quest list. I have left a restriction on his phylactery that can sense the damage you inflict upon him. Depending on the result, you will die. At this point, Dylan's phantom suddenly glitched, as if the system had crashed. Brian, who was standing to the side, could no longer hold back. He cursed at Dylan in a fit of rage. You beast, you absolute beast. It wasn't enough to destroy the rest of my body and steal my remaining treasures. You actually want to use my own phylactery to test others. Even Bing Xuan couldn't help but look at Brian with sympathy. This old geezer was truly unlucky. At this moment, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears once again. Notification. Detected that you have successfully controlled the soul of the witch god Brian. The completion evaluation for the Dylan's sorrow then stage is perfect. At this time, Dylan also recovered from his glitch, changing his tone. I didn't expect you to be able to damage Brian's soul to such an extent. I can now rest assured in entrusting my last wish to you. As he spoke, Dylan's face was etched with the weariness of ages as he slowly recounted his past. According to Dylan's description, he had once followed a truly great existence, and fortunately, time had been too short. He had not yet fulfilled the tasks entrusted to him by that being before the final great war erupted. That great existence had vanished in that battle, their fate unknown. What Dylan wanted was for Sumyubai to inherit his final wish and complete the tasks that the great existence had once commanded. Prompt. Do you agree to help Dylan fulfill his final wish? Click to view details. Dylan's sorrow then quest difficulty, 11 stars quest content. Fulfill Dylan's final wish. Phase 1. Take control of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Phase 2. Take control of the Undead Realm. Phase 3: unknown. Quest reward. You will receive all of Dylan's inheritance. Failure penalty. Under the witness of the Myriad Worlds game. As long as you agree, everything I have left behind shall belong to you. Dylan pointed to a pile of materials on the ground. These are materials sufficient to condense a divine body. Immediately after, he pointed to the pile of soul source crystals nearby and continued. These are 500 soul source crystals, which will ensure you have no shortage of resources in the short term. Beyond that, There is a bank card here containing all the wealth I stored in the Dead Zone Bank. Every time your strength breaks through to a certain rank, you will be able to withdraw a portion of it. Having said this, he paused, turned to look at Sumyubai with a solemn expression, and tapped his finger lightly in midair. What follows is the heaven-sent opportunity I spoke of. As his voice fell, a complex magic circle suddenly appeared on the ice. Immediately following, an exquisite treasure chest slowly emerged, covered in dense, intricate inscriptions as if it were sealing away some extremely important treasure. Dylan tapped his finger again, and the chest opened with a creak. At the same time, 3 question marks slowly appeared above the heads of Sumyubai, Frost, and Brian. Wait a minute. How is an empty box supposed to be a heaven-sent opportunity? Dylan clearly could not see their reactions, nor was he aware that the chest was already empty. Instead, he spoke with a grave expression. This is the greatest legacy I have left behind. 5 volumes of the Book of Death. Possessing them, you will have the hope of becoming the next Sovereign of Death. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 410. Sovereign of Time and Space. Dylan could not see the reactions of the 3 at all. Instead, he tilted his head back, feeling quite pleased with himself. Descender, do not be surprised. These 5 volumes of the Book of Death were also obtained only after I endured countless hardships. Upon hearing this, Brian's soul body couldn't help but tremble once more. Of the 5 volumes Dylan mentioned, 2 were ones he had collected himself, and 1 was his own original, although he didn't understand why. It was clear that all 5 volumes of the Book of Death had now vanished, because the master already possessed the complete sacred Codex of Death. Sumyubai hadn't expected the reward for this quest to be the Book of Death, and he was momentarily stunned. Only Frost was uninterested in this, merely licking her lips as she stared at the pile of top-tier materials on the ground. Within the barrier space, only Dylan's voice remained. This is all I can do for you. If you wish to become the true Sovereign of Death, you will still need to collect the remaining 31 volumes of the Book of Death. This will not be an easy task. You must prepare yourself mentally. At this point, Dylan's expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze burning like a torch. You must be very confused, right? Whether it is asking you to control the Frost Prison Empire or the Undead Realm. It seems to hold no benefit for me at all. Sumyubai nodded involuntarily. Dylan's quest, even without counting the 5 volumes of the Book of Death that had been forcibly taken by his own catastrophe, was highly illogical. Because the rewards were distributed in advance, and there was no penalty for failure, this meant that he could easily take the rewards without ever fulfilling the final wish. After all, the real Dylan had long since perished completely. Otherwise, this quest would not be called Dylan's final wish. So, what was the point of him doing this? Sumyubai took a deep look at Dylan's phantom, waiting for the rest of his words. Dylan did not keep him waiting long, immediately continuing. Anyone who can receive this quest from my crystal ball must be of the human race. What I ask you to do only benefits the human race. The only thing you need to do is, after the one I followed returns. Dylan's voice cut off abruptly once more. Sumyubai frowned immediately and turned to look at Brian. Do projections left by existences like you often have these kinds of issues? However, this time, Brian did not reply. It was then that Sumyubai realized with a start that everything around them seemed to have come to a complete standstill. Dylan's phantom and Brian's soul body now showed no fluctuations whatsoever. The gray-black energy liquid that had been about to drip from the corner of Frost's mouth had also stopped flowing. Even the light emitted by the small pile of soul source crystals on the ground had frozen in place. Yes, the light had stopped. Sumyubai could even see the beams of light suddenly stagnating just a short distance away from the soul source crystals. What is happening? Sumyubai scanned his surroundings immediately, feeling his hair stand on end and his heart tremble. What kind of power is this? Swish, swish. Vaguely, Sumyubai felt as though he could hear the sound of a river flowing. The sound was sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes present, sometimes absent, giving one an indescribable sense of distance. This river seemed to be right beside him, yet it also felt as if it were beyond a distant world. Immediately after, Sumyubai was shocked to discover that the wheel of time and space had appeared on its own, and a small globule of liquid shot out from it, instantly merging into Dylan's phantom. Water from the river of time and space. Sumyubai's pupils shrank violently. This mass of liquid was clearly the water of the river of time he had found in the Korea treasury. At the time, due to the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods, he hadn't been able to inspect its information at all. After arriving in the undead realm, he had forgotten about this item for a while because there were too many other things that needed upgrading. Now, why would the water of the river of time automatically? Thinking of this, Sumyubai suddenly looked at Dylan, and the answer had already formed in his mind. The great existence that the other party had followed back then was the master of time and space. At this moment, Dylan was no longer frozen. His deep gaze suddenly met Sumyubai's, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. With this one look, Sumyubai felt as if he saw a surging, forward-flowing river within the other party's eyes. Although he had never seen it before, Sumyubai immediately thought that this must be the river of time and space. His expression suddenly became unprecedentedly grave. He stared fixedly at Dylan and spoke word by word. The master of time and space. It was clear that the person standing before him now was no longer a projection of Dylan, but the consciousness of the master of time and space. Descended with the help of the water of the river of time. The master of time and space did not beat around the bush and nodded slightly. It is I. But his next words left Sumyubai feeling somewhat confused. Sumyubai, we meet again. Sumyubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why is it like this again? It would be one thing if Dylan were just a projection, but you are the dignified master of time and space. We are clearly meeting for the first time, so why are you saying again too, after complaining internally? Sumyubai suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the master of time and space before him in disbelief. What did you just call me? How could the master of time and space know his real name instead of his game ID? Bai, do not concern yourself with such details. My time is running out. Let me help you remember first. The master of time and space smiled and did not answer Sumyubai's question. He simply flicked his finger, and a point of starlight instantly submerged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have no trajectory. Sumyubai had absolutely no time to react. In an instant, Sumyubai felt his perspective undergo a heaven-shaking change. The next moment, he was shocked to discover that he had returned to the Forbidden Land of Gods. Everything around him was so familiar. Beside him, a portal was slowly closing, directly opposite him. That old geezer Huijian glanced at the teacup on the table, curled his lips, pulled a small gourd from his bosom, and tilted his head to take a drink. Alcohol is still more comfortable to drink. Putting away the wine gourd, he then looked at Sumyubai with a half-smile and pointed to the seat beside him. Sit. Before finishing, he added, rest assured, I don't rob acquaintances. Sumyubai's eyes widened sharply. Wasn't this the scene from the city lord's mansion in East Sea City back then? Sumyubai still remembered that this was the scene where he met Huijian after freeloading his way to promoting the Wheel of Time and Space. Everything that followed happened exactly as it had back then. Sumyubai found himself like a bystander. Although he could see all of this from within his body, he could not make any changes. He could only instinctively perform the actions he had done and say the words he had spoken back then. Even the micro-expressions on his face were exactly the same. Soon, it reached the moment when Sumyubai handed the Wheel of Time and Space to Huijian. Whoosh! At this moment, Sumyubai heard the sound of flowing river water with absolute clarity, as if he were standing right inside that river. Finally, Sumyubai understood why Huijian had returned the Wheel of Time and Space to him after looking at it for less than a second. Chapter 411, The Vanished Time. Back then, Sumyubai felt that less than a second had passed, but in reality, several minutes had gone by, because the moment Huijian caught the Wheel of Time and Space, the phantom of the Master of Time and Space had stepped out from the river of time and space and arrived before the two of them. That phantom looked extremely blurry, not to mention his features. Even his figure was not very clear. Sumyubai felt that although the other party was standing in front of him at the time, it was as if they were separated by many worlds. The moment the phantom of the Master of Time and Space appeared, everything around them came to a complete standstill. Just like inside Dylan's barrier at this moment, during those few minutes, Sumyubai saw through his past body that the Master of Time and Space and Huijian had talked a lot, but he couldn't hear a single word clearly. Time had stopped flowing for him at that moment. It wasn't until the Master of Time and Space turned and nodded at Sumyubai with a smile that everything around them returned to normal. Immediately after, Huijin tossed the wheel of time and space back. "You're done looking." Sumyubai caught it reflexively, his body speaking involuntarily. Exactly the same words as before. "How much longer do you want me to look? I just wanted to confirm something." Huijin suddenly took out that wine gourd again, flipped his hand to produce a cup, and after sizing Sumyubai up a few times, poured a single drop into the cup, waving his hand. The wine cup floated slowly toward Sumyubai. "This is good stuff. Drink it while you listen to me. Don't be greedy. This wine is extremely potent. Even I can't drink too much of it. With your master level power, which only broke through the 100 point mark by relying on external forces, you can barely withstand this one drop. You should slowly. Many thanks, senior." Before Huijin could finish his sentence, the past Sumyubai had already impatiently downed the fine wine in the cup. However, and like back then, he didn't feel any drunkenness now, because in reality, it was the version of him from that point in time who had consumed the dusk dawn. Even so, that sentence was still blurted out by the past Sumyubai. "Good wine, old geezer. Come again. Fill it up for me." As for everything that followed, Sumyubai had no memory of it, because he could suddenly hear the conversation between the Master of Time and Space and Huijin. The Master of Time and Space looked at the wine gourd in Huijin's hand and sighed with emotion. "It has been a long time since I last drank Senior Yumu's wine. As long as you return, won't you be able to drink as much as you want?" Huijin curled his lip. "I have to rely on stealing to get old man Yumu's wine. But for you, kid, it's just a matter of saying the word. If Senior Yumu didn't turn a blind eye, would you even be able to steal it?" The Master of Time and Space smiled and shook his head, not answering Huijin's question about returning. Hearing this, a flash of disappointment couldn't help but cross Huijin's face. "No matter what, I won't give up. You guys didn't take me with you back then, but now, no matter what, I'm going to drag you back. Stay safe." The Master of Time and Space nodded gently, not trying to persuade Huijin further, because he knew the other's personality all too well. Persuasion wouldn't work. Huijin held the wine gourd, his hand suspended in midair. He held it there for a long time without bringing it to his lips, eventually tucking it back into his robes and saying nothing more. The Master of Time and Space turned to look at Sumyubai once more, his figure slowly fading away. Only then did Huijin speak. "Since that kid chose you, make good use of his power. Whatever you do, don't die out there. Before you leave, I will leave a strand of sword intent for you. As for how much you can strengthen it, that's up to you. Also, once you leave the land of divine prohibition, never come looking for me. Finally, remember one thing. Never fuse with any bloodlines, otherwise, you will end up like us. No longer a pure human." As his voice faded, the sound of the river of time flowing echoed once more, and everything around them returned to normal. "If I ever treat you to a drink again, I'm a dog." Huijin curled his lip, his fingers forming a sword gesture. Clang! A moment later, the past version of Sumyubai asked with some confusion, "Senior, didn't you tell me to listen to you? I'm done talking." Huijin raised an eyebrow. "You'll understand in the future." The next moment, Sumyubai felt his perspective undergo a world-shaking change, and in an instant, he was back inside Dylan's barrier. The Master of Time and Space looked at Sumyubai with a smile. "I said we'd meet again, no problem, right?" "No problem." Sumyubai nodded helplessly, though his heart was already churning with turbulent waves. Is this the power of a Tier 12 Master? It felt like an existence from an entirely different dimension. In front of him, Sumyubai felt as if he had been stripped bare, completely devoid of any ability to resist. Moreover, through his conversation with Huijin, Sumyubai learned that the other party did not seem to be in the myriad worlds at present. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the word return. Even so, the Master of Time and Space's abilities still left Sumyubai shocked, freezing time, and with a mere flick of a finger, sending him back to the past. This was simply beyond imagination. "All right, I know you're shocked right now, but stop being shocked for a moment." The Master of Time and Space looked at Sumyubai, speaking rapidly. You will surely possess this kind of strength in the future. Now, listen carefully to what I have to say. Sumubai nodded heavily. First, before you see me again, do not elevate anything to the level of breaking the rules. Second, in the myriad worlds, do not expose your talent to any living creature unless they are like this fellow here, with a soul completely under your control. At this point, the Master of Time and Space pointed to Brian's phylactery before continuing. Third, comprehending the path of laws is not difficult for you, but when your soul is too weak, too many laws will become a burden. Therefore, before your soul is strong enough to bear any number of law paths, it is best to first lean toward a single rule. Great Tao, my advice to you is to first comprehend your own rule of death. Of course, this is only a suggestion. During this period, if you happen to pick up a few other laws, it won't do any harm. The Myriad Worlds game is frantically pushing me out, so you will have to learn the information regarding laws and rules on your own. 3 questions. Knowing the Master of Time and Space could not stay for long, Sumubai got straight to the point. Are you human? The Master of Time and Space nodded, then shook his head. Just as Huaijian said, those of us who have fused with bloodlines are no longer considered pure humans. Therefore, the human race cannot ascend the myriad races ranking because of me. His speech was as fast as ever, but Sumubai heard it clearly. Holding this information firmly in his heart, he hurriedly asked the question that had been on his mind all along. Is the catastrophe talent something you created? Yes and no. The Master of Time and Space looked deeply at Sumubai. You are the only one who can possess this talent. No one else can. I understand. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Then finally, what is your name? You really are a guy who refuses to lose out, aren't you? Just because I know your real name? The Master of Time and Space laughed upon hearing this. Whoosh! The sound of the river of time flowing echoed again, and everything around them suddenly returned to normal. The Master of Time and Space left without warning, but he left a name in Sumubai's ear. Chen Zuxingchen, Chapter 412. Catastrophe Frost. Brian reshapes his divine body. Bonus chapter. After that person returns, I hope you can find a way to lend him a hand. Helping him is helping the entire human race. When you meet him, you will naturally understand. Time and the surroundings returned to normal, and the frozen Dylan finally finished his sentence. Perhaps due to the restrictions of the myriad worlds, or perhaps for fear of being detected by other terrifying existences, Dylan remained a riddle maker and did not reveal who that existence actually was. However, there was no need for that now, as Sumubai had already met the Master of Time and Space twice and even knew his real name. Dylan's phantom suddenly took a deep breath and bowed to Sumubai, his sender. The future is entrusted to you. As his voice faded, his projection slowly dissipated. The restrictions on the materials scattered across the ground were lifted, and Sumubai's auto-loot function took effect immediately, collecting everything directly into his inventory. Notification. You have obtained mythical grade materials times 2000. Notification. You have obtained Saint Extermination grade materials times 400. Notification. You have obtained Law grade materials times 50. Notification. You have obtained Soul Origin Crystal times 500. Notification. You have obtained Dead Zone Bank Card timeson, Dynamic Key timeson. At the same time, within the quest Dylan's sorrowed end, the information for the third stage of Dylan's last wish slowly emerged. The content was identical to Dylan's final request. WHEW tilde. Sumubai exhaled a breath of stale air, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He had finally found a clue regarding the origin of his catastrophe talent. Even if it wasn't entirely created by the Master of Time and Space, he definitely had a hand in it. As for the other party's warning not to elevate anything to the level of breaking the rules for the time being, Sumubai didn't feel restricted at all. After all, he couldn't afford to use catastrophe on such things in the short term anyway. Once he had sufficient resources, a full set of low-grade supreme treasures combined with the catastrophe trait would make him just as overpowered as if he were cheating. With a thought, he used his free upgrade ability on all the newly acquired materials and the Soul Origin crystals. Having left the No.07 God-forbidden land, Sumubai no longer had any concerns. He could free upgrade whatever he wanted. This amount of energy was not even a drop in the ocean compared to the vast Boundless Death Realm, finally. His gaze fell upon the black gold bank card. Dead Zone bank card number. KWZ for 58764879 to 3 rank, black gold client. Combined with the dynamic key, you can use this card to withdraw the wealth stored within at any Dead Zone bank and enjoy black gold member privileges. Dynamic key. Through this dynamic key, you can withdraw the wealth from the bank card number KWZ for 58764879 to 3DL in stages. Tier 9 Mythical, Tier 10 Saint Extermination, Tier 11 Law Lord, All Wealth. Sumyubai deliberated for a long time, but ultimately decided against using his free upgrade on these two items. Unless he mastered the ability to cancel the catastrophe effect at will, he didn't want to take the risk. If he didn't upgrade them, he could still withdraw a portion of the money once he met the tier requirements. What if the upgraded bank card and key were no longer compatible? Wouldn't that be a massive loss? Seeing that Sumyubai was finished, the miniature frost flapped its wings and flew in front of him. Looking at him expectantly, Master, I've finished digesting all the materials in my body. Are you at level 80? Sumyubai checked Frost's level, reached out to pat its head, and laughed. Don't be impatient. There will be plenty for you. After saying this, he turned to look at Brian, who was standing to the side. Looking like he wanted to say something, he waved his hand, taking out all the materials. I said that the first body I forged for you must be at least a divine body. Pick the materials yourself. Hearing this, Brian's soul trembled with excitement, and he pointed at himself tremblingly. My master, are you saying? Why are you wasting time talking? Do you expect Master to help you pick the materials? Frost snorted, exhaling to puffs of air, sounding somewhat annoyed. HMPH, back when this guy wasn't around, these materials would have definitely been his. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Brian bowed and scraped repeatedly. His soul drifted over the materials, beginning to select what he needed to reshape his divine body. Most of these materials had been snatched from him by Dylan in the past, therefore, there were no materials more suitable for him to reshape his divine body than these. However, after just one look, Brian froze in place. This. There are actually so many low-grade materials, and fortunately, no one paid him any mind. Frost rolled its eyes. What a fuss. Sumyubai was already absorbing the upgraded essence of Divine Soul. Notification. You have absorbed an essence of Divine Soul. Soul power come 100. Current soul power 2897.56 to 18,447. The reason his soul power was only at 2000 plus was that controlling Brian's soul earlier had consumed too much. Even though that guy was in an extremely weakened state, he had once been a mid-level god. After all, Sumyubai absorbed 16 more Essence of Divine Soul items in succession, raising his soul power cap to over 20,000 points. Immediately after, he turned to look at Frost, who was baring its teeth at Brian, and his mind stirred. Catastrophe. Target. Frost. Catastrophe Tier 3. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 20 points of soul power cap to overwrite the previous sublimation effect and transform the legendary Grade Mount Frost Dragon into the demigod Grade Mount Nirvana Dragon Emperor? Everything here had been dealt with, and he could leave at any time. So Sumyubai had no more concerns. Furthermore, the barrier here hadn't dissipated along with Dylan's phantom, so it should be able to mask much of the commotion caused by Frost's breakthrough. Therefore, Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest and confirmed the action. Today's extra chapter is served. My dear patrons, I suddenly realized I haven't asked for gifts in a few days. Please click for the free gifts. I am eternally grateful. Chapter 413. The Bug of Dylan's Bank Card. Notification. You have lost 20 points of soul power cap. As the system notification sounded, Sumyubai's soul power cap instantly dropped to less than 48 points. Even the remaining 2,000 plus points of soul power decreased accordingly due to the cap. However, this wasn't a major issue, as Sumyubai's soul power cap would rise again as he absorbed more Essence of Divine Soul. This time, the improvement in base attributes wasn't significant, so the system didn't even issue a warning about the energy being too much to handle and causing annihilation. As the Cataclysm talent was activated, a terrifying surge of energy appeared out of thin air within Bing Xuan's body. Master, this is? Bing Xuan's eyes widened immediately. her face filled with pleasant surprise. Brian, who was in the middle of selecting materials, looked up once again in shock. This aura, could it be that this Nirvana Dragon Emperor is about to evolve to the demigod level? What kind of heaven-defying master have I ended up following? Hurry up and finish your selection. Sumyubai glared at Brian, then nodded toward Bing Xuan. Focus on your breakthrough. Once you finish evolving, there will be plenty of materials. Bing Xuan nodded heavily, then closed her eyes. Immediately following this, the terrifying energy overflowed from her limbs and bones, quickly condensing into a purple-black dragon egg over 2 meters tall. Unlike her previous evolution into a saint extinction-level creature, this dragon egg did not frantically absorb energy from the outside world. Sumyubai only vaguely sensed a ripple of laws, though he wasn't entirely sure which specific law it was. The primary focus of this evolution was to enhance Bing Xuan's comprehension of laws. Brian, looking aggrieved, continued selecting materials, and soon spoke to Sumyubai. Master, these materials are too generous. This is more than enough. He was still shocked by Sumyubai's methods at this moment. When he had been collecting these materials earlier, the vast majority were things that had been snatched from him by that bastard Dylan. But when they were taken out again, every single one had been upgraded by a tier. There were even 50 items of rule-level material. Why did you only pick so little? Sumyubai looked at the materials Brian had marked and frowned. At best, these accounted for less than 5% of the total, and he hadn't even marked a single rule-level material. Master, with my current weak soul, I can at most control a basic divine body. Anything stronger would be a waste, Brian said with a bitter smile, explaining the reason. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he truly couldn't control a stronger divine body. What if we had these? Sumyubai waved his hand, producing 400 essences of divine soul. I remember you saying that this stuff could help you recover faster, right? But master, this is too extravagant. Upon hearing this, Brian was moved beyond words. He had originally thought that his status was much lower compared to that Nirvana Dragon Emperor, and he never expected Sumyubai to be willing to expend so many resources for him. No need to save for me. Sumyubai waved his hand. Only when you recover your strength can you better assist me. Although his strength had improved significantly and he had mastered the law of soul control, Sumyubai didn't believe he could win if he were to face a true god at the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Even if it were just a lesser god, the path must be walked one step at a time. Even with cheats, one needs time to consolidate, right? After all, this was the undead realm. If Brian's strength could recover to that of a lesser god, it would be a great asset for Sumyubai. I understand, thank you, master. Brian nodded solemnly and selected another large pile of materials. This time, he specifically chose 5 pieces of rule-level material. However, out of the pile of essences of divine soul that Sumyubai had brought out, he only marked 10 of them. Before Sumyubai could ask, Brian explained, Master, this is the limit of what I can quickly recover with at the moment. Can the reshaped divine body reach the combat power of a lesser god? Barely. Sumyubai frowned. He understood that Brian's soul trauma could not be healed solely by absorbing essences of divine soul. These resources could at most restore Brian's soul power. To heal the soul trauma, aside from spending a vast amount of time, one could only absorb treasures capable of repairing the soul, and such treasures were extremely rare throughout the entire myriad worlds. Wait, Sumyubai suddenly spoke, interrupting Brian, and then picked up an essence of divine soul to begin absorbing it. A moment later, the system notification sounded. Notification. You have absorbed 1 essence of divine soul. Soul power come 100. Current soul power 147.47 147. Immediately after, he picked up another essence of divine soul and focused his mind. Cataclysm. Apply Cataclysm trait exclusively. Notification. You have lost 90 points of soul power. As the energy surged in, a Cataclysm trait suddenly appeared on the panel of this essence of divine soul. Cataclysm trait significantly enhances soul strength upon absorption. See if this is useful for your soul trauma. Since he had complete control over Brian's soul, Sumyubai wasn't worried about exposing the Cataclysm trait in front of him and casually tossed the modified essence of divine soul toward the location of the phylactery. Brian looked on, confused. And then his soul trembled once again. A cataclysm trait, this. What kind of heaven-defying method is this, master? You truly are a mysterious existence. It's useful. Very useful. Brian nodded repeatedly, although it cannot fully recover it. If there were 200 of these special essences of divine soul, combined with these materials, I could quickly recover to a combat power near the peak of the late Lesser God stage. Good, wait for it. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to absorb the essences of divine soul in batches. Notification. You have lost 17,910 points of soul power. Current soul power: 2897.47/2897. After a long while, he finally finished applying the cataclysm trait to 200 essences of divine soul. With this, all the source crystals of life soul left behind by Dylan were completely exhausted. The reason Sumyubai didn't keep any was that he knew he wouldn't be short of resources for long. Dylan certainly wouldn't have imagined that the human prodigy who accepted his quest would be able to control a law lord while only at the 7th tier epic level. The so-called withdrawal limit on that bank card was, for Sumyubai, no different from having no limit at all. As soon as Brian finished reshaping his divine body, Sumyubai could send him to find a city and withdraw all the wealth in the card in one go. Even if others knew a lord of laws, they could never fully trust them. But Sumyubai was different. Brian was completely under his control. The entire net worth of a median god, just thinking about it made Sumyubai feel a little excited. Moreover, once this wealth was in his hands, its value would at least increase tenfold. All right, you may begin. Sumyubai nodded toward Brian, and the latter's soul fluctuations immediately intensified. 200 essence of divine souls carrying the cataclysm trait were instantly absorbed into the phylactery. At the same time, a large quantity of marked materials was also absorbed. However, the next moment, Brian's absorption suddenly stalled. Master, there are creatures approaching rapidly. It's fine. Continue reshaping your divine body. When Frost wakes up, tell him the remaining materials are his. As his words fell, wings of gale instantly condensed behind Sumyubai, and he shot out of the barrier left behind by Dylan. Chapter 414. Waiting for the rabbit. The cataclysm trait of the map, Hangyuan Star, Frozen Continent, the far north. The environment here was extremely harsh. Creatures below the 7th stage could hardly survive in this place. Coupled with various legends passed down from many years ago, this map had gradually become a forbidden zone of the Frozen Continent. This was also the reason why Sumyubai hadn't attracted any attention despite being in the Frozen Continent for so long, breaking through and receiving enhancements from the power of origin. But in the end, desire overcame reason, and two figures were currently hovering at the edge of the far north. One of them was riding a frost dragon, their entire body covered by a black bamboo hat. But the pitch-black hand bones exposed at the cuffs revealed their identity as an undead creature. The other was clad in full body armor, riding a majestic skeletal warhorse, its hooves burning with eerie green flames. The two exchanged a glance, then charged directly into this forbidden zone, flying rapidly toward the central region of the far north. The frost dragon's wings beat, leaving behind shards of frost crystals in its wake. Every step the warhorse took in the air left a trail of green marks that would only vanish after a moment. The attire of the two looked exactly like the undead duo Sumyubai often summoned, the Lich Lord and the Death Knight. Charlie, are we really going? The soul fire beneath the Lich Lord's cloak flickered gloomily, and a hoarse voice reached the Death Knight's ears. The latter's gaze was firm. Although you and I were lucky enough to break through to the 10th stage, we have almost reached our limit. Without a special opportunity, I fear we will struggle to make any progress on the path of laws for the rest of our lives. Speaking of this, he paused before continuing. Even if there is only a sliver of hope to become a god, I am willing to risk my life for it. Good. Today, I shall risk my life to accompany you and see why this far north is called a forbidden zone. The Lich Lord tightened his grip on his staff, and the soul fire within his pupils surged violently.